Chapter 1. Located in a world of endless darkness. A white consciousness emitting bright light was floating aimlessly in the darkness. This consciousness is none other than Sun Wukong. To be precise, it is GT Sun Wukong. In his world, an unimaginable disaster occurred, the evil dragon rebellion. He came to this place after being swallowed by a negative energy bomb while fighting against the strongest evil dragon, the Super One-Star Dragon. This is not the underworld, where is this? Sun Wukong was very confused. Even if he died, shouldn't he go to the underworld? Suddenly, a faint sound came into his ears. Sun Wukong, Sun Wukong, there was a very strange voice in the darkness, calling his name. Who is it? Hearing someone calling his name, Sun Wukong began to follow the source of the sound and moved towards the depths of darkness. I don't know how long it has been. In the dark world, a point of light suddenly appeared. Sun Wukong gradually walked to the light spot and instinctively stretched out his hand. The moment he reached out his hand, the dazzling light suddenly surged and swallowed him up. 776 AD. Hell. On the North Kyo planet. The Sun Wukong in this life came to the North Kaiwang as usual and asked the North Kaiwang to train him. However, when the training just started, the Sun Wukong in this life suddenly went dark and fell into a coma. The king of the North Realm looked at Sun Wukong, who suddenly fainted in front of him in great surprise. He thought this was a little joke Sun Wukong played on him, but until he scanned Sun Wukong's body with his mind and found that even his heartbeat had stopped, the expression on the North Kyo King's face changed drastically. Hey, Goku, don't scare me. The king of the North Realm realized that something was wrong. Just when he was about to rescue Sun Wukong, his mind scan found that Sun Wukong's heart had started beating again, and his body was also trembling slightly. I saw Sun Wukong slowly opening his eyes, and his eyes full of confusion scanned the surroundings. At this moment, he is Sun Wukong, but not Sun Wukong. To be precise, he is Sun Wukong from the GT world. Northern Kyo, and Northern Kyo, wait. Northern Kaiwang. Didn't he go to a dark world after being killed by the One-Star Dragon's negative energy bomb? Until it was suddenly enveloped by a white light, and it became what it is now. Hey! Wukong, you are really scary. You promised to practice, but you fell into a coma as soon as you started practicing. I thought you were dead. Seeing that his beloved disciple was fine, the king of the North Kai took out a piece of cloth from his waist to wipe it. Cold sweat on his face. They were all scared by Sun Wukong. Although to him, the difference between his disciple's death and his life is nothing more than an extra halo above his head, but living is good after all. Lord Kyo? And my body, has it recovered? GT Sun Wukong looked around with a blank expression. The next second, countless memories emerged in his mind, and he felt a splitting headache. His expression changed drastically, and he broke into a cold sweat from the pain. After calming down for a while, Sun Wukong's face was blank and his eyes were blurred, and he understood what was going on. He read the memory of Sun Wukong in this world and understood what was going on. He traveled through time and came to the world 14 years ago. This is the world 2 years after defeating Majin Bu. Wukong, are you okay? When the king of the North Realm saw this, he felt a little worried. I'm fine, Lord Kyo. Sun Wukong stood up, rubbed his aching forehead, and digested the incomplete memories in his mind. I hope you're okay. You scared me so much just now. I thought you were dead. Just stop practicing today and have a good rest. Your condition is not suitable for continuing to practice. The king of the North Realm gave Sun Wukong serious instructions. He didn't know that the Sun Wukong in front of him was no longer the Sun Wukong he knew well. Yes. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement without any hesitation. Such smooth persuasion made the king of the Northern Realm stunned for a moment. He felt that Sun Wukong was a little different today. Normally, no matter how he persuaded him, Sun Wukong would just continue to exercise, and no one's persuasion would be of any use. But today, Sun Wukong was so obedient to the advice, which made the king of the North Kaijua feel a little abnormal. But he didn't think much about it, maybe because this near-death experience taught him a lesson and helped Sun Wukong wake up. Soon, 10 minutes passed. Sun Wukong also accepted the fact that he traveled back in time 14 years ago. Although I don't know why I suddenly went back to 14 years ago, now that I have this opportunity, I will never make the same mistake again. Sun Wukong secretly made up his mind. His world. The tragedy must be prevented at all costs. Even if the Super One-Star Dragon appears again, he will use his own power to defeat the opponent. But what Sun Wukong didn't know was that the world he was reborn in was not the past of the original world. It's another time and space, a world completely different from the GT world. Even if the evil dragon does appear, it will be nothing in this world. Withdrawing his mind, Sun Wukong walked slowly towards an open space. With a thought, the power in the body slowly exploded. A steady stream of golden aura spurted out of the body like a torrent. Crack! With a burst of golden lightning, Sun Wukong completed his transformation in a single thought, transforming from his normal state into the first-level Super Saiyan full power state. Immediately afterwards, the huge S cells in the body were stimulated to sublimate again, and their form ushered in sublimation again. From the first level of Super Saiyan at full power to the peak of Super Saiyan level 2 and finally to the peak of Super Saiyan level 3. Because he has mastered transformation to the extreme, even if he directly transforms into the third level of Super Saiyan, he will not lose much energy. However, due to the missing tail, the third level Super Saiyan transformation form cannot be maintained for a long time, and energy will continue to flow away. Is this the only strength I have now? Feeling the boundless energy in his body, Sun Wukong frowned and muttered to himself. To be honest, his current strength is a bit too weak. This level of combat effectiveness, compared to his previous strength, is not even 1/10 of what it was under normal circumstances. The strange behavior of Sun Wukong was noticed by the king of the North Realm. For some reason, he always felt that Sun Wukong had become a little strange since he woke up from a coma. I said, "Wukong, why do you look so worried?" The king of the North Realm couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked. Hearing this, Sun Wukong recovered his thoughts, turned to face the Northern Kai Wang, with a smile on his face, and asked, "That's it, Lord Kaiu, I have thought of a good way to break through. If it can succeed, I may be able to make a breakthrough. I have surpassed the limit of the third level of Super Saiyan." Chapter 2. Hearing this, the king of the North Realm became interested and wondered whether Sun Wukong might have found some inspiration for a breakthrough because of his sudden coma just now. "Then tell me what method you use. Maybe I can help," the king of the North asked. "Kaiu-sama, I have found some clues about the energy leakage problem of the third level of Super Saiyan. Perhaps it is because I am not complete enough that the third level of Super Saiyan cannot be perfected from beginning to end." Sun Wukong expressed what he was thinking in one go. The king of the North Realm was confused when he heard this, and asked in confusion, "Not complete enough? Wukong, what is missing in you now?" Sun Wukong didn't say much, just glanced at the position of his buttocks behind him. Tail. At this time, the king of the North Realm also understood what the missing part Sun Wukong was referring to. The tail was once the thing that showed the true power of the Saiyan clan. "That's right, my tail was pulled out by the God of Heaven with special means. It has not grown back yet. If the tail can grow back, I have a hunch that I can go one step further." Sun Wukong fully understands the importance of the tail to him. Since mastering the Super Saiyan transformation, he has considered the tail to be a superfluous part, even having a side effect in battle. After years of using force to suppress the position of the tail, years of suppression and the accumulation of time, the position of the tail has long been filled with flesh and blood, and it is not easy to grow it out. It was only after the old Kaishin pulled out his tail that he realized how important the tail was to the science. After listening to Sun Wukong's explanation, the Northern Kai Wang nodded in agreement after being silent for a moment. There has been a saying among your Scion clan that whenever the full moon night comes, it is when you Scions show your true power. Listening to your explanation just now, maybe the tail has always been indispensable to you Scions. It's just that after so many years, your tail hasn't grown. I'm afraid it won't grow again in the future. Let me think of a way to grow your tail. There should be some people in the universe who have this ability. If he could help Sun Wukong reach a higher level, the King of the North would not refuse. Moreover, Sun Wukong is his disciple, so the stronger he is, the better. As long as he is strong enough, he will be more confident when bragging in front of other realm kings. Kaio-sama, you don't need to worry about this matter. You just need to borrow the Dragon Ball. Sun Wukong focused on the Dragon Ball. Dragon Balls? You don't need Dragon Balls for such a trivial matter, right? The King of the Northern Realm was stunned and asked with some confusion. It's just a trivial matter like growing a tail. He only needs to make a few moves and there are a lot of capable people at his disposal. Some people must have mastered special abilities to make Sun Wukong's tail grow back. If I just grew a tail, of course I wouldn't use the Dragon Balls, but after so many years, it's time to resurrect you, Kaio-sama, right? I implicated you because of Shalo's incident. Now that I think about it, I feel a little ashamed. Sun Wukong looked at the King of the North with a ring on his head and said with some embarrassment. At that time, there was really no place to go, so we had to bring Sel, who had self-destructed, to Northern Kai Wang. Now the Northern Kai King is still a dead man. If something unexpected happens in the future and a few self-destruction guys come over and blow up the Northern Kai King to death, then he is really dead. Wukong, you... After hearing Sun Wukong's words, the King of the North Realm was actually a little touched in his heart. After so many years, he thought Sun Wukong had long since forgotten about his death. Unexpectedly, this beloved disciple was still thinking of him. Fortunately, he can't read minds. If he could, he would definitely curse Sun Wukong when he heard what he was thinking. Then, Kaio-sama, I will go back to Earth first. Without further ado, after waving goodbye to North Kaio, Sun Wukong locked his perception on Bulma's energy on Earth, teleported and left North Kaio. Earth. Since Majin Buu was eliminated 2 years ago, the Earth has now ushered in a very pleasant and peaceful time. Satan became the savior of the Earth on the surface, the memory of mankind was also erased because of Shenron, and Fat Buu also integrated into the peaceful life of the people on Earth. The other partners also returned to their own lives. Clint struggled to make a living and became a traffic policeman to maintain law and order in the western capital. Tianjin Fan and Dumpling founded a martial arts hall, became a generation master, and began to teach martial arts to ordinary people. Sun Wufan devoted his energy to his studies and met Bai Dili. The relationship between them has become increasingly close, and the two people, who are in the period of passionate love, have also begun to discuss the time of marriage. Because of world peace, Sun Wuhan gave up training again, and his skills continued to decline. He continued to decline, and he gradually became Nobi Fan. Piccolo, on the other hand, has lived in the Celestial Temple all year round and has not given up on training himself. Although he has clearly recognized the gap between himself and the Scions, he will not let go of chasing his own limits. As for Vegeta, since Sun Wukong defeated Majin Buu 2 years ago, he has admitted that Sun Wukong is powerful, but this does not mean that he will always be willing to be the second child for 10,000 years. As a proud Scion prince, he will cherish every minute and every second now, devote himself to training, and strive to catch up with Sun Wukong as soon as possible, and then surpass him. In a luxurious manner more than 10 kilometers away from the capsule company. This is Bulma's private domain and his exclusive vacation area. She spends her leisure time in this private manner every day. Vegeta's gravity training room was also arranged in this manner, and Vegeta is now training himself in the gravity training room. As for Bulma, she was lying on the sun lounger at the moment, holding a blue drink in her hand and relaxing her body. At this time, whoosh! A burst of sound broke through the air. Sun Wukong teleported and appeared in front of Bulma. Hey! Bulma! Sun Wukong took the initiative to greet him. Sun Jun. Bulma was surprised by the sudden appearance of Sun Wukong in front of her. She knew that Sun Wukong would usually not take the initiative to come to her. If he took the initiative to come to her like this, he usually had something to do or just needed his help. Speaking of which, we haven't seen each other for a while. Mr. Sun. Why did you suddenly think of coming to see me this time? Bulma stood up from the sun lounger, took off the sunglasses in front of her eyes, and asked doubtfully. I'm here to borrow the Dragon Ball radar. I have some things that I need the help of Shenlong. Sun Wukong didn't hesitate and went straight to the topic. Chapter 3. I see, you want to use the Dragon Ball radar to find the Dragon Ball. No need to go to such trouble. To be honest, I already collected the Dragon Balls a few days ago. Bulma said with a smile on her face, saying that he had collected all the Dragon Balls long ago. Hearing what Bulma said, Sun Wukong stared. Unexpectedly, Bulma had already collected the Dragon Balls. He finally understood why an evil dragon was born in the Dragon Ball more than 10 years later. Bulma gathered the Dragon Balls together every now and then to make wishes. The negative energy inside could not be digested, and it would be strange if the existence of evil dragons did not breed. It can be said that Bulma has an unshirkable responsibility for the birth of the evil dragon. But these are all things for later. After all, in this world, the evil dragon has not yet been born. Then I'm sorry to trouble you, Bulma. I have some things that I need the help of Shenlong, which will take up 2 wishes. Sun Wukong requested politely. After all, it was Bulma who had collected all the Dragon Balls, and he took up 2 wishes as soon as he came. Bulma was overjoyed to hear Sun Wukong requesting her so politely. She always felt that Sun Wukong was very different today. The tone of his usual speech is dull, not as polite as today. It's okay. Now the Dragon Ball can grant 3 wishes. I only need 1. Wait a moment. I'm going to get the Dragon Ball. After saying that, Bulma turned and left. In Vegeta's gravity training room. In the gravity training room at this moment, dazzling red light shrouded all directions, and the number on the display screen on the central console reached the terrifying 1,500 guaranis. This means that in this gravity training room, the gravity environment has reached 1,500 times that on the Earth. Under the terrifying gravity, Vegeta's agility was not affected at all, and he could move back and forth freely in this 1,500 times gravity environment. It can be seen from this that he has long been accustomed to the 1,500 times gravity environment, and his physical body has been trained to an extremely powerful level. The 1,500 times gravity environment no longer has much effect on me in my normal state. It's time to try a higher gravity. Vegeta paused and shifted his gaze to the gravity control table. He was just about to further improve the gravity environment when Sun Wukong's chi emerged from his perception, causing the movements in his hands to stop. Kakarot is so angry, why is he here? Sun Wukong's sudden arrival made Vegeta confused. Since the end of Majin Buu's battle 2 years ago, they haven't seen each other for a long time, and each other is carrying out their own training. Now Sun Wukong's sudden arrival has made Vegeta interested. Arriving at the central control device, Vegeta pressed the gravity shutdown device. As the gravity device was turned off, the pressure on his body disappeared, and Vegeta felt relaxed all over. Vegeta opened the door to the gravity training room and walked out. After watching Bulma leave, Sun Wukong quietly waited for Bulma's arrival. After this wish is over, unless there are special circumstances, try not to use the Dragon Balls again. The evil dragon, after all, was born because of us. Sun Wukong thought secretly in his heart, and couldn't help but recall the appearance and power of the Super One-Star Dragon. Even the 4th level of Super Saiyan was lost. And even he lost his life because of it. Of course, if he could be given a little more time to completely master the 4th level of Super Saiyan and face Super One-Star Dragon, he didn't think he would lose. These are the last weak emotions. The original Sun Wukong is dead. Now, he has been reborn 14 years ago, and he is bound to change that tragic ending. When Sun Wukong was in a state of mind, his aura sensed that Vegeta's aura was approaching. Sun Wukong followed the direction of the breath and turned around subconsciously, only to see Vegeta arriving 10 meters away from him at some point. Vegeta. Seeing his friend and old enemy, Sun Wukong smiled on his face. In that battle, Vegeta stood with him until the last moment. Speaking of which, I regret it. After I merged with Vegeta to become Gogeta, I shouldn't have played with the One-Star Dragon and just killed him. We meet again, Kakarot. Vegeta was still so cold. His eyes looked up and down at Sun Wukong, and his keen insight immediately allowed him to discover the difference between Sun Wukong. Both the dimensions of the muscles and the ease of the breath have been greatly improved, which invisibly brings about an unfathomable feeling. It seems that you are quite diligent in training, Kakarot. Vegeta said expressionlessly, thinking. But it became more solemn. According to this rate of progress, he must increase the intensity of training if he wants to catch up with Sun Wukong. At least, he must go one step further and master the 3rd level of Super Saiyan transformation. He has been stuck at the 2nd level of Super Saiyan for many years. You're not bad either, Vegeta. It seems that your training is much harder than mine. Sun Wukong was also looking at Vegeta. If he guessed correctly, Vegeta has already vaguely touched the threshold of the 3rd level of Super Saiyan, but for some unknown reason, he has not been able to break through. Although he has mastered the 3rd level of Super Saiyan for a long time, this does not mean that he can tell Vegeta the transformation method of the 3rd level of Super Saiyan. They are friends and enemies. Telling Vegeta the training method of the 3rd level of Super Saiyan is undoubtedly humiliating Vegeta. Humph! Vegeta snorted coldly and met Sun Wukong's eyes. Not to be outdone, Sun Wukong looked at him, and his aura was released invisibly. Vegeta took the initiative to release his breath pressure and attack Sun Wukong, but Sun Wukong easily resolved it. The auras of the two collided, creating a tit-for-tat atmosphere, which seemed to be on the verge of breaking out. Sun Jun, Vegeta, what are you two doing? At this time Bulma came over with 7 Dragon Balls. Seeing the tit-for-tat atmosphere between the two, Bulma couldn't help but feel scared. If these two people fought here, not to mention that her manor would be in danger, the entire western capital would probably be turned into smoke. Seeing Bulma's arrival, Sun Wukong and Vegeta tacitly took back their auras. Vegeta's attention fell on the Dragon Balls. He understood Sun Wukong's purpose, Dragon Ball. But Vegeta didn't care too much. He was obsessed with pursuing powerful power and was not interested in Shenron's wish-making ability. But he was a little curious as to why Sun Wukong suddenly came to use the Dragon Balls. Seeing that the aura of the two people was withdrawn, Bulma placed the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground and performed the dragon summoning ceremony. As the mantra was chanted, the 7 Dragon Balls resonated at the same time, and the invisible mysterious power spread. Chapter 4. The sky within 100 miles was shrouded in darkness, and the next second, a bright golden beam of light burst out from the 7 Dragon Balls and shot straight into the sky. The light gathered into the body of the divine dragon and was displayed in front of everyone. The dragon's power was released invisibly, making the surrounding atmosphere extremely heavy. Those who have collected all 7 Dragon Balls, tell them your wishes. No matter what your wishes are, this dragon can fulfill 3 of them. The Shenlong who just appeared on the stage spoke his classic lines with full force. The moment Shenron appeared, the excitement of North Kaiwang who was far away in the underworld of North Kaiwang was hard to calm down. After waiting for so many years, I finally waited for this moment. At this moment, Sun Wukong looked at the dragon flying in the sky and fell into deep thought. In his world, the appearance of evil dragons was caused by their greed and unscrupulous use of dragon balls. After making this wish, I will not use the dragon balls again unless absolutely necessary. Shenren, my first wish is to resurrect the king of the north, Babolus and Gulegli. Looking at the Shenlong in the sky, Sun Wukong said his first wish. Is this your first wish? I understand. Shenlong's eyes were filled with awe, an invisible power was released. The mysterious power spread rapidly under Shenlong's thoughts, from this side of the world, to the underworld, and then to the North Kaiwang planet. At this moment, the rings above the heads of the northern Kaio, Gulegli and Barbarous disappeared at the same time. They also returned from the state of death to the state of life. Finally! I've finally waited for this day. A smile of relief appeared on the North Kaio King's face. For so many years, he has been ridiculed by his colleagues because of his identity as a dead man. This will never happen again in the future. Ever since he was killed by Cellule that Sun Wukong brought last time, with the halo above his head, he has become a joke among many realm kings, and he often hears those old guys making fun of his own death. After his resurrection this time, he no longer has to be teased by other realm kings. In fact, as the king of the realm, if he wants to be resurrected, he only needs to contact the great elders of Namek and use their dragon balls to make a wish for resurrection. But it is precisely because he is the king of the realm that it is inconvenient for him to do so due to his face. As for the northern Kai King's pet, Barbarous and Gulegli didn't care too much about resurrection. After all, as the Kaio's pet, the difference between dead and alive is nothing more than the presence or absence of a halo above his head. Sun Wukong sighed. Your first wish has been fulfilled, please tell me your second wish. Shenlong's deep voice sounded, and the invisible power of the dragon radiated deep in everyone's heart. Shenlong, my second wish is to let my tail grow back. Sun Wukong said. As soon as these words came out, they immediately caught Vegeta's attention. How could Kakarot suddenly wish for tails to come back? Vegeta glanced at Sun Wukong with suspicious eyes. At the beginning, the tail was indeed a powerful weapon used by the Scions to enhance their strength. After all, the power that can be increased by transforming into a giant ape can reach 10 times or even more. But since mastering the Super Saiyan transformation, the giant ape transformation has become less important, and can even act as a drag in the battle. He also gave up his tail. Now that so many years have passed, the position of his tail has long been filled with flesh and blood and will never grow back. This wish is too simple. Shenlong made an okay gesture with his claws, and the scarlet light bloomed again in his eyes. With the release of his wish power, Sun Wukong clearly felt that the restriction set by the gods on the position of his tail was broken, and a brown-black tail broke through the waistband of his trousers, swaying mischievously. My tail is back. Sun Wukong glanced at the tail behind him with a smile on his face. When the tail came back, he clearly felt that the energy in his body had been improved, and the missing part in his body was filled. At this time, he was considered complete. Although the tail can increase combat effectiveness, this improvement is not obvious, and the tail's usefulness is not just to increase strength. Sun Wukong thought, and his tail was pulled around his waist. Your second wish has been fulfilled. Please tell me your third wish. Shenlong couldn't wait to clock out. Since Sun Jun, your wish has come true, then it's up to me. Bulma raised her head and looked at Shenlong, and said, Shenlong, my wish is. Bulma, give me this third wish. Vegeta suddenly interrupted Bulma's wish. Beaten. Bulma turned around and looked at Vegeta in confusion. What wish did he want to fulfill? Give me this wish. Vegeta said firmly. It's obviously the Dragon Balls I collected. Sun Jun used 2. Vegeta, you also want one, forget it, I'll give it to you. Bulma pouted, looking very unhappy. although it was very unpleasant, who called Vegeta his husband. She missed it this time. When the Dragon Balls are released from petrification next year, she will make a wish as soon as she collects them all. Seeing that Bulma gave up her third wish to him, Vegeta was not angry. Vegeta, with his arms crossed, looked up at Shenron with cold eyes and said, "My wish is the same as Kakarote's, to let my tail grow. Is this the third wish? I understand." After confirming the third wish, Shenron immediately fulfilled Vegeta's wish. Vegeta only felt an itch coming from where his tail once was, and soon a brown-black tail broke through the waistband of his pants and rushed out. "Your 3 wishes have been fulfilled. Goodbye." Shenlong didn't want to stay any longer and ran away quickly. The dragon's huge body disappeared without a trace, and 7 Dragon Balls rose into the sky and were scattered all over the earth. The darkness that swallowed the sky also dissipated. When Shenron left, a smile appeared on Vegeta's face, and his eyes shifted to Son Goku. "I finally understand why you made a wish to the dragon to grow your tail, Kakarote. When my tail grew, my strength increased significantly. It's not that easy to completely surpass me, Kakarote." Vegeta's proud eyes at this moment seemed to be saying to Sun Wukong, "Your little tricks can't fool me. I had no intention of hiding it from you, Vegeta. It's just that you are wrong in one thing. The function of the tail is not only to increase strength." Sun Wukong showed a smile on his face, and after leaving a mysterious word, he placed his right hand on his forehead like a sword finger, and said, "Goodbye, Vegeta." Bulma. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Wukong used teleportation again and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 5. Really, it's like this every time. Looking at the place where Sun Wukong disappeared, Bulma complained with great dissatisfaction. After all, she had collected all the Dragon Balls. She didn't even say a word about her last wish, and she didn't even hear a word of thanks from Sun Wukong. But she was used to it. As a friend she had known since childhood, Bulma knew Sun Wukong better than anyone else. After stretching, Bulma turned around and walked towards the rest area of her manor. Vegeta, on the other hand, stayed where he was, with Son Goku's last words before leaving echoing in his mind. The role of the tail is not only to increase strength, but also have other functions. Vegeta murmured to himself, constantly trying to figure out the true meaning of his words. He always felt that Sun Wukong seemed to be hinting at something. But soon, Vegeta cleared all doubts from his mind. He wanted to see how much his strength would improve after his tail grew back. Under Vegeta's deliberate guidance, the majestic Super Saiyan energy pool in his body was stimulated and exploded. The golden aura erupts endlessly like erupting magma. The S cells were activated, and Vegeta's black hair was rendered golden. In just an instant, Vegeta completed the process of transforming from normal to the second level of Super Saiyan. The enhanced strength in normal state will be amplified to the extreme after becoming a Super Saiyan. After stabilizing the second level of Super Saiyan transformation, Vegeta clearly felt that his strength had improved a lot. The bottleneck that he had vaguely noticed when practicing before became very obvious now. Hey! This feeling! Vegeta's heart suddenly tightened, and an unprecedented feeling surged into his heart. Is this a sign of breakthrough? On the North Kaio planet. Through teleportation, Sun Wukong returns to northern Kaiwang. Before the king of the North Realm came forward to ask, Sun Wukong straightforwardly explained his purpose. He asked the North Kaiwang to help him find a planet that was about to receive a full moon, or that was exactly at the time of the full moon. After listening to Sun Wukong's request, North Kaiwang immediately guessed Sun Wukong's intention. I finally understand that the reason why you let your tail grow is to transform into a giant ape. However, Goku, you are so strong now and have mastered the third level of Super Saiyan transformation. Is the giant ape transformation dispensable to you? From the perspective of the North Kaio King, it was a complete waste of time for Sun Wukong to go to all the trouble of growing his tail to transform into a giant ape. The Super Saiyan transformation is much more powerful than the giant ape transformation. You will know when the time comes, Lord Kaio. Sun Wukong did not explain this, but showed a meaningful smile on his face. Okay, let me look for it. There is a sparsely populated planet, and it is during the full moon. Seeing Sun Wukong's confident look, the King of the North didn't ask any more questions. Using the authority of the Kaio King, the two tentacles on the top of the North Kaio King's head continuously release their thoughts to cover the entire North Galaxy, and investigate these countless planets one by one. Time passed by minute, and before I knew it, 10 minutes had passed. At this time, the Northern Kaiwang was sweating profusely on his face due to his high mental tension. It was not easy to find a sparsely populated planet that was about to receive a full moon in the vast and boundless Northern Galaxy. It was a huge burden on his mental strength. If Sun Wukong were not his disciple, he would never do this. Sun Wukong on the side was not in a hurry and waited quietly. We found it. There are no humans living on this planet, only some animals. The full moon is coming soon. I will pass on the direction and coordinates of the planet to you, and you can rush there through teleportation. After the King of the Northern Realm finished speaking, he transmitted the coordinates and direction of the planet to Sun Wukong's mind through his thoughts. Thank you, Lord Kaio. Sun Wukong smiled lightly, and placed his right hand into a sword finger on his forehead. According to the coordinates of the planet provided by the North Kaiwang, Sun Wukong expanded his perception, and soon Sun Wukong locked the location of the planet. With a thought, Sun Wukong disappeared out of thin air and left the Northern Kaiwang. It is located on an insignificant asteroid in the Plan Galaxy in the Great Northern Galaxy. Sun Wukong arrives at the asteroid via teleportation. The environment of this planet is almost the same as that of the Earth. It is also a planet that can meet the needs of human life. It is currently in darkness. At this moment, everything is silent, and all life on this planet has fallen asleep. Sun Wukong stood on a deserted ground, with gusts of night wind blowing in his face, a chill sweeping through his body, and the moonlight shining invisibly adding to his a bit mysterious. The first time he resisted the planet, Sun Wukong enveloped the entire planet with his thoughts. It is true as the King of the North Kaito said, there are no humans living on this planet, there are just some beasts without much sense. And the aura that he had just acted as a medium was now at his feet, to be precise, under this land. Sun Wukong raised his head and looked at the silent night sky, where a new moon was hanging in the night sky. Is the full moon coming? Sun Wukong looked at the silent night sky. Under his gaze, the full moon was coming. As the Boolean waves released by the full moon were absorbed by Sun Wukong's eyes, Sun Wukong felt the blood in his body begin to boil, and his tail began to resonate because of the Boolean waves. Coming, this is how it feels. Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly, feeling the pleasure of the blood surging in his body, and he was extremely excited. The S cells in the body are stimulated by the Brut's light waves and become restless. The blood in the body boils and the temperature continues to rise, as hot as magma. Sun Wukong's body has undergone astonishing changes. The muscles all over his body are swelling, and his strong body has become more ferocious and terrifying. The Saiyan blood in his body is constantly stirring, as if it is about to burst his body. The process of transforming into a giant ape was extremely painful. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and persisted, enduring the pain of division and reorganization of every cell in his body. It was the same feeling when he was transforming into a giant ape. He had already experienced it once and was not worried. Is this what it feels like to transform into a giant ape? I didn't realize it because I was seriously injured at the time. I didn't expect that experiencing it again would be so painful. Come on. Transform into a giant ape, and then Super Saiyan level 4. Sun Wukong let out a deep roar, and the Saiyan blood in his body was completely activated. Boom! 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 Sun Wukong's heartbeat was extremely intense, as thrilling as thunder, and his body underwent terrifying changes, expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. A bloodthirsty, violent, and cruel will gradually takes over. Ouch! Sun Wukong let out a roar that was more wild than a wild beast. Chapter 6. This deafening wild roar spread across an increasingly wider area. As the scion blood in his body was activated, the last barrier protecting Sun Wukong's sanity seemed to be broken. The huge bloodthirsty and cruel will impacted Sun Wukong's last reason, as if to completely control Sun Wukong. This scene of Sun Wukong's transformation was seen by the Northern Kaiwang on the Northern Kaiwang planet, with a serious look on his face and a nervous look on his face. He knew that Sun Wukong was using a brand new method to sprint against the barrier blocking him. In this situation, even he, as the king of Kai, was helpless. In this situation, Sun Wukong can only survive by himself, no one can help him. Soon, Sun Wukong on the asteroid, stimulated by Boolean waves, had lost his human appearance and gradually transformed into the appearance of a giant ape. His body swelled to an extremely terrifying level, his clothes were torn, and thick black hair grew on the surface of his skin. The huge and wild body exuded a wild aura that could destroy everything, and the terrifying coercion it emanated invisibly caused ripples in the space. An extremely terrifying power erupted, and the ancient aura filled with boundless destructive power quickly swept across the world, causing the entire planet to fall into violent shaking. Ouch! The roar of the giant ape Sun Wukong resounded throughout the world, and his body continued to expand. 10 meters. 30 meters. 50 meters. 100 meters, still expanding. It wasn't until he finally reached a height of over 1,000 meters and turned into a super giant ape that soared into the sky that Sun Wukong's giant ape state completely stabilized. After completing the transformation of the giant ape, Sun Wukong's eyes were filled with violence and bloodlust. This situation is not good. Bang! 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 Countless deafening roars spread through the space. The giant ape Sun Wukong began to beat his chest repeatedly. The violent aura lingering around him continues to expand, and its terrifying power fluctuates. Every time he beats his chest, it will set off considerable space ripples. The wildness that destroys everything dominates. The giant ape Sun Wukong opens his bloody mouth, accumulating terrifying destructive energy in his mouth. The next second, a scorching energy beam burst out from the mouth of the giant ape Sun Wukong, bombarding the land. The terrifying energy tore the earth apart, distorted space, and burned everything. The entire asteroid was almost shattered by this terrifying blow, and the scalding flames burned the earth, covering an area as vast as 100 miles. This is not over yet. The giant ape Sun Wukong seems to have completely lost his mind and continues to release the wild power in his body. The destructive factor dominated his mind, allowing him to instinctively vent the power in his body, constantly beating everything he could see around him with his hands. Mountain peaks, the earth, everything that appears in sight will be completely destroyed by him. This scene made the Northern Kaiwang who was watching the situation on the Northern Kaiwang star tremble with fear. The destructive power of the giant ape Sun Wukong is terrifying. You can imagine how terrifying this scene would be if it happened on Earth. The entire Earth would be destroyed and no one could stop it. Just when the North Kai King was thinking about when the giant ape Sun Wukong would stop destroying, the giant ape Sun Wukong who was constantly venting his power on the asteroid suddenly stopped destroying. This scene shocked the North Kai King's body. Did Goku control the giant ape's body? The king of the North Kai concentrated his energy again and calmed down to watch. At this moment, on the asteroid, the giant ape Sun Wukong had stopped destroying. Most of the violent ape in his eyes had disappeared, and his human pupils could be vaguely seen. Although I have had an experience before, this giant ape state is really difficult to control and almost destroyed the planet. It is unimaginable that Sun Wukong in the giant ape state actually spoke human language. This is a sign of his complete control over the giant ape form. With the experience of his previous life, Sun Wukong quickly found a way to suppress the violent wildness in his body. He began to carefully feel the terrifying power in his body. It's unbelievable that my power has increased to this extent in the giant ape state. It's completely different from the tenfold increase that Vegeta once said. Just the ordinary giant ape state is comparable to my third level of Super Saiyan. This time entering the giant ape state, Sun Wukong gained more insights. When Baby, who had Vegeta's body taken away from him in his previous life, was forced to the point of desperation, he entered the giant ape state because he received the Boolean waves released by the earth. At that time, he was completely crazy and had no dominant consciousness. If his granddaughter Xiao Fang hadn't revived him with his call, he might have become a violent man for the rest of his life. The walking giant ape. Now that he is aware of the power of the giant ape form in a state of self-awareness, he also understands why he was able to crush Baby with the fourth level of Super Saiyan. Just the power of his ordinary giant ape form is comparable to his third level of Super Saiyan. Not to mention that there is also the form of the golden giant ape on top of this, through which the golden giant ape transforms into the fourth level of Super Saiyan. Hundreds of times, or even more, increase in strength. Only if Baby can beat him can he be considered a ghost. Now that the giant ape form has been completed, the next step is the golden giant ape. The expression of the giant ape Sun Wukong became solemn, and the memories in his mind surged and he fell into memories. Although he didn't know how he entered the golden giant ape state in the first place, one thing was certain, that the golden giant ape's transformation was inseparable from the Super Saiyan state. If you complete the Super Saiyan transformation in the ordinary giant ape state, you might be able to directly enter the golden giant ape state. After figuring all this out, the giant ape Sun Wukong quickly activated the power in his body. In one breath, the terrifying energy expanded rapidly, and the roaring breath turned into an unstoppable storm, reaching into the sky. The majestic black evil energy was rising steadily. After the aura reached its peak, Sun Wukong began to gather strength again and activate the Super Saiyan energy pool in his body. Drawn by his thoughts, the power of the giant ape Sun Wukong quickly gathered towards the center of his back. The huge S cells in the body were stimulated. And the golden aura spread from the inside out, gradually replacing the black evil aura around the great ape Sun Wukong. Along with the rhythm of S cells, the great ape Sun Wukong burst out with a roar that shook the world and made the gods cry. In an instant, the pressure that destroyed the world turned into a shock wave that overturned everything, impacting in all directions. This vast and boundless pressure is terrifying to the extreme. Even Majin Buu, who was enough to frighten the world at the beginning, is an insignificant ant under this ancient power. Chapter 7. The entire asteroid, under the impact of this force, had faint signs of collapse. With the activation of S cells in the body, the giant ape Sun Wukong was almost confused by the explosive expansion of power. The black evil aura around the giant ape Sun Wukong was completely replaced by the golden aura. His form changed, and his strength, speed, and physical characteristics were also changing at an extremely fast speed. The black hair transformed into gold, and the wild body that was already huge enough to cover the sky doubled again, from a 1,000-meter-tall giant ape to a 2,000-meter-tall golden giant ape. Golden giant ape, success. Successful. The golden giant ape Sun Wukong carefully felt the violent power flowing in his body. This feeling of explosive growth in strength was wonderful, making every cell in his body feel extremely comfortable. However, the golden giant ape Sun Wukong quickly stabilized his mind and prepared for the next round of breakthroughs. Next, it's the fourth level of Super Saiyan. The golden giant ape Sun Wukong clenched his fists, preparing for the next round of breakthrough. He has already had the experience of transforming from a golden giant ape to the 4th level of Super Saiyan. This final transformation is not difficult for Sun Wukong. Holding his breath and concentrating, the golden giant ape Sun Wukong releases all the energy in his body. The golden light around him turned from invisible to tangible, and turned into a hurricane to flow around the golden giant ape Sun Wukong. The powerful power of the golden giant ape is constantly being compressed, transforming towards a more advanced realm. Strength is compressed and bottlenecks are broken. Develop potential and sublimate combat power. Blue-white electric light exploded, lingering around the golden giant ape Sun Wukong. Ouch! A roar of anger from a giant ape from ancient times swept across the world. Unimaginable energy erupted like a furious wave, and its power reached the point of destroying the world. The golden aura that could destroy everything expanded to the limit, and the extremely dazzling golden light shot straight into the sky and spread into the universe. Not only that, this explosive growth even crossed the dimensional barrier and spread into a higher level dimensional world. If Sun Wukong had not intentionally restrained the explosion of power, the planet beneath his feet would have disintegrated long ago and turned into a meteorite floating in the universe. In these golden storms, the body of the golden giant ape Sun Wukong is constantly shrinking, and the scope of the surrounding energy storm is also getting smaller and smaller, shrinking rapidly, and finally being completely converged back into the body. At the same time, the appearance of the golden giant ape is also changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Unknowingly, 3 minutes passed. The vast energy impact generated by Sun Wukong's breakthrough has disappeared. The turbulent planet beneath our feet also ushered in a long-lost peace. Looking around, the figure of the golden giant ape has disappeared, leaving only the endless thick smoke. In the thick smoke, a tall and muscular figure appeared. When most of the smoke dissipated, a wild red-haired ape appeared. He has long black hair that reaches his waist, and is covered in fiery red fur. His pupils exude golden luster. And his strong muscles are covered with perfect arcs. His strong body exudes a permeable wildness. This is the 4th level of Super Saiyan that surpasses the 3rd level of Super Saiyan. Activating the blood power in his body, Sun Wukong once again mastered the 4th level of Super Saiyan transformation. Feeling the powerful power in his body that could destroy the galaxy with just a single move, Sun Wukong's mouth undulated slightly, revealing an evil smile. With the blessing of the Super 4 form, Sun Wukong's every move is full of explosive power. This is the true power of Science. Super Saiyan Level 4, I have completed it again. After stabilizing the transformation of Super Saiyan 4, Sun Wukong was very calm, restrained the breath in his body, and carefully felt the power of Super Saiyan 4. The blood in his body was boiling, and every cell in his body was continuously providing him with strength. The speed, strength, reflexes, and defense have been greatly improved, and the consumption has been greatly reduced. The 4th level of Super Saiyan is a truly all-powerful and perfect form. At this moment, Sun Wukong was itching and eager to fight. It would be great if he could find a strong opponent to fight. It's a pity that in this era, at the 4th level of Super Saiyan, he is already invincible, and it is not an exaggeration to call him the best in the universe. But Sun Wukong didn't know that although his 4th level Super Saiyan was powerful, it was still far from the number 1 position in the universe. This world is different from the world he once had. In front of those old monsters who have lived for who knows how many years, the 4th level Super Saiyan is just an ant. On Northern Kaiwang, North Kaiwang, who witnessed Sun Wukong's transformation with his own eyes, was shocked and stunned. This, what kind of transformation is this? The king of the North Kaito said slurringly and tremblingly. The transformation of the 4th level of Super Saiyan is too shocking. Both in appearance and strength, it is completely different from the previous Super Saiyan 1st level to Super Saiyan 3rd level. If the 3rd level Super Saiyan is a ruthless warrior, then the 4th level Super Saiyan is a great devil whose whole body is full of evil. Majin Bu, who once swept across the universe, is nothing more than an ant in front of Son Goku in his current Super 4 form. After a brief shock, the Northern Kai King came back to his senses and secretly rejoiced. Sun Wukong is his disciple, his proud disciple of the King of the North. Kaishan Realm. When Sun Wukong broke through the 4th level of Super Saiyan, the heaven-defying aura crossed dimensions and reached the Kaijin realm. The old Kaishan and the Gabit god felt Sun Wukong's explosive power at the same time, and looked surprised at the same time. Is this the aura of Sun Wukong? We haven't seen him for 2 years, and his power has actually increased to this level. The old Kaishan stroked his beard, and a trace of solemnity flashed in his deep eyes. As a Kaijin 15 generations ago, he has a profound vision and experience, and has seen many powerful people in the universe. But today, the aura burst out by Sun Wukong caused a slight change in his state of mind. Looking at this power in today's era, without the god of destruction, it would not be an exaggeration to call it the number 1 in the universe. Such a powerful energy, countless times more powerful than the original Majin Buu. Could it be said that Goku has made a new breakthrough? God Gabit was extremely shocked. He was very curious about what happened to Sun Wukong, or whether he had achieved another qualitative breakthrough. The god Jebit and the old Kaio god looked at each other, and the two reached a consensus. The old Kaio god took out the crystal ball from the air with a thought. As the old Kaishan chanted the spell, the crystal ball was activated, and Sun Wukong's situation at this time was displayed in real time by the crystal ball. Chapter 8. In the form of a strong and burly red-haired ape, every move carries terrifying energy. Even through the crystal ball, you can feel the powerful power emanating from the Super 4 Sun Wukong. What is this? Could it be that this is also a Super Saiyan? God Jebit stared at Son Goku in the 4th stage of Super Saiyan form in shock. This form is no longer human. At this time, Sun Wukong in the crystal ball seemed to notice his gaze, and raised his head to look at him intentionally or unintentionally. The two sides were just rivals in the eyes, which invisibly put huge pressure on God Jebit, making him feel the pressure and fear from the depths of his soul. This is indeed a Super Saiyan. I didn't expect him to reach this point. While the old Kaijin murmured to himself, a trace of meaningful solemnity appeared on his face and he thought to himself, the appearance of the Saiyans in the super ancient period, I didn't expect it to reappear in Sun Wukong's body today. As a Kaishan 15 generations ago, his vision is much broader than that of the current Kaishan. But when he saw Sun Wukong reaching such a state, he didn't know whether to be afraid or happy. Is it a good thing or a bad thing that the power from the super ancient appears in today's era? In a more advanced dimensional world, a majestic temple stands in the center of the dimension, and its scale is even larger than Kaijin realm. This is the world of destruction. Here live the supreme god of the current universe, the god of destruction, Beerus, and existences beyond the level of life, angels. Since the god of destruction Beerus entered his slumber, the angel Whis has become the current caretaker of the god of destruction realm. As angels, their lifespan is endless and they have experienced countless reincarnations. To them, time is nothing more than a number. Angel Whis, who had nothing to do, was currently eating dessert and using his scepter to observe what was happening in the universe to pass the boring time. Buzz buzz. Suddenly, the black magic ball on the top of the scepter in Weiss's hand received a message and flashed with green light. Hey! Weiss had a look of surprise on his face. Generally speaking, the signals that the scepter actively receives are major events happening in the universe. For example, a very powerful warrior was born in the lower world. Curious, Weiss opened the scepter to receive the message. The Super 4 Sun Wukong on the asteroid is projected on the black magic ball. He is the Saiyan who defeated Frisia. After confirming the identity of the red-haired monkey, Weiss had a look of surprise on his face. Unexpectedly, in just a few short years, the other party has grown to such an extent. This kind of power is one of the few in the entire universe. But soon, the surprise on Weiss's face was replaced by meaningful solemnity. "This world has been changed," Weiss said earnestly. "As an angel, his level of life has even transcended this world. Knowing the past, knowing the future, everything is possible. According to the original trajectory of this world, Son Goku will stay at the third level of Super Saiyan in the next few years and should not enter this form. It can even be said that this form should not exist in this world. However, now that Sun Wukong has become stronger, he has raised the average level of the universe to a higher level. In a way, this is a good thing." Have you reached this level of strength?" Weiss looked surprised. "I saw Sun Wukong in the projection looking at his current direction intentionally or unintentionally." This situation made Weiss glance at the location of the God of Destruction's chamber, intentionally or unintentionally. This era has changed. Perhaps after Lord Beerus, the God of Destruction, wakes up in the future, he will be able to meet someone who can make him have fun. Nether. On an asteroid. Super 4 Sun Wukong stood there, his sharp eyes scanning the endless darkness in the night sky. When he completed the fourth stage of Super Saiyan transformation, his life level was sublimated, and his strength, speed, perception, defense, and everything were improved. He was vaguely aware that a very special gaze was watching him somewhere. This feeling, is it from Kai-sama or old Kaishin-sama? No, it's not them. But if not them, who would it be? Super 4 Sun Wukong's mood became solemn at this moment. He always felt that the world he was reborn into was different from the world he once had. Not quite the same. Is it his imagination? Sun Wukong, who was full of thoughts, recovered his mind after thinking for a moment and put aside all the distracting thoughts in his mind. He took the initiative to cancel the fourth stage of Super Saiyan transformation. After completing the fourth level of Super Saiyan transformation, my strength has improved again. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, feeling the restless blood power in his body, and was very satisfied with this. Now every cell in his body seemed to be activated, full of powerful energy. It's just that the gap in combat power under normal conditions is almost doubled compared to before it became Super 4. His purpose had been achieved, and it was time for him to leave. Putting the sword-like fingers of his right hand on his forehead, his perception expanded rapidly, locking on the breath of the earth, and with a thought, returned to the earth. Earth. Baizai Mountain. At this time, Kikai had a lot of anger accumulated in her heart. Sun Wukong disappeared in the middle of his work. No need to think too much, he must have gone to practice with the King of the North again. The family's expenses are very high, and they can't even afford food if they don't work hard. Now Sun Wukong is absent from work from time to time, which makes Kikai even more angry. Brothers Sun Wuhan and Sun Wushan stood aside, looking at Kikai, who exuded a terrifying aura, and did not dare to interrupt. They gave up the idea of putting in a good word for Sun Wukong. In this case, they can only pray for Sun Wukong secretly in their hearts, hoping that their father can get through this difficulty this time. Just at this moment, Sun Wukong, who had just completed his breakthrough, returned to the earth through teleportation, and was right next to Kikai. "Kikai, I'm back." Sun Wukong greeted Kikai subconsciously, but when Kikai turned his head, Sun Wukong suddenly felt something bad, the hairs all over his body stood up, and cold sweat fell on his face involuntarily. "You still dare come back? Come!" Kikai shouted heavily every word. Hearing this, Sun Wukong swallowed his saliva subconsciously, feeling something bad. He just remembered that he in this world quietly left the earth and went to practice on the North Kaiwang planet. It's over, looking at this posture. I'm afraid I can't hide. Kikai, listen to me, actually I can explain. Sun Wukong originally wanted to defend himself, but the light flashing in Kikai's eyes immediately made him shut up. At this time, the explanation is a cover-up. Chapter 9. After 5 minutes of reprimanding, and Sun Wukong's good attitude in admitting his mistakes, Kikai's anger dissipated, allowing Sun Wukong to immediately complete the work that was not completed today. Sun Wukong did not dare to refute and followed Kikai's instructions. If I say no at this time, I won't even think about eating tonight. Soon, Sun Wukong put on his work clothes, drove the tiller, and completed today's work. But the speed of this cultivator is really too slow. It would be better if it could be faster. As his mind wandered, Sun Wukong's eyes shifted to Sun Wuhan, who was watching not far away. He thought of a faster way to plow the land. Stopping the plowing machine, Sun Wukong jumped up and accurately jumped in front of Sun Wuhan. Dad! Sun Wuhan blinked in confusion, feeling extremely confused. I thought of a good way to farm the land, but I need your help, Gohan. Sun Wukong said. Hearing this, Sun Wuhan was confused for a moment, but this was Sun Wukong's request, and he would naturally not refuse. Okay, Dad. Sun Wuhan agreed subconsciously. Hearing this, Sun Wuhan showed a smile on his face. Soon, the father and son came to an open area. The ground beneath our feet, everywhere we look, is land that needs to be developed. Driving the cultivator, I don't know how long it will take to complete the development, but if it is developed with force, it will only take a few minutes. Dad, are you sure you want to plow the land in this way? Sun Wufan twitched the corner of his mouth and asked worriedly. Although this method is feasible, the control of power must be meticulous, no more, no less. Not to mention powerful warriors like them. If you are not careful, the entire mountain will be blown to pieces by this force. But this is the fastest and most effective way, isn't it? By the way, let me feel your power again, Gohan. Sun Wukong put on a fighting posture, which made Sun Wukong feel very distressed. Since defeating Majin Buu 2 years ago, he has never practiced again and devoted all his energy to his academic research. The strength of the body continues to decline, and it is much weaker than it was 2 years ago. Okay. After a brief hesitation, Sun Wuhan made a decision. He hadn't fought in a long time, so this time he thought it was a test of his current limits. Sun Wuhan tried his best to raise his breath, and the energy in his body spurted out like a torrent. The powerful aura made most of Baizai Mountain tremble. The white aura emerging from Sun Wuhan's body continued to sublimate, and blue-white lightning exploded all over him. His form also sublimated from a normal state to a mysterious state. Although it is in a mysterious state, its strength is greatly weakened compared to when it was fighting Big Buu 2 years ago. Due to long-term neglect of exercise, Sun Wuhan's body can no longer withstand 100% of the power of the mysterious state. Although he can transform now, it is good to be able to exert half of his strength. I'm coming, Dad. Putting on a fighting stance, Sun Wuhan reminded him with a flash of light in his eyes. Come on, Gohan. Sun Wukong smiled calmly and planned to fight as normal. This scene was seen by Sun Wuhan, and he did not dare to be careless even if Sun Wukong had not transformed. Take the move. Dad, shouted angrily, and Sun Wuhan took the initiative to attack. In the mysterious state. With full firepower, Sun Wuhan rushed in front of Sun Wukong like lightning, and struck with all his strength. This powerful blow was easily blocked by Sun Wukong's right hand. The invisibly used skill changed the direction of Sun Wukong's power and spread it in all directions. Bang! 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 Several consecutive explosions sounded. Centered on Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan, the surrounding land within tens of meters is affected by the power and has the effect of being developed. One blow failed, and Sun Wuhan launched more than 10 powerful blows to Sun Wukong. The seemingly powerful moves were full of flaws in Sun Wukong's eyes. With his mature combat experience, all of Sun Wuhan's tricks were resolved. Seizing the flaw in Sun Wuhan's attack, Sun Wukong kicked him out. Boom! With a muffled sound, Sun Wuhan, who had been hit hard, quickly retreated, covering his injured abdomen, holding back the pain and straightening his back. Your reflexes have dropped a lot, Gohan. Even if the world is peaceful now, you can't neglect training. Once a crisis comes, if you regret not practicing, everything will be over. Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wuhan and gave serious instructions. In his heart, it's very complicated now. To be honest, Sun Gohan is the one who has the most hope of surpassing him among all the scions. In his previous life, if Sun Wuhan had not given up training and could have helped him in the decisive battle with the evil dragon, perhaps the final outcome would not have been like that. Now that he was reborn, he didn't want Sun Wuhan to go back to his old ways and waste his potential and talent. Hearing this, Sun Wuhan fell silent and his expression became slightly serious. To be honest, he also wants to become stronger, and he also wants to become a warrior better than his father, but now, he is still studying in college and does not have much time to devote to training. Noticing the change in Sun Wuhan's mood, Sun Wukong said again, "You don't have to pay too much attention to what I just said, Gohan. I will not interfere with what your future will become." Sun Wukong once again assumed a fighting stance and signaled Sun Wuhan to attack. At this moment, Sun Wuhan gradually clenched his fists and his eyes became firmer. "I have my own future. Although I don't know if I can become the warrior you expect, Dad, I will try my best to do everything well. Whether it's the scholar my mother wants me to be, or the warrior you want me to be, my father, I will do my best." Sun Wuhan was determined to do both things well. Although this will not happen overnight, in the future, he will prove it with his actual actions. Not only will he become an excellent scholar, but he will also become the reliable warrior in his father's heart. Your promise is enough. Continue to attack, today's work is not finished yet. After getting the answer that he was satisfied with, Sun Wukong didn't say much. The next second, Sun Wuhan's expression suddenly became ferocious. A hysterical roar came from Sun Wuhan's mouth. With this roar, the power of the mysterious state increased again. Sun Wuhan concentrated energy with one hand and threw a compressed air bomb to attack Sun Wukong. Seeing this, Sun Wukong quickly gathered an energy ball to respond. Boom! The energy of the two collided, causing several ripples in the space. The light produced during the explosion bloomed and spread rapidly. Chapter 10. The energy exploded, thick smoke was everywhere, and rocks were flying. Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan attacked at the same time. Their strong momentum dispersed the smoke, and the father and son began to fight again. Boom, 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 the roar of the explosion lingered in the space. Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan fought together again, each other's strength pressed towards each other, fists and flesh collided, and countless deafening roars were heard. Sun Wukong, who has experienced hundreds of battles, has reached the pinnacle of his current state in terms of combat skills and experience. With the fusion of the memory of the previous life and the memory of reality, his combat skills and experience have reached a higher level. He has developed the Kamizen Ryu fighting method that is both offensive and defensive to the extreme. When attacking, he is fierce, and when defending, he is watertight. The two complement each other and are seamless. All of Sun Wuhan's attacks were easily defended by Sun Wukong, and his mysterious power increased steadily during the battle. As the battle continued, the blood in Sun Wuhan's body began to agitate, and the more he fought, the braver he became. Even if he neglected to exercise, his fighting skills and memories had already been engraved into his body's instincts. As the battle continued, the most primitive fighting instincts in Sun Wuhan's body were gradually awakened. His speed, strength, and reflexes are all improving, and his offensive tactics are constantly changing. As the fighting instinct was awakened, Sun Wuhan's counterattack began. His attacks have no rules and follow his own body instincts. Every time he strikes, he goes straight to Monkey King's weak points. His attacks are fierce and sharp. Facing Sun Wukong in this state, Sun Wukong in his normal state was suppressed for a moment. Sure enough, with Gohan's talent, all he needs to do is stimulate his desire to fight, and his power will recover at an extremely fast speed. While Sun Wukong thought secretly in his heart, he also began to gradually exert his strength. His fighting spirit was also aroused by Sun Wukong. Offense and defense switch, and the counterattack begins. Drink! Sun Wukong shouted loudly, and the electric light exploded around him, and white breath spurted out. Under normal conditions, the fire power is fully activated, and 100% of the power explodes. Instinctively sensing the crisis, Sun Wukong subconsciously crossed his arms in defense. Boom, boom, boom. The dull roar of the third company spread. 3 huge fist marks appeared on Sun Wukong's arms, an unstoppable force swept through his body. When Sun Wukong came to his senses, he had been knocked into the air 100 meters high. What a heavy fist! This is the power Dad had before he became a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong was solemn and horrified. In just 2 years, his father's strength has actually improved to this point. After the old Kaishin developed his potential, he was confident in his mysterious state that he could beat Son Goku in his 3rd level Super Saiyan state. But now, the situation has completely changed. Sun Wukong doesn't even need to become a Super Saiyan. He can only be suppressed by the power of normalcy. Whoosh! A burst of sound broke through the air. While Sun Wukong was distracted, Sun Wukong instantly moved in front of Sun Wukong. This scene made Sun Wukong feel bad. It's a taboo to be distracted during battle, Gohan. The corners of Sun Wukong's mouth rose slightly, and in the next second, he charged up a heavy punch and attacked Sun Wukong's face. Oops! Sensing the oncoming storm, Sun Wukong's expression changed drastically. At the critical moment, Sun Wukong withdrew his strength in time and withdrew his fist. Sun Wukong, who came back to his senses, was already breaking out in a cold sweat. If the blow just now had hit, he might lose consciousness in an instant and pass out. That's it, Gohan. Let's continue our fight after you become stronger next time. When the point was made, Sun Wukong took back his momentum. At this moment, Sun Wukong saw this, took a deep breath, calmed his restless heart, and nodded with firm eyes. This battle between father and son has temporarily come to an end. Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong landed on the ground at the same time. Sun Wukong glanced in all directions. Wherever he looked, there was smoke. This scene made Sun Wukong sweat on his forehead and the corners of his mouth kept twitching. Using fighting to develop land is indeed very efficient, but whether Kikai buys it is another matter. At the same time, Western Capital. In Vegeta's gravity training room. At this time, the gravity training room was filled with scarlet light, and the gravity had reached a terrifying 3,000 guaranis. This represents 3,000 times the gravity of the Earth, which is already the ultimate gravity of the current gravity training room. At this moment, Vegeta maintains the ultimate state of the 2nd level of Super Saiyan, standing in the center of the gravity training room. Since after his tail was pulled out, he felt that the gate in his body had been opened, and the bottleneck that had troubled him for a long time showed signs of loosening. With the help of the extreme gravity pressure in the gravity training room, he can develop his body's potential and help him break his limits. The feeling of Saiyan blood and energy in his body is getting stronger and stronger. This feeling had never happened before, and it also made Vegeta know that the time was ripe. Vegeta roared loudly and began to release the powerful energy in his body without any scruples. Under his intentional drive, the Saiyan energy pool in his body was activated, and the huge S cells in his body circulated in his body like a swimming dragon. All the energy converged towards the center of his back. With these roars, Vegeta's momentum became more and more terrifying, and his form also changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The golden energy beam broke through the constraints of the gravity training room and shot straight into the sky. The entire western capital and even the entire earth were stirred by this terrifying power. This sudden huge earthquake frightened Bulma and Trunks in the manner, and they hurriedly walked out of the house. The mother and son noticed the huge energy beam rising into the sky at the same time. This huge energy beam lasted for 10 seconds before dissipating. As the energy beam dispersed, the turmoil disappeared and everything returned to calm. On top of the wreckage of the gravity training room, Vegeta achieved his wish and broke through his own boundaries and entered a higher realm. Her long blonde hair reached her waist, her eyebrows disappeared, her brow bones were pulled down, and her whole body was entangled with multiple blue-white arcs. She just stood there, exuding pressure invisibly, like a calm and powerful lion. Vegeta. Bulma noticed the drastic change in Vegeta's appearance, her mouth widened, and a look of surprise flashed through her colored eyes. At this time, Vegeta, who was in a good mood, looked back and smiled. This confident and handsome look made Bulma's pretty white face flash red. Super Saiyan Level 3. Dad has become Super Saiyan Level 3. Trunks shouted with great excitement. Chapter 11. At this time, Vegeta was immersed in joy. He spent countless days and nights thinking about how to transform into the third level of Super Saiyan. Now, with the growth of his tail, the bottleneck has been broken, and he has surpassed the limit and successfully completed the third stage of Super Saiyan transformation. Kakarot, I have also completed the third level of Super Saiyan transformation. Just wait, it won't be long before I can surpass you. Vegeta clenched his fists excitedly and swore secretly in his heart. Mastering the third level of Super Saiyan transformation is equivalent to standing on the same platform as Sun Wukong. As a Saiyan prince, he has noble royal blood flowing in his body. In the same form, he does not feel that he will lose to Sun Wukong. When Vegeta completed the third stage of Super Saiyan transformation, Z warriors all over the world felt this terrifying momentum for the first time. Klin, who works in the Zeta Traffic Police Department, intentionally or unintentionally looked at the location where the aura broke out. What amazing energy! Has Vegeta's power increased to this level? Could it be said that he also completed the third stage of Super Saiyan transformation? Krillin was solemn, and the powerful aura erupted from Vegeta reminded him of the third level of Super Saiyan. Only the third level of Super Saiyan can emit such a terrifying and profound aura. In the southern part of the earth, in Tianjin Fan's gym. At this time, he was focused on teaching the disciples who had just joined the gym, explaining the essence of martial arts and the way to practice breath. When Vegeta's burst of aura was noticed by him, Tianjin Fan didn't show any special expression, as if everything had nothing to do with him. He concentrated on sharing his practice experience over the years with the disciples. On the Temple of Heaven, the god Dandy, the servant Bobo, and Piccolo. The three of them stood on the edge of the celestial temple, overlooking the world. Vegeta's feat of completing the third level of Super Saiyan was also seen by them. Dandy and Bobo didn't say a word and fell into silence. They didn't have much interaction with Vegeta. The other party had broken through the third level of Super Saiyan, which was dispensable to them. But for Piccolo, the meaning is different. The third level of Super Saiyan, Vegeta, you have finally taken this step. Piccolo muttered in his heart with a solemn expression. He could already foresee what would happen in the future. Vegeta, who has mastered the third level of Super Saiyan, will inevitably have a battle with Sun Wukong one day in the future to determine who is the strongest Saiyan on this planet. The scene changes and we come to Baizai Mountain. At this time, Sun Wukong was being scolded by Kikai. Only Sun Wukong could think of using the shock waves of battle to cultivate the land. A good piece of land was destroyed by the shock wave of the battle, and the area that could be used was even less. Fortunately, Sun Wukong repeatedly admitted his mistakes and promised that he would never do this next time, so he escaped. At the same time, Vegeta's vast aura also spread from the distant western capital to the Baizai mountain area. Is this Uncle Vegeta's aura so powerful? After Sun Gohan felt this powerful aura, he immediately judged that it was Vegeta's burst of energy. Compared with before, he has improved too much, and even surpassed him by an unknown distance. On the other hand, Sun Wukong showed an expectant smile on his face when he felt Vegeta's burst of breath. I didn't expect you to break through the limit so quickly and complete the third level of Super Saiyan transformation. Sun Wukong began to look forward to it. In his previous life, Vegeta still failed to master the third level of Super Saiyan. In the end, he achieved the breakthrough of Super Saiyan 4 with the help of technological means. Things are different now. The world has changed because of some of his actions. Vegeta not only grew a tail ahead of schedule, but also mastered the third level of Super Saiyan. The future has already begun to develop in a new direction. In the blink of an eye, time flies. Before I knew it, 1 year had passed. This year has been a long time, but when it is over, it is just a blink of an eye. Today is the 3rd year since Majin Buu was defeated. The long-term peaceful life has caused most of the Z warriors to relax their vigilance, return to their normal life rhythm, and give up practicing. Only a very few existences are unswervingly pursuing a stronger path and entering a stronger realm. The screen switches to the back of the top of Baizai Mountain. Sun Wukong was in a state of deep meditation, sitting cross-legged on a broken wall. He had been in this state for several days. Ever since he mastered the 4th stage of Super Saiyan transformation, he has never relaxed for a moment. During this year, he has been pushing himself all the time to develop his physical potential. At this time, Sun Wukong, who was in a deep meditative state, opened his eyes and woke up from his meditative state. With a thought, golden evil energy flashed around his body, and the surging energy expanded rapidly with boundless power. His form also changed in this energy storm. In just the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong completed the process of transforming from normal to the 4th level of Super Saiyan. Successful! After 1 year, I finally mastered the 4th level of Super Saiyan. Clenching his fists, Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong showed a satisfied smile on his face. In the past year, since he mastered the 4th level of Super Saiyan, he has not slacked off at all. Whether it is the training of normal strength or the mastery of the 4th level of Super Saiyan, he is doing his best to train. Today, his normal combat effectiveness has improved dramatically, and he can also use the 4th level Super Saiyan transformation with ease. It perfectly restrains the excitement brought about by the 4th level of Super Saiyan. There will be no situation where you have to defeat the opponent to stop when you become the 4th level of Super Saiyan. The powerful aura can be freely released, and can be as calm as water, or it can turn into turbulent waves. Hey! Taking a deep breath and spitting it out, Sun Wukong took the initiative to dispel the 4th level Super Saiyan transformation and return to normal. Now he has initially mastered the power of the 4th level of Super Saiyan. The next goal is to surpass the 4th level of Super Saiyan. But the question is, how can he surpass the 4th level of Super Saiyan? In his last life, he was able to surpass the 4th level of Super Saiyan because he absorbed a large amount of energy and activated the 4th level of Super Saiyan again while breaking his own limits. In today's life, it is obviously impossible to surpass the limit through the methods of the previous life. Chapter 12. At that time, he had absorbed the power of Son Gohan, Son Goten, Yub, and Trunks in their adulthood to break the limit and mastered the Super Saiyan that surpassed the 4th level of Super Saiyan power. But that method may not work in today's era. Not to mention how old Yub was in this era, even if the power of Vegeta, Trunks, Son Goten and Son Gohan were added, it might not be enough to fill half of his body. In his 4th level Super Saiyan form, the energy that can be stored in his body is so huge that even he himself doesn't know where the limit is. It's really nerve-wracking. If this method doesn't work, I'll have to use other methods. If you want to surpass the limit in a very short time, there seems to be no other better way than entering the spiritual time room to practice. Sun Wukong felt very distressed. Frankly speaking, entering the spiritual time room to practice is not the best choice. Not to mention the harsh environment of that place, practicing alone in there is inefficient, and the time will not last long. Unless you can find like-minded people to enter the spiritual time room to practice together. Several figures flashed in Sun Wukong's mind. Sun Wufan? I'm afraid this won't work. Until now, this kid is still busy with his studies. Even if he promised that he would practice, he only occasionally does some simple exercises to ensure that his skills will not deteriorate. It is probably impossible for him to enter the spiritual time room to practice with him again. Sun Wushan? This idea was dismissed by Sun Wukong as soon as it appeared. Putting aside the issue of Sun Wushan's age, if Kikai learned about this, the consequences would be disastrous. A scolding is definitely indispensable. As for the other partners, Yamcha, Krillin, Tenjin Fan, Vegeta, and Piccolo, the first three can be ignored directly. According to the current situation, it is unlikely to invite them to practice together. After thinking about it, there are only two good candidates, Vegeta and Piccolo. According to Vegeta, Sun Wukong is not sure whether he will follow him to practice in the spiritual time room. After all, although the relationship between the two of them is not bad, they have never been in contact with each other in terms of practice. If he takes the initiative to invite Vegeta to practice, he may be rejected by him. After constant elimination, among all the people he knew, the only one who could go to the spiritual time room with him to practice was Piccolo. Should we go to the Temple of Heaven now to invite Piccolo to practice in the spiritual time room? Sun Wukong murmured to himself. At the same time, he had a new plan in mind. Going to the spiritual time room to practice like this seemed like a waste of opportunity. But if you don't go to the spiritual time room, it will take a lot of time to break the current limit. Just when Sun Wukong was thinking a lot, an old figure suddenly flashed in his mind. Old Kaijin. It was he who developed Son Gohan's potential in the first place, greatly increasing Son Gohan's strength to even surpass his third level of Super Saiyan. And when Son Gohan was unable to defeat Majin Buu, the old Kaijin gave him part of his lifespan so that he could return to the world. By the way, there's also the old Kaijin. He was the one who helped me pull out my tail. Maybe he knows how to improve my fourth level of Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong immediately decided to visit Kaijin realm. A trip to the old Kaijin. Looking at the entire universe, it seems that the only one who can take his strength to the next level is the old Kaijin. Soon, with the thought in his mind, Sun Wukong quickly locked the location of the Kaijin realm through his perception, and felt the energy of the Kaijins. The power of gods is completely different from the breath of humans. Generally speaking, mortals cannot feel the power of gods. Except for some mortals who are too powerful. If it were Sun Wukong in this world, he would not be able to feel the aura of Kaijin because of his insufficient realm, let alone reach the realm of Kaijin through teleportation. But the person who dominates this body now is GT Sun Wukong. He was already familiar with the aura of Kaijin in his previous life. Putting his right hand into a sword-shaped finger on his forehead, Sun Wukong's huge mind perception expanded, locking the aura of Kaijin across dimensions. With a thought, he can move and cast instantly. Kaijin realm. As a holy place where Kaijin lived for generations, the environment here is difficult to find a comparable lower planet in the entire universe. The universe is now at peace and there has never been any turmoil. The idol god Gabit and the old Kaijin were passing the time. God Gabit used his ability to watch the newly born planets in the lower world and the creatures on these planets. And future developability. The same was true for the old Kaijin, but he didn't know what he saw. His old face showed a wretched smile, and he kept shouting, "That's it, go down a little more. Go down a little more." This scene happened to be seen by God Gabit on the side. Seeing his old ancestors so excited, coupled with his understanding of the old Kaijin, God Gebit suddenly lost his mind. Old ancestor, as gods, we cannot do such things. God Gebit stopped in front of the old Kaio god and said righteously. Seeing God Gebit standing in front of him and saying some words that he didn't understand, the old Kaishin glared and said unhappily, "You kid, get out of the way. It's time to decide the outcome soon." "Got it. Decide the outcome." Hearing this, Lord Gebit was stunned, subconsciously turned his head, and followed the gaze of the old Kaishin. "I saw two unicorns dueling on a tree on a distant planet. One of them had been overturned, announcing the outcome of the duel. Really, we still lost." Seeing that the one-horned fairy he valued was overthrown, the old Kaishin said with a disappointed look in his eyes. At the same time, he slightly turned his eyes to look at the god Gebit beside him, and said, "I said, are you thinking wrongly? That, the weather is really nice today." God JB looked embarrassed and hurriedly changed the subject. Upon seeing this, the old Kaioshin narrowed his eyes slightly, which made Lord Gebit feel guilty. At this moment, there was a sudden movement in the space. Whoosh! A burst of sound broke through the air. Sun Wukong appeared out of thin air between the old King Kai and God Gebit. Wukong! X2. The sudden appearance of Sun Wukong made the old Kaioshin and Gebit God exclaim at the same time. The old Kaishin was surprised by this. He never thought that Sun Wukong could reach the Kaioshin realm with his own power. Although there are lessons learned from the last time, after all, it was when Sun Gohan was in Kaishin realm, and Sun Wukong felt the opponent's aura and moved over instantly. But now, in this huge realm of Kaishin, there are only two people, he and God Gebit, and no mortals. Chapter 13. But Sun Wukong still came to Kaioshin realm through his own ability, and the meanings of the two are completely different. Although God Gebit on the side was puzzled as to why Sun Wukong came to the realm of Kaishin, he was more grateful. Sun Wukong suddenly appeared and helped him out in disguise. "Old Kaishin-sama, and Kaishin-sama, long time no see." Sun Wukong greeted the two of them with a smile on his face. "I didn't expect you to be able to travel freely between the human world and the divine world. Come to think of it, you can already feel the breath of God, right?" The old Kaioshin stared at Sun Wukong intently and asked in a heavy tone. "Yes, I can already feel the strange power emanating from you and Lord Kaishin." Sun Wukong replied without hiding it. After receiving an accurate answer, a look of surprise flashed across the calm face of the old Kaishin. To be honest, he himself never thought that Sun Wukong would grow so fast, but after 3 years of resurrection, without anyone's guidance, he could initially feel the existence of divine power, and it was the induction across dimensions. Although the divine power of their Kaishin is not as pure and powerful as the god of destruction, it is still the power of a god after all. Although Sun Wukong is still immortal today, his level of life and powerful power have touched the realm of gods. God Gebit on the side just quietly listened to the conversation between Sun Wukong and the old Kaijin without interrupting and remained silent. "I see, then the purpose of your coming to Kaishin realm, if I am not mistaken, is that you want me to give you some advice." The old Kaishin put his hands behind his back, hunched over his waist and looked at Sun Wukong. The old Kaishin knew too well about a fighting maniac like Sun Wukong. Visiting Kaishin realm is nothing more than one thing, becoming stronger. To be honest, old Kaijin-sama, I broke through the limit of the 3rd level of Super Saiyan and reached the 4th level of Super Saiyan a year ago. After a year of training, I have perfectly mastered the 4th level of Super Saiyan in my current form, but if I want to break through, there is no good way. That's why I came to Kaioshin realm to ask for your advice. Sun Wukong clasped his hands together, bowed slightly to the old Kaijin, and said respectfully. Seeing Sun Wukong's sincere attitude, the old Kaishin nodded silently. He has great power but is not arrogant and complacent. In addition, he has a pure heart, so it is not a bad idea to become the apprentice of his old Kaishin. However, what was promised to him 3 years ago has not been realized yet. It's not impossible to ask me to help you break through your limits. The old Kaishin nodded, pretending to be calm. After a moment of silence, he added in a questioning tone, "But, shouldn't you, kid, also fulfill your promise? What did you promise me 3 years ago?" As soon as the old Kaishin said these words, the smile on Sun Wukong's face suddenly stopped, and he was immediately embarrassed on the spot. He naturally knew what the promise the old Kaiho was referring to. This, old Kaishin-sama, it's been so long, how about forgetting it? Sun Wukong asked awkwardly, feeling a little guilty. To be honest, if the old Kaishin hadn't mentioned it, he would have completely forgotten about it. Find a young and beautiful girl for this old guy to touch. He originally wanted to find Bulma, but if he really wanted to do this, Vegeta would probably kill him. As for Bidalai, she has a good relationship with her son Sun Wuhan, but when she asked Sun Wuhan for his opinion 3 years ago, she was strongly rejected. As for his wife Kikai, he has never considered this matter at all. It seems that your boy has forgotten this matter a long time ago, right? I originally gave you my remaining lifespan. It's really unexpected that you lied to me and betrayed my trust in you. The old Kaishin deliberately pretended to be extremely disappointed. Don't look at how pessimistic this old guy is now. In fact, he is pretending on purpose just to see the reaction of Sun Wukong. Sure enough, Sun Wukong took the bait after noticing the pitiful look the old Kaishin was putting on. How about this, old Kaishin-sama, as long as it is within my power, I will do it. Sun Wukong really had no choice but to make concessions. Hearing this, a lewd smile appeared on the old Kaishin's face. What he was waiting for was Sun Wukong's words. Well, seeing as you are so sincere, I will forget about the things you deceived me about before. However, I won't pretend that I didn't hear the promise you made just now. There happens to be something you can do here. The old Kaishin showed his foxtail and said straightforwardly that the goal of Sun Wukong also cheered up and waited for the old King Kai to speak. You still remember what I said when I was liberated, that a very powerful guy sealed me away, right? Looking at the entire universe, I'm afraid you are the only one who can fight against him. If you agree to me and help me vent your anger when you meet that guy when you grow to a certain level in the future, I can not only help you become a super champion. The 4th level of demi-human has been promoted to a higher level, and I can teach you what I have learned throughout my life. The old Kaishin's deep eyes stared straight at Sun Wukong, his eyes full of determination. He was taking a chance and investing his hope of revenge on Sun Wukong. After listening to the words of the old Kaishin word for word, Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment. In his world, the old Kaishin had never mentioned this matter to him. The seal of the old Kaishin, he still doesn't know who the person is. Also, the old Kaishin asked him to grow to a certain level before dealing with that guy. Is it possible that there is someone in this world who is more powerful than his 4th level Super Saiyan? Old Kaishin-sama, do you mean that with my current strength, even if I become a 4th level Super Saiyan, I still can't defeat that person? Sun Wukong asked in disbelief. The old Kaishin nodded without any hesitation. This situation shocked Sun Wukong even more. Are there any masters in this world more powerful than his Super Saiyan level 4? That strength is probably comparable to the Super 1-star dragon, or even stronger, right? You don't need to know his identity now. As long as you continue to become stronger, sooner or later you will meet him. Why, you guys haven't even fought yet, and you're already scared, the old Kaishin teased. I'm already starting to get excited. I wonder what kind of person the person who sealed you, the old Kaishin, would be. How strong is his power? Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with fierce fighting spirit, and he said excitedly. Chapter 14. When the old Kaishin saw this, he was secretly happy. Sun Wukong had indeed taken the bait. For these scions, the most attractive thing is nothing more than two things: power and powerful enemies. How about it, do you dare to agree? The old Kaiowama joked with a half-smile. Why don't you dare? I want to see how powerful it is to be praised by you, the old Kaishin, for being stronger than the 4th level Super Scion. Sun Wukong said confidently. Okay, since you agreed to it, I won't break my promise. But before that, please turn into the 4th level of Super Scion and let me see what your current strength is. The old Kaishin suggested. Of course, it's no problem. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Wukong actively activated the power of blood in his body, and the surging golden aura turned into a gentle storm that lingered around him. In the golden light, Sun Wukong completed his transformation. He is covered in red hair, with long black hair reaching his waist, and a body of muscular muscles. The wild aura he exudes is extremely terrifying. This is the 4th level of Super Scion. He directly skipped the transformation process from Super Scion 1 to Super Scion 3 and completed Super 4. It can be seen that Sun Wukong has mastered this transformation to the point where he can do whatever he wants. The wild aura of his body can be relaxed with ease. Is this the transformation of the 4th level of Super Scion? It's so strong. God Jabit stared at the Super 4 Sun Wukong in front of him. The pressure that was released invisibly made it difficult for him, the king of Kaishin, to even breathe. Super 4, ridiculously strong. You have mastered this transformation very skillfully. The old Kaishin looked at Sun Wukong up and down, and nodded with satisfaction. With his eyesight, he has seen too much. Although the current Sun Wukong is only a mortal, his powerful fighting power has touched the realm of gods. If you go one step further, it might not be a bad idea to rival gods with a mortal body. It's just a small success. Sun Wukong said modestly, and the next second he took the initiative to cancel the 4th level Super Scion transformation. After a moment of silence, the old Kaishin came up with a plan suitable for the Sun Wukong in front of him to quickly become stronger. I thought about it just now. With your current strength, there are only 2 ways to become stronger. The first method is to let me develop your potential abilities and increase your strength beyond the limit. You also know this method. The second method is for me to teach you the cultivation method of divine power, and you practice according to this method. It just depends on which one you want. The old Kaishin finished in one breath and listed 2 plans for Sun Wukong to become stronger, asking him to choose one of the 2. At this time, Sun Wukong's eyes lit up when he heard the training methods listed by the old Kaishin. He had seen the effect of potential development before, and it directly allowed Sun Gohan to master a mysterious state that was comparable to the 3rd level of his Super Scion. As for the power of God cultivation method, he had never heard the old Kaioshin talk about it in his previous life, but when it involved the power of God, this method of cultivation was definitely not simple. Old Kaishin, why do I have to choose one of your 2 methods? Can't I have both? Sun Wukong glanced at old Kaishin with confused eyes. At this time, the old Kaishin suddenly paused. He did not expect that Sun Wukong was so excited. If you want to have both cultivation methods, it seems, it's not impossible. You are smart, you actually want both ways. Seeing how sincere you are, I will reluctantly agree to it. Old Kaishin said. Then you're welcome, old Kaishin-sama. Sun Wukong smiled. Come with me. The old Kaishin turned around and walked in a certain direction. Sun Wukong followed closely behind. Soon the old Kaishin led Sun Wukong to the center of the Kaioshin realm. The 2 sat cross-legged opposite each other. Relax your mind, I will teach you the cultivation method of divine power first. Old Kaishin said. Okay. Sun Wukong followed what the old Kaishin said and relaxed his mind. Through his mind, the old Kaishin imparted all the information about the power of the gods to Sun Wukong. Feeling the extra information in his mind, Sun Wukong began to try to understand what this unique method of cultivating divine power was. All the information about the power of God has been passed into your mind. I will start to develop your potential first. In the process of developing your potential, you can try to understand the power of God first. Old Kaioshen, after saying that, he got up and walked around Sun Wukong, and began to walk around Sun Wukong with extremely weird dance steps. Sun Wukong also began to understand the cultivation method of divine power according to what the old Kaioshen said. The spirit of Sun Wukong. In the world, Sun Wukong's spiritual body is learning information about the power of God here. But right in front of him, an unexplainable and special thing appeared. What is this? There has never been anything like this here before. Sun Wukong noticed this special energy group in front of him and was very confused. He took the initiative to step forward and wanted to touch the spiritual body, but was bounced away by invisible force. What's going on? Sun Wukong, who was bounced away, blinked in confusion. At this moment, he didn't care about the power of God cultivation method, and began to look around the unspeakable thing in front of him. Somewhere in the air, he felt a sense of intimacy. I don't know what this thing is, it seems to be a part of him, but it is separated from him for some unknown reason. The research was fruitless, so Sun Wukong ignored it for the time being and began to understand the basic information about the power of God and everything else. Time passed by minute by second, and unknowingly, 3 hours had passed since the old Kaioshin developed Sun Wukong's potential. After 3 hours of intense potential development, the old Kaioshin was exhausted and sweating profusely. The huge mental pressure was almost too much for his old bones. It's already the limit. The old Kaioshin, who was panting from exhaustion, stopped beside Sun Wukong. He didn't expect that the potential in Sun Wukong's body would be so huge. Like a bottomless pit, every time he develops to a critical point, more potential abilities will emerge. No matter how he develops it, he can't develop it all. The development of the potential of the old Kaioshin stopped, and Sun Wukong, who was aware of it, opened his eyes. Has the development of potential ended? Old Kaioshin-sama. Looking at the out-of-breath old Kaioshin beside him, Sun Wukong blinked in confusion and asked in confusion. Well, it's over. There are only so many potential abilities that I can develop for you at the moment. The old Kaioshin glanced at Sun Wukong meaningfully and replied. Chapter 15. Even Sun Wukong himself didn't know that when he mastered the 4th level of Super Saiyan, the floodgates of blood power in his body were completely opened, and the potential abilities in his body were unfathomable. Even for a being like old Kaioshin, the exploration of potential abilities only lasted 3 hours and ended. Although it is possible to continue to develop potential abilities, if you continue to develop potential abilities later, the effect will be minimal, and it may not even be as good as independent cultivation. Thank you, old Kaioshin-sama. Sun Wukong stood up, feeling the restless Saiyan blood in his body. Thanks to the potential development of the old Kaioshin, the bottleneck he noticed was showing signs of loosening. Hey! I'm still here. If you want to explode, just wait until I go far away. Noting that Sun Wukong was ready to explode with power at any time, the old Kaioshin was frightened. The last time he helped Sun Gohan develop his potential abilities, he was knocked away by these Saiyans. Having learned from Sun Wuhan's mistakes, the old Kaioshin was very vigilant. Without any hesitation, the old Kaioshin hurriedly retreated to a distance, keeping a relatively safe distance from Sun Wukong. Seeing that the old Kaioshin had gone away, Sun Wukong activated the blood power in his body without any hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the golden aura was released from the inside out, and a surging golden light beam penetrated the sky of Kaioshin realm, and an extremely heavy aura came down on the world. When the golden aura dissipated, Sun Wukong once again transformed into his wild Super 4 form. After the potential of the old Kaioshin was developed, his 4th level of Super Saiyan was increased to a certain extent. Although this increase in power was not a big deal, in short, he still became stronger. Entering the 4th level of Super Saiyan state again, he felt the bottleneck that had been bothering him for a long time, and there were signs of a breakthrough. It seems that when I entered the 4th level of Super Saiyan, the role of the old Kaishin in developing my potential was not obvious. I am too naive and want to use potential development to break the current boundaries of the 4th level of Super Saiyan. You still have to go through training, improve your normal strength, and stabilize your steps step by step to break the existing bottleneck. Sun Wukong planned his next plan in his heart. Now that the potential development of the old Kaishin has ended, he will have to rely on his own cultivation. As for the mysterious power of God training method, he will take the initiative to practice it in the future and integrate it into the 4th level of Super Saiyan to see if he can take his Super 4th form one step further. Now that his goal has been achieved, there is no need for him to continue to stay in Kaishin realm. Son Goku once again released the 4th level Super Saiyan transformation form and walked slowly to the old Kaishin. Thank you very much, old Kaishin. Sun Wukong clasped his hands together and respectfully thanked old Kaishin. It's just a matter of effort. You just need to remember the agreement between us. The old Kaishin waved his hand, indicating that Sun Wukong didn't need to be polite. Then I'll leave first, old Kaishin-sama, and Kaishin-sama. After bidding farewell to the two Kaishins, Sun Wukong used teleportation again and left the Kaishin world. Watching Sun Wukong leave, the old Kaishin showed a thoughtful expression. Sun Wukong's attitude just now made him feel a little strange. This Sun Wukong seems to be both Sun Wukong and not Sun Wukong. Perhaps I am overthinking. The old Kaishin didn't think much about it. Earth. Sun Wukong, who had finished developing his potential, returned to Baizai Mountain. This trip to Kaishin realm was full of rewards. Not only was his potential developed by the old Kaishin, but he also gained a method of cultivating divine power that he had never heard of before. But Sun Wukong is not in a hurry to cultivate the power of God. The most urgent task now is to break the current limit and take his Super 4 form further. But after all, cultivation is not something that happens overnight. As the saying goes, cultivation has no time, and it takes thousands of years in the blink of an eye. Sun Wukong knows this truth very well. Sometimes he throws himself into cultivation out of temporary impatience, and the final effect may be unsatisfactory. Instead of deliberately seeking a breakthrough, it is better to let nature take its course. When the time comes, the time for breakthrough will come. After recovering his thoughts, Sun Wukong went to work in the fields, drove his cultivator, and continued to develop the land in Baizai Mountain. The scene changes and comes to Vegeta's side. Today's Vegeta behaves very abnormally, completely different from the training madman he once was. Today, he did not exercise in the super gravity training room. Since breaking through the 3rd level of Super Saiyan a year ago, Vegeta has increased the intensity of his training and is in high-intensity training almost all the time. Apart from eating and sleeping every day. Outside of time, he spent all his time in the super gravity training room rebuilt by Bulma. As the Prince of the Saiyans, he is inherently gifted and has extraordinary potential. After a year of intense training, he finally perfectly controlled the 3rd level of Super Saiyan. Now, the time is ripe. Vegeta's eyes looked into the distance, and the huge mental perception enveloped the whole world, locking on Sun Wukong's aura. You are finally back, Kakarot. Vegeta had a devilish smile on his face. The next second, his breath exploded and he flew towards Baizai Mountain at full speed. Sun Wukong sighed. At this time, Sun Wukong was driving a cultivator to develop the land in Baizai Mountain. It would be nice if there was a faster way. Sun Wukong complained with a helpless expression. A year ago, he had a sudden idea to develop the land through fighting, but the development was not successful. Instead, he was scolded by Kikai, and he didn't even get to eat at night. Since that time, he has become honest and can only finish the work at hand honestly. Not to mention, this kind of ordinary life is very different to him who has been practicing for most of his life. Just as Sun Wukong was driving the cultivator and planning every step for his future, he sensed that Vegeta's energy was coming towards him at a fast speed. Hey! Is this Vegeta's anger? Why did he come to me suddenly? Vegeta came suddenly, which surprised Sun Wukong. After all, although the two of them are friends, they do not interfere with each other and are busy with their own lives. The curious Sun Wukong stopped the cultivator and glanced into the distance. In his sight, a black spot was enlarging and finally turned into Vegeta's appearance. In just a few seconds, Vegeta arrived in front of Sun Wukong at an astonishing speed. Kakarot, what are you doing? Looking at Sun Wukong in work clothes in front of him, Vegeta felt a strong sense of disobedience. Unexpectedly, Sun Wukong, who was recognized by him, was reduced to working in the fields. Chapter 16. I'm working and today's tasks are not completed yet. Speaking of which, Vegeta, do you have anything else? If nothing happens, I will continue. If it's too late, Chi-Chi will tell you again. Son Goku put his hands on his hips, waiting for Vegeta's answer. Vegeta's mouth twitched after receiving the answer. He didn't expect that Son Goku, the strongest scion he recognized, would actually fall to this level. Work? Why should they work? They are powerful scions. Vegeta sympathizes with Goku's situation. If he were in this situation, he would probably use force to rule the earth. But these are things for later. His coming today is not a waste of time. Come and fight with me, Kakarot. Vegeta challenged Sun Wukong firmly. Hearing that Vegeta came to fight him, Sun Wukong's interest was aroused. He glanced at the cultivator behind him and put the matter of cultivating the land behind him without any hesitation. Work can be done at any time. He has not been active for a year and his body is almost rusty. Vegeta's visit made his hands feel itchy. Vegeta can let him experience the thrill of fighting without turning into the 4th level of Super Saiyan. Okay, but we have to change places and cause damage here. If Chi-Chi asks, it will be nerve-wracking. Sun Wukong agreed to Vegeta's invitation to fight and was very much looking forward to Vegeta's current strength. Humph! Whatever you want. Vegeta didn't care about the battlefield. He just wanted to compete with Sun Wukong now. Soon, Sun Wukong took off his work clothes, and the two people who reached a consensus exploded and flew into the sky, flying towards the distance. After a while, the two came to a rocky area dozens of kilometers away from Baizai Mountain. This is a deserted area. Humans have not yet developed this area. Because of the harsh environment, no animals live here. Sun Wukong and Vegeta fell from the sky and landed on rocks at different heights. Their eyes met, an invisible aura formed, and the fighting atmosphere became more intense. Speaking of which, we have never competed since we said goodbye 3 years ago. Now that 3 years have passed, how much has your skill improved? Vegeta. Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta with a half-smile, a bright light flashed in his eyes, and an invisible aura flashed around him, pressing down on Vegeta. Humph! Vegeta snorted coldly, how could Sun Wukong's little tricks be hidden from his eyes? Today is different from the past, Kakarot. Me. I am no longer the same person as before. With a loud shout, Vegeta fired up his normal firepower, surrounded by white aura, and the terrifying aura soared into the sky, shocking the world. The momentum of the two collided, stirring the space and shaking the earth. Just the battle of momentum made the air pressure in this area unstable. Countless boulders on the ground were peeled off, suspended in midair and crushed by the strong air pressure, turning into countless fragments scattered in the sky. The momentum contest between the two sides was indistinguishable, and Vegeta decisively transformed into the 1st level Super Saiyan and rushed towards Sun Wukong at full power and speed. Seeing Vegeta taking the initiative, Sun Wukong remained unmoved, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The next second, Vegeta sprinted in front of Sun Wukong and punched him hard. Sun Wukong, who had expected it, turned his head slightly and perfectly dodged Vegeta's oncoming punch. One blow was dodged, and Vegeta quickly changed his strategy, attacking with fists and kicks as fast as lightning, one after another. Facing Vegeta's ferocious attack, Sun Wukong continued to dodge and responded calmly. The battlefield of the battle continues to change, and Sun Wukong uses retreat to advance, inducing Vegeta to attack while exposing his weaknesses. Boom, 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 the thrilling blows continued. Vegeta launched dozens of powerful attacks in just a few seconds, and Sun Wukong, who had already prepared a countermeasure, perfectly resolved them. Dozens of attacks failed to hit Sun Wukong, which made Vegeta even more angry. He gathered all his strength and punched out the iron fist. Sun Wukong, who was already on guard, crossed his hands to form a cross, assuming a defensive posture. Bang! There was a loud bang. The terrifying power spread throughout Sun Wukong's body, but it failed to shake Sun Wukong in the slightest. What? Vegeta was horrified, with a look of disbelief on his face. His full-strength strike in his super form had no effect on Sun Wukong. "It's my turn, Vegeta," Sun Wukong said, and Vegeta's heart trembled. White lightning flashed around Sun Wukong, and a terrifying aura suddenly erupted. Boom! The white aura turned into a storm, reaching into the sky. Just a burst of breath. The impact pushed Super 1 Vegeta back 100 meters. Turning from defense to offense, Sun Wukong took the initiative to attack, with infinitely destructive fists and kicks, all of which fell on Vegeta. Facing Sun Wukong's active attack, Super 1 Vegeta defended with all his strength. Boom, 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 the roar produced when the limbs collided was continuous. Facing Sun Wukong's active attack, Vegeta was obviously a little powerless. Even if the little Bu was still alive, it would be impossible to put such great pressure on him. Today, he is no longer what he used to be. Even if he is only the first level of Super Saiyan, facing the original little Bu, Vegeta is sure to kill him within 10 rounds. But now, the cruel fact has greatly stimulated Vegeta. His Super 1 form was suppressed by the normal Sun Wukong. No. It should be said that it was a complete defeat. Under Sun Wukong's repeated attacks, Vegeta's defense was defeated, and Sun Wukong's punch was embedded in his abdomen. Poof! Vegeta spat out a mouthful of acidic water. The remaining power penetrated Vegeta's body and shattered the rock mountain behind Vegeta. Vegeta, who suffered a heavy blow, covered his abdomen and kept retreating, his eyes bloodshot and full of horror. "It's impossible, such a thing." Vegeta endured the severe pain and straightened his back. He let out an angry roar, and the electric light exploded all over Vegeta's body, entering the second level of Super Saiyan's ultimate form. The energy in his body exploded, the pain was suppressed, and Vegeta felt a little better. Super Saiyan Level 2. Sun Wukong smiled slightly, but still had no intention of transforming. This scene was seen by Vegeta. The strong sense of shame made Vegeta furious and roared, "Are you humiliating me? Kakarot! I'm here to fight you. Vegeta. I don't need your mercy. Use all your strength." The unwilling Vegeta roared one after another, and Sun Wukong felt the determination to compete with him. Chapter 17. The smile on Sun Wukong's face disappeared, replaced by deep seriousness. Without saying much, Sun Wukong used practical actions to tell Vegeta how powerful he was. Crack! The golden electric light exploded, and Sun Wukong entered the first level Super Saiyan full power state, and the terrifying aura was revealed without reservation. Feeling the terrifying aura erupting from Sun Wukong's body, Vegeta's expression changed drastically. At this moment, he clearly realized how big the gap was between himself and Sun Wukong. Very good, Kakarot. Vegeta clenched his fists and showed a gritted smile. Even though he knows that his strength is far inferior to that of Sun Wukong in front of him, he will not admit defeat. He is Vegeta. Seeing Vegeta's fighting spirit, Sun Wukong decided not to hide anymore and planned to show his true ability to compete with Vegeta. In one thought, the blood power in the body was completely activated, and the next second, a terrifying energy storm rapidly expanded with Sun Wukong as the center. Vegeta, swept by this energy storm, struggled to stabilize his body, staring intently at the transforming Sun Wukong in front of him, his heart constantly agitated. What's going on with this smell? And my body? Vegeta noticed something was wrong. Why, when Sun Wukong transforms, does his body instinctively feel a strong sense of uneasiness? No matter how huge the gap in strength was, it was impossible for Vegeta's cells to succumb. Soon the energy storm dissipated, and Vegeta knew the answer to why he was so uneasy. At this moment, Sun Wukong is wearing fiery red hair, with long black hair reaching his waist. The terrifying coercion exuding from his body is enough to distort space, and his strong muscles are full of explosive power. This is currently Son Goku's strongest transformation, the 4th level of Super Saiyan. I've kept you waiting for a long time, Vegeta, this is the 4th level of Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong's indifferent voice sounded, without the slightest emotion. Looking at Son Goku in the ape state in front of him, Vegeta's face was shocked and his eyes were dull. This was a form he had never seen before. Super Saiyan, Level 4. Kakarot, you guy, you have actually come this far. Vegeta looked at the Super 4 Son Goku in front of him, and was severely shocked in his heart. Whenever he takes a step further, Sun Wukong will always come in front of him. This scene is very similar to 3 years ago. At that time, he challenged Sun Wukong at the 2nd level of Super Saiyan, but at that time Sun Wukong had already reached the level of Super 3. Now, he has mastered the 3rd level of Super Saiyan, while Son Goku has further mastered the 4th level of Super Saiyan. But unlike hiding 3 years ago, this time Sun Wukong transformed into the 4th level of Super Saiyan cleanly, which is enough to respect him. I won't be merciful this time, be prepared, Vegeta. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Wukong got into a fighting stance, and the terrifying aura in his body came out, putting pressure on Vegeta. Humph! This is just what I want. Unwilling to admit defeat, Vegeta activated the energy in his body and entered the 3rd level of Super Saiyan. But even if he takes out the 3rd level of Super Saiyan and narrows part of the gap, the difference in strength between Super Saiyan 3 and Super 4 is more than 10 times. The atmosphere became more and more solemn, Vegeta looked serious, and his back was soaked with cold sweat. Damn it, Kakarot is full of flaws, but from another perspective, he is completely invulnerable. The fighting nerves were highly tense, and Vegeta was unable to make a move for a moment. Sun Wukong noticed this scene and smiled helplessly in his heart. Since Vegeta won't attack, let him do it. In one breath, Sun Wukong moved. Whoosh! There was a sound of breaking through the space. So fast! Vegeta's pupils shrank sharply, and his body instinctively put into a defensive posture. Boom! A deafening roar exploded. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged, and smoke and dust flew everywhere. Super 3 Vegeta froze on the spot, staring blankly at the fist in front of him that was almost touching his face. When he came back to his senses, he was already breaking out in a cold sweat. Just a casual blow made him feel the threat of death. At this moment, the outcome is decided. It's over, Vegeta. Sun Wukong withdrew his fist and looked at the struggling Vegeta with an indifferent expression. He fell into silence and said nothing. Even though he was unwilling to do anything in his heart, the truth was so cruel. The gap between the 3rd level of Super Saiyan and the 4th level of Super Saiyan is too big. He was defeated, completely defeated. He, ha 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 ha, Vegeta burst into weird laughter. He self-righteously challenged Sun Wukong, but he didn't know that the two sides were no longer in the same dimension. He lost this battle, completely. Looking at Vegeta, who was laughing endlessly, Sun Wukong said nothing. Vegeta's laughter soon disappeared, and after 10 seconds of silence, he said as if he was relieved, "You win, Kakarot." Vegeta admitted his defeat cleanly. This situation was unexpected to Sun Wukong. But don't be too happy too early. The throne of the strongest scion cannot always be yours. Sooner or later, I will prove that I am the strongest scion. Leaving behind a harsh word of unwillingness to admit defeat, Vegeta flew into the sky with a burst of anger and walked away. Looking at Vegeta's retreating figure in the sky, a smile appeared on Sun Wukong's face. Vegeta is still the same Vegeta. Okay, I'll wait for that day. Sun Wukong felt a sense of anticipation in his heart. He knew that Vegeta couldn't always be behind him, even if he didn't tell him how to transform into the 4th level of Super Saiyan. With Vegeta's talent, he himself can figure out how to transform into the 4th level of Super Saiyan. The next second, he released the 4th level Super Saiyan transformation, turned around and flew in the direction of Baizai Mountain. The battle was over, but the commotion it caused attracted the attention of others. The screen changes and comes to the Temple of Heaven. At this moment, Piccolo stood on the edge of the Temple of Heaven, overlooking the scene in the lower world. The scene where Vegeta challenged Sun Wukong was also caught in his eyes. At this time, Piccolo was so shocked that he was speechless. Although he had expected that there would be a battle between Son Goku and Vegeta sooner or later, he did not expect that the battle would end in this way. Crushing in all aspects, without any suspense. Super Saiyan Level 4, Old Son, you really didn't give us the chance to catch up with you, Piccolo said with a helpless smile. Chapter 18. A blink of an eye. A year has passed since the decisive battle between Son Goku and Vegeta. During this year, the Earth has been in a period of peace. All Z warriors, including Sun Wukong, seem to be accustomed to a peaceful life, thinking that the Earth is now completely peaceful and there will be no more enemies. But this peace is just a precursor to the coming storm. The peace that has lasted for a long time will soon be broken. Destruction in the world of gods. The god of destruction, which had been dormant for many years, ushered in an unprecedented turmoil. The god of destruction, Beerus, has awakened after sleeping for 37 years. The destructive power released when he woke up spread to the universe, causing fear in the hearts of some beings in the universe who were powerful enough to feel the destructive power. The awakening of the god of destruction was the last thing they wanted to see. At the same time, the gods in different positions in the universe also felt the awakening of the god of destruction at this moment, and they all became panicked. For example, Kaishin, Daikai, Kai, Yama, and some of the gods who manage the planets in the universe all become nervous. They know very well what the god of destruction represents. Once he falls asleep, it will be decades or even centuries in the past. But once he wakes up, it means that the entire universe will usher in a huge cleanup, and countless planets will be destroyed by the power of the god of destruction. Because the existence of the god of destruction is to maintain the peace of the current universe, and in irregular practices, remove unqualified planets in the universe, as well as things that will affect the balance of the universe, including some people and things that threaten the universe, etc. Some people are sad, and some are happy. The god of destruction, Beerus, has awakened, and the happiest person is the angel Whis. After decades of waiting in the god of destruction realm, he finally had someone to talk to. Although he can also go to the lower world, as an angel and a servant of the god of destruction, he cannot go down to the lower world without the permission of the god of destruction. And as an angel, he has a special status. Once he appears, he will interfere with the normal trajectory of the world. A little carelessness will cause the order of the universe to collapse. Therefore, Weiss has not randomly traveled to the mortal world over the years, and even if he did, he would only stay for a short period of time. In the palace of the god of destruction, the awakened god of destruction, Beerus, unleashes his destructive power unbridled. Countless destructive energy scattered around, hitting the walls of the god of destruction's chamber and the set explosion alarm clock. Boom! 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 One after another, super explosions with terrifying destructive power sounded. The god of destruction, Beerus, was venting the excess power in his body while sleeping for these years, and moving his stiff body. Alas! Every time you wake up, it will cause such a big turmoil. I don't know when Lord Beerus will change your bad mood when you wake up. Weiss sighed helplessly. After spending so many years with the god of destruction Beerus, the scale of damage caused every time he awakened was very large, and in the end it was him who did the finishing work. But complaints are complaints. And Weiss is still very considerate of Beerus. After all, the work of the god of destruction goes far beyond destroying the planet. Anything that is detrimental to the development of the universe, whether it is people or objects, will be wiped out by the power of the god of destruction. Moreover, as the universe continues to develop, the god of destruction wants to destroy more and more things. Nowadays, there are countless negative energies floating in the universe. Those are impurities in the universe that need to be eradicated by the god of destruction. Every time a job is completed, it is a huge physical exertion for the god of destruction. Everyone in the world believes that destruction is the easiest job. After all, it only requires the use of force. But what they don't know is that the workload of the god of destruction is much greater than that of the Kyo god who is responsible for creation. On the surface, the positions of the god of destruction and Kyo are the same, but in fact, the god of destruction's position is higher than that of Kyo. Another dimension. In the holy land of Kyo realm, the old Kyojin and Gabitjin stood on a cliff, looking at the sky. At this time, the old Kyoshin's face no longer had the usual dull look, replaced by deep tension and fear. He is no stranger to the god of destruction Beerus. He was sealed by the god of destruction Beerus in the beginning. God Gabit on the side also knew about the existence of the god of destruction Beerus through the old Kyojin. At the beginning, he felt that this god of destruction was not very good. Even if he was very powerful, he might not be as powerful as Sun Wukong, the most powerful warrior in the universe today. Now it seems that his knowledge is too shallow. Just feel the god of destruction. The divine power released by Beerus when he woke up made him feel the fear from the depths of his soul. This is no longer as simple as being strong, but beyond concept and understanding. I thought it would take at least 3 to 5 years before the god of destruction would wake up. I didn't expect that he would wake up so soon. Today's universe is about to undergo another cleaning. The old Kyoshin's face looked much older, and he was talking to himself alone. God Gabit on the side noticed the helplessness of the old Kyoshin. He didn't understand why his old ancestors were so in awe of the god of destruction. Isn't their Kyoshin's status equal to that of the god of destruction? Sir Ancestor, with all due respect, is the god of destruction really that scary? Or is it that, looking at the entire universe, we can't find anyone who can compete with the god of destruction? God Gabit asked about the doubts in his heart. However, as soon as he said these words, he received the disdainful eyes of the old Kyoshin and a scolding that he hated iron for not being able to make steel. Idiot, have you lived all these years in vain? Remember, the terror of the god of destruction cannot be evaluated by strength. If you have to make a comparison, Majin Bu, who is so powerful in your heart that you cannot resist, is just a weak ant in front of the god of destruction. The old Kyoshin finished in one breath and scolded Gebet God. The title of the god of destruction means standing at the apex of the universe. There is no dispute. Especially the name of the god of destruction, Beerus, represents the apex of the apex. What about Wukong? Even he can't defeat the god of destruction. God JB asked. After being asked this question, the old Kyoshin remained silent for a moment, then sighed feebly, "Let me tell you this, even if that kid Goku is 10 times stronger, he still can't be a match for Beerus, the god of destruction." This is what the old Kaioshin is saying in his heart. He hoped that Son Goku would be more powerful than the god of destruction Beerus, but the reality was so cruel. The terror of the god of destruction is far beyond what a warrior can match. Even if Sun Wukong has the potential to surpass the god of destruction, it will take a lot of time to develop. Chapter 19. When the old Kaijin used Sun Wukong as an example, God Gabit suddenly woke up and understood how terrifying the god of destruction really is. Today's number one warrior in the universe is just an ant in front of the god of destruction. Destroy the divine realm. Because he was too breathless when he woke up, his body was already filled with smoke from the explosion. The god of destruction Beerus washed his hair in his own bath. While enjoying the moisture-rising water, Beerus also asked Whis about what was happening in the universe recently and how Frisia, his appointed spokesman for the god of destruction, was doing recently. He originally planned to destroy Frisia when he met him next time. After learning from Whis that Frisia had been killed first, the over-emotional god of destruction Beerus fell directly from the bath. A fall. It took a while to calm down. Although Frisia was just an ant in his eyes, and there were many who could kill Frisia in this huge universe, he was still shocked when Frisia was actually killed by someone else. And Whis also told him a very important news. The person who killed Frisia was a scion who luckily survived the star-destroying disaster. Weiss, are you sure it was the scions who killed Frisia? With the fighting power of those wild monkeys, even if the whole clan comes together, they can't be Frisia's opponent, right? Beerus wondered if he had heard that wrong. In his memory, the scions were just a group of wild monkeys with well-developed limbs, simple minds, and low combat effectiveness. Even if the whole clan came together, it would be impossible to kill Frisia. But unfortunately, this impossible thing became a fact. You will know after reading this, Lord Beerus. Whis waved the angel scepter, and the light projected from the black magic ball on the top of the scepter formed a light curtain. The scene played on this light screen was exactly the scene where Son Goku and Frisia fought on Namek. Blonde hair? Weiss, are you sure you got it right? Can't scions only become giant apes? Why did they suddenly turn into blonde hair? Beerus held his chin with his right hand, glanced at Whis, and asked in confusion. In recent years, the scions have mutated somehow. They have discovered the power of blood in their bodies and can transform independently. The golden-haired state you see now is called Super Scion. Whis explained meaningfully to the god of destruction Beerus. Super Scion. Beerus kept chanting this title, his eyes gradually becoming serious. Somehow, he always felt that the name Super Scion seemed a bit familiar, and at the same time, a figure that made him feel unhappy flashed across his mind. It was because that guy appeared in his dream that he felt uneasy even when sleeping. The Super Scion I just mentioned seems to have some connection with the guy in the dream. It's more than that. Weiss changed the picture on the light screen again, and the Scion forms of different periods were displayed. In the light curtain, the scene of Son Goku and Vegeta fighting in the second stage of Super Saiyan form 4 years ago was played. Later, the scene continued to change, becoming a scene where Son Goku fights Majin Buu with the third level of Super Saiyan. Finally, it comes to the scene when Son Goku breaks through the fourth level of Super Saiyan. Beerus was intrigued by so many transformation scenes. Especially the wild power of the fourth level Super Saiyan that appeared at the end, which even made him, as the god of destruction, interested. Wes, are these different transformations also Super Saions? Beerus asked with a faint smile. Yes, according to the naming method of their scions, they are called Super Saiyan Level 1 to Super Saiyan Level 4. The transformation you first saw was the first level of Super Saiyan. The last one with a bigger image change is called the fourth level of Super Saiyan. Weiss said slowly. Super Saiyan Level 1, and Super Saiyan Level 4? What a tongue-in-cheek name. But these names are somewhat similar to the guys in my dream, but I don't know what the connection is. It's really annoying, they all have such long names. Beerus' faint eyes flashed with an imperceptible light, and he said calmly. At this time, Weiss narrowed his eyes slightly, with an imperceptible smile on his face, and said with a slight smile, Lord Beerus, could the person in your dream be the one mentioned by the prophecy fish 37 years ago? Rival, Super Saiyan God. That's right, it's the Super Saiyan God. With Weiss' reminder, Beerus immediately remembered the dream. He quickly confirmed the person's full name. One is Super Saiyan level 4, and the other is Super Saiyan God. There must be a connection between them. Where are the remaining Saions from Weiss? Beerus can't wait to reveal the true identity of the Super Saiyan God. Back to Lord Beerus, the surviving Saions now all live in the northern galaxy, on a water-blue planet called Earth. Weiss said with a calm expression. Earth? Pack your lunch and go to Earth. I would like to see if this so-called Super Saiyan God exists in this world. Beerus stood up from the bath, put on a towel, and walked towards the locker room. Screen transition. On the Earth. People have become accustomed to a peaceful life, but as everyone knows, a huge crisis is approaching quietly. Today is Bulma's birthday. To celebrate, Bulma invited Z warriors from all over the world to attend her birthday party. As the richest man on Earth, Bulma's birthday party was extremely large. A super-large luxury cruise ship with the logo of a capsule company was sailing on the sea. Z warriors from all over the world were invited by Bulma to come to the cruise ship. Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan, Sun Wushan, Kikai, Bull Demon King. Tianjin Rice, Dumplings, Lankai, Kellen, Android number 18, Marin, Turtle Immortal, Turtle, Yamuti. Videl, Satan, Majin Buu. Piccolo, Tenjin Dandy, Bobo. Karin Sage, Achilobe. Everyone came as promised, and friends who had not seen each other for a long time told each other about their lives and experiences over the years. Located on the top deck of a luxury cruise ship, Son Goku and Vegeta, the destined opponents, meet again. When they meet, there will definitely be sparks of friction. Long time no see Vegeta. Sun Wukong and Vegeta looked at each other and said hello. It's been a long time indeed, Kakarot. Vegeta crossed his arms, looking as cold as ever. Chapter 20. After a year, the two met again, and both of them had changed a lot. Sun Wukong's eyes were burning, and he looked Vegeta up and down with his solemn eyes, taking in all the changes in the opponent's body. Vegeta, on the other hand, looked at Sun Wukong with sharp eyes, his eyes were like arrows, and he also noticed the changes in the other party. It seems that you practice much harder than me, Vegeta. If I'm not wrong, you should have taken that step, right? Sun Wukong showed an amiable smile on his face, feeling happy for this old friend from the bottom of his heart. Humph! I can't always be behind you, Kakarot, but it's just the 4th level of Super Saiyan. I have my own way to complete it. We haven't seen each other for a year, and you have become a lot stronger, Kakarot. Vegeta narrowed his cold eyes slightly, releasing his invisible aura, with the idea of testing Sun Wukong's strength. Faced with Vegeta's active temptation, Sun Wukong also released a little bit of his own momentum to disrupt Vegeta's aura. Although I also want to fight you, we should restrain ourselves. After all, this is Bulma's birthday party. Even if we want to fight, it will have to be after the banquet is over. Sun Wukong suppressed the expectation in his heart and suggested. Vegeta didn't speak, but silently regained his momentum. He had no intention of fighting Sun Wukong now. After all, today is his wife's birthday party, and as a husband, he would not do such a stupid thing. But having said that, I have a question to ask you. Sun Wukong leaned into Vegeta's ear and asked cautiously, how old is Bulma's birthday today? Why do you ask this? Vegeta frowned and looked at Sun Wukong in confusion. To be honest, he didn't know how old Bulma's birthday was today. I'm just a little curious, or you don't know? Sun Wukong asked with a half-smile. Humph. I don't care about these boring things. Vegeta said coldly. While the two were talking, something happened suddenly. Outside the earth, a shocking light broke through the earth's atmosphere, and came to the left of Sun Wukong and Vegeta at a terrifying speed. What's going on? Sun Wukong instantly became more vigilant. What the hell? Vegeta cheered up. The two stared at the bright colorful light with sharp eyes. When the light dissipated, two people they had never seen before appeared in their sight. The visitors were none other than the god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel Whis. Who are these two people? Sun Wukong stared at the two people intently, and his heart was already filled with turmoil. In his memory, these two people had never existed. Sun Wukong's attitude became more and more serious. His sharp eyes were locked on the god of destruction Beerus and the angel Whis, expanding his perception. It was okay not to feel it, but when he felt it, he was completely shocked. This is the power of God? Such pure divine power! The result obtained made Sun Wukong shocked. Ever since he obtained the power of God cultivation method from the old Kaijin a year ago, he has not slacked off and has also used this method to practice. To this day, the power of God has been cultivated in his body. But the two guys who suddenly appeared in front of him were even more pure than him in terms of divine power. Are they gods? God I have never seen before. Sun Wukong looked solemn and thought secretly in his heart. Different from Sun Wukong's doubts. Vegeta's eyes were dull and shocked after seeing these two people. In his mind, there was a flood of memories that had been buried for a long time. Vegeta entered his memories and saw his father being stepped on by the god of destruction, Beerus, and constantly threatening him to find the best pillow in the universe. At that time, he was still young and did not understand the terror of the god of destruction. He wanted to rescue his father, but was frightened by the other party's look and fell to the ground, unable to move. Since then, the terror of the god of destruction Beerus has been deeply imprinted in his mind. The body's instinct buried this memory deep in the mind. Now with the arrival of the god of destruction, Beerus, this memory that was least wanted to be recalled has been unearthed. God of destruction Beerus. Vegeta's eyes were full of rage, revealing a biting chill. God of destruction Beerus, Vegeta, do you know this guy? Sun Wukong turned around and asked in disbelief. In his previous life, he had never heard Vegeta talk about existences such as the god of destruction, nor had he ever heard of a god of destruction. The appearance of God. Could it be that the world he was reborn in was different from the world he once had? Recalling the last time we met, decades have passed. The Scion Prince who was so frightened by my look that he fell to the ground has now grown up. A sneer flashed at the corner of Beerus's mouth. Said in a condescending manner. Ha ha ha. I was still a child back then, but the shame you gave me as a Scion clan will never be forgotten in my life, Beerus. Vegeta's attitude was very tough, and there was a coldness in his eyes. Back then, his father, his people, including him, were played by the god of destruction, Beerus. This was a national shame that he would never forget in his lifetime. As the prince of the Scions, he wants to get back his lost dignity. That guy King Vegeta gave birth to a pretty good boy. Looking back on those days, when your father faced this god, he was just a groveling slave. Now his son has more backbone than him. However, Vegeta, I have to remind you that the god of destruction is very scary. A sneer flashed across the corner of the god of destruction Beerus's lips, and in a flash, the pressure of the god of destruction was released. A very strange feeling enveloped the hearts of Vegeta and Sun Wukong. This feeling had never happened before. As the god of destruction, every move represents destruction. His pressure, his terror, any living creature will instinctively feel fear and give up the idea of resistance. However, that is only relative to the weak. A strong person has nothing to fear from anyone, not even gods. Son Goku and Vegeta faced the pressure emanating from the god of destruction, Beerus, and were not affected in any way. As the god of destruction, you are too rude. If you want to fight, I can accompany you to the end. Sun Wukong's face turned cold, and he had already defined the god of destruction in front of him, Beerus, as his enemy. The arrogant scion just defeated Frisia, that low-class trash. Do you think you can compete with the god of destruction? Innocent. The god of destruction, Beerus, looked down upon Sun Wukong. In his opinion, Sun Wukong was just a wild monkey with well-developed limbs and a simple mind. Chapter 21. As the god of destruction, he didn't take Son Goku and Vegeta seriously at all. After ignoring Son Goku, he set his sights on Vegeta. Vegeta, I am here now, what are you waiting for? Could it be that you have been frightened by this god? Do you dare to take action? Beerus's condescending attitude did not take Vegeta seriously at all. This look of contempt made Sun Wukong even more angry. Hey! Beerus, don't think that I'm still the same person I was back then. Vegeta. I am the prince of the Scions. The enraged Vegeta let out a hysterical roar, his face was ferocious, and he was so angry that he just wanted to make Beerus pay the price. The muscles all over the body were tense, and veins appeared on the forehead. The cells in the body were mobilized by thoughts and gathered towards the center of the back, and exploded in an instant. Boom! The momentum exploded, and Vegeta's combat power ushered in a sublimation. Powerful golden flames rose rapidly from the soles of Vegeta's feet and spread throughout his body. Wave after wave of shock waves spread out, and the violent power reached into the sky. This sudden outburst immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the cruise ship. People stopped talking and their eyes moved to the same location at the same time. At this moment, Vegeta has transformed into the first-level Super Saiyan full power state, and the terrifying momentum burst out without any reservation. It's very powerful, and its combat effectiveness has also improved a lot. I remember, this form seems to be called Super Saiyan, right? Beerus said calmly with his hands behind his back. Vegeta is very powerful now, but not strong enough. Only this level of fighting power is not enough for him, the god of destruction, to take a high look. This arrogant and nonchalant look made Vegeta feel angry. Stop pretending, Beerus. I will make it impossible for you to stand high again. With a roar, Vegeta attacked directly. In an instant of 0.1 seconds, he sprinted in front of the god of destruction Beerus, mobilized all his strength and punched the god of destruction Beerus in the face. It's so courageous to dare to take action against this god. Beerus's expression turned cold. When Vegeta's fist was only 1 centimeter away from Beerus' face, Beerus moved. His speed was beyond imagination. While dodging Vegeta's attack, he quietly came behind Vegeta. This sudden change shocked Sun Wukong. He turned around suddenly and shouted, "Get out of the way! Vegeta!" Vegeta was shocked, his legs exploded with strength and jumped into the air. But the moment he acted, Beerus followed suit and caught up with Vegeta at an even faster speed. Where is that guy? Vegeta looked around and found that the god of destruction, Beerus, had disappeared. Vegeta, that guy is behind you. Sun Wukong on the cruise ship shouted loudly to Vegeta. What? Having a premonition that something bad was going to happen, Vegeta felt something on his shoulders just as he was about to take action. You overestimated your capabilities, you dare to attack this god. You are indeed brave, but you seem to have forgotten that the god of destruction is very scary. The god of destruction, Beerus, put one hand on Vegeta's right shoulder. Said with a sarcastic smile. Are you kidding me? Vegeta, who couldn't bear it anymore, shouted angrily, turned around and punched Beerus. The god of destruction, to force him back. The attack failed again, which made Vegeta realize that the power of the first level of Super Saiyan alone could not touch the god of destruction Beerus. He switched to the second-level ultimate form of Super Saiyan without hesitation. Electricity exploded all over his body, his aura became more permeable, and his combat effectiveness was qualitatively improved. The form has changed again, and the combat power has also been greatly improved. It seems that the strength of you surviving Scions has also been greatly improved. I remember, your form is called Super Saiyan Level 2, right? It's not very powerful, and the name is quite convoluted. The god of destruction, Beerus, had his hands behind his back, still maintaining his aloof posture. In his opinion, there is no difference between Vegeta in Super 1 form and Vegeta in Super 2 form. Shut up! Vegeta exploded again, rushing towards the god of destruction Beerus at full speed. You don't know how to live or die. The god of destruction Beerus' eyes turned cold when he saw this. He perfectly dodged Vegeta's attack and hit Vegeta in the abdomen with his side knee. Boom! A thrilling, flesh-like sound exploded, and the space trembled for 3 minutes. Vegeta's belly. There was a burst of sharp pain, and an unimaginable force spread along his abdomen and throughout his body, knocking him back more than 10 meters. Stabilizing his body, Vegeta endured the pain in his abdomen and glared at the god of destruction Beerus with his teeth bared. Being teased by Beerus one after another made Vegeta even more angry. But this time, he wasn't acting recklessly. The tentative exchange just now had already made him understand the terror of the god of destruction Beerus. It is by no means an existence that can be defeated easily. On a luxury cruise ship, everyone raised their heads and looked at the battle in mid-air, feeling a little confused for a moment. Who is that purple-skinned long-eared cat? He actually knocked back the second-level Super Saiyan Vegeta, which shows that his strength is extraordinary. As the organizer of a birthday party, Bulma was dumbfounded. With her eyesight, it was obvious that the two people who suddenly appeared were not from Earth. Is it really so unlucky that the Earth is facing a crisis just when he is holding a birthday party? Who is that guy? He can actually suppress Vegeta. Krillin, one of the Z-warriors, looked at the battle in the sky and sighed in fear. I can't feel the breath. There is no breath on these two people. Sun Wuhan's face gradually became serious. As the third most powerful warrior on Earth, his perception is very keen. Although he has not engaged in high-intensity training in recent years, he has not neglected training. Not only has his skill not declined, but it has returned to its peak. His fighting intuition told him that the identity of these two people was not simple, and the sense of oppression that emanated from them was something he had never felt before. Who are these two people? I can't feel the breath, but the pressure on them is more terrifying than Kaioshin. Could it be said that they are gods? Piccolo, who was once half the god of Earth, realized a terrifying possibility. These two guys who suddenly came to Earth are gods. A god that is comparable to Kaioshin and even has a higher position than Kaioshin. Chapter 22. The other Z-warriors also felt that something was wrong. The identity of the purple-skinned hairless cat in the sky was not that simple. The terrifying power that was invisibly released just now is completely different from the aura they used in practice. This power is definitely not something that humans can use. Mid-air. The god of destruction Beerus raised the corners of his mouth slightly in an evil arc, looking at Vegeta in front of him with a half-smile. What's wrong? This god is here. Where has your arrogance gone? Or have you understood the terror of the god of destruction and lost the courage to contend with him? If this is really the case, it would be a huge disappointment to me. The casual words of the god of destruction Beerus deeply hurt Vegeta's heart. By L.U.S.I. Vegeta, who was stimulated, became extremely angry, clenched his fists, and shouted angrily, "This prince has your wish. Open your eyes and see clearly." Vegeta was angry, this time he was completely angry. The god of destruction Beerus humiliated him one after another, making him ashamed. This time he will make the god of destruction Beerus pay the price no matter what. In one thought, a large number of S cells in Vegeta's body began to swim, and the energy of the second level of Super Saiyan was sublimated and rising steadily. The aura storm continued to expand, becoming wider and wider, and even the surge of aura impacted in front of Beerus. Oh, the energy has increased a lot, but your power control is too rough, and a lot of energy has been wasted by you. Beerus shook his head repeatedly and said with extreme disappointment. With such a large amount of energy leaking, Vegeta's subsequent transformation must not be very good either. Crackling. The flow of breath around Vegeta continued to accelerate, the lightning lingering around him continued to explode, and the intensity of the breath was qualitatively sublimated compared to before. In the storm of breath, Vegeta's appearance changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. His sky-high golden hair was lengthened to his waist, his eyebrows disappeared and his brow bones were lowered. Vegeta stabilized his transformation into the Super 3 form, staring at the god of destruction Beerus with cold and ruthless eyes without any emotion. The eyebrowless hero, the third level of Super Saiyan, has arrived. I remember this transformation, it seemed to be called Super or something. I remembered, it's called Super Saiyan level 3. Don't embarrass yourself with such a boring transformation, idiot. Compared with your boring Super Saiyan level 3, I care more about the Saiyan named Son Goku mastering the Super Saiyan level 4. The god of destruction, Beerus, had completely lost interest in Vegeta. He turned his eyes to look at Son Goku on the cruise ship. In his opinion, Son Goku is much stronger than Vegeta and is more likely to be the Super Saiyan god he is looking for. You bastard! Don't look down on me! Vegeta, who was out of control, rioted, and the Super 3 ultimate state exploded. A harsh sonic boom sounded in the space, and in less than a breath, Vegeta appeared in front of Beerus and punched the god of destruction Beerus in anger. Boom! There was an explosion. The power of the fist spreads, causing ripples in the space. This includes Vegeta's angry fist being blocked by the god of destruction Beerus with one hand. Unable to move forward at all. After an attack failed, Vegeta quickly withdrew his fist, mobilized all his strength, and launched a devastating attack that swept away the god of destruction Beerus like a hurricane. The guy who doesn't give up. The god of destruction, Beerus, his eyes changed slightly, exuding a dangerous aura. Since Vegeta is so disrespectful, it's no wonder he's the one to blame. The fierce battle begins. Boom, 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 boom. Vegeta, who devoted himself wholeheartedly to the attack, used the ferocity of his attacks to the extreme. Continuous devastating blows hit the god of destruction Beerus from multiple directions. After years of training, Vegeta has already improved his fighting skills. On the surface, he only seems to be attacking but not defending, but in fact, he has a hidden world. His form and spirit are integrated, and he can attack and defend freely. The attacks were more intensive than the storm, and the defense was even more watertight. However, this level is not enough. In Beerus's eyes, Vegeta is still an immature baby, with insufficient attack power and full of flaws in defense. With just one hand, he can block all of Vegeta's attacks and manipulate the third-level Super Saiyan Vegeta in the palm of his hand. All attacks were blocked and did not have the desired effect, which shocked Vegeta. Are you kidding me? Even the god of destruction is too powerful. This uncle at the third level of Super Saiyan can't do anything to him. Vegeta roared in his heart. Unwilling to accept the reality, he decisively changed his attack method. He gave up the hand-to-hand combat with the god of destruction Beerus, retreated 100 meters away, mobilized his whole body's energy, and assumed a posture to release the Gallic cannon. Wow! The white-purple gas flames rose rapidly, the aura around Vegeta's body beat more and more violently, and the energy that destroyed the world and destroyed the earth was accumulated in Vegeta's hands. Take the move, Gallic cannon! With a roar, a violent white-purple energy cannon burst out from between Vegeta's hands, driving the world-destroying power towards Beerus, the god of destruction. Faced with this extremely destructive blow, the god of destruction Beerus didn't even bother to dodge. Just when everyone thought that Vegeta's Gallic cannon could severely damage the god of destruction Beerus, a scene that surprised everyone happened. When the Gallic cannon was only 10 centimeters away from the god of destruction, Beerus, it was disintegrated by a mysterious force and turned into energy particles floating in the sky. On the other hand, the god of destruction, Beerus, did not move at all, but with the power of a single thought, he disintegrated the Gallic cannon. This, impossible! Vegeta was completely dumbfounded when he saw this scene. The god of destruction was far more terrifying than he thought. Vegeta, your strength is pretty good. Unfortunately, you are not the Super Saiyan god I am looking for. The boring game ends here. As soon as he finished speaking, a deep purple energy film emerged around the god of destruction Beerus. This is the power of destruction. The power of the god of destruction, the power to destroy everything in the world. With just one thought, Beerus unleashed his divine power of destruction, causing the sky for hundreds of miles around to be engulfed in darkness. The power of the god of destruction shook the heavens and the earth, causing the whole world to scream. I see, this is the terrifying thing about the god of destruction. The power that can make everything fear. At this moment, Vegeta finally understood why Beerus could be called the god of destruction. Chapter 23. This power can make all living beings feel fear from the depths of their souls, even if he is as strong as him. Under the power of the god of destruction, every cell in his body sent out dangerous signals. However, as a Saiyan, he will not be afraid when facing powerful enemies. It's over, Saiyan. Not wanting to waste any more time, the god of destruction Beerus condensed a weak destructive energy in his palm and threw it towards Vegeta. This ball of energy is not enough to kill Vegeta, but it can leave him completely injured. Facing the attack of destructive energy, Vegeta did not dodge, but secretly activated the power of blood in his body. With the activation of bloodline power, Vegeta's aura improved dramatically. Boom! With an explosion, the power of blood was fully released. Vegeta's aura soared into the sky, and the violent golden aura expanded rapidly, sweeping in all directions. The tiny destructive energy bomb was crushed on the spot the moment it touched Vegeta's rapidly expanding aura. You can actually increase your breath. Compared with just now, it seems a little different. The destructive energy was destroyed, which made Beerus's eyes light up, showing an extremely surprised expression. Vegeta's performance indeed exceeded his expectations. Don't decide the outcome of the battle without authorization. Beerus. I will let you see the true power of the Saiyans. It is definitely not something you self-righteous gods can play with. As Vegeta roared one after another, his aura increased dramatically, and the temperature of the golden gas flame soared, shining as brightly as a small sun. The circulation speed of the golden breath skyrocketed, and the temperature of the breath continued to rise, cutting an area of 10,000 meters wide in the sea below the soles of the feet. The hot breath is as hot as the sun, evaporating countless seawater. Interesting, I haven't felt such strong chi in years. If there is a transformation, it should be taken out from the beginning. Beerus was intrigued by this violent wild power, and stared intently at the center of the power explosion. In that golden light, Vegeta's posture changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The waist-length blonde hair turned into brown-black, the clothes on the upper body disappeared, and the strong muscles expanded and were covered by a layer of fiery red hair. At this time, Vegeta, although still maintaining a human posture, looked more like an ape, with the explosive muscles in his body filled with terrifying energy that could destroy the world. It is simply a beast from the barbaric period. This form is the 4th level of Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, on the cruise ship, Sun Wukong is facing off against Angel Weiss. Who is this guy who came with the god of destruction? The aura on his body is more unfathomable than the god of destruction. Sun Wukong was extremely nervous at the moment. The appearance of the god of destruction, Beerus, and his unfathomable strength made him no longer sure of victory. The unidentified guy in front of him seemed to be more powerful than the god of destruction, Beerus. Haha, Mr. Sun Wukong is worried that I will attack you like Lord Beerus. Weiss saw Sun Wukong's concerns, smiled calmly, and said, I am just Lord Beerus's follower, and I have no the idea of fighting. After saying that, Weiss ignored Sun Wukong and walked slowly towards the lower level of the cruise ship. When he first arrived on the cruise ship, he smelled the aroma of a lot of delicious food, but it was difficult to move around because Beerus was nearby. Now that Beerus is fighting, he can also take this opportunity to taste the delicacies of the earth. Sun Wukong didn't speak, he just looked at Weiss's retreating back and fell into deep thought. Just a follower of the god of destruction, Sun Wukong always felt that things were not that simple. Is such a powerful existence really just a follower of the god of destruction? However, since he is so powerful, there is no need for others to lie to him. At this moment, the Z warriors on the cruise ship all showed different expressions after seeing Vegeta transform into the 4th level of Super Saiyan. What is this form? What a terrifying aura! Krillin was frightened by Vegeta's aura. Even though he was far away, the oppressive feeling brought by Vegeta's wild momentum invisibly brought him comes the feeling of death. So strong. Bottomless aura. Even more powerful than the guy who calls himself the god of destruction, Tianjin Fan was already so nervous that he was sweating profusely. 3 eyes stared intently at the battle in the sky. After all, he is just a mortal and cannot feel the power of God. The power of Super 4 Vegeta is terrifying, but it is more than one dimension away from the god of destruction, Beerus. Vegeta. Have you finally surpassed Goku? Turtle Immortal said with a solemn expression. The Super 4 transformation shown by Vegeta has clearly surpassed Sun Wukong. But what he didn't know was that Son Goku had already mastered Super Saiyan one step ahead of Vegeta. Except for Piccolo and Dandy, no one in their group knew that Son Goku could transform into the 4th level of Super Saiyan. Come on, Dad! Defeat that alien! Trunks shouted from Bulma's side to Vegeta in the sky. Come on! Vegeta! Bulma, as his wife, cheered for Vegeta. Vegeta was able to complete the 4th stage of Super Saiyan transformation, and her contribution was indispensable. A year ago, after Vegeta was defeated by Son Goku, the amount of training was unprecedentedly huge. Bulma, who noticed something was wrong, asked Vegeta and found out the reason for his crazy training. As a genius girl on Earth, Bulma's brain is so smart. She discovered the similarities between the 4th level Super Saiyan and the giant ape form with just a little thought. With her guidance and help, Vegeta found the correct way to transform into the 4th level of Super Saiyan. Today's Vegeta will never lose no matter who the enemy he faces. Screen transition. On the battlefield. After seeing Vegeta's changes, an incredible look flashed across Beerus's face. This is pure mortal power powerful enough to rival divine power. After the transformation was completed, Vegeta broke through the space in an instant, sprinted in front of the god of destruction Beerus, and released the wild power of Super 4 without any scruples. I remember this form is called Super Saiyan Level 4, right? I thought only the Saiyan named Son Goku could do this form, but I didn't expect you could do it too. It's true that I underestimated you, Vegeta. Beerus looked at Vegeta up and down with curious eyes, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. He hadn't looked forward to it as much as he did today for a long time. Vegeta's power does not have any fluctuations in divine power. It is pure mortal power, a mortal power powerful enough to enter the realm of gods. His life, which had been boring for millions of years, finally had some fun. Chapter 24. Beerus, what appears before you now is Vegeta, the strongest Saiyan King in history. So what if you are the god of destruction? I will defeat you with the true power of a scion. At this time, Vegeta was so proud that the transformation of the 4th level of Super Saiyan was the embodiment of the power of their Saiyan bloodline. It's also his Vegeta's pride. The strongest Saiyan king in history? Interesting. Then let me feel how much power you, the strongest Saiyan king, have. Beerus corrected his attitude and no longer looked like the previous playing posture. The Super 4 Vegeta in front of him aroused the idea of having a good time. Hurry up and attack, let me see how strong the Saiyan power you are proud of is. Beerus's mouth curled up slightly, and he hooked his index finger with his right hand at Vegeta's position. Arrogant. The hot-tempered Vegeta put on a fighting stance, releasing the power of blood in his body. The golden evil aura spread rapidly, and the invisible aura spread, covering the entire battlefield. The bloodline pressure of Super 4 is pressing down on Beerus. This is Vegeta's test. Faced with Vegeta's boring temptation, Beerus also responded, releasing the invisible power of the god of destruction, breaking up the violent bloodline pressure. Take the move. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed in Vegeta's eyes, seizing Beerus' fleeting flaw to attack. Humph! Beerus showed an unknown smile and struck out at the moment Vegeta took action. Boom! War begins. Super 4 Vegeta and God of Destruction Beerus each burst out with extremely terrifying speeds and shuttled freely through space. There were powerful collisions again and again. Bang! 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 Several sonic booms exploded in the sky. Every collision will cause huge vibrations in the space, and the aftermath of destruction visible to the naked eye will rage on the sea. The entire ocean was turned upside down in the aftermath of the battle. No. Not just the ocean, it should be said that the entire Earth was affected by the battle between Super 4 Vegeta and the God of Destruction Beerus. The speed of the two continued to increase, and the number of collisions increased. From the perspective of onlookers, 2 auroras, golden and purple, were traveling in the sky, and the 2 rays of light collided many times as if they were incompatible with each other. The battle became more intense, and Super 4 Vegeta unleashed all his power. Beerus, the god of destruction, felt the joy of fighting again after millions of years. Crackling. In the dark clouds, lightning brewed down and whipped on the sea. The sky is dark, the earth is dark, the wind is surging, the lightning is thundering, this situation is like the end of the world. The Z warriors on the cruise ship looked at the ongoing battle in the sky. Everyone's mouths opened wide, and they couldn't calm down for a long time. The magnitude of this battle has far exceeded their ability to understand. Vegeta and them no longer exist in the same dimension. Except for Sun Wukong, who could see the entire battle clearly, the others could hardly even see the afterimage. Even Sun Wuhan, the strongest single warrior in the past, could only barely capture some afterimages. Sun Wukong sighed. Looking at the battle situation in the sky, he felt a storm in his heart at this moment. Vegeta will definitely lose. Sun Wukong clenched his fists at this moment and said with a serious face. Although Vegeta's 4th level of Super Saiyan has been stabilized and he can perfectly display all the combat power of this form, the strength gap between the two sides is too big. The fighting power and immersive apocalyptic scope displayed by the God of Destruction Beerus far exceeded Sun Wukong's expectations. After resurrecting his life, he was able to meet such a strong opponent. His power even surpassed the one-star dragon back then. Sun Wukong's whole body was trembling. It's not fear, it's excitement. The excitement of meeting a powerful opponent. Now that his strength has increased dramatically, even if the super one-star dragon from back then reappears, he is sure to kill it within 10 moves. Now the appearance of Beerus, the god of destruction, has completely aroused the long-dormant fighting spirit in Sun Wukong's heart. On the battlefield, the battle became more and more intense, and Super 4 Vegeta exerted his body functions to the extreme. The wild strength of his body was freely retracted, and he devoted himself wholeheartedly to the attack, exerting his overwhelming combat power to the extreme. The domineering power of Super 4, which is enough to challenge others, is combined with Vegeta's unparalleled princely fighting skills. It is a devastating blow to any enemy. Even for beings of the same level, facing this moment, the Super 4 Vegetas could only defend passively and were beaten without the ability to fight back. But unfortunately, what Vegeta meets now is the god of destruction, Beerus, who stands at the top of the 12 universes. As the god of destruction who has lived for countless years, Beerus's combat skills and combat experience, accumulated over countless years, have surpassed Vegeta by several dimensions. He didn't even deliberately defend, letting Vegeta attack, and his body's instinct would make the most reasonable response. All of Super 4 Vegeta's attacks were either dodged or neutralized by him. As the battle continued, Super 4 Vegeta gradually felt that something was wrong. This guy is playing tricks on me. Realizing that the god of destruction Beerus was just playing around, Super 4 Vegeta couldn't calm down his restless heart. As the noble king of the Scions, he had never suffered such humiliation. The anger in his heart increased, causing Vegeta to break the boundaries again and burst out with stronger power. With his speed and strength enhanced, Vegeta unleashes the most powerful attack in his Super 4 form. Boom! Above the sea, a deafening roar came again. With the explosion of this sound, the already chaotic sea surface was almost overturned, causing waves 10,000 meters high. Fortunately, the battle area was on the sea level. If the battlefield were in a city, the aftermath of Vegeta's blow would be enough to level the entire city. But even this all-consuming blow was still unable to cause substantial damage to the god of destruction Beerus. It was easily blocked by the opponent's hand. It seems that the power of the strongest Scion King is no more than this. What a shame, you're not the one I'm looking for, Vegeta. Beerus's gloomy eyes exuded the boundless power of the god of destruction, and just one word of intimidation made Vegeta temporarily absent-minded. Turning from defense to offense, Beerus casually struck out, hitting Super 4 Vegeta in the abdomen. Poof! After being hit hard, Super 4 Vegeta spurted acid water mixed with blood from his mouth. When he came to his senses, he had already retreated thousands of meters away. Chapter 25. Feeling the pain in his abdomen, Vegeta lowered his head and looked down at his abdomen. A shocking punch mark was deeply imprinted on his abdominal muscles. Fortunately, the physical body of the 4th level Super Saiyan is strong enough. If he were to withstand this blow in the previous forms, either his internal organs would be destroyed, his physical body would collapse, or he would be seriously injured and dying. Damn it! Vegeta cursed angrily unwillingly. The Saiyan instinct turns pain into pleasure, and the rage in Vegeta's heart continues to grow. Emotions are the source of power for Scions, and anger is the main factor that stimulates Scions to explode in power. The anger in his heart swelled, and the blood power in Vegeta's body was exploded to a deeper extent. A ray of light flashed through his black and blue eyes. A thunderous roar came from Vegeta's mouth. As the roar sounded, the aura around Vegeta expanded rapidly, and the golden aura shot straight into the sky and penetrated the universe. His strong body grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his already well-developed muscles became even stronger at this moment. His body was strengthened again and all the injuries sustained during the battle were repaired. When the breath reached the critical point, Vegeta jumped up and sprinted to an altitude of 10,000 meters. He opened his hands wide and formed an energy release posture, locking on the god of destruction Beerus. Crackling! A large number of electric arcs exploded around Vegeta. The muscles all over the body are tense, and all the energy is concentrated along the arms towards the palms. As the power continued to expand, the dim sky regained its light, and the dazzling sunlight shone on Vegeta's body. The wild and powerful posture of Super 4 was deeply reflected in everyone's hearts. The Z warriors on the cruise ship looked at this scene with different expressions. What an amazing energy! It's still improving. Tianjin Fan was so nervous that he was sweating profusely, and was frightened by the terrifying aura released by Vegeta. Vegeta's power is pure mortal power, and they can clearly feel how terrifying this aura is that can crush people to death. If you emit energy in that direction, the entire earth will be destroyed. Clint shouted in fear. In his eyes, Vegeta's current behavior is no different from destroying the world. Has Uncle Vegeta's power risen to this level? I can do it too, I can do it too. Seeing Vegeta condensed with terrifying power in the sky, Son Gohan felt a strong yearning in his heart. If he devotes himself to training, he will definitely be able to achieve this level, and it is not impossible to even surpass Vegeta. Gohan, Piccolo looked at Sun Wuhan with a complicated expression. A few years ago, Sun Wuhan was the strongest warrior among them. Now that there was such a big gap, he only felt it was a pity. In Piccolo's eyes, if Son Gohan can regain his will to become stronger, surpassing Son Goku and Vegeta will not be a problem at all. However, it is not too late to awaken now, as long as the Earth still exists after this battle. The scene of Vegeta's burst of power made everyone extremely nervous. Only Angel Weiss was not affected in any way. Angel Weiss, who was eating sushi at the food stall, just glanced at the battle in the sky and continued to enjoy the food. This Vegeta is really stubborn. He hasn't realized it until now during the battle. The energy form's moves are ineffective against the god of destruction. High in the air, Vegeta's whole body was surrounded by golden lightning, and his body sometimes expanded and sometimes contracted due to the explosion of energy. Beerus! You once brought shame to my Scion clan. Today, I want to get back all my money and profits. If you have the guts, take this move. Vegeta kept provoking Beerus, moving his hands forward, and finally the prototype of the Flash was completed. Seeing this, the god of destruction Beerus smiled and said nothing. As an old monster who has lived for countless years, Vegeta's inferior provoking method has no effect on him. He raised his right hand, pointed at Vegeta high in the air, and raised his index finger provocatively. Seeing Beerus being so arrogant, Vegeta showed a ferocious look on his face. Finally flash! The vast and boundless golden lightning energy cannon broke through the space, carrying the terrifying power of destruction and blasting down towards the god of destruction Beerus. The diameter of the final flash of energy was a full 100 meters. Facing this huge range of destructive energy, the god of destruction Beerus raised his right hand indifferently. The boring games are over, Vegeta. The extremely cold words came out, and Beerus mobilized his divine power of destruction. As a layer of purple light emerges all over the body, the domineering divine power of destruction brings this continuous advancement to the final stage. The flash was frozen in place, then disintegrated in the next second, turning into particles, floating in the space. At this moment, everyone who witnessed this scene was shocked. Even Sun Wukong couldn't sit still. Was Vegeta's desperate final flash so easily defused by the god of destruction Beerus? Techniques in the form of energy are completely ineffective against this god of destruction. No, impossible. My final flash. How could this happen? Vegeta, who was greatly stimulated at this time, began to doubt life. With the release of the final flash, all the energy in his body was consumed. Although he now maintains the Super 4 state, he can exert only one strength. At this moment, he once again recalled the unforgettable scene from that year, and fear enveloped his whole body. It's pretty good that a mortal's power can reach this level. It's a pity that the power of mortals can never match the power of gods. The god of destruction Beerus said to himself, while a flash of light flashed in his eyes, and in an instant, he took action. In less than 0.01 seconds, Beerus appeared behind Super 4 Vegeta and put his right hand on Vegeta's shoulder. A strong sense of crisis swept through his body. Super 4 Vegeta was stunned, and all the cells in his body screamed in unison at this moment. You did a good job Vegeta, but that's all. The god of destruction Beerus smiled evilly and thrust his right hand downwards. The next second, an irresistible terrifying force swept through Super 4 Vegeta's body. In just an instant, Super 4 Vegeta's consciousness collapsed, and his body fell uncontrollably downwards, crashing into the sea, causing waves thousands of meters high. After getting rid of Super 4 Vegeta, the god of destruction Beerus showed a more meaningful smile on his face. His eyes turned and fell on Sun Wukong on the cruise ship. He casually hooked his index finger at Sun Wukong and motioned for Sun Wukong to come over. This guy is really annoying. Cold sweat broke out on Sun Wukong's forehead. He suppressed the restless emotions in his heart and flew towards the god of destruction, Beerus. Chapter 26. After a while, Sun Wukong arrived in front of the god of destruction, Beerus, highly tensed and ready to fight at any time. Boy, answer me a question, do you know the existence of the Super Saiyan God? Beerus, the god of destruction, put his hands behind his back and asked Sun Wukong indifferently. Super Saiyan God? Sun Wukong stared blankly. He had never heard of the title Super Saiyan God. He did know the legendary Super Saiyan, but what the Super Saiyan God was. It sounded like a very ancient existence. It seems you don't know anymore. Seeing Sun Wukong's reaction, the god of destruction Beerus didn't want to ask any more questions. Unable to find the Super Saiyan God, a nameless rage surged in his heart, and he immediately decided to destroy the earth. There is no Super Saiyan God, so all that's left is destruction. Beerus said as the divine power of destruction in his body erupted like a torrent, and the invisible divine power descended, dragging the earth that had once again seen light into the shrouded in darkness. Beerus' whole body was shrouded in a layer of haze, and the powerful power of the god of destruction swept across the world and enveloped the entire planet. All creatures on the earth stopped what they were doing at the same time and looked at the same location. Although they cannot feel the power of God, their body's instinct tells them that there is a very dangerous existence in that place. Son Goku, who is closest to the god of destruction Beerus, has further understood the power of the god of destruction after personally experiencing this terrifying power of destruction. Is this the power of the god of destruction? There is an indescribable feeling. Sun Wukong had a solemn expression, and the power of blood in his body was mobilized by his thoughts. Ha ha ha! It's unbelievable that a god of destruction like you actually exists in this world. However, if you want to destroy the earth, I have to stop you no matter what. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Wukong activated the power of blood in his body. The golden aura rose rapidly and enveloped Sun Wukong's body. In just an instant, Son Goku transformed from his normal state into the 4th level of Super Saiyan. Unlike Vegeta's huge movement when transforming, Sun Wukong's transformation is very calm, which is also a manifestation of the ability to freely control power. Directly skip the transformation of the previous 3 forms and enter Super 4. The power of the Super 4 came to heaven and earth and offset Beerus's power of the god of destruction. An unprecedented sense of depression descended on this world. The confrontation between Super 4 Son Goku and the god of destruction Beerus means that the final battle is about to begin. Humph. Saiyans of this generation are quite brave, unlike those cowards on planet Vegeta who were so frightened by this god that they had no will to resist. Your courage to fight against this god is worthy of praise, but it's a pity that it was all in vain in the end. Compared to Vegeta just now, you are indeed a little stronger, but that's all. The god of destruction Beerus said calmly and condescendingly. You are right, god of destruction. We are both at the 4th level of Super Saiyan. There is not much difference in strength between me and Vegeta. After hearing Beerus's comments, Sun Wukong not only did not fear, but the fighting spirit became stronger. It's interesting. Instead of being afraid when facing this god, isn't it that you are inspired to fight? I have lived for hundreds of millions of years. You are the first mortal who is not afraid of me. Tell me your name. The god of destruction Beerus is very interested in the Super 4 Son Goku in front of him. My name is Sun Wukong, a scion who is eager to fight. After saying that, Sun Wukong clenched his fists, and the power of blood in his body was further stimulated by him. His aura continued to sublimate, and he shouted with a ferocious look on his face, "Since the average 4th level Super Saiyan is not your opponent, how about this?" Boom! A huge vibration spread throughout the world. After Sun Wukong's aura reached the critical point, it was improved again. The golden aura that exploded instantly was terrifying in terms of both nature and quantity. Even the god of destruction Beerus, who had lived for an incomparably long time, couldn't help but be frightened by this terrifying power. It's interesting that a mortal can raise his aura to such an extent. You are more interesting than that, Vegeta, and you have indeed shown me the power of you scions. Beerus looked surprised. The smile on his face grew stronger. This was the first time that he looked forward to the power of a mortal. When the golden light dissipated, Sun Wukong's posture was revealed. At this moment, his appearance did not change much, but his breath experienced a huge improvement. This is the Super Saiyan after I surpassed the 4th level of Super Saiyan. Come and fight. Come on, God of Destruction. Sun Wukong's powerful eyes are like torches, and his Super 4 wild body is full of explosive power. A Super Saiyan that has surpassed the 4th level of Super Saiyan? Your Saiyan name is really a twist. But before the battle begins, I have to remind you. Boy, the God of Destruction is very scary. There was a bit of chill in the deep voice of the God of Destruction Beerus. On the deck of a luxury cruise ship, all the Z warriors looked at each other. Vegeta at the 4th level of Super Saiyan was already powerful enough. Son Goku should be on par with Vegeta. Unexpectedly, Son Goku's burst of aura was far higher than Vegeta's. Wukong's chi has actually increased to this level. It's unbelievable. Is this really the aura emanating from a human body? Tianjin Fan was so shocked by this terrifying power that he couldn't control himself. Looking back on those days, he and Sun Wukong were still fierce rivals, but now they are severely left behind by each other. The distance between the two has long been more than one dimension. Goku will definitely win. Defeat that guy with a power that surpasses the 4th level of Super Saiyan. Krillin excitedly encouraged him from the side. In their hearts, Sun Wukong has always been a pillar of existence. As long as he takes action, no problem cannot be solved. Sun Wuhan said nothing, but the slightly raised corners of his mouth expressed his attitude. Piccolo held his breath and concentrated, calming his restless heart, and calmed down to watch the final battle. Meanwhile, underneath the luxury cruise ship, Vegeta, who was knocked into the sea by the god of destruction Beerus, climbed out of the sea with difficulty and looked at Super 4 Son Goku and the god of destruction Beerus in the sky with complicated eyes. Kakarot, you guy, are you one step ahead of me again? Vegeta sighed weakly. At this moment, his mood was extremely complicated. A year ago, he perfectly mastered the 3rd level of Super Saiyan, but Son Goku turned into Super 4 to deal with him. Now that he has perfectly mastered the power of the 4th level of Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong has shown a power that surpasses the 4th level of Super Saiyan. Chapter 27. Vegeta was used to this situation. Now that he has suffered a disastrous defeat in Super Saiyan 4, he can only pin his hopes on Son Goku, hoping that he can defeat the god of destruction Beerus with power beyond the 4th level of Super Saiyan. Protect his second home, the Earth. Switch the scene and return to the main battlefield. The confrontation between the Super 4 Son Goku and the god of destruction Beerus has become more and more intense. The two sides are at war with each other, and there are signs of a war breaking out at any time. Can't tell the depth. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes slightly and thought secretly in his heart. To what extent the god of destruction Beerus' strength has reached, he has to try it himself. Drink! With a roar, electricity exploded all over Sun Wukong's body, and a breath as hot as the temperature of the sun suddenly erupted. He also struck out instantly, sprinting in front of the god of destruction Beerus, and punched out with an iron fist containing infinite destructive power. The god of destruction Beerus crossed his arms in time and assumed a defensive posture. Bang! There was a loud bang. Super 4 Sun Wukong's iron fist struck firmly between Beerus's arms, and Super 4's extremely domineering physical strength was displayed. Even the god of destruction Beerus was shaken by this terrifying power. As the god of destruction, he turned into a cannonball and retreated at supersonic speed. Feeling the powerful impact of power on his arms and the slight tingling sensation from his bones, the god of destruction Beerus twitched his lips slightly, revealing a smile with unknown meaning. Super 4 Son Goku took advantage of the victory to pursue, catching up with the retreating god of destruction Beerus at a faster speed, and struck out with another unstoppable punch. Boom! The power of this blow was even more terrifying, and even the space was torn open by tiny cracks in the aftermath of this blow. But an attack of this magnitude was not enough to hurt Beerus, the god of destruction. Having seen through Sun Wukong's attack trajectory, he placed his hands on his forehead, resisting Sun Wukong's fist, and preventing him from advancing at all. Super 4 Sun Wukong roared loudly, and his wild power burst out continuously. The golden aura is fully released, strengthening the power of Super 4 Son Goku, and constantly pushing forward the body of the god of destruction Beerus. In just a blink of an eye, the burst of power from Super 4 Son Goku forced the god of destruction Beerus back more than 10 kilometers away. When Super 4 Son Wukong was about to use his strength again to completely suppress the god of destruction Beerus, the body of the god of destruction Beerus was frozen in place, as heavy as a planet. No matter how hard Sun Wukong exerted, he could not move it at all. Very powerful explosive power, you are much more interesting than that scion named Vegeta. Beerus, who was provoked to fight, used his hands to force Super 4 Son Goku back in an instant. The next second, Beerus rushed out quickly and struck out with a powerful blow, sweeping across the face of Super 4 Son Goku. Seeing this, Super 4 Son Wukong turned slightly to the side and dodged the blow without any risk. Seizing the flaw in Beerus's attack, Super 4 Son Goku quickly charged up and punched Beerus in the face. Just when the attack was about to succeed, Beerus had a weird smile on his face, and the tail behind him cleverly locked the wrist of Super 4 Son Goku. What? Super 4 Son Wukong's heart tightened, and he instinctively wanted to break free, but the force on Beerus' tail was also quite heavy, and for a while he couldn't break free. Boy, I hope your body will be stronger. God of Destruction Beerus said with a proud smile. How could he let go of such a good opportunity so easily? With a little force on his tail, he lifted up Super 4 Son Wukong's whole body. He quickly swung his fists, punching to the flesh, and launched a powerful blow to Super 4 Son Wukong. Boom, 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 boom. The thrilling muffled sounds continued one after another. The body of Super 4 Son Goku withstood dozens or hundreds of consecutive blows from the god of destruction Beerus in an instant. Poof! Super 4 Son Wukong spurted out a mouthful of acidic water. His strong Super 4 body, under the continuous fierce attacks of the god of destruction Beerus, countless shocking fist marks were engraved on his body. Fortunately, with the Super 4 form of body protection, his physical body was extremely powerful, and his defense power was far superior to that of the same level. But even so, the pain on his body almost made him doubt his life. If it were anyone else who had been beaten so violently by the god of destruction Beerus, they would have turned into a pool of blood mist. Is this the fist of the god of destruction? My body feels like it's about to break. No. I have to break away. Sun Wukong clenched his teeth and tightened his muscles to strengthen his defense and prevent himself from being too seriously injured. A very strong physique, very suitable for being my god's punching bag. Beerus said with a joking smile while destroying Sun Wukong's body. But soon, he stopped laughing. Because Sun Wukong burst out with all his strength and directly grabbed his tail, without any concern for his image, he opened his mouth and bit it. Ah! The sudden sharp pain from his tail made Beerus doubt his life. He never calculated that Sun Wukong would bite people. Is this guy a dog? No shame at all. Seizing the opportunity when Beerus was in pain, Son Goku broke free from the restraints of Beerus' tail and at the same time, he exploded with all his strength and kicked the god of destruction Beerus hard. Boom! A powerful and heavy blow hit the god of destruction Beerus firmly in the chest. Beerus's heart trembled when he was hit by this blow, and a huge force swept through his body. His body completely lost control and disappeared into the horizon. Ha! 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 Super 4 Sun Wukong lowered his hands and gasped for air. In that blow just now, he used all his strength, and in an instant, he exploded with beyond the limit power and hit Beerus. Even if the opponent is the god of destruction, it will definitely not feel good after receiving this blow. It really hurts. Super 4 Sun Wukong, who had regained his breath, lowered his head and looked at the scars in front of him. Multiple superimposed fist marks were firmly engraved on his chest, exuding hot heat. It is enough to show how hard Beerus's fist is. Even in his Super 4 form, he can barely bear it. Hey! Super 4 Sun Wukong took a deep breath and spit it out, wiping the blood stains from the corners of his mouth to calm the pain on his body. He placed his right hand like a sword on his forehead, his perception quickly enveloped the world, and he accurately locked onto the aura of the god of destruction, Beerus. With a thought, he moved and performed it instantly. Extremely cold place. The god of destruction, Beerus, was kicked to the other side of the earth by the terrifying physical power erupted by Super 4 Son Goku. At this time, he was stuck in an iceberg. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He looked at the tooth marks on his tail and fell into deep thought. What a worthless guy! God of destruction, Beerus said calmly. Beerus was very calm, so quiet that it felt unnatural. Chapter 28. This is a sign of the outbreak of the god of destruction Beerus. Sun Wukong's rude behavior made the god of destruction a little angry. Boom! The divine pressure released by Beerus in a single thought destroyed the entire iceberg. At this time, Super 4 Sun Wukong also happened to arrive in this extremely cold place through teleportation. Mortals and gods looked at each other again. Both of them remained calm and did not break the weird atmosphere. He received a full blow from me, but I didn't see any damage to him. Is this the god of destruction? The existence of terror. Super 4 Sun Wukong whispered secretly in his heart, and his body instinctively increased its vigilance. Just now, I think you are indeed very strong among mortals. The corners of the god of destruction Beerus's mouth gradually raised, and an arrogant smile appeared on his face, and he joked, it's a pity that in front of this god, it's nothing more than this. The god of destruction, Beerus, is deliberately irritating Sun Wukong. He wanted to see if this scion could bring him a bigger surprise. Without the Super Saiyan God, it would be nice to meet a guy who could make him have fun. Is my power nothing more than this? A sharp cold light flashed in Super 4 Sun Wukong's eyes. He took the initiative in the next second and sprinted in front of the god of destruction Beerus again. He kicked the sky and attacked Beerus. Mandible. Beerus, who had been on guard for a long time, retreated slightly to dodge skillfully, gathered his strength, and suddenly kicked out a powerful whip leg. The fighting instinct was 100% activated, and Super 4 Sun Wukong defended himself immediately. Bang! The space trembled violently. The power of one blow cracked the earth, stirred the space, and filled the sky with snow. Super 4 Sun Wukong struggled to block the blow, his whole arm trembling under the power of the god of destruction. This is the god of destruction, but any random attack carries terrifying power that can tear the world apart, making him feel tremendous pressure. The attack was blocked. The god of destruction Beerus smiled slightly, and the next second, a storm of attacks followed. Boom, pound, boom, pound, boom, pound, boom, pound. Super Force Sun Wukong suffered powerful blows from all directions. This time, Beerus didn't hold back at all. His speed and strength increased by more than one level, suppressing Sun Wukong in his Super 4 form in all aspects. Facing this fierce attack, Super 4 Sun Wukong was under great pressure and overwhelmed. The injuries on his body continued to increase, the blood in his body surged, and his strength became stronger and stronger. The forces of the two collided continuously, forming a storm of destruction that swept through the world of ice and snow. Under Beerus' fierce pursuit, Super 4 Sun Wukong could only defend passively. The ice under his feet continued to dent and the range continued to expand. Boom, pound. Super 4 Sun Goku and Beerus clasped their fingers together, both glaring angrily, and each other's strength was pressing down on the other in an attempt to completely crush the other. Super 4 Sun Wukong has a ferocious look on his face, his eyes are filled with golden light, veins on his forehead are bulging, and his strength continues to surge. On the other hand, the god of destruction Beerus. The playful smile on his face became thicker and thicker, and he said with a joking smile, "Is this your limit? I think you are no different from that Vegeta. Don't be so proud." Super 4 Sun Wukong exploded with power, and his violent momentum soared into the sky, temporarily knocking back Beerus, the god of destruction. Seizing the opportunity, the majestic Scion energy in Super 4 Sun Wukong's body was activated. The fourth level of Super Scion, full fire power. Put your hands together to form a sunflower shape and place them on your waist. The muscles throughout your body will squirm and expand, and your breath will turn into a storm and expand in all directions. Crimson light flashed in the palm of his hand, and the energy that was constantly gathering was compressed by him again and again. This scene was seen by the god of destruction Beerus. It's amazing energy, but unfortunately, with only this purity, it's not enough to shake the god of destruction. With a scornful smile, Beerus slowly raised his right hand. The 5 fingers bent, and the profound destructive power appeared. In an instant, the sky and the earth lost color, and darkness swept and swallowed everything, as if it was pulled into the darkness. The ghastly divine power of destruction continued to expand in Beerus's mind and gathered in his palm. A purple energy ball emerged from the palm of his hand, and its volume expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1 meter, 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, still improving. Sun Wukong, right? I hope you won't be destroyed by me so easily. Beerus laughed ferociously, waved his hand, and the huge destructive energy ball broke through the space at an extremely terrifying speed and headed towards Sun Wukong's position. Killed and left. It was obviously a purple energy bomb, but it emitted a fiery red light, shining like a small sun, and as terrifying as a meteorite impact. You are a god. What? Don't think that the power of mortals is insignificant. Super 4 Sun Wukong's eyes changed again and again, and the energy condensed in his palms reached the extreme. 10 times Turtle Pi Qi Gong Wave. A crimson energy beam with infinite destructive power burst out from the palm of Super 4 Sun Wukong, and the crimson light shone in all directions. The destructive power is endless and the momentum is extremely terrifying, enough to overturn the world. The ultimate 10-fold turtle-style Qigong wave tore through the space, crashing into the destructive energy ball of the god of destruction Beerus like a roaring dragon. Boom boom! 2 unparalleled energy images collided, and the aftermath that spread instantly shook the space, and the blooming light enveloped all directions. This is a battle between mortals and gods. It is also a battle between the power of blood and the power of God. In the center of the energy collision, the space collapsed slightly, and an inconspicuous black spot greedily absorbed the two energies. The 10 times turtle Qigong wave disintegrates the destructive power in the destructive energy ball bit by bit. The destructive energy contained in the destructive energy ball was also annihilated bit by bit under the power of 10 times the turtle school Qigong Bo. The two infinitely powerful energies were in a stalemate for a while, making it difficult to tell the winner. You actually blocked it. God of Destruction Beerus said in great surprise. You know, he didn't let his guard down this time. Looking at the current universe, there are only a handful of existences that can block his attack. Even among gods, there are very few beings who can block his attack, let alone a mortal. It is enough to prove how powerful the Super Four Sun Wukong is, blocking the power of the God of Destruction with his mortal body. This made Beerus even more curious as to where Sun Wukong's limit was. It is commendable to be able to block the destruction of this god, but how long can you persist? Beerus joked, and the profound power of destruction surged around him. The terrifying divine power was released, and the vast divine power condensed into a purple energy ball exuding ominous power in his hand. The next second, this purple energy ball was driven by Beerus' thoughts and sank into the destructive energy ball. Chapter 29. With the addition of this purple energy ball, the destructive energy ball ushered in sublimation. There was an extremely strange light flashing around it, and the energy was extremely sublimated. The entire energy ball continued to expand, increasing tenfold from its original diameter of 100 meters to 1000 meters. The situation changed instantly, and the balance of victory tilted towards Beerus. The destructive energy ball sublimates into a super destructive energy ball, pushing the tenfold turtle school Qigong wave of Super 4 Sun Wukong forward quickly. The tenfold turtle sect Qigong wave was pushed back, which made Super 4 Sun Wukong feel bad. The huge pressure hit him head-on, causing the ice under his feet to collapse. No. The energy of the Qigong wave 10 times that of the turtle school can't be stopped at all. No matter how the Super 4 Sun Wukong increased the release of energy, it was of no avail. If you are hit by this super destructive energy ball the size of a meteorite, you will end up with a miserable ending, which is no joke. An ordinary 4th level Super Saiyan alone cannot stop him, he must use stronger power to do so. In just 0.5 seconds, the energy of the 10 times turtle school Qigong wave was completely destroyed, and the super destructive energy ball advanced domineeringly, swallowing up the Super 4 Sun Wukong in an instant. Seeing this scene, the god of destruction Beerus raised the corners of his mouth slightly and put his hands behind his back, looking unfathomable. In his opinion, the battle was decided. Obviously he is a very strong warrior, but he has to go against the god of destruction. What a pity! The god of destruction, Beerus, regretted the death of Son Goku. It can be regarded as a disguised recognition of the power of Sun Wukong. He is just a mortal, but as the god of destruction, he can feel the joy of fighting. Even if he dies, there will be no regrets. It's a pity that God, after all, is God, far beyond what mortals can match. I remember that there are other Saiyans on this planet. I wonder if the Super Saiyan God will be among them. Beerus thought of the existence of other Saiyans on the cruise ship. Although he is not as powerful as the Son Goku in front of him, maybe the Super Saiyan God is hiding in it. With the thought, Beerus slowly floated up to the sky, intending to return to the location of the previous cruise ship. The dust of this battle has settled, and unless a miracle happens, no one can reverse it. But often at times like this, something unimaginable happens. The continuously advancing super-destructive energy ball seemed to be blocked by a more domineering force and could no longer move forward. Where do you want to go? Sun Wukong's firm voice came again. Hey! Beerus, who noticed something strange, raised his eyebrows and turned around in disbelief. The scene in front of him made his face change drastically, and he exclaimed, "What? You actually blocked it?" In the super-destructive energy ball, an extremely ancient and powerful mortal power is constantly rising and sublimating rapidly. His destructive energy is also dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. The super-destructive energy ball, which was 1,000 meters in size, continued to shrink and become smaller, and finally disappeared completely, and was resolved by Sun Wukong from the inside out. In his original position, Sun Wukong stood in place with a new attitude, like an undefeated god of war. At this moment, although he still looks like a 4th-level Super Saiyan, his long black hair and pupils have turned bright red. Has your form changed again? So that's it, this is your real power, God of Destruction. Beerus looked happy, and suddenly felt something again, and his pupils suddenly shrank. The power of God. It is unmistakable. The power that Sun Wukong is exuding at this moment is the power of God. Although the power of mortals is dominant, it is undeniable that this kid has the power of God, and it is also an extremely powerful power of God. Could it be that? Beerus gradually prepared himself for battle. If his prediction was correct, the Sun Wukong in front of him would be the powerful opponent he predicted. The legendary Super Saiyan God. The real battle begins now. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, and his aura swept through his body like a dragon. His aura ushered in a dramatic sublimation. This form is called Super Saiyan Level 4, Boundary Breakthrough. Compared to the black-haired 4th-level Super Saiyan, not only the breath has been sublimated, but the purity of the energy has also been drastically different. P.S. From now on, the Super Saiyan Level 4, Boundary Breakthrough will be simply called Super 4 Red Hair, and the ordinary Super Saiyan Level 4 will be simply called Super 4 Black Hair. It's really unexpected that the power of God appears in a mortal. You should have used this power from the beginning. The God of Destruction. Beerus also started to get excited. Although Sun Wukong in the Super 4 red-haired state in front of him is still not as strong as him, this power is enough to make him good. Play for fun. On a luxury cruise ship sailing on the sea level. Regarding the change of battlefield location, the Z warriors were unable to go. At this time, Angel Weiss used the Angel Scepter to project the real situation on the battlefield. When they witnessed Sun Wukong being swallowed by the super destructive energy ball, their hearts were in their throats. But when Sun Wukong appeared in a new form, they saw hope again. Some people are happy and some are sad. Vegeta climbed out from the bottom of the sea and looked at the scene projected in the scepter. His eyes were dull, his expression was dazed, and he was greatly stimulated. What's going on with this red-haired 4th-level Super Saiyan? Damn cockroach! How much did you hide from me? Vegeta clenched his fists angrily. He thought he had caught up with Sun Wukong, but little did he know that he had only caught up with his opponent's back. But he won't give up. If he does, then he won't be Vegeta. Extremely cold place. The Super 4 red-haired Son Goku and the God of Destruction Beerus faced off again. The two did not speak, looking at each other with sharp eyes. I didn't expect you to be so powerful, God of Destruction. This is the first time I've met a guy as strong as you. Sun Wukong smiled devilishly, his crimson eyes filled with fighting spirit. Boy, you still have something to hide, right? God of Destruction Beerus's eyes flashed purple and he asked extremely cautiously. His keen insight noticed something was wrong. This form was not the final form of Sun Wukong. Hearing this, Sun Wukong smiled and said nothing, and did not give an accurate answer. It seems you have acquiesced, but it doesn't matter. I will not be merciful this time. Since you are unwilling to use your full strength, then I will force you to use it. After the words fell, Beerus's body was filled with destructive power. The purple light turned into substantial flames and lingered around the whole body. The power of the God of Destruction expanded rapidly, and the terrifying pressure expanded like a tide. It was several times more terrifying than before. Okay, that's what I asked for. Sun Wukong smiled lightly and took the initiative to release his power to fight Beerus. Chapter 30. The power of the God of Destruction and the power of breaking through the fourth boundary spread rapidly, but in a blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire extremely cold place. The earth trembled and ice and snow flew all over the sky. Under the power of the two, the terrain of the extremely cold place was completely changed. Take the move. When the energy was raised to the extreme, a gleam flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes, and his power exploded beyond the fourth limit. With a bright red aura covering his body, Sun Wukong exploded at full speed, turning into an aurora and crashing into the god of destruction Beerus. Facing Sun Wukong's active attack, the god of destruction Beerus didn't take it seriously. The power of destruction in his body exploded, and purple light enveloped his whole body and collided with Sun Wukong. Boom! In this roar that resounded throughout the world, the entire environment of the extremely cold land was overturned. Space collapsed and the earth twisted. Under this expanding destructive energy, the temperature of the extremely cold place increased rapidly. The ice cubes are melted into water droplets, which are then evaporated by the scorching heat. The extremely cold land is transforming into a desolate area at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the space, crimson and purple light bloomed, and in its light, Sun Wukong and Beerus launched a new round of competition. After several previous battles, Sun Wukong's fighting instinct was developed to the extreme. At this time, he had abandoned the conventional fighting style and left all attack and defense to his body's instincts. The body's instinctive offense, instinctive defense, and blessing without thinking, speed, strength, and decisiveness have all been greatly improved. At this moment, Beerus also discovered something unusual about Sun Wukong. Why did this kid's speed suddenly increase so much? Could it be that he has mastered that thing? The god of destruction, Beerus, felt even more shocked. In his eyes, Sun Wukong's movements were getting faster and faster, and more unfathomable, making it impossible to find any pattern. This perfect attack and defense made Beerus more and more convinced that Sun Wukong had definitely touched that field. A realm that is difficult for even gods to touch, the secret skill that I carry with me, the ultimate intention Kung Fu. The god of destruction, Beerus, who had a premonition that something bad was going to happen, instantly exerted his strength and exploded with a power that was several times greater than before. The god of destruction was superimposed on his fist and aimed at Sun Wukong's face. The body's instinctive development reached 100%, and Sun Wukong instinctively crossed his arms to form a defense. Bang! The power of this punch was extremely terrifying, shattering the space and shaking the world. Sun Wukong, who was in the Super 4 red-haired state, was sent thousands of meters away by this blow. The huge fist marks on his arms were emitting hot heat. Have fun! Feeling the tingling sensation in his arms, Sun Wukong was filled with fighting spirit and his blood was boiling. The Scion blood in his body was activated, and he enjoyed every second of the battle. As a fighting nation, his strength also continued to rise in this battle, increasing at a rapid speed, hitting his limits again and again. He had a hunch that if he continued to fight Beerus, the god of destruction, he would break the bottleneck that had troubled him for a long time and enter a new realm. Boy, who is your master? The attack was blocked again, and the god of destruction Beerus asked seriously. He noticed that Sun Wukong had unlimited possibilities, and his power was constantly improving, and he was already approaching his realm. To be able to complete that set of flowing movements in battle, Beerus didn't believe that this kid had understood it on his own, so he must have been guided by an expert. My master? This is none of your business, god of destruction. When fighting, you should concentrate on fighting. If you think about those messy things, maybe I really can defeat you, god of destruction. Sun Wukong smiled jokingly, and the power of blood in his body exploded like a torrent, strong enough to crush people to death, and increased again. If you feel it carefully, you can find that after the round of sparring just now, the power of God in Sun Wukong's body has become stronger. I see. I know your secret, Beerus, the god of destruction, said uncertainly. He already knew the reason for Sun Wukong's change just now. As a fighting race, the Scions were born to fight. The series of actions just now were not done by the ultimate willpower. It is a perfect movement that is completely judged by the physical body after the body's instinct is developed to the extreme. What are you talking to yourself? 10 times Turtle Pi Qigong Wave. The Super 4 red-haired Sun Wukong quickly mobilized all the energy in his body, and a crimson energy beam shot out from his palm, attacking the god of destruction Beerus with the power of creating the world. Staring at the 10 times turtle-style Qigong with infinite destructive power. As the waves kept getting closer, the corners of the god of destruction Beerus's mouth turned up evilly, and his expression became evil. The power of the god of destruction surged out of his body under his thoughts. Beerus opened his hands wide and shouted, "The wrath of the god of destruction!" The next second, the sky-wide destructive energy erupted from Beerus' body, rushing in many different directions and scattered in every corner of the extremely cold land. The energy of the 10 times turtle-style Qigong wave was offset by the burst of destructive energy, triggering a super explosion that swept across the world. The hot fire shot straight into the sky and reached an altitude of 10,000 meters. After the explosion, a huge mushroom cloud towering into the clouds appeared in the area of the explosion. The entire extremely cold land was completely destroyed and turned into a useless wasteland. Crash! A hurricane blew past, and in an instant, sand and rocks were flying, smoke and dust were everywhere, and the huge mushroom cloud that towered into the clouds also disappeared without a trace at this moment. In the center of the storm, the god of destruction Beerus puffed out his chest and stood proudly, with his hands behind his back and an expressionless face. As the strongest god of destruction, his strength is unfathomable. Even though Sun Wukong is very strong in his Super 4 red-haired state, in his opinion, that's all. It's boring, it's really boring. The god of destruction, Beerus, shook his head in disappointment, feeling quite chilled at the top. He has seen Sun Wukong's limit. So what if he can continue to break through? He hasn't even used 50% of his skills yet. P.S. This 5 success power is not the strength when he defeated the Super Saiyan God Sun Wukong in the original work, but refers to the real power of the god of destruction Beerus. At that time, Beerus told Sun Wukong that he used 70% of his power, but in fact it was not even 30%. He lied. Looking at the unharmed god of destruction Beerus, Sun Wukong secretly clenched his fists, feeling a sense of powerlessness in his heart. Today, he is much stronger than before his rebirth. Even if he faces a Super 1-star dragon, he can easily kill it. But now, facing the god of destruction Beerus, he felt helpless. As a combat genius, he had no choice in this situation for the first time. Chapter 31. After pondering for a long time, Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with light, and he made a decision. With my current strength, energy form tricks are completely ineffective against him, so I must find another way. This guy's physical skills are quite good, even better than mine. If you want to win, you can only use that move. I hope it will succeed. After regaining his composure, Sun Wukong leaned forward slightly, blood-colored evil energy surged from his whole body, and the power of his blood was stimulated by his thoughts and once again gave him powerful power. The aura continued to rise, the storm became more severe, the sky was shrouded in darkness, and Sun Wukong became the only person shining in the darkness. Quite an astonishing momentum, but your limit only ends here, Beerus said with a calm expression and extreme disappointment. In his eyes, Sun Wukong's fighting moves remained the same. Even if his power continued to increase, he could not shake the god of destruction. Moreover, as the god of destruction, he represents the apex of the universe, and energy form tricks no longer have any effect on him. In Beerus's view, Sun Wukong's defeat will be a matter of time. It is impossible for mortals to defeat gods with their tricks. Hey? No. Beerus, the god of destruction, suddenly realized something was wrong, his eyebrows twitching wildly. Ouch! The dragon's roar suddenly sounded in the dark world. A giant golden dragon appeared from the darkness. It was so huge that it could not be seen to the edge. It seemed that the entire extremely cold land could not fit in the size of this giant dragon. The dazzling golden light illuminates the dark world, causing the dark clouds in the sky to disperse, and the world becomes full of life again. With a golden body and a ferocious face, in the eyes of others, it is an uncontrollable ancient beast. But this giant golden dragon lingers around Sun Wukong, like a docile pet, greedily absorbing Sun Wukong's energy and constantly strengthening itself. What is this? Energy transformed into a conscious beast. Beerus, the god of destruction, was trembling with fear and his face changed wildly. As the god of destruction, he actually felt from the endless golden dragon at this moment there was a hint of threat. How incredible it is to make the god of destruction feel threatened. This means that Sun Wukong is already very close to him at this time. If you give the other party a little more time to grow, maybe he can really grow enough to rival him. Dragon Fist. Explode. A soul-shaking roar erupted from Sun Wukong's mouth. His body merged into the dragon and completely became a part of the dragon. With the integration of Sun Wukong, the might of the dragon enveloped thousands of miles, and the body of the golden dragon expanded rapidly, turning into a giant dragon thousands of miles long. Ouch! A dragon roar resounded through the sky, shaking all directions. Wherever Long Way passes, space explodes and the world trembles. If it weren't for the angel Weiss currently sitting on this planet, this terrifying dragon's power alone would be enough to disintegrate the entire Earth. I didn't expect that a beast like you could be so powerful. Just a roar, but it affected my mind. Beerus, the god of destruction, looked ecstatic, and he was very energetic. Even the gods of destruction from other universes have never put such great pressure on him. The next second, the roaring golden dragon broke through the space and hit the god of destruction Beerus at an extremely terrifying speed. It's just a beast transformed from energy. How dare you offend the god of destruction? Destroy! Beerus raised his right hand, and the boundless power of the god of destruction emerged from his body. The profound power of the god of destruction emerged in his palm, covering the incoming golden dragon. Boom! The divine power of destruction collided with the golden dragon, overturning the entire wasteland within a radius of more than 10 kilometers. Space exploded, and the might of the dragon and the god of destruction collided with each other. The two were equally matched, and the spreading pressure swept across the world, causing the earth to usher in unprecedented turmoil. On a luxury cruise ship on the sea, all Sun Wukong's companions and friends were watching the situation on the battlefield in real time through the projection of the scepter, and they couldn't help but look frightened. Today's Sun Wukong has reached a level that they cannot understand, but even so powerful, he still cannot truly defeat Beerus, the god of destruction. We must win, Wukong! Kikai, who had been worried about Sun Wukong's safety, expressed the truest voice in her heart. With Kikai starting to learn from the past, the voices of many Z warriors were spoken simultaneously at this moment. Krillin, I know you won't be able to hear me if I say it here, but please save this planet again, Goku. Tianjin Rice, I don't know. Unconsciously, the gap between us has widened so much. Although I feel ashamed that I can't help you, I still leave it to you this time, Wukong. Sun Wushan, Dad, the power of God is nothing special, you can definitely win. Bulma, Sun Jun, come on. Trunks, Uncle Goku. A series of chain reactions caused everyone to express their feelings. For a long time, they have regarded Sun Wukong as a man who can create miracles, and he is the mainstay of their hearts. As long as you believe in Sun Wukong, the miracle will definitely happen. Vegeta, who was Sun Wukong's old enemy, looked at this scene and felt very uncomfortable in his heart. He knew that he was once again distanced by Sun Wukong, but this time he was more concerned about Sun Wukong's safety. No. That guy Beerus is far from showing his true ability. Kakarot, lost. As the first person to fight Beerus, Vegeta is well aware of the terror of the god of destruction. Although I really don't want to admit it, the truth is so cruel. The god of destruction Beerus is so strong that there is no hope of winning. At this moment, he hated it. He hated himself for being weak, and hated why at this time, as a Scion Prince, he couldn't help at all. At this moment, Angel Weiss looked at the picture projected by the scepter, stopped eating, and a meaningful charm flashed in his deep eyes. To be honest, he didn't expect that Sun Wukong could grow to this point. The god of destruction, Beerus, was trained by himself. He knew very well how strong he was. Looking at the 12 universes, even if he was also the god of destruction, there was almost no one who could defeat Beerus. Today's Sun Wukong's burst of power is even comparable to some gods of destruction who are in the final stages of their strength. It seems that Lord Beerus is having a lot of fun. The power of mortals is indeed very strong. Whis smiled lightly. He had seen through everything and continued to enjoy the food calmly. Chapter 32. The screen changes and returns to the battlefield. The confrontation between the Golden Dragon and the god of destruction Beerus continues to heat up. Under the power of destruction, no matter how the Golden Dragon explodes, it cannot move forward at all. If you want to break the status quo, the first thing you need to do is break Beerus's destruction. But this is basically impossible. Not to mention humans, even the gods of destruction from other universes have to work hard to break Beerus's destruction. Sun Wukong, who merged into the Golden Dragon, clearly felt how terrifying the power of the god of destruction was. Give up, kid. Mortals are destined to fail to win against gods. Beerus, the god of destruction, stared at the Golden Dragon in front of him expressionlessly and said indifferently. He knew Sun Wukong could hear him. Sun Wukong, who had merged into the Golden Dragon, had already tried his best. After hearing Beerus's voice, he gritted his teeth angrily. Is it worth losing your life for a mere earth? Beerus asked again. These words touched Sun Wukong deep in his heart. A mere earth. This is all he has. As long as he can protect this planet, he is willing to give everything. In his previous life, he tried his best to protect the earth but was unable to protect it. Now that he is reborn, he will definitely not make the same mistake again. Shut up! Shut up! Ah! Sun Wukong in the dragon roared with all his strength. The divine dragon rioted, the golden light flourished, and the force of the impact continued to increase, changing the situation on the battlefield. Can it continue to improve? Very good. Feeling the pressure on his hands increase, Beerus showed a ferocious look on his face, and the destructive power around him became more pure and powerful, suppressing the Golden Dragon. Just when Beerus thought that Sun Wukong would be suppressed by him again like before, the ending did not go as he wished. Ouch! The Golden Dragon let out an angry roar. This roar filled with boundless dragon power represented Sun Wukong's inner unwillingness and anger. What? Beerus, the god of destruction, who had a premonition that something bad was going to happen, was about to increase his strength to suppress Sun Wukong. However, he found that no matter how hard he increased his power, he could not completely suppress the Golden Dragon. Kaka! Bang! The god of destruction in his hand shattered, a scene that the god of destruction Beerus would never forget. What? The god of destruction Beerus felt bad and quickly crossed his arms in front of his chest. But how could Sun Wukong give him a chance to defend himself? The Golden Dragon advanced smoothly and slammed into Beerus' chest, and the terrifying power spread throughout Beerus's body. In just an instant, the Golden Dragon drove the body of the god of destruction, Beerus, straight into the sky at an extremely terrifying speed. Stop this god! Beerus' whole body was filled with terrifying divine power of destruction, trying to forcefully stop the advancing dragon. With the release of the divine power of destruction, the appearance of the Golden Dragon was completely destroyed, revealing the appearance of the Super 4 red-haired Sun Wukong inside. At this moment, the Super 4 red-haired Son Goku was pressing his fist against Beerus' chest, and his power continued to explode, sending Beerus flying into the universe. I told you to stop, do you hear me? Feeling the pain in his chest increasing, Beerus was furious and hit Sun Wukong in the face with a powerful blow. Sun Wukong, who was hit by the destructive power, still had no intention of stopping. God of destruction, don't look down on human beings! Sun Wukong shouted with a firm will and a look of death. The power of the Super Four surged again in this cry, and the power of the Dragon Fist was enhanced. The overbearing impact sent the god of destruction Beerus into the universe and continued to advance. Beerus gritted his teeth and glared at Sun Wukong. The destructive energy surged from his body along Sun Wukong's arms to Sun Wukong's whole body. Boy, how long can you bear it? Beerus looked at Sun Wukong and said with a half-smile. But Sun Wukong didn't care about this. His will had surpassed the limits of his physical body. Even if his body was destroyed by the power of destruction, he didn't care at all. The indomitable will transcends the constraints of the physical body, and the soul and life level are sublimated here. At the location corroded by the divine power of destruction, a bit of light pink aura gradually emerged. The divine power of destruction was gradually disintegrated and dissipated by this new breath. When the god of destruction Beerus noticed this scene, the smile on his face suddenly stopped and his pupils continued to shrink. Under his horrified gaze, Sun Wukong's form changed again. The bright red hair was dyed pink by a strange force. That power is none other than the power of God. Super Saiyan, God! God of destruction, Beerus exclaimed. He never expected that the birth of the Super Saiyan God would be created by himself. His destructive power, while destroying Sun Wukong's body, also opened the door to a new world for him in disguise. Completely induce the power of God in Sun Wukong's body to explode, allowing the opponent to be reborn amidst destruction and transform into a god. This is not an ordinary Super Saiyan God, but the power of Saiyan blood transformed into a god. Super Saiyan Level 4 God State. The abbreviation is Super 4 Gods. But Sun Wukong didn't know how much he had changed at this moment. He only had one belief in his heart, to defeat Beerus. Sun Wukong, who transformed into a god, tried his best to explode with power. Continuously advancing, Beerus arrived at the end of the northern galaxy and collided with a super-large star. Just the moment it hit the surface of the star, the entire planet's surface collapsed, its interior shrank, and it headed towards destruction. The collapsed planet exploded. Boom boom! The supermassive star was detonated, and brilliant fireworks bloomed in the dark universe. This situation, how beautiful, how majestic, accompanied by the glory of destruction. The aftermath expanded, swallowed up everything, and brought countless planets into the palace of destruction. At the same time, this scene was also seen by the gods in the universe. Hades. Northern Kai Wang. As the manager of the Northern Galaxy, Northern Kai Wang can see what is happening in the Northern Galaxy anytime and anywhere. He watched the battle between the god of destruction Beerus and his disciple, Son Goku, exactly. Beerus and Son Goku were swallowed up by the force of the explosion, which chilled the North Kai King's mind to the extreme. Wukong! Wukong! The North Kai King shouted in a daze. To be honest, being able to see his disciple grow to this point and transform into a god makes his face as a master feel full of glory. However, if this road to becoming stronger would cost the lives of his disciples, then he would rather not have Sun Wukong become stronger. Chapter 33. But now, the situation has happened, and there is nothing the North Kiowa can do. He could only pray that Sun Wukong did not die in that terrifying explosion. I also hope that after defeating Sun Wukong, Beerus, the god of destruction, can give Sun Wukong a way to survive and not destroy his disciples. In the realm of Kaishan, as the only god in the universe whose status is equal to that of the god of destruction, now that the god of destruction has awakened and such a huge movement has occurred in the universe, How can they pretend not to have seen it? God Gabit and the old Kaishan were watching what was happening in the lower realm, and they were so shocked that they were speechless. The power of Sun Wukong and the terror of the god of destruction have all subverted their perceptions without exception. Success, Wukong has become a god. Ancestor, do you think Goku can defeat the god of destruction Beerus? Suppressing the restless emotions in his heart, God Gabit turned around and asked the old Kaishan. Alas! With a sigh, the old Kaishan seemed to have aged several dozen years. As a Kaijin 15 generations ago, he understands the terror of Beerus, the god of destruction, better than anyone else. Although Sun Wukong is powerful today, his power is far from enough to compare with the veteran god of destruction Beerus. To be honest, when Goku suppressed Beerus to this point, he was quite happy. At least, Sun Wukong lived up to his expectations and truly became a warrior who could compete with the god of destruction, which also gave him a deep sigh of relief. However, this level of power is not enough to defeat the god of destruction Beerus. Now he only hopes that after the god of destruction Beerus wins this battle, he can spare Son Goku's life. Can't even the current Goku defeat him? Is this a joke? God Gabit's pupils were trembling violently. He could not imagine how strong the god of destruction Beerus really was. It seems that no matter how powerful the enemy is, the strength he shows is far stronger than the enemy. Boy, you have a lot to learn. First of all, you have to understand one thing. Never compare any powerful existence with the god of destruction, because you will eventually find that no one can defeat the god of destruction in this world. Use your mind and think carefully about the reason why the god of destruction has been able to stand on top of the world since the birth of the universe. Do you think that no one has challenged the god of destruction in this long time? Let me tell you, there are many strong men who have challenged the god of destruction, and there are many who are stronger than Sun Wukong, but they all died in the hands of the god of destruction in the end. The old Kaishan told everything he knew in one go. He was mentally and physically exhausted, which showed how desperate he was at this time. Sun Wukong's defeat is already doomed. On the earth. On a luxury cruise ship. Everyone looked at the picture projected by the scepter, and everyone fell silent, with their hearts in their throats. The terrifying explosion swallowed up the god of destruction Beerus and Sun Wukong together. Could it be said that both of them are dead? I can't feel. Wukong's aura has completely disappeared. Kame Senin spoke first to break the silent atmosphere. Dad. Sun Wuhan looked at the sky, his heart beating faster and his mood became restless. He has always believed that his father would create miracles, and he absolutely did not believe that Sun Wukong would die. But now, the fact is right in front of him. Even if he is as strong as him, he cannot feel the aura of Sun Wukong. I can't feel it. I can't feel it at all. Could it be that Wukong really, Klin wanted to do something at this moment, but his clenched fists relaxed again at this moment? What can he do? He is just a weak earthling, an insignificant earthling, and the aftermath of the battle can crush him to death. The warriors present were constantly activating their senses to search for Sun Wukong's energy. But no matter how they felt, they could not detect Sun Wukong's aura, as if they had evaporated from the world. Are you really dead? Kakarot. Vegeta stood on the edge of the cruise ship, looking at the sky, and searching for Sun Wukong's energy as much as possible. His intuition told him that Sun Wukong was not dead, and the aftermath of that level was not enough to kill him. However, since he is not dead, no matter how far away he is, he can feel the aura with his strength. But why? Sun Wukong's aura suddenly disappeared? You can rest assured that the explosion of the magnitude just now was not enough to kill Sun Wukong and Lord Beerus. At this time, Weiss, who had already enjoyed the delicious food, wiped the corners of his mouth with a tissue and stood up to explain. As he spoke, everyone's eyes focused on him. I hope he can give a reasonable explanation. The reason why you can't feel Sun Wukong's breath is because you are still mortals. In the battle with Lord Beerus, Sun Wukong's body and soul were sublimated and he became a god. If you haven't reached the realm of God, you can't feel the power of God. Weiss didn't hide it, smiled slightly, and explained. After Weiss' reminder, everyone suddenly realized. It's not that Sun Wukong couldn't feel the breath after he died, but that Sun Wukong now has transformed into a god-like existence. The realm of mortals like them is too low to feel it. However, everyone did not completely believe Weiss. After all, this unidentified man was with the god of destruction Beerus. What he said is true. Piccolo suddenly interrupted. As a former demigod, Piccolo has a certain perception of the power of gods. Weiss didn't lie. Somehow, he felt Sun Wukong's unfathomable divine power. Moreover, there is no need to deceive them with such a powerful being as the other party. Keep reading. As long as you keep reading, you will know the answer. At this time, Vegeta suddenly interjected. In the universe, the edge of the northern galaxy, the aftermath of the supermassive star explosion has completely dissipated. Countless planetary debris and meteorite fragments are scattered throughout the universe. In the state of the Super Four Gods, Sun Wukong and the God of Destruction Beerus each stood above the starry sky, less than 100 meters apart, looking at each other in the air. Today's Sun Wukong is different from what he used to be. Under the influence of the God of Destruction, he broke the shell of potential possibilities, once again surpassed his own limits, and entered the fourth level of Super Saiyan God state. With the blessing of powerful divine power, not only his strength has been improved, but his life level has also been sublimated. Now he has the ability to survive in the universe. But as the dimensions he stood on became higher and higher, his horizons were broadened and he saw more and more. The deeper the understanding of the power of the God of Destruction. Chapter 34. What a terrifying existence! Even if I use Dragon Fist, it may not cause any substantial harm to you. Sun Wukong sighed in disbelief. The attack just now was a move that exceeded one's own limits and could cause a devastating blow to the enemy, or even directly kill the enemy. But the God of Destruction is far too powerful to be defeated with just one move of Dragon Fist. But even if he has not defeated the God of Destruction Beerus, the current God of Destruction Beerus is still very uncomfortable. The God of Destruction uniform on his body was torn to pieces by the domineering power of Dragon Fist, leaving indelible marks on even his muscular body. A shocking scar was carved on Beerus' chest, always reminding the God of Destruction that he was injured. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that his clothes are broken. These clothes are not ordinary clothes. They are the God of Destruction clothes given to him by Lord Xuanwang. Looking at the entire universe, there is nothing that can match its sturdiness. Now, it was destroyed by Sun Wukong's power. This shows how lethal the Dragon Fist move is. I haven't been so active for a long time. Beerus sighed with great joy. After living for countless years, except for the God of Destruction from the next universe who allowed him to move around, no one could play with him. Now, the appearance of Sun Wukong has brought some fun to his boring life. Boy, I have to say that the blow you just made was very beautiful. This is the first time in my history that this god has been injured by a mortal. Beerus looked down at the scars on his chest and the destroyed god's uniform, and said Sun Wukong was full of praise for his performance. It is no exaggeration to say that the blow just now was enough to kill a god. If it were the God of Destruction who was ranked at the bottom of the power rankings, he might really die in the hands of Sun Wukong. But alas, he is Beerus, the leader of the 12 gods of destruction. Beerus didn't care about his image, he moved his body, and the bones in his body moved, making crackling sounds. His eyes looked at Sun Wukong uncertainly, and his deep pupils were faintly glowing. I never expected that the Super Saiyan God who fought on Par with me in the dream was actually created by me. Your appearance has verified the authenticity of the prophecy, but there is still one thing that needs to be investigated by me. Let me see if my destined enemy is you. A flash of madness flashed deep in the eyes of the god of destruction Beerus, and in the next second, even more terrifying divine power of destruction emerged from his body, and the vast and boundless divine pressure expanded rapidly, covering thousands of galaxies. At this time, Beerus showed his true form as the god of destruction. Every move he made carried the power of destruction, and he could evaporate countless planets with just one thought. Feeling the even more terrifying power of the god of destruction in Beerus, Sun Wukong smiled bitterly. In terms of Kamui alone, there is a world of difference between him and Beerus. Boy, just now you forced me to use about 70% of my power. Now I am using 80% of my power to fight you. I wonder, do you still have the courage? Beerus sneered, the even more powerful god of destruction show your power. An indescribable sense of heavy oppression swept through Sun Wukong's body. Even now, in the 4th level Super Saiyan God state, he still feels tremendous pressure. It was as if he was carrying a huge star on his back, weighing him down so much that he couldn't breathe. Is it just the 8th power? Sun Wukong said meaningfully, and Beerus's posture at this time was reflected in his deep pupils. He knew that he might not be able to defeat Beerus. But there is one person who can definitely win. Are you scared? Where is your high-spirited look just now? I will be very disappointed if you give up right now, Super Saiyan God. Beerus' eyes narrowed slightly, flashing a dangerous light. If Sun Wukong is afraid of his power and decides not to fight him, then he can only blow up the entire earth. I won't play with you anymore. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong raised the corners of his mouth slightly, showing an extremely confident smile, and said, Beerus, I have to admit that you are the strongest opponent I have ever encountered. I admit it. I'm not as good as you, so I'll give you another opponent. An opponent who can defeat you completely. After saying that, Sun Wukong formed a sword finger with his right hand, and used his mind to quickly lock the position of the earth. In one thought, he moved instantly and ran away. Hey! What do you mean? Beerus felt something was wrong and was just about to attack Sun Wukong. Whoosh! With a sound, ripples appeared in the space. Under Beerus' gaze, Sun Wukong disappeared into thin air. You, bastard! Beerus came back to his senses after being stunned for a moment, his anger swelled, and he wished he could destroy Sun Wukong right now. Earth, this side of the Z-Warriors. The Z-Warriors are still watching the battle in the universe through their scepters. At this moment, Sun Wukong suddenly appeared among everyone out of thin air. Krillin, Wukong. Tianjin Fan, I really can't feel the breath at all. Have you really become a god? Yamcha, Wukong, why did you come back suddenly? Everyone looked at Sun Wukong, who suddenly appeared next to them with a confused expression, full of surprises. Sun Wukong, who hurried back, didn't have much time to explain to them. He hurriedly bypassed several friends and walked slowly towards Vegeta. Looking at Sun Wukong, who kept walking towards him, Vegeta was stunned for a moment and asked doubtfully, "What's wrong?" Kakarot. I need your help, Vegeta. Merge with me. I can't defeat him with my own strength. Only the combined strength of the two of us can defeat him. Sun Wukong went directly to the topic and said seriously. You, what did you say? Let me merge with you. At this time, Vegeta stared and asked in disbelief. He never expected that Sun Wukong would actually propose fusion to him. This proposal was also heard by other Z-Warriors. They are also curious about what kind of warrior will be born after the fusion of the two destined opponents, Son Goku and Vegeta, at the 4th level of Super Saiyan. The improved strength of fusion is obvious to everyone, and Gotenks is the best example. Two brats who couldn't even master the 2nd level of Super Saiyan, after fusion, directly mastered the transformation of the 3rd level of Super Saiyan. Impossible. Stop daydreaming, Kakarot. Even if I die in the hands of that guy Beerus, there is absolutely no way I can fuse with you. Vegeta refused very decisively and his attitude was very firm. To be honest, he was also curious about what kind of warrior would be born after he merged with Sun Wukong. However, when he thought about the shameful actions required during fusion, he couldn't help but blush, feeling extremely embarrassed. Chapter 35. Vegeta's attitude of refusal was so firm that Sun Wukong felt very dizzy for a moment. He still remembered the angry expression on the god of destruction Beerus's face after he watched him leave. In a little while, the opponent will catch up to the earth. If they are really caught up, it is hard to say whether the earth can be saved, let alone fusion. Vegeta, what are you still struggling with now? Do you want to see your young and beautiful wife die on her 38th birthday? At this time, Bulma, who couldn't bear it anymore, walked directly to Vegeta and scolded Vegeta. At the same time, everyone suddenly realized after hearing Bulma reveal her age. It turns out that today is Bulma's 38th birthday. But when I think about it carefully, there is something wrong with my age. There is something very, very wrong about me. Bulma was definitely more than 38 years old. But these are irrelevant. The most important thing now is to save the earth. Seeing Bulma coming over to ask him in person, Vegeta's face twitched twice. Although Vegeta doesn't care about anything on the surface, now that he has his own family, Bulma and Trunks are everything to him. In the face of dignity and family, Vegeta fell into a struggle. Vegeta, Bulma's eyes showed disappointment. Being hit hard again, Vegeta's psychological defense was completely broken. The expression on his face was very ugly, and he said reluctantly, "Okay. I promise to merge with Kakarot." "That's all right, right." After successfully persuading Vegeta, Bulma's eyes filled with hope, and she smiled happily and said, "Then I'll leave it to you, Vegeta, Sun-kun." "Humph. Just this once." Vegeta snorted coldly and said firmly. Only his family can make the proud prince put down his dignity and merge with Sun Wukong. As long as you agree, Vegeta. The goal was achieved, and Sun Wukong smiled relievedly. To be honest, if Vegeta didn't agree, he would still be very worried. With his current strength, even if he were 10 times stronger, he would not be able to match the god of destruction Beerus. However, Gogeta is different. As long as he can successfully merge with Vegeta and give birth to Gogeta, he will definitely win. Soon, Sun Wukong's eyes turned and fell on Sun Wushan and Trunks, and he shouted urgently, "You two, demonstrate the fusion now." "Yes. X2. After hearing the order, Sun Wukong and Trunks immediately trotted up to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Integration. Trunks and Sun Wushan moved closer together in a very touching dance. Their index fingers collided and merged, creating a perfect success. Wang! There was a strange movement in the space, and a white light appeared and swallowed Trunks and Sun Wushan. When the light dissipated, Sun Wushan and Trunks had disappeared, replaced by a warrior wearing a small vest with an arrogant look on his face, Gotenks. "Lord Gotenks is here." Fusion warrior Gotenks put his hands on his hips and said with an extremely confident smile. Vegeta on the side, after seeing the two people's fusion dance, his eyes immediately straightened, his expression kept twitching, and he felt a sense of shame in his heart. I, Vegeta, actually want to make such a shameful move, it's really." Vegeta's face turned red, and when he thought about the touching dance move he was going to do next, he suddenly turned red. But he still wrote down the steps of the fusion exactly. After all, this is related to the survival of the Earth, and there cannot be any mistakes. Damn it! Fusion quickly, Kakarot. Vegeta couldn't stand it anymore and just wanted to end this farce quickly. As the power of blood in his body was activated, powerful Saiyan energy flowed around him. The power of blood is activated, and Vegeta once again enters the 4th level of Super Saiyan state. At this moment, Sun Wukong suddenly felt something, and looked towards the sky with a shocked expression. In his spiritual perception, the energy of the god of destruction, Beerus, is heading towards the earth at an extremely terrifying speed. It's too late. Sun Wukong said solemnly. As soon as these words came out, Vegeta felt confused, and the next second his body instinctively sent a signal of extreme danger. Whoosh! A purple light broke through the void and descended on the cruise ship at a terrifying speed. The person coming is not the god of destruction Beerus, so who is it? Seeing the arrival of the god of destruction Beerus, the mood of everyone present became extremely low, and they all showed frightened expressions. Why did the god of destruction arrive at this moment? It seems that I have arrived at just the right time. Beerus smiled lightly, his playful eyes swept over everyone present, and finally focused on Son Goku in the Super 4 God state and Vegeta in the Super 4 black-haired form. Boy, you just said that you should find someone stronger than you to deal with this god, right? This god gives you a chance to let that guy come out. Of course, this is not for nothing. If that guy isn't strong enough, then the destruction of this planet will be the result of you escaping from fighting this god. The deep voice of the god of destruction Beerus, carrying boundless divine power, echoed in everyone's heart. Don't regret it. Sun Wukong smiled excitedly. There is still hope. As long as he can merge into Gogeta, defeating the god of destruction Beerus will be easy. Regret? You seem to think too highly of yourself. Even though you have transformed into a god now, you are still far behind in the eyes of this god. Just use whatever tricks you have, I will beat you until you can't stand up anymore. As the god of destruction, Beerus has his own pride. No matter how powerful a mortal might be, it is impossible to defeat him. I hope so. Sun Wukong murmured earnestly, and the next second his eyes turned to Vegeta. Vegeta nodded to Sun Wukong tacitly, and put some distance between him and Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong also lost his 4th level Super Saiyan God state and returned to his normal 4th level Super Saiyan with black hair. The two maintain the balance of each other's auras, and any slight mistake will lead to the failure of the fusion. Sun Wukong, fusion. Vegeta, fusion. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Wukong and Vegeta quickly approached each other in the same posture, until their index fingers collided with each other, and the fusion was a perfect success. Boom! In an instant, the vast golden aura soared straight into the sky, penetrated the earth, and spread into the vast universe. This vast aura continues to expand and soar as if there is no limit, impacting the limits of this world. The unimaginable aura and terrifying speed enveloped the entire universe, even breaking the dimensional barriers and spreading into other universes. Chapter 36. The two strongest Scions in Universe 7 today are destined opponents, and their fusion is extraordinary. The body and soul are integrated in all aspects, the power of blood is sublimated, and the breath of extreme expansion crosses dimensions and spreads into the world outside the world. After feeling the intensity of this energy, even Weiss, as an angel, couldn't help but look slightly sideways. This is just the power of mortals. From the beginning of the universe, there has never been such a powerful mortal power. It is not an exaggeration to call it a mortal power that transcends the realm of gods. It seems that Lord Beerus hit the wall this time. Angel Weiss's expression became solemn. Although the fusion of Sun Wukong and Vegeta has not yet taken shape, when this warrior appears, it means that in today's world, there is a super being who is comparable to or even surpasses the god of destruction. At this time, the god of destruction, Beerus, revealed a hint of fear in his eyes. At this moment, the god of destruction Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly, with a serious expression on his face. This was the first time in countless years that he felt such a strong threat. The god of destruction's intuition told him that the warrior in front of him had power no less than his own. The Z-warriors on the cruise ship stared at this energy beam of hope with shocked eyes. When the golden light that penetrates the dimension dissipates, a brand new warrior wearing a small vest and having the appearance of Sun Wukong and Vegeta has appeared in the world. He has long crimson hair that reaches his waist, and his muscular muscles are full of explosive power. His strength can be freely controlled, but the strength of his aura is enough to scare even the gods. He is none other than Super 4 Gajata, known as the strongest warrior in the entire dimension. As his eyes opened, Super 4 Gajata's blue and gold eyes stared at Beerus, with an evil look on his lips, and a smile that was confident enough to defeat all enemies appeared. I've kept you waiting for a long time, God of Destruction. The battle between us can begin. Gajata smiled lightly, and the dual magic sounds full of magic penetrated deeply into everyone's soul. The next second, Gajata's eyes narrowed, and an extremely wild and terrifying aura swept towards the god of destruction, Beerus. Boom! The violent breath penetrated Beerus' body, causing the sea surface to shake, the world to tremble, and the space to distort. Is this really the aura emanating from a mortal? Feeling the terror of this aura, the god of destruction Beerus's pupils shrank sharply, an intense cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This is enough to shake the spirit of God. If you look across the 12 universes, you probably won't be able to find an existence that can compare with it, right? At this moment, all the Z fighters on the cruise ship were stunned with fear. Although they cannot feel the power of God, the power of Super 4 Gajata is real. After experiencing it carefully, they seemed to be in another dimension and deeply understood their own weakness. Especially the wild and handsome posture of Super 4 Gajata made Shishi and Bulma's cheeks slightly red, and they became infatuated for a moment. What's wrong? Does the mighty god of destruction also look panicked? It seems that my power has become so strong that even gods are afraid of it. Super 4 Gajata looked at Beerus and teased with a smile. Hearing Super 4 Gajata's provocation, the god of destruction Beerus smiled and said nothing, slowly floated into the air, opened his hands, and released the terrifying power of the god of destruction. At this moment, everything was silent, the world was shrouded in darkness, and everyone except Gajata felt deep panic and uneasiness in their hearts at this moment. Beerus' whole body was enveloped in the purple light of the god of destruction, and at this moment, the true form of the god of destruction was revealed. What a terrifying power! Super 4 Gajata looked at the god of destruction, Beerus, in mid-air, with high-spirited fighting spirit burning in his eyes. When the power of the god of destruction increased to a certain level, Beerus stopped increasing his power and raised his index finger provocatively at Super 4 Gajata with his right hand. Super 4 Gajata would not be used to such a provocative move. He rushed out instantly and landed in front of Beerus 0.0001 seconds later. The fierce fist, packed with boundless destructive power, was struck out loudly. Beerus, the god of destruction, also immediately waved his fist that condensed the infinite power of destruction. Boom! Vast white light bloomed the moment the two fists collided. A space of more than 10 miles in radius exploded, and the aftermath that was enough to destroy everything expanded at an extremely fast speed. Just when the cruise ship was about to be swallowed up by the aftermath, Angel Weiss took action. Point the scepter in your hand at the deck of the cruise ship and gently tap it, mysteriously. The power of the angels expanded and enveloped the earth at the moment when the power invaded the earth, quietly cancelling out the aftermath that was enough to destroy the universe. In that white light, two streams of deep red and deep purple light shuttled rapidly through the void, colliding at an unimaginable speed. These two rays of light are Super 4 Gajata and God of Destruction Beerus. Come on! Dad! Defeat that God of Destruction! Gotenks shouted loudly while looking at the passionate battle in the sky. Others on the cruise ship were also praying in their hearts that they must win this final battle. High in the air, the battle between Super 4 Gajata and the God of Destruction Beerus has just begun. As the fusion of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Gajata perfectly possesses all the advantages of both people, learning from each other's strengths and compensating for their weaknesses, and creating a new self. The Kamizen Ryu fighting method and the Prince's fighting method are perfectly integrated. The two people's fighting experience is integrated into one. The moves are unpredictable and there is a strong murderous intention hidden in every move. The most important thing is that his spiritual control over his physical body has almost reached perfection. With regard to his body, he can control his physical body to relax at will, and will only mobilize his power when attacking or defending. The power of the Scion blood was brought into full play under his control. Doing so will not only save unnecessary power consumption in battle, but also increase explosive power. But even though Super 4 Gogeta was so perfect and couldn't find any flaws, he still couldn't take advantage when attacking the god of destruction Beerus. As an old monster who has lived for endless years, the god of destruction Beerus has existed since the birth of the universe. He has been carefully taught by the angel Whis, and his combat power is terrifying and bottomless. Whether he is self-centered and can be as strong as he wants, or the secret skill that he carries with him, which can perfectly dodge any attack, it can be called the incomprehensible god's control skill, and he is far away from it. Far above other gods of destruction. If we say that the god of destruction in other universes exists at the top of their universe, then Beerus, the god of destruction from Universe 7, is the super god of destruction. The existence that stands at the top of all gods of destruction. Chapter 37. Concentrating on the battle, he used his dodge and attack skills to the fullest. Although he has not yet mastered the freedom to use his ultimate intention Kong in a true sense, his performance when facing Super 4 Gogeta was almost perfect. The body reacts autonomously and takes the fastest measures to deal with Super 4 Gogeta's attack. Attack and defense can be used freely back and forth. Even though there is a gap in strength between the two sides, they are inseparable for a while. Super 4 Gogeta enjoys this battle. As a fusion warrior, he is neither Son Goku nor Vegeta. He is an independent individual, an independent him. Every appearance is very short-lived, and the powerful power cannot be vented, so it can only disappear with regret. Now, he met someone who could make him fight without reservation. Gogeta was very lucky that he could meet such a powerful enemy. Super 4 Gogeta roared with high fighting spirit. There was a huge explosion of power, and the devastating fist of destruction suddenly struck out. Beerus concentrated the power of destruction in his right hand, and then received the heavy punch of Super 4 Gogeta. The god of destruction was skillfully used to eliminate the remaining punch power of Super 4 Gogeta. Boom, pound. Two loud noises in a row. The two sides intertwined their fingers, and each unleashed the most powerful physical force to press down hard on the other. Super 4 Gogeta, God of Destruction Beerus, The two men simultaneously let out deep shouts that could affect their souls, releasing their power to the greatest extent. While competing for power, the power of blood and the power of destruction also launched a new round of confrontation. Crackling. Red and purple arcs of electricity exploded around the two of them at the same time, and the power they released towards each other continued to increase. Bang! There was an explosion. The force of the collision reached its limit, and the shock wave forced the two people to separate and retreat 1,000 meters away. Happy! Such a hearty battle made the god of destruction Beerus couldn't help shouting. The blood in the body was completely agitated, because the combat cells that had been sleeping for many years and fell into silence were also awakened from dozens or hundreds of rounds of battles with Gogeta. I didn't expect that the power of the god of destruction could be so powerful. I thought you were just showing off. I'm so lucky to be able to fight an opponent like you, Beerus. Super 4 Gogeta stared at the god of destruction Beerus with sharp eyes, and the Scion blood constantly swimming in his body urged him to fight the god of destruction Beerus. Humph! I have been the god of destruction for so many years. Among those who have fought against me, I can rank among the top 3. God of Destruction Beerus smiled calmly, clasped his hands together, and gathered the power of destruction into his palms. In the middle, as he opened his palm again, a destructive bomb as hot as the sun appeared. Buzz buzz! Strange flames danced inside the destruction bomb, expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, the diameter reached thousands of meters. What an amazing power! A bright light flashed in Super 4 Gogeta's eyes. Feeling the terror of the power contained in this blow, his eyes flashed with eagerness to try. I saw his hands coming together to form an energy emission posture. As he thought, a light blue luster danced and flickered in his palms. Big Bang Turtle Pi Chi Gong Wave, shouted angrily, and a huge dark blue energy beam burst out from the palm of Super 4 Gogeta like a roaring dragon. Mortal power cannot defeat gods. A fierce look flashed in the eyes of the god of destruction Beerus, and he waved his right hand violently. The destructive bomb, as hot as a small sun, broke through the space and hit the Big Bang Turtle-style Qigong wave head-on. The two of them were just using tentative moves, but the coercion generated when they collided affected the ecological environment of the entire Earth. On the Earth at this moment, different catastrophes are happening all over the world. This is still controlled by the angelic power. If there is no angelic power to restrain it, I am afraid that not only the Earth, but also the entire northern galaxy will be destroyed by their power. The Big Bang Turtle-style Qigong wave and the destruction bomb were in a stalemate. Neither of them could advance and completely suppress the other. Let me disappear. Destroy. Beerus's divine power of destruction rioted around him. With the blessing of the more powerful divine power of destruction, the power and size of the destructive bombs increased to the limit. The color of the destructive bomb changed from red to deep purple, and the size also expanded from a kilometer to 5,000 meters. As the power of the destructive bomb increased, Gogeta clearly felt there was an immense amount of pressure. His Big Bang Turtle-style Qigong wave is being pushed back bit by bit. If he doesn't find a way to break the balance, the consequences will be disastrous. Without any hesitation, Gogeta directly used his super move. 100 times Big Explosion Turtle-style Qigong wave. With a roar, the muscles in Gogeta's body expanded, and an even more vast energy burst out from his hands. The destructive power of the Big Bang Turtle sect Qigong wave has increased by more than 100 times. The power limit was increased, and in just a blink of an eye, Beerus' destructive bomb was pierced, and the violent energy hit him head-on. What? Beerus's eyes widened, his pupils trembled violently, his muscles tensed, and a very strong sense of crisis surged throughout his body. Without any time to think, Beerus instinctively raised his hands, using the divine power of destruction to protect the surface of his body, resisting the 100 times Big Explosion Turtle-style Qigong wave of Super 4 Gogeta. Boom! Huge pressure spread throughout his body, and the god of destruction Beerus was forced back hundreds of meters by this terrifying force. The muscles in his body were tense, and the powerful force wanted to force this move to stop. In his understanding, the power of mortals has always been the power of mortals and cannot be compared with the power of gods. But now, Gogeta's 100 times Big Explosion Turtle-style Qigong wave has subverted his perception. This extremely terrifying energy was no worse than his destructive power, and it once caused him to lose control of his body. Don't get too carried away. Stop it. God of destruction Beerus's whole body power increased explosively, a strange purple light flashed, burned to the extreme and then exploded. This time, Beerus used more than 90% of his power and let out a hysterical roar. Power exploded, his hands waved rapidly, and a frightening scene appeared. He forcibly changed the direction of the energy body of the turtle Qigong wave that was 100 times bigger than the explosion and sent it into the universe. But before Beerus could be happy, a creepy feeling surged through his body, and he saw Super 4 Gogeta, who didn't know when, arrived right in front of him, looking at him with a smile. Chapter 38. Not good. A sense of crisis was sent to all the cells in his body at the same time. Beerus showed a ferocious look on his face and wanted to distance himself from Super 4 Gogeta, but it was too late. Let me see how powerful the god of destruction really is, Super Flurry. As soon as he finished speaking, the powerful power accumulated in Gogeta's right leg exploded, and dark blue light converged on it like a substantial flame. Legs. The pressure released in just a moment caused the space to undergo horrific deformations. The deep blue flames exuded a temperature even more terrifying than the sun, and its destructive power was so terrifying that it was unimaginable. Along with this terrifying blow, it hit Beerus firmly in the chest. Boom! The purely powerful force caused the space to collapse, and the whole world seemed to freeze at this moment. Beerus only felt an irresistible force sweeping through his body along with severe pain. Chi and blood rolled in his body, and the terrifying force destroyed every cell in his body. Pfft! A mouthful of acid water mixed with some blood essence spurted out of his mouth, and Beerus' body flew out of the earth at a speed exceeding the speed of light, sprinting towards the depths of the universe. This terrifying power made the god of destruction Beerus unable to stabilize his body for a moment, and hit a fiery red planet. In just an instant, the planet was penetrated, collapsed, and exploded. But he still didn't stop retreating, running through countless planets until he finally hit a large abandoned planet in the Nanyan River and was able to stop. With just one blow, the god of destruction Beerus was knocked out of the galaxy. This scene was seen by countless powerful beings in the seventh universe. Whether they were gods or humans, they all had expressions that looked like they had seen a ghost. Even beings from other universes have noticed the fighting situation in the seventh universe. Kaishin Realm. God Gabit and the old Kaijin watched the battle between Super 4 Gogeta and God of Destruction Beerus exactly in front of their eyes. When the God of Destruction, who had been standing at the top of the universe for who knows how many years, was severely injured by Super 4 Gogeta and sent out of the northern galaxy. These two Kaishin, who had lived for countless years, felt turbulent in their hearts, their eyes were dull, and they were stunned for a moment. They witnessed the impossible become a reality. The power of mortals can suppress a god, but this god is still the god of destruction. Ancestor, Master Ancestor, God Jebit didn't know how to describe the shock in his heart, and his thousands of words turned into a call to the old Kaijin. Super 4 Gogeta's power is too strong, so strong that he cannot control himself. At this time, the expression of the old Kaioshin was similar to that of Gabit God. As a Kaijin 15 generations ago, he was almost the same contemporary as Beerus, the god of destruction, and he was also very aware of Beerus' terror. It's really unbelievable, the old Kaishin took the initiative to swallow his saliva, with a wry smile on his face. What happened today really subverted his vision as an old man, and also made him feel inspired. He had always held a grudge when he was sealed by the god of destruction Beerus. Now that he was watching the god of destruction Beerus being beaten by Super 4 Gogeta, he felt extremely happy. Be more ruthless. It's best to beat this arrogant guy until he can't stand up. The old Kaishin shouted in his heart. It seemed that the person who beat Beerus violently was replaced by Super 4 Gogeta. In the sixth universe, which is a twin universe with the seventh universe. Destroy the world of gods. The god of destruction, Xiongpa, who had just finished cleaning the lower planet, was eating and drinking in his palace. Suddenly, he seemed to feel something and put down the meat he had just picked up. Bados, have you felt it? This power seems to belong to Beerus, and there is a very strong power. Xiongpa's expression was very exaggerated, food residues flying from the corners of his mouth, and he shouted without any image. Universe 6 and Universe 7 are twin universes, and he and Beerus, the god of destruction, are brothers. Although they haven't seen each other for a long time, he will never mistake his brother's aura. Angel Bardos beside him also noticed something at this moment and smiled slightly. It seems that Master Xiongpa has also felt it. If my guess is correct, an unimaginable drastic change is taking place in the seventh universe today. In addition to Lord Beerus's divine power, there is also a very powerful mortal power that is even equal to Lord Beerus's divine power of destruction, and it has spread across dimensions into our universe. There's such a big movement. If I'm not wrong, over in Universe 7, Lord Beerus has already decided on the next one. God of Destruction candidate. While Angel Bardos explained earnestly, he also did not forget to tease the God of Destruction, Xiongpa, and chuckled, "Lord Xiongpa, you must also hurry up and appoint the next God of Destruction in our universe." Bah. It's still early for me to train the next God of Destruction, at least tens of millions of years later. The God of Destruction, Xiongpa, refused again and again. What a great position the God of Destruction has. He has everything he wants. He stands at the top of the universe, just like an emperor. He has clothes to put out his hands and food to open his mouth. He wants him to give up this extravagant life. It is a wishful thinking. Speaking of which, Bados, Beerus's side should be fighting in full swing right now. Why don't we take this opportunity to blatantly enter the 7th universe, and then collect all the remaining Super Dragon Balls? Xiongpa suddenly thought of something. Good idea. Anyway, they are brothers. If something happens in each other's universe, it is appropriate for them to visit each other. Beerus will not find out what he is looking for. Ah! Bados heard this and looked at Xiongpa with a wicked smile, his mouth wide open, and said in surprise, "Master Xiongpa, when did you become so smart?" Today's elephant handkerchief really surprised her. She didn't think of this method at the first time. "Bados, what do you mean? In your opinion, have I always been stupid?" Xiongpa's face darkened and he asked unhappily. "Ahem, Sir Xiongpa, you are worrying too much. Although it is a good idea for us to take advantage of the chaos and enter the 7th universe to find the Super Dragon Balls, but Lord Xiongpa, have you ever thought about what if we are discovered by Lord Beerus? If this is discovered, I'm afraid we won't be able to enter the 7th universe for thousands or even tens of thousands of years in the future." Bados patiently explained to Xiongpa. Regarding the Super Dragon Balls, they spent a lot of effort to collect just a little bit. If discovered, all previous efforts would be wasted. Maybe the Super Dragon Balls they collected from Universe 7 will have to be returned to Universe 7. Chapter 39. After Bados's reminder, the God of Destruction Xiongpa immediately discovered the pros and cons. Okay, then I'll listen to you. If you don't want to go, I won't go." Xiongpa waved his hand impatiently. Although he seemed indifferent on the surface, he was still very curious in his heart about what happened in the 7th universe. At the same time, in Universe 8, destroy the Divine Realm. In the Hall of the God of Destruction, Ligel. As the God of Destruction of the 8th universe, Ligel is different from the gods of destruction in other universes in that he cares very much about his image. Even after finishing his work and coming back from the lower world, the first thing he did was to comb his hair and tidy up his image. As a fox, even if he is a male fox, he is very concerned about his image. This is a kind of inheritance in his bones. At this moment, while combing his hair, he suddenly noticed two extremely terrifying forces transmitted to his 8th universe. This power is, that guy Beerus? There is also a purely powerful mortal power. God of Destruction Ligel's eyes were attracted. He raised his head in confusion and looked at the distant place through the window of the hall. Sky. That direction is the direction of the 7th universe. His expression gradually became serious, and he was actually not interested in why Beerus exploded with such powerful destructive power. However, that mortal power that was so powerful that even he felt threatened was worthy of attention. If such a powerful being is born in the 7th universe, then the average value of the entire universe will be greatly increased because of that powerful guy. Lord Ligel, are you curious about the powerful mortal power in the 7th universe? Outside the main hall, Angel Corrin walked in calmly. He could see through Ligier's thoughts at a glance. Yet, The god of destruction Ligil admitted cleanly, and after a moment, he added, if it's just Beerus power that reaches here, I don't care, but that kind of energy is something that even I would be afraid of. 3/3 of the mortal power actually comes from the 7th universe. Angel Corrin smiled slightly when he saw this. He saw Jir's worry. That powerful mortal would most likely cause the average level of the 7th universe to skyrocket, even surpassing that of their 8th universe. He knew very well that the relationship between his god of destruction and Beerus was not a good one. No. It should be said that Beerus has a bad relationship with all the gods of destruction. The god of destruction, Beerus, while powerful, is also withdrawn, arrogant, eccentric and unpredictable. He has a bad relationship with almost all the gods of destruction. If my subordinates guessed correctly, that powerful mortal force should be the next Universe 7 god of destruction trained by Beerus himself. Other than that, I guess, there's no better explanation. Angel Corrin explains. I think so too. Ligil, the god of destruction, agreed with Angel Corrin's point of view, but driven by curiosity, he still ordered Angel Corrin, project what happened in the 7th universe. I don't care what happened over there, it has now affected Universe 8, and when the battle subsides, I will go to Beerus to ask for an explanation from Universe 8. Follow your orders. Angel Corrin saw through it without revealing it, and carried out the order of the god of destruction Ligil. The angel's scepter struck the ground, and under the influence of the angel's power, the situation in the 7th universe was projected in real time. Seeing this, the god of destruction Ligil cheered up. He wanted to see what kind of existence was born in the 7th universe now. Except for the god of destruction from both universes. Located in the Supreme Palace above the 12 universes. The Temple of All Kings. This is the most habitable place in the world, and there are 2 beings who can live here. The Supreme God, the King of all. The Supreme Angel and the Great Priest. Located deep in the Temple of the whole network. A being wearing a blue high-level angel suit with an angel ring suspended on his back was observing the situation in the 7th universe through a strange black sphere. This person is the Supreme Angel and High Priest under one God and above all gods. The black sphere in front of him is not an ordinary sphere, but the entire 7th universe. An accidental action led to the creation of a warrior worthy of the god of destruction. The High Priest stared at the body of the 7th universe and showed a meaningful smile. Back then, when he was traveling in the endless river of time and space, he accidentally noticed a failed world. In that world, Sun Wukong, the son of destiny, died. On a whim, he thought of a very good experiment, guiding the soul of Sun Wukong to travel through time and space, replacing the Sun Wukong in this world. Originally, he thought that this experiment would end completely with the action of the god of destruction Beerus, but he did not expect that this experiment he planned on a whim would be so successful. Inadvertently, it promoted the development of the entire world, making the current world one step closer to upgrading. The future of this time and space has become confusing under your influence. I don't know, will the final result be existence or destruction? The Great Priest stared closely at the body of the 7th universe, the meaning of which was unknown. Scene changes. Back to Universe 7. On the Earth. At this time, Super 4 Gogeta was breathing heavily. The blow just now consumed a lot of his energy, but I have to say, it was so cool. It's such a wonderful feeling to use all your explosive power in this world where you can't stay longer. Kaba Kaba. Super 4 Gogeta moved his limbs, and there was a friction sound of bones colliding in his body. After adjusting his condition, he quickly expanded his mind and accurately locked on the divine power of the god of destruction, Beerus. In one thought, using teleportation, he crossed thousands of galaxies and arrived at the Nanyan River area. Living in the universe, Super 4 Gogeta crossed his arms and quietly looked at the huge planet in front of him, which was 10 times larger than the Earth but on the verge of collapse. Looking at it, the entire planet is covered with cracks, and the dense patches are like spider webs. At the center of the planet is an endless abyss. The god of destruction, Beerus, is in this abyss right now. You shouldn't be killed by me so easily, right? If that's the case, the god of destruction is too weak, Beerus. Super 4 Gogeta had no intention of pursuing him, and was frozen in space, quietly waiting for the reappearance of the god of destruction, Beerus. Time passes minute by minute. Unknowingly, half a minute passed. The god of destruction Beerus still didn't move, which made Gogeta frown in confusion. He didn't know what Beerus was planning, or what plan he had against him. But he knew very well that it was completely wishful thinking to defeat the god of destruction Beerus with just that one blow. What is this guy doing? Super 4 Gogeta was very puzzled. He became more and more solemn, staring straight at the abyss in the center of the super giant planet. He was very sure that Beerus was inside at this time. But what is the guy waiting for? Suddenly, Gogeta! A strong sense of crisis coming from his body's instinct made him energetic. In the endless abyss, a strange purple-red light emerged, and the unfathomable destructive power broke out again. It seems that you were seriously injured, Beerus. You have just recovered now. Feeling this terrifying destructive power, Super 4 Gogeta was not afraid, but became more and more excited. This is what he wants. As a fusion warrior, the time he can exist is very short. Being able to fight without regrets and risk everything in this limited time is what he really wants. Boom! In the center of the supergiant star, overwhelming divine power of destruction exploded. Within 0.001 seconds, the entire supergiant planet, along with all the asteroids within a dozen light-years around it, were reduced to ashes. Chapter 40. In that deep purple light, which represented a strong ominousness, the proud and invincible posture of the god of destruction Beerus was once again displayed. At this moment, Beerus showed his true power as the god of destruction. Under the wash of the vast destructive power, all the injuries he suffered in the previous battle were repaired. The infinitely powerful destructive power traveled through every cell in his body, repairing the injured parts and filling his whole body. Soon, the vast divine power that could cover the entire universe was withdrawn into the body of the god of destruction Beerus. The god of destruction Beerus, standing in the starry sky of the universe, although his face was calm, there was a flash of cold horror in his eyes. Human murderous intent. Those deep eyes that were extremely cold and showed no emotion, stared at Super 4 Gogeta quietly. How many years has it been? I haven't shown my true power to face the world for a long time. Even those guys in other universes are not qualified to let this god show his true abilities, but they are forced to this point by a human being. Even if you are destroyed by this god in the end, you will die without regrets. The god of destruction Beerus said proudly, and there was no trace of any emotional fluctuations in his facial expression. But it can be felt that at this time, he showed his true ability. As the god of destruction, his most powerful thing is not the secret book that the angels carry with them, the ultimate intention Kung Fu, but the divine power of destruction that they can expand infinitely at will. In a sense, as long as the god of destruction Beerus' will to destroy an object is strong enough, his power will continue to increase with his will, without limit. As strong as you want to be. You finally showed your true skills, god of destruction Beerus. Super 4 Gogeta's expression gradually became serious, and he looked at the god of destruction Beerus intently. At this moment, Beerus was shrouded in a special layer of fog, making it difficult to fathom the depth of his strength. But one thing is for sure, Beerus is very dangerous today. If you are not careful, you will be in catastrophe. What you see now is only what I want you to see. Don't think that just because you have some strength, you can be arrogant. How can a mortal like you be able to spy on the power of this god? The arrogant posture of the god of destruction Beerus remained unchanged, and his words contained endless intimidation, impacting the mind of Super 4 Gogeta. Noticing Beerus's contemptuous attitude, Super 4 Gogeta smiled evilly and said disapprovingly, "It's really annoying, God of Destruction. I just don't know how you will feel after I defeat you. Mortals will always be mortals. If they don't become gods, they will always be ants. Beerus, the god of destruction, said with a heavy tone that could not be denied. Are you so sure that mortals can't defeat gods? Super 4 Gogeta released a terrifying aura, his strength increased rapidly, and his tone became heavy. Now, he is only in the red-haired and boundary-breaking state of the 4th level Super Saiyan, and he still has greater strength that he has yet to show. Ha ha ha, the god of destruction. Beerus smiled coldly. His power as the god of destruction soared rapidly, and was raised to its peak. The extreme, violent and terrifying power of the god of destruction fiercely pressed down on Gogeta. The power of blood and the power of destruction collided again, and the entire universe trembled under the impact of their momentum. The spaces deformed and distorted visible to the naked eye. The two powers seem to be about the same, but in fact, Beerus's destructive power has the upper hand. The god of destruction, Beerus, has shown his true abilities, but he is very terrifying. In an instant, the god of destruction, Beerus, took the initiative. The divine power of destruction turned into strange energy particles that adhered to his body, causing his speed to undergo a qualitative improvement. Humph! Super 4 Gogeta snorted coldly, gathered all his strength with his fist, and aimed at the returning Beerus to hit him hard. The moment his fist was about to touch Beerus, something incredible happened. Beerus' body incredibly penetrated his fist. Is this an afterimage? No. The attack was dodged, and Super 4 Gogeta immediately realized something was wrong. The blood power in the body surges, rapidly mobilizing energy throughout the body, forming an indestructible protective barrier. The phantom of the god of destruction, Beerus, passed through his body. At this moment, everything in the universe fell into a state of stillness. Super 4 Gogeta stopped in place, his face covered in shock. Boom, 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 in one breath, countless invisible attacks came from all directions of Super 4 Gogeta. In just a few seconds, Super 4 Gogeta's protective barrier was shattered. The strong body was covered with scars, and purple light bloomed. The severe pain that exploded in his body instantly caused Super 4 Gogeta's expression to change drastically, and his eyes were full of ferociousness. He endured the crushing pain on his body and swallowed the blood gushing from his throat. In an instant, his protective barrier was shattered, and his body suffered hundreds of devastating blows. If his body hadn't been strong enough, he would have been killed by Beerus's blow. Now do you understand the difference between us and gods? The difference between mortals and gods is not just strength. Beerus put one hand on his back, turned around proudly, and said indifferently. Hearing this, Gogeta smiled ferociously and said disdainfully, "This kind of painless attack means nothing." The power of blood in the body is activated again, and the light pink light is released from the inside out. The power of blood and the power of God are perfectly combined to form a brand new power. Super Saiyan Level 4 God State. With the emergence of this energy source, the destructive power remaining in his body was destroyed by this divine power. All the wounds on his body disappeared at this moment, and his breath returned to its peak. Humph! Have you finally started to use the power of God? However, this is useless. Even if you can use the power of God, in the eyes of this God, you are just a false God. At best, you are just a slightly more powerful mortal. God of destruction, Beerus teased with an evil smile. Really? Gogeta's eyes changed again and again. Not wanting to talk nonsense, he told Beerus his answer with practical actions. His momentum increased rapidly, and his body was filled with bright colorful particles, attacking towards the god of destruction Beerus like a ghost. This is one of Gogeta's signature skills, sliding punishment, which can put the body in an erratic state. Once it hits the opponent, it will launch hundreds or thousands of super fatal blows in an instant. A little trick. Beerus dismissed it, his body went from nothing to nothing, and became illusory, facing Gajata's sliding punishment. Chapter 41. The two empty figures collided again in the silent space of the universe. The aftermath of the battle was even more terrifying than before. The power impact generated by each attack was enough to clean up the seventh universe. If they continue to cause unbridled troubles, the entire seventh universe, including the adjacent sixth universe and eighth universe, will be implicated and destroyed by the power of the two of them. Buzz buzz. The aftermath that is enough to destroy everything in the world expands rapidly, spreading towards the entire universe and even universes outside the universe at a very fast speed. Whether it was planets, meteorites, life, space, or life, they were all instantly annihilated by this irresistible divine power and turned into nothingness. The entire seventh universe is in constant turmoil, teetering on the verge of collapse. All animals, humans, and gods in the universe feel strongly uneasy at this moment. If these two people continue to be left alone, Universe 7 will really be over. But in a dark corner that no one noticed, Angel Weiss had already arrived at the battlefield without anyone noticing. The Angel's ability was activated, and an incomprehensible and supreme power spread rapidly, fixing the aftermath of the battle within a certain range and minimizing the losses in the seventh universe. Done. After completely fixing the battlefield in an area, Weiss took back his abilities. He was watching with great interest this unprecedented battle that had been rare in countless eras. Fights of this level are very rare even among gods of destruction. Noticing the way Beerus was fully engaged in the battle and full of fighting spirit, the corners of Weiss' mouth involuntarily turned up, feeling happy for Beerus. As an angel who has been with the god of destruction Beerus all year round, he knows very well Beerus's character and what he truly desires in his heart. The god of destruction is not an evil person, and certainly not a good person. Beerus is very pure, loves food, and is eager to fight. He had been invincible for too long, and now someone finally appeared who could let him go. Beerus, with his mind at ease, enjoyed every minute and every second of fighting Gajata. It seems that Lord Beerus is very happy today, but after this battle is over, he will have to sleep for at least a few thousand years. Weiss murmured. On the battlefield, Gajata and Beerus have completely let go of each other and are fully committed to the battle. Now they only have each other in their eyes. Gajata has taken out the fourth level of Super Saiyan God state. His attack, speed, power, moves, perception, everything has changed, and his fighting style has become more and more similar to that of a god. But even so, he still couldn't take advantage of Beerus, the god of destruction who was going all out. As the leader of the 12 gods of destruction, Beerus's strength is unfathomable. When he shows himself, no one in the entire world, except for beings such as angels and kings, can suppress him. His destructive energy seemed to have no limit, and it continued to expand and become stronger as the destructive thoughts in his heart increased. Fighting at will and blessed by endless destructive energy allowed Beerus to suppress Gajata in the Super 4 God state in all aspects. This steady upper hand performance made Beerus feel proud for a while. Now do you understand the difference between you and God? Even if you have mastered the power of God, your essence is still immortal. If you don't become a god, you will eventually become an ant. Beerus smiled coldly, and in an instant, his explosive energy accelerated and hit Gajata's body. Boom! The power of the impact was extremely terrifying, distorting space and subverting the world. It directly overturned Gajata in the state of Super 4 gods and disappeared into the horizon into a shocking light. Even with the power of God to protect his body, coupled with the powerful physique of the 4th level Super Saiyan, Gajata was almost unable to bear it. After flying for an unknown distance, Gajata stabilized his body. Looking at the almost withered muscles on his chest, Gajata smiled ferociously, with a look of madness flashing across his face. The pain stimulated his blood, making the blood in his body agitated, and his fighting spirit increased crazily. It's fun. It's so fun. Gajata was in high spirits, and at the same time, in less than 0.001 seconds, the attack of the god of destruction Beerus arrived. The defenseless Gogeta withstood this terrifying blow. Pfft! Gogeta was hit hard and spewed out a large mouthful of blood uncontrollably. This sudden invisible attack penetrated his strong body and hit a straight target behind him. A meteorite with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers. In just an instant, this huge meteorite fell into pieces and turned into countless debris, floating in the universe. Gogeta, who suffered an invisible blow, turned pale and his breath dropped sharply. This is a picture that cannot be seen even if you look across time and space. Gogeta, known as the strongest warrior in the entire dimension, was injured, and he was seriously injured. At this time, the god of destruction, Beerus, quietly arrived 10 meters away in front of Gogeta. It's really embarrassing. Are you still going to persist? Boy! If you give up now, I will reluctantly spare your life and give you the title of the number 1 person under the god of destruction. Beerus looked at Gogeta teasingly and teased. He knew that Gogeta would not agree, and the reason why he did this was just to stimulate Gogeta and see if the other party could burst out with stronger power. Ha ha ha, the title of the number 1 person under the god of destruction? It sounds very majestic. Gogeta straightened his back, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and smiled contemptuously. As I expected, you scions are all the same. It's harder to make you admit defeat than to kill you. But it is precisely because of this that I have looked at you twice. Say your name, boy. Beerus looked serious and transmitted the words into Gogeta's ears through energy. I am neither Son Goku nor Vegeta, I am the one who wants to defeat you, Gogeta. Thank you for accompanying me in my warm-up exercises. Now, the real battle has just begun, God of Destruction. With hot blood in his body, Gogeta clenched his fists. As his facial expression became ferocious, a more powerful force in his body was activated and exploded. The power of his bloodline and the power of God were rising steadily. At the same time, the color of the aura around him changed, from pink to light blue. Are you still hiding? Seeing this scene, Beerus was also shocked. In his opinion, even if Gogeta is a fusion warrior, his limit is at most the Super 4 God state that Sun Wukong has just broken through. Now it seems that this fusion warrior is far from as simple as he thought. Chapter 42. In fact, Beerus was right. The 4th level of Super Saiyan God state was already the limit of Gogeta just now. However, as a fusion warrior, he was just born, and the power of Sun Wukong and Vegeta had not yet been fully transformed in his body. Now after thousands of rounds of fighting with Beerus, Gogeta not only perfectly transformed the power of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, but also developed the untapped potential in this body. He broke through the original boundaries of strength and entered a higher realm. You scions are all monsters. You can continuously improve your strength through fighting. It does not disgrace the title of a fighting nation. As a mortal, your power is enough to be praised by the gods. Now that you have broken through again, if it were the gods of destruction from other universes who faced you, I'm afraid they really wouldn't be able to defeat you. But unfortunately, you are facing me, Beerus. Beerus smiled with a crazy look on his face. As the god of destruction, he is actually an out-and-out fighting maniac. It's just that because he is standing too high, no one in the entire universe can accompany him to fight heartily. Moreover, there is a rule in the god of destruction that does not allow the god of destruction to fight in private. It is precisely because of this rule that Beerus' already boring life becomes even more boring. Now, the fusion warrior in front of him, who was born through the fusion dance of the Metamor stars, could make the silent blood in his body stir again. Beerus had a hunch that this battle would be the most unforgettable battle in his life. Boom! In the darkness, the dazzling light of divine power burst out in an instant. In just an instant, this vast light illuminated the dark world, and the blue light was filled with boundless charm. In the darkness of nothingness, the accompaniment of the voice of God suddenly played. In that dazzling blue light, Gajata stood above the darkness with a new attitude. At this time, he was no longer in the state of Super Four Gods. The power of blood drives the power of God in the body to evolve again, a new attitude that breaks through the shell of potential possibilities. Blue divine power lingers all over the body, covering the whole body with divine power, and every move is enough to shake the entire universe. This form is called Super Four God Blue. The extremely powerful power of God traveled through every cell in his body, blending with the power of blood to repair all the damage in his body. When the injuries on his body healed, the corners of Gajata's mouth undulated slightly, revealing an extremely confident smile. His pair of blue eyes were filled with the confidence to conquer everything, and his sharp gaze was enough to see through all things, and he looked directly into the eyes of the god of destruction Beerus. "I've kept you waiting for the god of destruction for so long, now let's start again." Gajata's dual magic voice reached Beerus's ears through the power of God. Only after saying these words did Beerus, the god of destruction, recover from his shock. As he looked at Gajata in his new form, his mind became extremely heavy, and his body instinctively increased its vigilance and became cautious. Beerus' solemn eyes looked up and down at Gajata, who was now in the blue state of the Super Four Gods, and the scene in his premonition dream appeared. Gajata in the Super Four Gods blue state in front of him quickly merged with the figure of the Super Saiyan God in his dream. Finally, this look was formed. At this moment, Beerus finally confirmed that the Super Four God blue Gajata in front of him was the prophesied rival, the Super Saiyan God. After verifying the existence of his powerful enemy, after a moment of silence, Beerus showed an extremely excited smile on his face. "Is this all you have? Very good." Beerus, who was completely inspired to fight, could not restrain his excitement. "All of me? You can't tell. We Scions have no limits. Maybe we will become stronger when fighting you until we completely defeat you." Gajata prepared to fight. His posture is full of divine power, ready to explode at any time. Outside the battlefield, Angel Weiss, who was watching the situation on the battlefield, also had an expression of disbelief on his face. Even he, the angel, had not expected what was happening in front of him. This fusion warrior, Gajata, actually created a miracle and once again completed the promotion of divine power. Now, even if he is not a true god, he is very close. You are really suitable to become the god of destruction. Weiss looked at Gajata's wild and divine posture through the scepter. At this time, Gajata's strength, image, and divine power perfectly fit the image of the god of destruction in his mind. A bold thought came into his mind. Should we train Gajata as the next god of destruction? But after thinking about it carefully, Weiss gave up the idea. After all, Gajata is a fusion warrior, and his appearance has a time limit. It is unrealistic to want him to become the god of destruction. Unless he takes action to lift Gajata's fusion time limit and completely turn the opponent into a human being. But by doing so, he has already violated the rules. Once he violates the rules, all that is waiting for him is to disappear. Therefore, Weiss had to give up this idea, even though he coveted Gajata very much. In the god of destruction realm of Universe 8, Ligel, the god of destruction in the hall, can clearly see everything that happens in the seventh universe through the scepter of the angel column. How is it possible? How can a mortal's power reach such a level? Even if he has mastered the power of God, he cannot be so strong. He is still just a false god. The god of destruction, Ligel, shouted in an extremely rude manner. Because he found that whether it was Beerus or Gajata, this god alone surpassed him. As the god of destruction of Universe 8, he could accept being outclassed by Beerus. After all, Beerus had already established himself as the strongest god of destruction. But what the hell is going on with that mortal with extremely exaggerated fluctuations in divine power? It's ridiculously strong. Angel Korin on the side could understand his master's mood at this moment. After all, this was the first time he had seen this mortal who was so strong that it was beyond imagination. In the god of destruction realm of the 6th universe. Originally, Xiongpa didn't want to care about what happened in the 7th universe. But until Beerus's divine power exploded in full force, and an even more exaggerated and powerful divine power spread to the god of destruction, he could no longer turn a blind eye. He hurriedly ordered Bados to project the current situation of the 7th universe in real time. Are you kidding? Is this really the power that can burst out from a mortal body? The god of destruction, Xiongpa, was so frightened that he was stunned and stared at Gajata in the projection of the scepter. The evaluation and understanding of human beings in my heart were broken at this moment. Chapter 43. The posture of a beast is full of strong divinity. Where did this guy come from? So powerful. Is it possible that Bados really guessed correctly that this unidentified wild god is the candidate god of destruction carefully cultivated by Beerus? What a terrifying power! This unidentified mortal seems to be a scion. A gleam flashed in Bados's beautiful eyes, and she recognized the identity of this mortal. Scions, are you talking about the scions living on the planet Sarada who claim to be partners of justice? Xiongpa thought of the scions in their universe. With average strength, he always considers himself a righteous partner and maintains the balance of the universe. But today, the potential of the scions really overturned his understanding. Unexpectedly, the small scion clan actually has the potential to surpass God. It seems so now. I didn't expect that there is such potential among scions. If the scions in our universe are carefully cultivated, maybe. A smile appeared on Bados's face, and Xiongpa beside her understood what she meant. Humph! It's really annoying. There is such a strong warrior on Beerus' side, god of destruction. Xiongpa complained with an unhappy face, but did not deny Bados's intention. In the king's temple, the high priest watched what was happening in the 7th universe, and he was very satisfied with Gajata's sublimation again. It was just a small experiment at the beginning. I just had the mentality of giving it a try, but I never thought it would succeed. Now a warrior comparable to the god of destruction has been born ahead of schedule. The future is also heading towards the unknown. Let me see, in this battle, will Beerus be able to maintain his dignity as the god of destruction, or come from behind, and a mortal will defeat the gods and become the leader of the future? The high priest chuckled and continued to focus on above this battle. The screen changes and returns to the main battlefield. Super 4 God Blue Gajata burst out with divine power, and blue light infected most of the universe, turning it into his own battlefield. Beerus, the god of destruction, was even more terrifying. In just a thought, endless god of destruction spurted out, sweeping through most of the universe and turning darkness into purple. At this moment, the universe became extremely gorgeous and was polarized into two different areas, blue and purple. This scene is so magnificent and beautiful. The atmosphere became extremely strange and heavy, and neither Gajata nor Beerus chose to attack first. Until the next moment, a bright light flashed in their eyes at the same time. In a flash of lightning, they moved. The blue extreme shadow and the deep purple extreme shadow suddenly passed through the dark space. Boom! The divine power surged and spread in all directions. With one punch, everything was destroyed, space collapsed, and a storm of divine power swept across the universe, leaving nothing behind. Boom! Another devastating collision. With the second punch, the universe exploded, and countless space fragments scattered in all directions, turning into mirrors, projecting the two invincible figures. The combination of Gajata's powerful divine power and Beerus' terrifying divine power of destruction turned into a shock wave of destruction that spread rapidly. Even the barrier formed by the angel's power was cracked at this moment. What a terrifying power! Angel Weiss was shocked. Even his angelic power couldn't stop the aftermath of the battle between these two people. Before Weiss could reinforce the isolation barrier, Beerus and Gajata's third punch had already been thrown. Boom! With a loud noise, the barrier formed by the angel's power fell apart and turned into countless mirrors scattered. Not only that, in the center of the two people, the world barrier was shattered by the terrifying force generated when the two fists collided. The world's barrier was shattered, which made the consciousness of the seventh universe feel a strong crisis. At the center of the world barrier explosion, a mysterious force spreads. The white light spread rapidly, covering the darkness of the universe at an extremely fast speed, engulfing everything. Angel Weiss took action in an instant, and the angel's power swallowed up all the spreading aftermath. But when the white light dissipated, the god of destruction Beerus and the Super 4 god Blue Gogeta had disappeared. Their power has exceeded the limit that the current universe can bear, and have they hit the world outside the universe? Angel Weiss looked surprised. As an angel, his existence is very old and he has experienced countless reincarnations. However, this is the first time that the world barrier has been forcibly broken by power. Now Beerus and Gogeta are no longer in the seventh universe, but have gone to the unknown world. Weiss used the scepter without hesitation to search the 12 universes and the world outside the universe. Beyond the 12 universes, a dark world of nothingness and chaos that has not yet given birth to planets and life. The Super 4 god Blue Gogeta and the god of destruction Beerus were transported to this area by the will of Universe 7. The two looked at the world around them and found that it was different from the original universe. This situation also made them stunned for a moment. Ha ha ha. It seems that the strength of the two of us has reached a point where even the universe cannot bear it. Gogeta geared up, the feverish fighting spirit in his eyes undiminished. The only thing he cares about now is to defeat the god of destruction Beerus. He doesn't care about anything else. As for how to leave this dark world, that is also a matter between Sun Wukong and Vegeta. What does it have to do with Gogeta? He just wanted to enjoy every minute and every second of this battle. At this time, the god of destruction, Beerus, also came back to his senses and scanned the surrounding chaotic world with horrified eyes. After being silent for a while, he finally determined where this place was. Nowhere. I didn't expect the two of us to end up in a place like this. After confirming the name of this area, Beerus raised the corners of his mouth and showed an excited smile. The world of nothing is a world outside the 12 universes. Fighting here, no matter how fierce it is, will not affect other universes. This is a good place for him to show off his talents. He has no worries and can do whatever he wants. Nowhere? Is that the name of this place? I hope this place can withstand a fight between you and me, otherwise, it will be too boring. As Gogeta spoke, he moved his limbs and twisted his neck, making crackling sounds. Although he didn't know what the world of nothing represented, he knew very well that there was nothing here. Which cleared his worries. When he was fighting Beerus in the universe just now, he was worried that the Earth would be destroyed by the aftermath, so he kept holding back his strength. Now that we are in this world, we can finally fight freely. Chapter 44. Provoked by Gogeta, Beerus smiled and said nothing, and the next second, he waved quickly with one hand. The divine power of destruction turned into an unstoppable chop and quickly attacked Gogeta. Gogeta, who had been on guard for a long time, didn't panic at all. He raised his hand and struck with power to crush the god of destruction. This kind of trivial skill is of no use to me, god of destruction. Gogeta said with high energy and a contemptuous smile. Sharp-tongued boy. Beerus let out a low roar. Stepping on the void space, he instantly accumulated strength and exploded, breaking through the space at extreme speed, and sprinted in front of Gogeta in less than 0.0001 seconds. Just when his fist was about to hit Gogeta, Gogeta's attack hit Beerus in the abdomen at a faster speed. Boom! A dull explosion. Beerus, who suffered a heavy blow, fell back quickly, and the huge fist mark on his abdomen was emitting hot white smoke. He exploded to stabilize his retreating body, looked down at his belly that was smoking white, and was shocked inside. He stared at Gogeta with a shocked expression. What happened in the moment just now? Even he, the god of destruction, didn't see the other party's movements clearly. Noticing the confused look on Beerus's face at the moment, Gajata's smile grew stronger. I'm confused why I didn't act, but you were repelled by me. Gajata finished his words, and in a moment of thought, an energy body incarnation exactly like Gajata appeared on his left side. It is also in the Super 4 God Blue state, but the energy intensity of this energy incarnation is no less than the original body. Humph! They are just incarnations of energy. They are inferior means. I only need to make a small move to completely destroy them. But you, after your energy incarnation was destroyed, you will definitely consume a lot of energy and physical strength, right? Beerus didn't care about this. In his opinion, although this energy incarnation was tricky, it was also Gajata's biggest failure. As long as these energy incarnations are destroyed, that is his chance to defeat Gajata completely. Are you really sure you can destroy my energy incarnation easily? Gajata looked directly at the god of destruction Beerus with his sharp eyes, and the smile on his face became stronger and stronger. Beerus was dismissive of Gajata's confidence. No matter how many energy incarnations you create, I will accept them all. Beerus laughed and said with disdain. A clone is always a clone. Even if the energy is very strong, it still needs to be controlled by the main body. Multitasking will weaken the strength of these energy incarnations, which is very easy to deal with. Okay. This is what you said. I want to see if you can destroy all my incarnations. Move your body at will, move 8 positions. Gajata's expression suddenly became fierce, and his hands crossed the space in front of him, forming a pattern that exuded special power. The next second, blue light bloomed around his body. 8 Gajatas who were also in the Super 4 God Blue state appeared very fast, but in the blink of an eye they surrounded the god of destruction Beerus. Counting the energy incarnation that was separated just now, there are a total of 9 energy incarnations. Looking at the energy incarnations all around him, a drop of cold sweat fell on Beerus' forehead. The situation was not good. He thought that Gajata could only differentiate 1 to 3 energy incarnations at most, but he didn't expect so many, 9 in total. Although he is not afraid of these energy incarnations, if he wants to solve all these energy incarnations, he will have to pay a high price. 9 against 1, don't call me despicable. After all, you are the supreme god of destruction, and I am just a mortal. Gajata was standing high, overlooking the god of destruction, Beerus, and chuckled. Humph! I can defeat your true form, how can I still be afraid of this mere 9 energy incarnations? Beerus put on a fighting posture, his fighting instinct was awakened, and every cell in his body was in a constant state of being activated status. He was not afraid at all of these 9 energy incarnations. How arrogant, Beerus! With a murmur in his mouth, Gajata manipulated 9 energy incarnations to attack Beerus at the same time. Facing the simultaneous attack of the 9 energy incarnations, the god of destruction Beerus was not afraid at all, and his posture and actions became unpredictable. The secret book carried by the angel, the ultimate freedom of mind, is activated. All the attacks of the 9 energy incarnations were perfectly dodged and defended by Beerus. His speed and dodge movements were greatly improved, and he could shuttle freely in the gaps between the fist and kick attacks, and launched a counterattack. This scene was seen by Gajata. His eyes gradually became sharp. Beerus's almost perfect dodge was blocked by Gajata's eyes. He saw it in his eyes. This guy seems to have mastered a very special skill. Judging from his movements and speed, he seems to be able to dodge without thinking independently. As expected of the god of destruction, it seems that my energy incarnation really cannot have much impact on him. Gajata was thinking about his next move, but suddenly his eyes lit up when Beerus was hit by an energy avatar during the battle. So that's it. His dodge action is not perfect, and he can't dodge all attacks. Gajata's mood became excited. He has discovered a way to defeat Beerus once and for all. Whether you can win or not depends on this move. Taking a deep breath, Gajata lifted his head, and in one thought, he traveled millions of miles and came to a chaotic area. This is far enough away from the battlefield, good, right here. After confirming the useful area, Gajata's eyes flashed with light, and the power of blood and God in his body began to stir. He put his hands in front of his chest, forming an energy release posture. The power of God and the power of blood blended together. A very special and extremely terrifying power was condensing and taking shape bit by bit. This is not the power of gods, nor the power of mortals, this is the power of killing gods. On Beerus' side, Beerus, who has entered the state of the ultimate free will, is at a disadvantage against the 9 energy incarnations and can only passively defend. Although it was only the 9 energy incarnations, and its strength was not as strong as Gajata's true form, when he actually fought, Beerus realized how extraordinary these energy incarnations were. 9 in 1, they can attack and defend freely, each performing their own duties. Each energy incarnation has a completely different fighting method, making up for any shortcomings in the process of taking action at the same time. Beerus entered a temporary predicament and couldn't find a way to break it for a while. If it were a perfect self-extreme intention kung fu, he would be confident that he could destroy all of these energy incarnations in dozens of rounds of fighting. But his self-extreme intention kung fu is not perfect, and it will take at least hundreds of rounds to destroy these energy incarnations. Chapter 45. After fighting for dozens of rounds, Beerus took the opportunity to kill an energy incarnation. But even if one is killed, there are still 8 energy incarnations to deal with. The previous high-intensity battle with Gajata had consumed most of his physical strength. If he continued to waste his physical strength on these energy incarnations, he would lose more than he gained. He had to make a quick decision. Soon, 8 energy incarnations once again haunted Beerus in 8 different directions, forming a circle around him. This scene made Beerus look extremely ugly, and the anger in his heart swelled to the extreme. You energy bodies are so annoying. Anger swelled and emotions rose. Beerus roared loudly. The god of destruction in his body exploded, and the terrifying energy that could destroy everything in the world was like a tide. Generally gushes out. With the explosion of Beerus, the boundless divine power of destruction spread rapidly, covering all the chaos within 100 miles. The remaining 8 energy incarnations were also destroyed in this destructive energy tide that was enough to swallow everything. When the light dissipated, the god of destruction Beerus was breathing heavily. It could be seen that the burst of breath just now consumed a lot of his energy. It's so refreshing. This is the first time in my history that I have felt such great pressure, Beerus said with excitement and madness on his face as he wiped the irritation from the corner of his mouth. Although he was very tired, he could feel that every cell in his body was cheering for joy, and he was very satisfied with this hearty explosion. But before he was happy for 3 seconds, Beerus was caught by a flash of light millions of kilometers away. Taking a closer look, he found that Gajata was accumulating energy, and the prototype of that guy's energy was already completed. This little move of yours cannot escape the perception of this god. Okay, let's use this move to decide the outcome. Beerus didn't want to delay any longer and planned to make a quick decision. The hands merged, and the divine power of destruction around him rapidly expanded and sublimated. The original dark purple divine power of destruction turned into purple-red at this moment. As Beerus opened the palms of his hands, an energy ball emitting purple-red light emerged. At this moment, Gajata, who was millions of kilometers away from him, appeared in front of him through teleportation with that terrifying energy. This sudden scene made the god of destruction Beerus' pupils shrink suddenly, with a look of horror on his face. Be safe, god of destruction, it's all over now. 1,000 times, Big Bang, Turtle Pi Qigong Wave. Boom! At Gajata's roar, a supergiant energy beam with a diameter of hundreds of thousands of meters exploded, swallowing the body of the god of destruction Beerus, illuminating the dark realm of nothingness, and heading towards the end of the world. The teleportation combined with the powerful turtle-style Qigong wave that was 1,000 times bigger blast caught the god of destruction Beerus by surprise. In this destructive energy, Beerus, the god of destruction, is strengthening his power of destruction with a ferocious appearance. Every cell in his body was tortured by this supergiant energy, but even so, these injuries could not completely defeat him. On the contrary, it made him even more crazy and powerful. Mortal! Don't underestimate the god of destruction. With his emotions running high, the god of destruction Beerus let out a crazy cry. Along with his shouts, the 1,000-fold Big Bang Turtle Qigong wave stopped advancing. What? Gogeta realized that the situation was not good, and once again increased the release of energy. It was bound to be the last blow to bring down the god of destruction Beerus to completely suppress it. This is his only chance. If he misses it, the situation of the battle will be completely reversed. After this move, he will be unable to fight again. However, at this moment, the god of destruction Beerus has completely recovered. Although his body was covered with scars, he could not feel the slightest pain and was smiling ferociously. The mighty divine power of destruction skyrocketed, and a strange purple-red light shrouded the dark world. The surrounding space was filled with strong divine power of destruction all the time. In the palm of his hand, the purple-red destructive energy ball continued to expand, 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 100,000 meters, and it was still growing wildly. Gogeta, right? I recognize you. Among the beings I have fought against, your strength ranks among the top 2. Now, it's all over. Destroy! Beerus, the god of destruction with a crazy face, has raised his power of destruction to the extreme. As a result, the purple-red ultimate destructive bullet was improved to infinity by him. This infinite ultimate destructive bomb withstood the huge pressure of 1,000 times the big explosion turtle-style Qigong wave of Gogeta, and forced it back. This is the terrifying thing about the god of destruction. His power is endless. The stronger the will to destroy, the stronger the power of destruction. What happened? Seeing his special move being pushed back, Gogeta suddenly felt that something was wrong. With better luck, he was seriously injured and half dead. Bad luck, body and soul evaporate, leaving nothing behind. Under the pressure of this infinite ultimate destructive bomb, Gogeta chose to fight and burn himself at the last moment. Big Bang Turtle Sect Qigong Wave 2,000 times. The muscles all over his body were tense, and veins spread all over his body like a dragon. Gogeta's body exploded with power beyond its limits. The even greater energy beam collided with the ultimate destructive bomb, and a delicate balance was formed between the two. No one could move forward at all. At this moment, the realm of Wu, which had been silent for countless epochs, ushered in an unprecedented turmoil. Darkness is illuminated and chaos is stirred. Countless space fragments are floating in this empty world. The speed of repair cannot keep up with the speed of destruction. At the location where the space collapsed, one black hole after another was greedily absorbing the violent energy and used it to strengthen itself. The entire world of Wuja was squeezed by two powerful forces, and the center of the world was crumbling. At this time, the god of destruction Beerus and the Super 4 god Blue Gogeta were both at their limits. Both sides gritted their teeth and continued to increase the power of their special moves. The huge turmoil caused even passed through the world of Wu boundary and was transmitted to the 12 universes. At this moment, except for the All-King Temple, all 12 universes were affected, and major shocks of different scales occurred. This situation instantly frightened all the gods of destruction and angels. Has this battle in the world of nothing reached the point where it can involve the entire universe? Chapter 46. Angels in the 12 universes act at the same time. The power of the angels was released, covering the entire universe, protecting their universe from the impact of the power. Although some angels and the god of destruction were still in the dark, when they discovered the source of this terrifying energy explosion, they all showed the same surprised expression. I saw something that could never happen. The god of destruction of Universe 7, Beerus, is fighting a wild god whose name is unknown. The momentum of their battles was so great that it even affected the universe they were in. Including the entire Wuja, it is on the verge of collapse under this terrifying power. Nowadays, the two superkills are still in a stalemate and have reached a certain balance point. The muscles all over the body of Super 4 God Blue Gogeta are tight, and green veins can be seen emerging from the surface of the skin. The whole person is as hideous and terrifying as a bloodthirsty Shura. The power of blood and the power of God were released overload, and I was already at the limit of the limit. Ha 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 ha. Gogeta burst out laughing with great excitement. This was the truest voice in his heart. In this battle, he gave everything he had, used all means, and showed all fighting methods. He has no regrets anymore. Boy! I want to see how long you can hold on. Beerus, who heard Gogeta's hearty laughter, thought it was the other party's provocation to him. Because of the pressure brought by Gogeta, the god of destruction took a step further at this moment. The power of destruction increased again, and the size of the ultimate destructive bomb became comparable to the size of a star. As the ultimate destructive bomb expanded again, Gogeta's 2,000 times big explosion turtle-style Qigong wave was forcibly pushed back. The pressure increased sharply again, which caused Gogeta's expression to change drastically, showing a look of horror. Don't think I'm really that easy to defeat. Gogeta's face showed a ferocious look, his muscles swelled, and there was a bloody evil aura lingering around him. In just a moment, he burned his own blood in exchange for powerful power. 10 times. Kyo Fist. With a high-pitched cry, Gogeta forcibly activated the 10 times Kyo Fist. The power exploded again, and the 2,000 times big explosion turtle Qigong wave expanded again, pushing back the ultimate destructive bomb with extremely terrifying power. What? Dabo was pushed back, which made Beerus's face change drastically. He could only grit his teeth and inject the divine power of destruction into the ultimate destruction bomb again to resist Gogeta's energy attack. The two sides were once again in a stalemate, with no one able to gain the upper hand. On the contrary, this empty realm of nothingness has reached the critical point of collapse under the absolute power of the two. We can't drag it out any longer. Gogeta is well aware of how bad his physical condition is now. After exceeding the limit many times in a row and releasing his power, his physical strength has been greatly depleted. It's just that his belief is firm enough for him to persevere until now. The state of Super 4 Gods Blue superimposed with the 10 times Kyo Fist cannot last long. But this is already the limit of what he can bear at present. If he continues to increase the energy increase, his body may not be able to bear it and explode on the spot. But now, he doesn't care so much. He doesn't want to lose. This is my last. 20 times Kyo Fist. Gogeta shouted loudly, making a desperate move and pouring all his hope into this moment. Boom! With the release of the 20-fold Kyo Fist, the terrifying Big Bang Turtle-style Qigong wave received a huge improvement. The star-sized ultimate destructive bullet was violently propelled by Gogeta's special move. Are you kidding? Stop it, my god! Feeling an unimaginable force coming, Beerus, who had reached his limit, stood up to resist again. As the god of destruction, he has his own dignity and persistence. Moreover, he also has a huge burden. He represents not only himself, but also the face of all gods of destruction. As the strongest god of destruction, Beerus has his own dignity and arrogance. Once he loses, it means that the undefeated myth of the god of destruction will be defeated. The god of destruction will no longer be invincible. As the energy of both sides increased again, the boundless space collapsed, the dark world was distorted, chaos was destroyed, explosions continued, and as far as the eye could see, endless space debris spread in the space. The entire Wuja, squeezed by two terrifying forces, has reached the critical point of collapse. Victory was right in front of him. Gogeta used all his explosive power. No matter what the cost, he would defeat the god of destruction in one go. Beerus suppresses. But just when victory was waving to him, an accident happened. 30 minutes have passed since the battle. It also means that Gogeta's time limit for existence has expired. Not good. There was a strong sense of separation in his body, and Gogeta suddenly felt bad. He knew that the time for his existence had come. He was obviously going to win, but at this moment, fate played a huge joke on him. Wang! A white light flashed, and the blue Gogeta of the Super 4 gods disappeared, replaced by Sun Wukong in the Super 4 god state and Vegeta, the peak of the Super 4 black hair. The extremely terrifying super large turtle Qigong wave was completely wiped out by the ultimate destructive bomb because it had no energy output. All the pressure disappeared, and this sudden change surprised the god of destruction Beerus. But until he saw Sun Wukong and Vegeta staring at each other in the chaos, he understood what was going on. Does the fusion technique of planet Metamor last only half an hour? It's such a shame. Beerus's eyes showed disappointment as he failed to decide the winner against the foretold rival. If his long-cherished wish is not fulfilled, then all that remains is destruction. In a flash, the ultimate destructive bullet locked onto the postures of Sun Wukong and Vegeta in the distance, and continued to advance, blasting towards these two people with overwhelming force. Damn it! The time for fusion is over. Vegeta's heart trembled, looking at the ultimate destructive bombs that were constantly advancing towards them, and his heart suddenly became despairing. The endless destructive power is enough to destroy everything in the world today, and can even melt the entire universe in an instant. If it were Gogeta, there might be a way to stop it, but they alone really couldn't stop it. I can't feel the breath outside. And I can't use teleportation. We can't dodge this move no matter what. Are you afraid of death? Vegeta. Facing the ultimate destructive bullet heading towards him, Sun Wukong smiled bitterly. Chapter 47. Death? Hey! Don't look down on people, Kakarot. It's nothing more than death. Vegeta sneered at death. He had already experienced the feeling of death. Now it doesn't matter if he dies again. Woolen cloth? However, he always felt that it was not that simple. This ultimate destructive bomb seemed to be able to destroy more than just the body. I'm afraid this death is different from the previous deaths. I have a hunch that once we die, even if we use the Dragon Balls, we may not be able to be resurrected, let alone go to the underworld like before. Sun Wukong smiled bitterly, and at the same time, the ultimate destructive bomb was getting closer and closer to them. Hearing this, Vegeta did not speak. He naturally knew the meaning of what Sun Wukong just said. But even so, he is not afraid, he is Vegeta, the king of the Scions. Stop talking nonsense, Kakarot, that thing is coming. Do you want to sit back and wait for death, or make a last-ditch effort? A flash of light flashed in Vegeta's eyes, and an incomparable aura erupted from his body. Since the fusion with Sun Wukong and the disintegration of Gogeta, he can feel that the potential in his body has been partially released, and his strength is stronger than before the merger. But even so, facing this ultimate destructive bomb, he still had no confidence in blocking it. Does this need to be said? Sun Wukong took a step forward, his pale pink aura surging, and powerful energy burst out. The two of them are in sync with each other and release the power in their bodies at the same time. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, ouch! The two men simultaneously let out shouts that went straight to the depths of their souls. A powerful force burst out and turned into a shock wave, resisting the advancement of the ultimate destructive bomb. But even if the two of them join forces, they can't slow down the ultimate destructive bomb. Even the advancement speed of this ultimate destructive projectile was deliberately controlled by the god of destruction Beerus, slowing down the advancement speed. Damn it! With our current strength, we can't even shake this thing at all. Vegeta's muscles tightened, trying his best to squeeze out the last trace of energy in his body. Increase the release of power. Vegeta! Sun Wukong shouted through gritted teeth. Don't give orders to me. Kakarot! Vegeta retorted unhappily, but his energy release was not reduced at all, and powerful energy burst out of his body like a torrent. The scene of the two of them resisting was witnessed by the god of destruction Beerus. There's really nothing we can do against you Scions. However, it's time to come to an end, Super Saiyan God. Beerus murmured, closed his eyes, put his hands behind his back, and slowly turned around. In an instant, the restraints of the ultimate destructive bomb were released, and the speed of advancement accelerated. The terrifying divine power of destruction struck head-on, dealing a devastating blow to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The ultimate destructive bomb was still less than 100 meters away from them. But being so far apart, and just the aftermath, Sun Bei and the two couldn't stand it any longer. Damn it! Vegeta roared unwillingly. A microcosm of this life flashed through his mind. From being defeated by Son Goku on Earth, to Namek. He rebelled against Frieza and witnessed the birth of Super Saiyan Son Goku. During the Sharu period, he watched the death of his great rival Sun Wukong, but he was powerless to do anything. During the Majin Buu period, he was even more defeated. In terms of strength and transformation, he was completely surpassed by Sun Wukong. Until now, facing the god of destruction Beerus and the two of them joining forces, it seems that they can't change what is about to happen. Bang! There was an explosion, and a terrifying power impact came from the ultimate destructive bomb, sweeping over Sun Wukong and Vegeta. In just an instant, blood spurted out from Super 4 Vegeta's mouth, and the cells in his body suffered a devastating blow. His breath suddenly decreased, and his body fell towards the abyss of the unbounded as if it were weightless. Vegeta! Sun Wukong instinctively wanted to save Vegeta, but he couldn't. The terrifying impact of the divine power of destruction just now also severely damaged his body, and his injuries were no lighter than Vegeta's. Coupled with the approaching ultimate destructive bomb in front of him, there was no room for him to be distracted. At this moment, a sense of powerlessness struck. Even though Sun Wukong had turned the tide many times and created countless miracles, he still felt deep despair. Vegeta, who had completely lost his ability to resist, was falling towards the darkness. His dull eyes looked at the still struggling Sun Wukong in the sky. Failed, completely defeated, my power has reached its limit. Everything that follows will be left to you, Kakarot. Don't let that guy who thinks he's arrogant underestimate the power of us Scions. This is the last thing I can do. Vegeta gathered all the remaining energy in his body into a ball of light, and swung his weak arm at Sun Wukong. This light ball flew in the direction of Sun Wukong, and finally sank into Sun Wukong's body, restoring part of Sun Wukong's physical strength. Vegeta, feeling Vegeta's power entering himself, Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and persisted. Breaking through again in desperate situation, Sun Wukong's divine power surged around his body, and blue light was released from the inside out. At this moment, he completed the transformation that only the fusion warrior Gogeta has mastered, Super 4 God Blue. But even if he broke the limit and mastered the transformation of Super 4 God Blue, he still seemed so small in the face of the ultimate destructive bomb so close at hand. Even if the power of Super 4 God Blue is overloaded, it can only barely slow down the forward speed of some ultimate destructive projectiles. At this moment, the defeat is determined. Unless a miracle happens, no one can save Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, I remember this name, and that boy Vegeta, and the guy named Gogeta who was born after your fusion. This day is really unforgettable. What happened today will be remembered by the god of destruction Beerus, and he will never forget it no matter how many years pass. As the most powerful god of destruction, he was pushed to the limit by mortals. At this moment, the ultimate destructive bomb has arrived in front of Sun Wukong. Even though Sun Wukong is unwilling to do so, he still cannot escape the fate of being devoured. Hateful! Damn it! Am I still unable to protect anything after reviving my life? Entering the ultimate destructive bomb, Sun Wukong felt that every cell in his body, including his soul, was being destroyed by the power of destruction, and his consciousness became increasingly blurred. Chapter 48. In the ultimate destructive bomb, Sun Wukong's body and soul are being destroyed. Logically speaking, this ultimate destructive bomb is enough to evaporate his body and soul in an instant, but for some reason, Sun Wukong's body has not been destroyed. In his body, there seemed to be a very ancient and terrifying power that was about to awaken under the devastation of the divine power of destruction. Not only has the Super 4 God Blue state not disappeared, but it is advancing and sublimating in a unique direction. God's power? No. This is not the power of God. More like, the power of blood. In the realm of nothingness. The god of destruction, Beerus, who was sure to win, was just about to leave this realm of nothingness. Suddenly, he seemed to feel something and turned around suddenly, with a deep look of horror in his eyes. At that moment, he heard a faint heartbeat. That kid should have no bones left, but why do I feel so uneasy? Beerus looked solemn, not daring to relax at all. This kid Sun Wukong has created too many incredible things, even though the situation in front of him is a dead end that is impossible to come back from. But until Sun Wukong is completely destroyed, everything is possible. Does this kid still have a transformation? Beerus thought of this possibility. But whether it is really as he guessed, we have to keep reading to find out. In the 7th universe, Weiss was observing the situation on the battlefield through the angel scepter. Not only him, but the gods of destruction and angels from various universes were also paying attention to Wu's Hikai at the same time. The god of destruction, Yvonne, and the angel Avamo of Universe 1. The god of destruction Hiles and angel Sava of Universe 2. Universe 3's god of destruction Moscow and angel Campari. Universe 4's god of destruction Quitra and angel Konik. The god of destruction, Iraq, and angel Kukatel from Universe 5, and the gods of destruction and angels from the remaining 6 universes are all paying attention here. Having experienced countless reincarnations and seen countless things, they all widened their eyes after seeing this situation. At this moment, both God and angels were watching this scene with concentration. The outcome has not been determined yet, everything is unknown. On the earth of the 7th universe. On a luxury cruise ship on the sea. Although the angel Weiss left the earth, the considerate Weiss still left a trace of angelic power on the earth, forming a light screen to project the battle situation without boundaries. When Vegeta fell into the dark abyss and his life or death was unknown, Bulma and Trunks fell to the ground in despair as if they had lost their light. Now Sun Wukong has also been devoured by the ultimate destructive bomb. The atmosphere on the cruise ship was extremely depressed. At this moment, everyone was deeply enveloped in despair. Even if they believe that a miracle will happen, in this situation, is it really possible for a miracle to happen? Even if it happens, what can be changed? There is no boundary. The ultimate destructive bullet hits. Sun Wukong, who was unconscious, looked around with weak eyes. His body could no longer feel the pain. Shouldn't I be dead? What's going on? Sun Wukong felt very strange about the situation at this moment. His body felt very kind to the destructive power around him and did not feel any rejection. Tempered by the divine power of destruction, the cells of the body are destroyed and reborn again and again, repeating themselves. Sun Wukong felt very subtle at this moment. This feeling was very strange, painful and happy. The restlessness of the blood power in his body and the warm current sweeping through his body made him unable to stop. At this moment, even the power of God was overwhelmed by the extremely increased power of blood. With the help of his weak consciousness, Sun Wukong tried to find a way to break the situation in the power of destruction. His consciousness faded into darkness. Enter the sea of consciousness again. There is no concept of time here. Sun Wukong's consciousness is swimming on this aimless black level, as if it has lost its soul, heading towards an unknown goal. He has lost all his memory and is like an empty shell. He didn't know where he was going or the meaning of his existence. He wanted to stop moving forward more than once, but something seemed to be guiding him to do something that must be done. Until Sun Wukong saw the unexplainable special light group again. Under his gaze, the light group gradually changed its shape, and finally transformed into his appearance. It's just this him, both him and not him. Who are you? GT Sun? Wukong asked in a daze with dull eyes. I am you in this world, also a part of you, Sun Wukong said with a faint smile. Are you, me? GT Sun Wukong was puzzled, but at this moment, the world around him ushered in a change. The dim world turned into day, and the black sea under his feet turned into a crystal clear mirror, playing the past of his life. In GT time and space, he was defeated by the Super One-Star Dragon, and now he was reborn and came to his own body in this world. I remembered. I am Sun Wukong. GT Sun Wukong suddenly woke up, and all his memories came flooding back. He looked at the sudden appearance of himself in front of him, and understood who the other person was. The person in front of me is the consciousness of Sun Wukong who has taken over his body. I come from another world. Although you are me, you are not me. Our bodies, only together, can unleash all their power. The consciousness of Sun Wukong in this life reached out to GT Sun Wukong. Okay. Let us work together to unleash our true power. GT Sun Wukong held the hand of this life's Sun Wukong. At this moment, the two people's spiritual bodies completely merged. Soul sublimation. At the same time, within the realm of nothingness, Sun Wukong, who was caught in the ultimate destructive bomb, was already hovering at the critical point between life and death. He couldn't live, he couldn't die, he was just wandering between the two. The divine power of destruction was tempering his body, and the unspeakable mass in the sea of consciousness was also tempering his soul. The physical body was destroyed and reborn again and again under the devastation of the destructive divine power. The blood in the body has also been continuously refined in these thousands of times. The soul also shows signs of sublimation. At this time, a sudden change occurred. Sun Wukong's spiritual power exploded, and from the depths of his body, a terrifying and irresistible attraction suddenly appeared. The energy of the ultimate destructive bullet was absorbed into his body at an extremely terrifying speed. The size of the ultimate destructive bomb is also shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Destroy. Rebirth. Evolution. Survival from desperate situation, miracle reappears. Chapter 49. The huge ultimate destructive bomb began to shrink rapidly. It was originally bigger than a star, but now, it has shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye, first becoming the size of the sun, then turning into a size similar to the Earth, and finally only the size of the Moon. This feeling and scene are so vast and shocking. Are these scions really invincible? Beerus, the god of destruction, who witnessed this scene with his own eyes, was sweating like rain. He could feel that there was an unknown thing that was greedily devouring the destructive power in the ultimate destructive bomb. The guy who swallowed the divine power of destruction was undoubtedly the Sun Wukong guy. Hundreds of millions of years of understanding of human beings were shattered at this moment. At this moment, not only Beerus, but also the angels and the great priests all clearly realized how huge the potential of the human race was. There is nothing they can't do except what you can't think of. Soon, the ultimate destructive bomb disappeared without a trace. At its center, a white-purple sphere with a diameter of less than 100 meters was floating quietly in the void. On the surface of this white-purple sphere, you can see white and purple streamlines penetrating each other and blending power. This white-purple sphere is not an energy ball. It looks more like an egg about to hatch. But this thing is not an egg, but looks like a cocoon made of white silk by some animals in nature. In this white-purple cocoon, there is an extremely terrifying existence that is about to be born. What the hell is going on? The god of destruction Beerus stared at the giant white-purple cocoon. The instinct of the god of destruction told him that a huge threat was brewing in this giant cocoon at this moment. Once he was born, the situation would change again. Although Beerus was curious about how powerful the being brewing in this giant cocoon was, the current situation did not allow him to be arrogant. The previous battles, coupled with the release of the ultimate destructive bomb, had already exhausted his physical strength, and now he was just holding on, in case the Scion Sun Wukong came up with something stronger than Gogeta. What should a guy do? As the strongest god of destruction, he not only represents himself, but also the gods will be disgraced. Once he loses, it will mean that the god of destruction is no longer invincible. Boy, I don't know what trick you are playing. But this time, just disappear. I won this battle. To avoid unnecessary complications, the god of destruction Beerus took decisive action, mobilizing the few destructive powers in his body to condense a destructive bomb that was no more than 100 meters in size. Although this destructive bomb is not as powerful as the ultimate destructive bomb just now, it is still not to be underestimated. Beerus' thoughts drove the destruction bomb forward, and the destruction bomb hit the white-purple cocoon under his gaze. But what Beerus didn't expect was that after his destructive bomb hit the white-purple giant cocoon, instead of destroying the giant cocoon, it was absorbed by the special power in the giant cocoon and turned into nutrients. How is it possible? My power was absorbed. Beerus, who witnessed this scene with his own eyes, had trembling pupils and took 2 steps backward uncontrollably. At this moment, even as the strongest god of destruction, he felt helpless against this thing. Even the divine power of destruction has been absorbed. If you want to completely destroy this thing, I'm afraid you have to take action from an angel or the Lord Xuanwang, the Lord of the world. Otherwise, no one will be able to break this unsolvable thing. In the 7th universe, Angel Weiss used the angel scepter to constantly observe the situation in the world of nothingness. As an angel, he has extremely rich experience. Looking at the giant cocoon transformed by Sun Wukong, a memory that had been buried for a long time reappeared in his mind. It seems that at the beginning of the universe, the first humans created a way to become stronger. Now in the world of nothing, the appearance of this giant cocoon reminds Weiss of that ancient scene. I didn't expect that after such a long time, I would see the emergence of such a special power in this era. Weiss murmured to himself. Concentrate yourself with divine power to achieve the ultimate transformation. At the same time, the gods of destruction and angels in various universes, and even the supreme angel and the great priest located in the Temple of All Kings, cheered up and watched this scene with bated breath. If their expectations were correct, now they would witness with their own eyes the transformation of a mortal into a god. Fortunately, this happened in the realm of nothingness. If it were in the universe, the consequences would be disastrous. Weiss breathed a sigh of relief. He is very aware of this ancient. The method of becoming stronger will bring terrible consequences. In the realm of nothingness. At this time, Wu's Hija ushered in a rare peaceful time, but every minute and every second of this was torture for the god of destruction Beerus. He is looking for a way to destroy this giant cocoon. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Dong dong! Boom! Boom! A sound similar to the beating of a heart came from the giant cocoon, and the oppressive wuja ushered in restlessness. Every vibration will make the surrounding space tremble by 3 points, and even this sound can cause a certain impact on the soul. Beerus noticed this scene, braced himself, concentrated on it, and did not dare to slack off in the slightest. The beating sound coming from the giant cocoon is endless, the frequency is getting faster and faster, and the shock wave caused becomes more and more terrifying. Chaos is dispelled, darkness is illuminated, and the realm of nothingness is illuminated by a unique power. Finally, after an unknown amount of time passed, Kaka! A sound similar to the cracking of an eggshell appeared on the surface of the giant cocoon. It's about to appear. Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly and concentrated on it, not daring to relax at all. He didn't know what was actually contained in this thing, but he was certain that Monkey King must have made a huge breakthrough. This rebirth may allow Sun Wukong, a scion, to leap to the realm of the god of destruction. Kaka! Boom! In an instant, the giant cocoon burst, and a terrifying divine storm appeared, instantly causing huge vibrations in the world of Wu. Beerus, who was in the realm of nothingness, was the first to bear the brunt of this huge pressure. His whole body was forced 10,000 meters away by this terrifying aura. He finally mobilized the power of destruction to stabilize himself with difficulty. This is the power of the god of destruction. Beerus was startled when he felt the god of destruction overflowing in the space. This is his power. His destructive power. No. Although it is his destructive power, the link to the origin has been severed, and now it is no longer under his control, but is controlled by the new master. Chapter 50. In addition to the divine power of destruction, there is also an extremely ancient violent energy filled with a wild atmosphere. This kind of power comes from an extremely ancient existence, so ancient that even gods have never seen it. The chaos of the realm of nothingness was stirred, the darkness was illuminated, and in the center, a bright white-purple light particle gradually rose up. Another powerful force of attraction struck from the center of the storm, gathering back all the power scattered in the realm of nothingness. Bang! 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 But as the storm continues to expand, the magnitude of the turmoil in this huge realm of nothingness becomes even greater. This power is too strong, so powerful that even the realm of nothingness cannot withstand it. It contains not only the power of God, but also the power of human beings. The two blend together to form a brand new individual. This power is not allowed to exist. It not only violates the rules of this world, but also causes vibrations throughout time and space. At the center of the energy storm, Sun Wukong, who was reborn from a cocoon, is now in another world. In the small world that trapped him, cracks are now everywhere, and the world barrier is about to be broken. Only by completely shattering the barrier of this world can he be reborn. But Sun Wukong did not take action immediately. The souls from two different time and space were completely reunited, creating a new Sun Wukong with a new will and stronger power, but the only thing that remains unchanged is that he is still the same Sun Wukong. The all-round sublimation of body and soul activated the ancient blood power in his body. It turns out that this is our real power, powerful enough to defeat everything, and the power of God. At this time, Sun Wukong was no longer an ordinary 4th-level Super Saiyan, nor Super 4 God Blue state. His wild body was covered with snow-white hair, and his blood-colored pupils exuded an ancient charm. Not only that, the aura emanating from his body was purple. It was the destructive power that had integrated into his body and recognized him as its master. He didn't know what state he was in now, but his intuition told him that he was very, very strong now. Powerful enough to defeat all enemies in the world today. If I had to choose a name, according to their Saiyan naming habits, this should be called the 5th level of Super Saiyan. But it doesn't look like it, because now he is both a beast and a god. The most accurate name is nothing more than Super Saiyan Level 5, God of Destruction. Sun Wukong's eyes scanned the dilapidated world barrier in front of him. Although the world in this cocoon is dilapidated and full of cracks, there are no signs of collapse yet. It seems that he is still waiting for him to take the final step and completely break this world. It's time to go out, Vegeta. I will not let you down. The God of Destruction will be defeated by me. With firm confidence, Sun Wukong knew that he had to do something. The hands merged, and the ancient blood power and the divine power of destruction merged into one, turning into a very special divine power. In this instant, the entire small world changed color, and a purple and ominous atmosphere enveloped all directions. Under the reflection of this purple light, Sun Wukong's posture looks more like the God of Destruction than the God of Destruction. The special power was condensed, and Sun Wukong hit the world barrier with a casual blow. Boom! Bang! A thunderous explosion spread throughout the small world. The next second, the entire small world suffered a devastating blow. However, in an instant, the world barrier was exploded, turning into countless space fragments scattered in all directions, and was struck by the powerful divine power. Crush and turn into nothingness. I thought that by breaking this small world, I could return to the realm of nothingness and face Beerus, the god of destruction, but what Sun Wukong didn't expect was his terrifying power not only shattered the world that trapped him, but also affected the entire realm of nothingness, and the time and space barrier was shattered. In an instant, violent time and space turbulence poured out from the cracks. Without giving Sun Wukong a chance to react, these time and space turbulence swept him into the time and space tunnel. Within the realm of nothingness, the god of destruction, Beerus, used all his energy to release the god of destruction in his body, narrowing the scope of the space-time storm. Give it to me. Stop. Beerus tried his best to squeeze out the last bit of destructive power in his body, trying to destroy this huge storm with the power of destruction. Fighting violence with violence has been the god of destruction's long-standing style. But it is a pity that Beerus is now at the end of his strength. Several consecutive battles, coupled with this outbreak, have completely drained his strength. Now, even staying in the void is extremely difficult for him. At once, when this huge time and space storm was about to swallow him up, at the critical moment, the angel Whis entered the realm of nothingness and released the powerful angelic power, suppressing the expanding space-time storm and successfully saving Beerus. Wes, Beerus said weakly. The appearance of Weiss made him sigh in relief. I really didn't expect that this battle would reach this point. Even the turbulence of time and space appeared, Weiss said with lingering fear as he watched the turbulence of time and space suppressed by the power of the angel. Fortunately, this is the realm of nothing, and there is nothing. If it were in the universe, the turbulence of time and space revealed from the broken world barrier would quickly sweep across the entire universe. At that time, even with his presence, the power of angels will not be able to completely offset these time and space storms. The entire universe will be destroyed at least 80%. Where is that guy? Beerus, the god of destruction, held his breath and stared at the center of the turbulent flow of time and space with a solemn face. At this moment, not only him, but all the gods and angels from the first universe to the 12th universe are paying attention here. Including, the Supreme Being in the King's Temple is also observing here. They were very curious about what Sun Wukong would look like after he emerged from his cocoon and was reborn. Time passed by minute. Under the suppression of the angel's power, the violent turbulence of time and space disappeared without a trace. Everything is calm. The restless Wushija once again returned to its previous dead silence. There was nothing in front of them, including the breath, which made Beerus and Whis stare in confusion. Both of them had a look of confusion on their faces. Why did this guy disappear? Could it be that his breakthrough failed and he burned himself with fire? Beerus asked in confusion. According to the current situation, this seems to be the only possibility. Sun Wukong forced a breakthrough, and died. Originally, he was worried that a being truly comparable to his god of destruction would be born in the 7th universe, but now it seemed that he was overthinking it. More expectation, more disappointment. Chapter 51. Not necessarily, Lord Beerus. Angel Weiss always felt that things were far from as simple as he thought. In one thought, the angel's divine thoughts began to expand rapidly, and soon it enveloped the entire world of Wu, not sparing any corner to search for the whereabouts of Sun Wukong. As time passed, the god of destruction Beerus crossed his arms and asked angrily, "Did you find it?" Whis. Hearing this, Angel Weiss shook his head and stared firmly at the endless darkness directly ahead. "That's where Sun Wukong exploded with power just now. If I'm not wrong, the power that Sun Wukong exploded just now was too strong. It broke the world barrier of Wuzi in an instant, causing the turbulence of time and space. He himself was swept up by the turbulence of time and space. Now, he is no longer in the realm of nothingness." Angel Weiss said earnestly that even as an angel, he did not expect that the situation of this battle would reach this point. There are actually mortals who can break the barriers of the world with their own strength. Today's Sun Wukong has better luck and was exiled to other worlds. But he has bad luck and got lost in the turbulence of time and space, and finally disappeared completely in the corridor of time and space. Never, can't come back. Not in the world of nothing. Do you mean that he might have gone to other universes? Beerus realized the seriousness of the matter, which seemed to be far worse than he thought. Whis shook his head and patiently explained for Beerus, more than that, what he broke was the barrier of the world. "I don't know where the turbulence of time and space will take him. It could be the past millions of years ago, or even a more distant past, or even a future so distant that the timeline is unknown. It's also possible that he went to other worlds." As Whis finished speaking, Beerus fell into silence. Things have developed to the point where Sun Wukong has disappeared from this world. If such a powerful existence disappeared in the 7th universe, it would have a huge impact on the average value of their universe. "That's really such a pity," Beerus sighed from the bottom of his heart. Even though Sun Wukong disappeared from this world, he already remembered this scion's name. Even if he dies, Sun Wukong will live in his memories. However, there is still one person alive in this world of nothingness. Weiss said, and in a thought, the angelic power moved towards the depths of chaos. But in a moment, the dying Vegeta was pulled out of the abyss of Wukai. "It's him, he shouldn't die." Looking at the dying Vegeta in front of him, Beerus had no intention of destroying him. Today, he has had enough fun. "Let's go, Lord Beerus, it's time for us to leave," Weiss said. "Yet." Beerus put his right hand on Whis' shoulder. The next second, Weiss's angelic power surged, bursting out at a speed that could cross dimensions, and disappeared into this huge realm of nothingness. At this moment, on Earth, through the light curtain left by Weiss, everyone saw the situation in the world of nothingness. Sun Wukong disappeared. "Wukong!" Kikai collapsed to the ground in despair. "Dad, disappeared." Sun Wushan's whole body trembled, and after a brief moment of grief and anger, his eyes showed the flames of anger. The god of destruction, Beerus, took away his father. "Those people are all bad people. It's okay, Dad will be fine. He will definitely show up." Sun Wuhan kept comforting Kikai and Sun Wushan, but he didn't believe it himself. At the same time, the disappearance of Sun Wukong also stimulated him. If his father really disappears, then he will have to inherit the mantle of the strongest warrior in the universe from now on. He will defeat the god of destruction Beerus, the culprit who caused his father's disappearance. Scene changes. In the king's temple. The great priest was very satisfied with Sun Wukong's feat of breaking the world. "Let me see which world you will go to when you enter the turbulence of time and space, and what wonderful stories will happen." As soon as the great priest finished speaking, in a thought, a very special kind of thing, similar to the birth of the world, appeared. The ancient power of the beginning appears. A special light appeared in front of the great priest. What was played in this light curtain was exactly what happened after Sun Wukong entered the time and space tunnel. In the space-time tunnel, Sun Wukong, who was caught up in the turbulence of time and space, was moving forward aimlessly. The mysterious power just dragged me here. What should I do to go back? Sun Wukong maintained his Super 5 form, and at that time, shuttle through the empty tunnel. During this period, he resolved time turbulence one after another. In this time and space tunnel, he did not know how far he had advanced. This time and space tunnel seemed to have no end. No matter how he moved forward, he could not see the end. Am I going to be trapped in this place forever? Sun Wukong frowned. Now he must find a way to break this situation. The surrounding space-time turbulence is extremely dangerous, and you will suffer serious damage if you are not careful. He also relies on his current 5th level Super Saiyan to resist. If it takes too long and the transformation disappears, everything will be over. Finally, after an unknown amount of time passed, light appeared in this space-time tunnel. Found it. Sun Wukong worked hard. Although he didn't know if that place was the exit, he knew that it was his only chance to get out of here. Gathering strength, speeding up, and heading towards the light, Sun Wukong crashed into the light. Located in thousands of parallel time and spaces, a desperate time and space full of despair and death. Here is another world 20 years into the future of Dragon Ball Super Dimension. The timeline here is very similar to the timeline of Dragon Ball GT. The only difference is that this world did not suffer from the evil dragon, but instead suffered from the ravages of a terrifying evil god. 799 AD. On the Earth. Since Trunks killed Doppura and Babadai and prevented the resurrection of Majin Buu, the Earth has ushered in a brief period of peace. All human beings gather strength again to rebuild their homes. But not long after Majin Buu was eliminated, the peaceful life was broken again. A being more terrifying than Majin Buu arrived and plunged the peaceful Earth into an unprecedented abyss. Located above the mountains in the western part of the planet, the calm space suddenly became rippled, and finally a crack was torn open. Sun Wukong, who was floating in the time and space tunnel, rushed out and landed on the mountains. Finally out, Sun Wukong murmured after escaping from the space-time tunnel. Chapter 52. Relaxing his mind and body, Sun Wukong released his Super 5th transformation and glanced around. Where is this place? Could it be that I returned to the Earth after passing through that tunnel, but why is there so little life on the Earth? Before Sun Wukong could relax, he discovered a horrifying fact. Today's Earth is shrouded in an apocalyptic atmosphere. Even the sky was shrouded in darkness, and the space was filled with deep despair and death. Standing on the top of the mountain, Sun Wukong looked straight into the distance, and a deserted and dilapidated city came into his sight. That's Zidu. The once most glorious and vast city on Earth has now become a wasteland. In this huge city, only a few hundred people can survive. This is only part of the picture of the Earth's ruin. Today's Earth is lifeless and lifeless, like a planet that is about to enter the end of the world. On the Earth in his time, there were billions of humans. Adding in the number of animals, the life breath on the entire planet reached tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. But now, looking around the world, there are only a few thousand people with the breath of life. How could this happen? Why did the Earth become like this? The planet that he once wanted to protect at all costs has now turned into this doomsday scene, and Sun Wukong was filled with extreme anger. He knows that this world is not the world he once had, but it is still the Earth. Why does it become like this? Just when Sun Wukong was about to explode, his huge mental perception detected two powerful auras that were different from ordinary people. Sun Wukong suppressed the anger in his heart and felt the two breaths carefully. It was okay not to feel it, but when he felt it, even he was shocked. Trunks' aura? And, my aura? Sun Wukong stared at the ruined Zidu, his eyes locked on the source of the aura. After confirming it several times, he discovered something was wrong. Trunks's anger was indeed Trunks's anger. But there was something wrong with the energy that was exactly the same as his own. This aura is filled with boundless evil thoughts. Although it looks similar to him on the surface, it is actually very different in nature. Without thinking much, Sun Wukong lowered his aura and used the Wukong technique to fly towards the direction of Zidu. At the same time, in Zidu, Trunks, who was in ragged clothes, was trying his best to suppress his breath and hide in the sewers of Zidu. It's hard to imagine how cruel the savior of this world, Trunks, went through to become like this. But he seemed to be used to it, and he turned a blind eye to the pungent stench in the sewer and set off towards the end. However, on the ground directly above him, Sun Wukong, wearing a black martial arts uniform, showed a cruel smile, overlooking the earth. He is the culprit who caused all these tragedies, Black Wukong. Zamasu, who came from the past time and space, summoned the Super Dragon Ball to make a wish, took away Sun Wukong's body, and came to this time and space to do evil. In order to realize the extremely twisted ideal, the Human Zero Plan, he came to this world, killed all the gods, and began to eliminate humans in this time and space. Almost all the humans on the earth today have been wiped out by him, and the rest are tools that he deliberately left behind to stimulate Trunks to become stronger. Trunks, try your best to escape. No matter where you go, I can find you. This cat and mouse game will not end so easily. Black Wukong smiled cruelly and teasingly, with the ultimate madness in his eyes. He walked slowly along the dilapidated streets, following Trunks's scent as he moved forward. At the same time, this scene was also seen by Sun Wukong, who came over. Who is that guy? Sun Wukong was at a high place, overlooking the guy below who was wearing black martial arts uniform and looked exactly like him. Although the aura was similar to him, he was sure that that guy was definitely not him. And Trunks, why is he operating underground? Judging from Trunks' actions, he was deliberately avoiding this guy. Could it be that the reason why the world has become like this is because of this guy who looks exactly like me? Whether it is or not remains to be seen. Sun Wukong hides his aura and follows Black Wukong secretly. Black Wukong was being followed without realizing it and continued his game of cat and mouse. Little did he know, his death was approaching. The scene changes and we come to the entrance of the dilapidated capsule company. Go into the water. As he walked along the road, Trunks came to the door of his former home. He opened the manhole cover above and returned to his home again. Looking at the dilapidated home in front of him, Trunks felt melancholy and sighed. Since Black Wukong appeared, he has been traveling around the world fighting with him. Now more than half a year has passed, and he has returned to his home again. There is a secret laboratory underground under the capsule company. His mother, Bulma, is making the energy needed to activate the time machine, which will be the last hope for the world today. Without any hesitation, Trunks ran all the way and entered the underground laboratory. At this time, Black Goku also arrived. After seeing Trunks entering the basement, the joking smile on his face became stronger. He was looking forward to Trunks' expression when he saw him again. Moving forward slowly, Black Goku followed. At this moment, Sun Wukong was still hiding well. He watched Black Wukong leave, his eyes becoming more serious. He felt Bulma's aura deep underground. Suppressing the restless anger in his heart, Sun Wukong followed. In the underground laboratory. Bulma in this life is here waiting for Trunks' arrival. Compared with the Bulma of the past world, although the Bulma of this world is much older, it is not only because of the ravages of time, but also because of mental and haggardness. There are too many disasters in this world. Since the death of Sun Wukong, artificial humans have ravaged the earth, killing and injuring most of the people on earth. After finally solving the crisis of artificial humans, the incident of Majin Buu happened again. Although Trunks successfully prevented Majin Buu from being resurrected, what was even more unexpected was that a guy who looked exactly like Sun Wukong but claimed to be a god appeared. Since his appearance, mankind has fallen into boundless despair and fear. Trunks can't beat him. The ravages of time and inner worries have made this mother look older. But even so, it can be seen that Bulma is still a beauty. Although he is old, his charm is still there. Chapter 53. Mom. At this time, Trunks' call brought Bulma back to her senses. Trunks? Seeing Trunks again, a smile appeared on Bulma's old face. After more than half a year, their mother and son finally met again. Mother and son hug each other, everything is silent. Trunks knew his mission, and Bulma knew that the time had come. It's time to end this apocalyptic world. Trunks, the fuel to start the time machine is ready. Go to the past world and let Sun Jun save this world again. Bulma let go of Trunks. Yet. Trunks said with firm eyes. As long as we get help from Sun Wukong 20 years ago, this troubled world will definitely be solved. Soon, Bulma walked to an instrument and took out the container containing the energy of the time machine. This transparent energy piggy bank is only half filled now. But it was enough to allow Trunks to travel through time in one go. Holding the energy piggy bank in hand, Bulma walked up to Trunks and handed it to Trunks, which represented the hope of the future world. Please, Trunks, you are the last hope of this world. Bulma said with complicated eyes and serious words. Mom, Trunks felt very sad, and he didn't trust his mother. To be honest, he would rather have his mother replace him than let himself take a time machine to the past world. And he will fight Black Wukong to the end and die. However, he will not disobey his mother's orders. Okay, why are such a big child crying? Let's go quickly. The time machine is in the backyard of the manor. It's all up to you, Trunks. Bulma smiled warmly and told Trunks to leave quickly. Wait until I come back, Mom. Trunks, who was already prepared, took the energy piggy bank and walked away. But just as he was getting closer to Bulma with his front foot, Black Wukong, who was staying in the darkness, took action at this moment. The scene of mother and son reunited was truly touching. As a god, I will let you reunite in another world. Black Goku's joking voice came from the darkness, and at the same time, a black-orange energy bomb was thrown from the darkness. Mom. Seeing Goku Black killing his mother, Trunks subconsciously wanted to protect Bulma. But, it's too late. At the critical moment, an invisible force enveloped Bulma. Boom! With a loud bang, most of the laboratory was destroyed, and flames shot into the sky. In this explosion, Bulma was not substantially injured, but because of the excessive shock, she collapsed to the ground and temporarily lost the ability to move. Trunks's mother? He. The mother of a sinful person shall be punished for his crimes. Black Goku walked up to Bulma with an evil smile on his face and looked down at the frightened Bulma. Ma! Stop! Dark man! Trunks subconsciously wanted to attack Black Goku. Trunks, leave! Leave quickly, leave! Bulma used her last strength to give Trunks a fatal order. Leave her alone and save the world. Listening to his mother's instructions, Trunks was struggling in his heart. He knew very well what the price of leaving would be, and he was unwilling to. You don't even listen to me. Bulma suddenly got angry and yelled at Trunks. Hearing Bulma's angry roar, Trunks's hesitation disappeared. Although he was reluctant to give up, he still turned around at this moment and ran at full speed towards the location of the time machine in the capsule company's manor. Watching Trunks leave, Bulma turned to look at Goku Black. What a familiar face! The owner of this face once brought hope to her and all her friends. As long as he exists, no matter what kind of difficulties you face, you can get through it. But now, the person she once trusted the most has come to take her life away. This world is so unfair and cruel. Mother of Trunks, your son has abandoned you, hum hum. Black Goku stretched his right hand towards Bulma's neck. Death was so close, Bulma closed her eyes in despair, and shed 2 lines of tears. Vegeta, Sun Jun, and everyone, I'm coming to find you. Bulma thought silently in her heart. Already prepared to die. Don't touch her with your dirty hands. Sun Wukong had already arrived behind Black Wukong. The strong energy in the body. The breath surged out, and the terrifying pressure swept through Black Wukong's body. Who is it? The frightened Black Wukong turned around and punched Sun Wukong in front of him. Boom! His fist was easily caught by Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong! After seeing clearly who was coming, Black Wukong shouted in horror. The Sun Wukong of this world is already dead, so who is this guy in front of me? Sun Wukong did not speak, his cold eyes flashed with brilliance. He used one hand to throw away Black Wukong's fist, charged up his right fist, and punched out with a fist full of rage. Bang! There were layers of sonic booms in the space. Black Wukong suffered a heavy blow, his facial features were distorted, and an irresistible force swept through his body. In just an instant, his body shot straight out like a super cannonball, piercing through several ruins and flying upside down for more than 10 kilometers before barely stopping. Hearing the huge noise, Bulma was frightened and opened her eyes. She thought it was Black Goku teasing her. But she never thought that she would see the man she had been missing countless days and nights. After knocking Black Wukong away, Sun Wukong turned his attention to Bulma and showed a gentle smile that was unique to him. Leave everything next to me, Bulma. Sun Wukong's voice lingered in Bulma's ears. Hearing this familiar voice, Bulma smiled bitterly and said, Sun Jun, are you here to pick me up? The next second, Bulma, who was physically and mentally exhausted, passed out. She was so tired. She hadn't relaxed her nerves for a moment since the android appeared. Seeing Bulma lying unconscious on the ground, Sun Wukong held her in his arms, found a safe and resting corner, and put Bulma down. Looking at Bulma sleeping soundly, Sun Wukong smiled and said softly, when you wake up, everything will be over. After saying that, Sun Wukong turned around. In just an instant, the warmth and smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a cold face without any warmth. This is the first time Sun Wukong has shown such an expression. It also means that he is really angry. Chapter 54. Walking out of the dilapidated underground laboratory, Sun Wukong came to the surface. Suddenly, he noticed something strange not far away on the right side and turned his head to take a look. The time machine slowly floated up into the air, and finally disappeared in an instant. Has Trunks left already? Sun Wukong didn't pay too much attention to Trunks who left. Now, he just wants to kill the culprit who caused the earth to become a hell on earth. His right hand became a sword finger, placed on his forehead, locking Black Wukong's aura, and in a single thought, he moved and executed it instantly. In ruins more than 10 kilometers away, a strange black energy burst out, shattering all the boulders. Black Wukong, who was buried under the rocks, walked out tremblingly. The punch just now made him spin and his head was spinning. What a heavy fist! Black Wukong rubbed his stinging head and grinned. At this time, Sun Wukong also arrived 10 meters in front of him through teleportation. Seeing the visitor, Black Wukong's eyes became sharp, and the pain from the punch just now disappeared. Sun Wukong, which time period are you Sun Wukong from? Black Wukong stared directly at Sun Wukong with his cold eyes and asked in a deep voice. You don't need to know. Facing this guy who looked exactly like himself, Sun Wukong didn't bother to talk nonsense to him. Humph! Arrogant! Black Wukong sneered disdainfully. Although I don't know which time and space you come from, I finally have an enemy that I can take seriously. I've had enough fun with that Trunks guy. By the way, you, who have already died once in this world, were killed by me again. Black Wukong said extremely arrogantly. Judging from his arrogant appearance, he seems to be very confident in defeating Sun Wukong. Hearing this, Sun Wukong felt confused, but didn't think much about it. You talk a lot of nonsense. Not wanting to talk too much, Sun Wukong burst out with all his current normal combat power in one thought. In just an instant, a terrifying aura formed, and vast and boundless pressure swept across the world. The terrifying aura impacted and forced Black Wukong to retreat continuously. What? With this kind of momentum, how far into the future do you come from? Black Wukong was frightened and roared in disbelief. The intensity of this aura is a bit too exaggerated. In one breath, Sun Wukong attacked instantly, sprinting in front of Black Wukong with lightning speed, and punched out with infinitely destructive fists. Feeling the crisis, Black Goku quickly put into a defensive posture. Boom! A loud noise. Sun Wukong's heavy punch hit his defensive arms, and the overbearing power directly shattered his defense, sending Black Wukong flying out again. Taking advantage of the victory, Sun Wukong rushed out at a faster speed, came behind Black Wukong in advance, kicked Black Wukong into the sky and hit Black Wukong's back hard, changed direction, and shot straight into the sky. 2 consecutive heavy blows caused blood to spurt out of Black Wukong's mouth, and all the bones in his body seemed to be broken. How is it possible? I also have the body of Sun Wukong. Why is the power so different? Black Wukong's heart trembled, and he also had the body of Sun Wukong. In the same state, even if he was defeated, he would not be defeated so miserably. When Black Wukong was doubting his life, Sun Wukong quietly appeared right above him, waiting for him to fly over. Put your hands together to form a war hammer, and charge it down with force. Oops! Black Wukong looked ferocious and was greatly frightened. All the cells in his body sent dangerous signals at this moment. Holding back the pain of being shattered into pieces, Black Wukong crossed his arms in front of his chest to protect him. Pound! The thrilling sound exploded in the air like muffled thunder. Black Wukong suffered a devastating blow, blood spurted out of his mouth, his pupils collapsed, and his body fell rapidly towards the earth. Boom! The earth collapsed, smoke was everywhere, and rocks were flying. The location where Black Wukong fell formed a huge crater that was 100 meters deep. Black Wukong, who was seriously injured, was lying in the center of the huge pit in a miserable state. At this moment, he has completely lost his ability to fight. The bones in both arms were completely shattered, the internal organs were severely damaged and bleeding, and the sternum was shattered. Injuries of this level, if applied to an ordinary person, would be fatal on the spot. But Black Goku's individuality is very special. As a scion body in a collection of divine souls, his vitality is no weaker than Frisia's. Unless you rip off his head, he can still hold on for dozens of seconds even if his heart is gone. At this moment, Black Wukong has begun to doubt life. It shouldn't be like this, I am also Sun Wukong. Under the same situation, why did I lose so miserably? Black Wukong was puzzled and wanted to escape, but with his whole body shattered and fractured, it was now difficult for him to even move his fingers. The damage caused to Sun Wukong by these 3 blows just now is immeasurable. Mid-air. Sun Wukong couldn't help but twitching his lips as he looked down at Black Wukong, whose aura had suddenly decreased and had completely lost his fighting power. This guy's strength must be too weak. He thought this guy who looked exactly like him was strong. It turns out that's the extent of it. But let's not talk about it, the feeling of beating yourself is really amazing, a feeling that can't be described. The culprit who caused the earth to become like this, although I don't know who you are. But what you did is unforgivable. His eyes became sharp. Sun Wukong combined his hands and placed them on his waist to accumulate strength. The azure light accumulated in his palms, intending to give Black Wukong a fatal blow. Damn it! Black Wukong clenched his teeth. He knew that if Sun Wukong's energy wave came down, he would definitely die. Forced into a desperate situation, Black Wukong decisively sought support and contacted himself in this time and space through his mind. At the same time, located in the mountains to the north, Zamasu in this world is leisurely making tea and enjoying his own tea art. Sure enough, as long as I kill all the human moths in the world today, my tea-making skills will be improved. I don't know how far my other self has teased Trunks, and I don't know what I'm doing keeping this scion here. Wouldn't it be better to kill him? Zamasu was a little dissatisfied with Goku Black's actions. But after all, they are the same person, and what the other person thinks must also be what he thinks. But at this moment, Zamasu received Black Goku's spiritual contact. Quick, save me! Black Goku's voice sounded in Zamasu's mind. The sudden call for help caught Zamasu off guard. Without hesitation, he directly used teleportation to go to Black Wukong's current location. Chapter 55. On the battlefield. Sun Wukong's turtle school Qigong wave has been condensed. Blue light bloomed from his palm, and its bright brilliance shone like a light of hope in this dark world. Let hope rise again in the world that was originally dilapidated and full of death. Turtle Pi Qigong wave. After the words fell, a blue energy beam with infinite destructive power shot out from Sun Wukong's palm. Terrifying energy poured down towards Black Wukong below. Noticing that the energy of the turtle Qigong wave was getting closer and closer to him, Black Wukong became anxious and hurriedly sent another distress signal to his other self. Seeing that the turtle Qigong wave was about to bombard him, at the critical moment, Zamasu arrived in time through teleportation and stood in front of Black Goku. Boom! The flames of the explosion soared into the sky, and the extreme destructive power stirred up thousands of huge waves. The aftermath of the explosion spread in all directions, causing global shock. Hey! Sun Wukong noticed something strange in mid-air. Someone saved Black Goku. Sun Wukong stared at the thick smoke produced by the explosion directly in front with a serious expression. After a while, the smoke and dust dispersed, and there was another person in the pit. This person is Zamasu. He has an immortal body and uses his body to help Black Goku block this fatal blow. Is this his accomplice? Sun Wukong looked up and down at Zamasu. Who is this guy? There was no such person in his memory. Moreover, judging from the costume this guy is wearing, he seems to be a Kaishin. But he knew all the Kaishins, but he had never seen this guy before. Could it be that he is a Kaishin from another universe? Sun Wukong suddenly remembered that Beerus had mentioned it to him before. There is more than one universe, and their universe is the seventh universe. This means that there are countless universes beyond the seventh universe, and the strange Kaishin in front of him comes from other universes. Could this guy who looks exactly like me come from another universe? While Sun Wukong was deep in thought, Zamasu also took this opportunity to activate the healing technique to restore all the damage suffered by Black Wukong in the battle. With his injuries healed, Goku Black regained his life and stood up, breathing a sigh of relief. You're finally here. Black Wukong sighed, raising his head and looking at the sky with a solemn expression. What on earth is going on? Zamasu had countless questions in his mind, but he knew that now was not the time to answer. The two of them looked at Black Wukong in mid-air, slowly floating up to the sky, reaching the same height as Sun Wukong. The atmosphere became weird, and the three of them faced off. Sun Wukong's terrifying aura slowly emerged, and the extremely heavy pressure severely suppressed Black Wukong and Zamasu. Since completing the desperate breakthrough and merging with GT Sun Wukong and the spiritual body of Chrono Sun Wukong, his mental and physical strength has experienced a dramatic improvement. Today, Sun Wukong, even in his normal state, possesses terrifying combat power that is unmatched by anyone in the world today. His current normal state is comparable to Vegeta's 4th level Super Saiyan black-haired state. As expected of Sun Wukong. Although I don't know which time period you come from. Your current power is exactly what I need. It was indeed the right choice to take away your body. Black Wukong felt the terrifying aura coming from Sun Wukong and showed a sick smile. "Take my body away." Hearing this, Sun Wukong looked surprised. "No wonder this guy looks exactly like me, it turned out that he took away his body. Humph! I've always wanted to use this body to fight you, and now I can finally do so. Thanks to your attack just now, my strength has grown even further." The crazy smile on Black Goku's face grew stronger. The black energy around him exploded, and rose-red light surged from it. Feeling Black Wukong's explosive aura getting stronger and stronger, Sun Wukong's expression changed again and again. "This power is the power of God. Or the extremely evil power of God. Black Wukong groaned angrily. From the dark aura, a rose-red aura spurted out, gradually replacing the black aura. Super Saiyan hairstyle, rose-red hair. This is a Super Saiyan state that has never been seen before. Moreover, it exudes an extremely strange divine power. What is this? Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment after seeing Black Wukong's transformed form. Similar in form to Super Saiyan number 1 level, but her hair is pink. The most important thing is, this weird and twisted power of God. Could it be that this form is also a Super Saiyan God? According to your Saiyan naming taste, let's call it Pink, Super Saiyan Pink. Black Goku smiled evilly, deliberately showing off his power in front of Sun Wukong. After his near-death resurrection, not only did his normal combat power surge, but he also mastered the transformation of Super Saiyan God by accident. This battle is of special significance to him. Now he is not afraid of Sun Wukong. What a beautiful color! As a god, after you become the Super Saiyan God, you are no longer the blue color practiced by mortals. Rather, a pink that is more complete and divine. Zamasu was filled with ecstasy as he noticed how perfect his partner had become. Invincible power and an immortal body, when combined, become an invincible existence in the world. Now Zamasu's heart is extremely swollen. As long as he joins forces with Black Goku, even if the god of destruction is alive, he can't stop them. This guy has been blinded by the power and has no idea how terrifying the god of destruction is. A mere Super Saiyan Pink can be destroyed in front of the god of destruction with one hand. At this time, Sun Wukong was looking at Black Wukong up and down intently. Super Saiyan Pink. Sun Wukong murmured. With just one glance, he could see through the current strength of Pink and Black Goku. It's just a fake transformation of Super Saiyan, and it doesn't look very good. Sun Wukong said dismissively. What did you say? Black Wukong was stimulated, and anger surged in his heart. In a moment of thought, his own divine power pressed down on Sun Wukong, but this level of divine power was simply not enough in front of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong calmly broke it. I'll let you see what a real Super Saiyan looks like, faker. After the words fell, a smile appeared on Sun Wukong's face. His body leaned forward slightly, the energy pool of the first level of Super Saiyan was activated, and a huge golden aura emanated from the inside out. Chapter 56. When Sun Wukong's power exploded, the sky and the earth were eclipsed, and several blue-white lightnings fell from the dark clouds and whipped the earth. Sun Wukong's hair automatically moved without wind, and the bright golden light bloomed, and a heavy pressure fell between heaven and earth. Since Sun Wukong did not deliberately restrain his aura during this transformation, the power generated during his transformation was even more terrifying. The first level of Super Saiyan at full power is coming. Black Wukong and Zamasu, who were not far in front of Sun Wukong, showed panic expressions after feeling the extremely increased energy. How can a mortal's aura reach this level? Black Wukong instinctively felt a great sense of oppression. He personally experienced how strong the Sun Wukong in front of him was. Even if he mastered Super Saiyan Pink, it is still nothing compared to Son Goku's true power. What are you afraid of? In the end, he is just a mortal. You and I can kill him if we work together. Zamasu said viciously, having the trump card of immortality made him fearless of any threats. You're right. Awakened by Zamasu, Black Wukong assumed a fighting stance, and his aura was mobilized by his thoughts, converging on his right hand to form a pink energy blade. Looking at Black Goku and Zamasu in front of him, Super One Sun Wukong's lips twitched, and a devilish smile appeared. The atmosphere on the battlefield became increasingly anxious. The power of the three people affected the operation of the entire planet. The entire ecological environment of the Earth has changed. On Sun Wukong's side, the darkness was dispelled by the golden light, the sun shone on the Earth, and the world once again ushered in life. On the side of Goku Black and Zamasu, evil divine power has infected the world, darkness and evil are raging in all directions, and the evil god has come to the world. Watching the two people in front of him who had not moved for a long time, Sun Wukong moved. In a flash of lightning, he turned into a golden laser and struck Zamasu. The speed of the instant burst was so terrifying that one had no chance to react. Boom! There was a loud noise, and Sun Wukong hit Zamasu's jaw with a powerful and heavy blow. The explosive force destroyed Zamasu's whole body. In just a moment, Zamasu's body shot straight into the sky, broke out of the Earth's atmosphere, and was about to hit the moon in just a few seconds. After the impact of the moon, a huge crater of 1,000 meters was formed on the surface, and countless cracks spread rapidly like spider webs. Just one punch sent Zamasu flying to the moon, which was enough to show how terrifying the destructive power of this blow was. Sun Wukong. Black Wukong was frightened and instinctively swung his sword to strike at Sun Wukong. But the moment he swung his sword, Sun Wukong was one step ahead of him at a faster speed. He grabbed Black Wukong's wrist with one hand, and the powerful force prevented Black Wukong from moving forward at all. Although I don't know why you took my body away and who you are, a fake like you can't even exert 1/10 of my own strength. It's okay to take away my body, but you shouldn't kill so many innocent people. Sun Wukong stared at Black Wukong in front of him, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The extremely brutal force squeezed Black Wukong's wrist. Click! The sound of cracking bones sounded. Black Wukong! The severe pain on his wrist caused Black Wukong to disperse his chi sword, his face turning extremely ugly. But he was still unconvinced and waved his other hand to attack Sun Wukong. The moment he took action, Sun Wukong hit Black Wukong with faster and harder fists. Bang! The power of this punch caused several ripples in the space. Black Wukong was hit hard on the face again, and severe pain swept through his brain. His vision went dark and he almost fainted. His body quickly retreated, rubbing against the ground for thousands of meters, before crashing into a ruin. It's better to get rid of this guy quickly. It always feels weird to hit a guy who looks exactly like me. Sun Wukong complained. He always felt a very unpleasant feeling when fighting Black Goku. In a flash of thought, he used superspeed movement to sprint through space and sprinted into the ruins covering Black Wukong. Just when he was about to pull Black Wukong out, he felt the restlessness of Black Wukong's divine power. Boom! In the ruins, the rose-red divine power exploded, raising the entire ruins to the ground. In the center of the rose-red light, the ferocious-looking Black Wukong was staring at Sun Wukong angrily. Don't look down on gods. Human beings. The furious Black Wukong put on the classic turtle-style Qigong wave posture. A deep and powerful divine power circulated crazily under his thoughts. In the palms of his hands, rose-red light filled the air. Put my turtle school Qigong wave? Humph! Sun Wukong felt extremely unhappy when he saw this. His tricks were actually learned by an imposter. This will let you see what the real turtle-style Qigong wave looks like. Sun Wukong assumed the posture of the turtle school Qigong wave, crimson light gathered in his palms, and his terrifying aura rose rapidly, reaching the extreme level of horror. Both sides are accumulating energy at the same time, but at present, it is obvious that Sun Wukong's burst of energy is much stronger. Go to hell! Sun Wukong! The power of God was brewing to the extreme. Black Wukong roared loudly, and the black and pink dark turtle school Qigong waves blasted out. The damn person is you! The imposter! 10 times the turtle pie Qigong wave! Sun Wukong shouted angrily, and the crimson turtle-style Qigong wave brewing in his palm shot out. Boom! 2 energies collide. The heaven and earth shook, and the winds and clouds surged. The dark turtle sect Qigong wave and the tenfold turtle sect Qigong wave struggled with each other, and there was a brief stalemate. Ah! Black Wukong roared loudly, constantly stimulating the potential in his body and increasing energy input. On the other hand, Sun Wukong was relaxed and easy, and the mere waves of dark turtle sect Qigong failed to put any pressure on him. It's over. As soon as he said this, Sun Wukong exerted his strength fiercely. The energy surged, and the tenfold turtle Qigong wave advanced domineeringly with extremely terrifying power. The dark turtle sect's Qigong waves were suppressed and retreated steadily. Impossible! How could I lose so miserably with my power? Black Wukong watched the 10 times turtle school Qigong wave advance, his mouth widened and his pupils shrank sharply. He instinctively wanted to escape, but it was too late. 10 times the violent energy of the turtle sect Qigong wave devoured his body. Black Goku lost control of his body and could clearly feel the severe pain in his body. No! My ideal has not been completed yet. How could I die here, how could I? Black Wukong roared unwillingly, and his body was completely destroyed by the 10 times of the turtle Qigong waves. Annihilation. Chapter 57. In order to ensure that Black Wukong could be completely killed, Sun Wukong released 10 times the turtle Qigong wave for 10 seconds. It wasn't until he could no longer feel Black Wukong's aura that he released the energy. The breath has disappeared, Sun Wukong murmured and walked forward slowly. Arrive at the location where Black Goku was eliminated. At this time, Black Wukong had no bones left, only a silver ring was intact. Hey? This ring still exists. Sun Wukong noticed this inconspicuous silver ring with his keen insight. He can be sure that Black Wukong has been wiped out by his power, both body and soul have disappeared. But what I didn't expect was that this small ring could survive 10 times the damage from the turtle school's Qigong waves. This thing is not an ordinary thing. Sun Wukong bent down and picked up the time ring. He looked at it closely and found nothing strange. Although I don't know what this is, since it was left on that guy, it should be of great use. After thinking about it, Sun Wukong decided to accept the time ring. Suddenly, he felt a familiar aura again. It was Zamasu who was knocked out of the earth by his punch just now. That guy is not dead. Sun Wukong was stunned when he felt this energy, and then looked towards the sky. Zamasu was seen motionless in midair at this moment, stunned in place. Sun Wukong was also stunned when he saw this scene. There was something strange about this guy. The blow he just struck was merciless. According to this guy's strength, he should be able to kill him with one strike. But now, he looks like a fine person. Does he have the same immortality as Carrick too? Sun Wukong vaguely guessed something. Judging from Zamasu's situation, it seems that immortality is the best explanation. You will know if you are immortal or not by trying it a few more times. With a thought in his mind, Sun Wukong used teleportation again and appeared silently behind Zamasu. Now Zamasu has not noticed the arrival of Sun Wukong. He is still immersed in the shock of Black Wukong being killed by Sun Wukong. Now that Black Wukong has been killed, their plan can no longer be carried out. What are you looking at? Sun Wukong's voice sounded behind Zamasu. Zamasu. The frightened Zamasu turned around suddenly, and what hit him was Sun Wukong's unstoppable heavy kick. Boom! With this blow, even the space made a harsh roar. Zamasu was hit hard again and flew out of the earth again. But this time, Sun Wukong would not let him off so easily. He exploded with the breath in his body, sprinted into space in just a few seconds, caught up with Zamasu who was flying upside down, and kicked Zamasu in the chest with enough power. Zamasu, who suffered another heavy blow, turned into a huge meteorite and broke through the space. After flying upside down for an unknown distance, it hit a red asteroid. Sun Wukong, who is in the universe, seizes this opportunity to accumulate energy again. In order to ensure that Zamasu was completely killed, he sublimated and transformed again, from the first level of Super Saiyan to full power, and transformed into the eyebrowless hero, the third level of Super Saiyan. Surging energy quickly accumulates in the palm of the hand, and powerful energy is continuously condensed. The crimson light was deeper and deeper than before, and the reflected light illuminated the boundless darkness in the universe. 20 times Turtle Pi Qi Gong Wave. A crimson energy beam with a diameter of 100 meters burst out from Sun Wukong's palm. Wherever the energy passed, everything was destroyed. This crimson energy beam spanned a long distance and accurately hit Zamasu, who fell on the red asteroid. Boom boom! In just a few seconds, this crimson asteroid exploded on the spot under the force of 20 times the Turtle Sect Qigong wave. The brilliance of the explosion, so dazzling and destructive, bloomed like a flower in the dark universe. The power of the asteroid explosion, coupled with 20 times the destructive power of the Turtle Qigong wave, even if the god of destruction comes, he will be injured if he is not careful. Not to mention a weakling like Zamasu. Unless he is truly immortal, he will definitely die. Time passes minute by minute. The flames of the explosion disappeared completely, and Sun Wukong rushed out with anger and came to the fragments of the red asteroid to check to see if Zamasu was really dead. Aura sensing did not detect Zamasu's energy, and Zamasu's presence was not found in this area. That guy should be dead. It seems that I have overthought it. That guy is not immortal. Sun Wukong dismissed his worries. Now that Black Goku and Zamasu have been dealt with, it is time for him to return to Earth and ask Bulma in this time and space what happened in the world after his death. At the same time, in the realm of Kaishin in the 10th universe, Zamasu was gasping for air at the moment. Looking at him, he seemed to be quite frightened. As a Kaishin, Zamasu has the ability to span the universe at will. The 20-fold wave of turtle-style Qigong just hit him well, causing him to experience unprecedented pain. Even if he is immortal, it will still hurt. At this time, his mental strength has been greatly damaged, his green skin is slightly pale, he is panting heavily, and sweating like rain. Damn! The other me was actually killed by this unknown Sun Wukong. Without his assistance, how can I complete Humanity Zero plan? Zamasu knew that he was no match for Sun Wukong. His immortality alone could only delay the opponent at best. If he wants to completely realize his plan, he must have a powerful helper, and that helper can only be himself. After resting for a while, Zamasu finally calmed down. He was thinking about his next plan. It was impossible for him to give up the Human Zero plan. After a brief silence, Zamasu thought of a good idea. His eyes focused on the time ring he wore on his right hand. Now, the Super Dragon Ball in this time and space has been destroyed by them. If you want to reverse the situation, you must go to other time and space. Borrow the Super Dragon Balls from that world. Human, the humiliation you brought to God today will be repaid thousands of times in the future. Zamasu has already remembered the mortal Sun Wukong. With a thought, he drove the time ring, traveled through time, and went to the distant future. The scene changes and returns to the Earth of the 7th universe. In the dilapidated western capital, Bulma's laboratory. At this time, Bulma, who was in a coma, gradually woke up, looking around with confused eyes. Chapter 58. Looking at the dilapidated laboratory around her, Bulma was stunned for a moment. Isn't she already dead? Even when she was about to die, she saw Sun Wukong coming to pick her up. Now, Shouldn't she be in the underworld? Could it be that she is still alive? Bulma couldn't believe it. Did the dark man let me go? Bulma's mind hadn't turned around yet, and her face was full of confusion. According to the crazy character of the dark man who hates human beings, it is absolutely impossible to let him go. There must be something hidden in this. Yo! Bulma, you're awake. At this time, Sun Wukong arrived by teleportation by coincidence. His sudden appearance frightened Bulma. Dark man! Don't come here! Bulma hurriedly backed into the corner and huddled in the corner, with a look of deep fear in her eyes. She was really scared. Bulma, I'm not that fake, can't you even recognize me? Sun Wukong looked at Bulma, who was full of fear, and showed his iconic smile. At the same time, the old Bulma in front of him made him feel sad and bitter. The Bulma of his world was the same person as the Bulma of this world, but their appearance was completely different. The difference between the world with him and without him is really huge. You are really, Sun Jun. Bulma couldn't believe it, with a look of surprise in her eyes. Her beautiful eyes kept looking at Sun Wukong up and down, and finally she covered her mouth in surprise. But she soon realized that the Sun Wukong in this world had been dead long ago, and the guy in front of her must be the Dark Man. The Dark Man wanted to tease her severely before she died. No. You are not Sun Jun. Dark Man, you can't fool me. Bulma's eyes showed strong hostility. Seeing Bulma in front of him who was unwilling to believe his identity, Sun Wukong couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Bulma, I am really Sun Wukong. If you don't believe me, look again. Sun Wukong took the initiative to walk in front of Bulma, knelt down and said. Hearing this, Bulma raised her head and looked at Sun Wukong up and down seriously. After about half a minute of confirming the truth and falsehood, Bulma was completely sure that the person in front of her was Sun Wukong. Are you really Sun Jun? Are you resurrected? Bulma blinked in confusion, and her brain did not turn around for a moment. This matter cannot be explained in just a few words. Sun Wukong scratched his head and said with a bitter smile. 10 minutes passed. Arriving at the dilapidated tea table, Bulma and Sun Wukong sat across from each other and communicated with each other. Sun Wukong told Bulma exactly the reason for his arrival. After learning the cause and effect, Bulma immediately knew what was going on when Sun Wukong appeared in front of her. This is Sun Wukong from other time and space. It turns out that you are not the Sun Jun of this world. After Bulma got the answer, she held her chin with her hands, looked at Sun Wukong with her beautiful eyes, and said with a trace of nostalgia, seeing you again after so many years is really incredible. Although the Sun Wukong in front of him is not the Sun Wukong of this world, he is definitely the most reliable and trustworthy man in his cognition. It's really incredible to suddenly come into this world. But maybe this is fate. Sun Wukong said with a smile. At this time, Bulma had a very complicated expression. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar man in front of her, memories from decades ago flooded into her mind. If the Monkey King of this world had not died of viral heart disease back then, she would not have suffered so much. This world will not become so dilapidated. Just as Bulma was sighing, a gunshot broke the peaceful moment. An enhanced bullet hit Sun Wukong in the back of the head accurately. It hurts so much. The sudden attack made Sun Wukong cry out in pain. Dark man! Stay away from Aunt Bulma! Behind Sun Wukong, a woman in an old coat was seen pointing a shotgun at Sun Wukong. Who is this girl if not Xiao Wu? It hurts. Who hit me? Sun Wukong turned around and saw Xiao Wu pointing a shotgun at her. Looking at the girl in front of him, Sun Wukong fell into deep thought. Why is she so familiar? Has he seen it somewhere? Xiao Wu, don't shoot, he is not a dark man. At this time, Bulma hurriedly stopped in front of Sun Wukong and explained to Xiao Wu. Isn't he a dark man? Xiao Wu blinked in confusion when he heard this, looking up and down at Sun Wukong with puzzled eyes. She is looking at it. While looking at Sun Wukong was also looking at her. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Sun Wukong's mind, and he remembered something. I remembered. You are Xiao Wu. The Xiao Wu who was with Pilaf back then. Sun Wukong was startled, pointed at Xiao Wu, and said loudly. When Sun Wukong said this, Xiao Wu suddenly realized and exclaimed, Are you Sun Wukong? Hey! Bulma, who was between the two, was even more confused. She looked forward and backward, constantly switching between Sun Wukong and Xiao Wu. Memories emerged in his mind, and a familiar face overlapped with Xiao Wu in front of him. She remembered that when she and Sun Wukong were looking for the Dragon Balls decades ago, there was a woman named Xiao Wu beside Pilaf. Bulma, who was hit by a large amount of information, stared at Xiao Wu with disbelief. As far as she knew, Xiao Wu had a good relationship with Trunks, and could even be said to be Trunks' future wife. But if you think about it carefully, if this Xiao Wu is the Xiao Wu who was next to Pilaf back then, wouldn't he be older than her? That, Bulma, Sun Wukong, I can explain. Xiao Wu felt a little embarrassed when she realized that her identity had been revealed. After all, he was actually older than Bulma, and he was even close to her son. If I don't explain this, it's a bit unreasonable. Soon, the three of them gathered around the tea table, and Xiao Wu began to talk about his experience. The reason why she became so young was entirely because of the Dragon Balls. When she, Pilaf and the others found the Dragon Balls, they made a wish to Shenlong to make the three of them younger. But who could have imagined that Shenlong deceived them and turned the three of them into children? After growing up year after year, she returned to her original figure and looked much younger than Bulma. After learning the cause and effect, Bulma covered her mouth in surprise. So you are really that Xiao Wu? Bulma gasped. No wonder he looks so young. It turns out it's because of the use of Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong understood everything. Chapter 59. The three of them sat at the table, and the atmosphere became increasingly awkward. It was not until Bulma took the initiative to resolve the awkward atmosphere and mentioned to Xiao Wu that the Dark Man was dead that the atmosphere was relieved. Xiao Wu's face was full of disbelief when he learned that the Dark Man was dead. Dark Man, is he really dead? Killed by Sun Wukong? Xiao Wu's shocked gaze shifted to Sun Wukong and asked repeatedly to confirm. Hearing this, Sun Wukong nodded with a smile. This is great. Peace has finally been restored to the earth. Xiao Wu showed a relieved smile. Today's earth has once again restored its former peace. This planet is really experiencing too many disasters, first the androids, then Majin Buu, and now Black Goku. But fortunately, it's all over. By the way, Bulma, when I killed that guy who looked exactly like me, this thing fell from his body. Can you help me find out what it is? Sun Wukong suddenly thought of the silver white ring he had picked up before. He took out the silver white ring and gave it to Bulma for inspection. With Bulma's IQ, she should be able to figure out the origin of this thing. But when the time ring was given to Bulma, Bulma played with it in her hand and observed, but found nothing special about it. This thing looks like an ordinary ring. However, it is not an ordinary thing to be worn by a dark man. I don't know what this thing is, and only the dead dark people know. But, Sun Jun, can I ask you to do me a favor? Bulma's expression suddenly became very serious, as if she had something very important to do. Hearing this, Sun Wukong nodded. Although the Dark Man has been killed, there may be powerful beings in the future of this world. Trunks can't stand alone now. I would like to ask Sun Jun to replace the Dark Man and spur Trunks to become a warrior who can protect this world. Bulma revealed her true thoughts. He hoped that Sun Wukong could stimulate Trunks and make him stronger. What the Earth today needs is not scientists, let alone ordinary people, but powerful warriors and a strong leader. After listening to Bulma's words, Sun Wukong looked solemn and nodded after a moment of silence. But after Bulma's reminder, he thought more. Today, it's hard for Trunks to protect this world alone. I'm going to the underworld to see if I, Gohan, and the others are still there in this world. If they haven't been reincarnated yet, I can resurrect them through the Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong thought about it and came up with a good idea. He wants to change the world. If there were Sun Jun and Gohan in this world, everything would be much better. Please, Sun Jun. Bulma returns the Ring of Time to Sun Wukong. The Monkey King in front of me is the last hope of this world. Leave it to me, Bulma. Now that I have arrived in this world, I will definitely not let this world fall into destruction. Because, I have already failed once. After taking the time ring, Sun Wukong gave a helpless smile, turned around and walked out of the house, leaving behind a lonely figure. Hearing what Sun Wukong said, Bulma's heart sank. Could it be that the Sun Wukong from another time and space in front of us, has the world he once been destroyed too? Coming to a no-man's land, Sun Wukong expanded his mind perception, crossed dimensions and felt the breath of the underworld. 10 seconds later. Strange. Why did Lord Kaio's aura disappear? Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment, and he found that he could not feel the aura of the North Kaio King. Not only the Northern Kaio, but not even the other Kains could feel it. He had a vague premonition in his heart. He no longer locked it with his breath, but directly locked it on the Northern Kai Wang, and disappeared in a matter of seconds. Hades! Northern Kai Wang! Sun Wukong teleported over. The scene that caught his eye made Sun Wukong freeze on the spot. At this moment, Northern Kai Wang no longer exists, and what comes into view are countless fragments of Northern Kai Wang. Northern Kaio, Babulas, and Gilligli are all gone. The traces of the battle, could it be done by that guy? Sun Wukong thought of Black Wukong who was killed by him before. Before killing that guy, he said that he would kill himself in this world. Maybe it's true. I was killed in this world, and the king of the North Kai Kai was also killed. Realizing that the situation was far more serious than he thought, Sun Wukong's eyes swept towards the distance. He saw boundless chaos. On the long snake path, there are souls of the dead and endless chaos. Uncle Yama King's energy has also disappeared. Sun Wukong realized that the underworld today may be more chaotic than he thought. He could already imagine what was happening here. Just when he was about to leave the underworld, a very familiar aura suddenly appeared in his perception. This aura is none other than his son, Sun Wuhan. Is Gohan angry? Just ask him, what happened in this place? Sun Wukong disappeared again in a thought. Yama Temple. Today's underworld is in chaos. King Yama was killed. The death of King Yama means that the underworld has lost its judge, the order has been disrupted, and countless souls have been displaced, unable to find a home, unable to go to heaven or hell. But now, there is only one person left to maintain order in this huge underworld. This person is none other than Sun Wufan. After he was killed by the artificial man, his soul came to the Yama Palace. The Yama King specially kept his body for him because he was the son of Sun Wukong. Now that the underworld is in chaos, Sun Wuhan has become the only person who can maintain order. At this time, Sun Wuhan had just dealt with a group of souls who had escaped from hell. Suddenly he felt someone coming from behind and turned around suddenly. By coincidence, he happened to catch the eye of Sun Wukong who was coming over. Hey! Gohan! Seeing the son of this world, Sun Wukong subconsciously greeted him. However, after Sun Wuhan saw him, he showed not joy, but hostility. It's you! Sun Wuhan shouted angrily, and his breath exploded. Powerful energy filled all directions, and he transformed from normal to the second level of Super Saiyan in just an instant. Ah! That Gohan, listen to me, Sun Wukong was about to say something, but was immediately interrupted by Sun Wukong. Shut up! The guy who pretended to be my father killed the king of Kai, King Yama, and my father. Everyone and the gods died in your hands. I can't spare you. Chapter 60. The Sun Wuhan of this world burst into anger. Apparently, he mistook Sun Wukong for Black Wukong. It seems that the explanation is not clear. Sun Wukong smiled helplessly, looking at Sun Wuhan with murderous intent in front of him, and became interested. In this case, trying to explain clearly requires nothing more than a fight. Magic Flash. The angry Sun Wuhan gathered his energy and quickly fired an energy cannon with infinite destructive power. Facing this golden energy cannon with infinite destructive power, Sun Wukong did not shy away. With a wave of one hand, his powerful aura exploded, shattering the infinitely destructive magic flash in just an instant. In a flash of lightning, Sun Wuhan had already sprinted in front of Sun Wukong. The magic flash just now was just to confuse the sight. The real attack is now. Roaring loudly, Sun Wuhan launched an intensive and fierce attack on Sun Wukong. The fierce fist attacks swept through Sun Wukong's body like a hurricane. Faced with this continuous attack, Sun Wukong easily dealt with it, but Sun Wuhan's attack method made his eyes shine. There are no unnecessary movements in every move. Every move is fatal and full of strong murderous intent. Compared with Sun Wuhan from his original time and space, he was completely different. If the Sun Wuhan in his world was half a warrior, then the Sun Wuhan in front of him was a battle-hardened super soldier with extremely rich combat experience. Although his combat power is not very strong, his combat skills and combat experience are extremely rich. As expected of you, Gohan, for showing such amazing fighting ability. Sun Wukong praised repeatedly, and was very satisfied with Sun Wuhan's performance. Don't be so proud. Sun Wuhan yelled angrily. He regarded these words of praise as the other party's provocation to him. The other party was looking down on him. The iron fist full of anger was fired, and a powerful blow hit Sun Wukong directly in the face. Bang! There was an explosion, and this unstoppable blow was easily blocked by Sun Wukong with one hand. A clever use of power neutralizes the explosive power in Sun Wuhan's fists. Gohan, I'm very happy that you have become a qualified warrior in this world, but you should also listen to what I have to say. Sun Wukong intended to stop the battle, but Sun Wuhan had no intention of stopping. The attack was blocked. Sun Wuhan quickly pulled back his fist, mobilized all his strength, and aimed a whip kick at Sun Wukong's neck. Boom! This unstoppable blow was still easily blocked by Sun Wukong. It seems we have to change the way. He murmured, and a ray of light burst out in Sun Wukong's eyes. In just one breath, he exploded with strength and forced Sun Wuhan back. In an instant of 0.001 seconds, he sprinted in front of Sun Wuhan and punched out with a fist packed with terrifying destructive power. Oops! Sun Wuhan was shocked. He felt the fatal murderous intention from this fist. Once hit, his body and soul will be destroyed. If he dies in this state, he will never be found again, whether in the underworld, the end of the universe, or other dimensions. Just when Sun Wuhan thought that his death was coming, Sun Wukong cleverly withdrew his power, and the wind from his fist blew through Sun Wuhan's body, shocking him into a cold sweat. You! Sun Wuhan looked at the fist stopped in front of him, wondering why the opponent would withdraw his strength at this time. Can you listen to my explanation now? Gohan! I am not the impostor you know. I am Wukong, Sun Wukong, your father. Withdrawing his fist, Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wuhan with a smile. At this time, Sun Wuhan also completely calmed down. His eyes kept looking up and down at Sun Wukong. His temperament, appearance, personality, and way of speaking were exactly the same. Are you really the father? But haven't you been killed by that person? Sun Wufan was finally sure that the Sun Wukong in front of him was the real Sun Wukong, his father. I'm not the Sun Wukong you know. As for why I appear here, it's a long story. Sun Wukong told Sun Wuhan all about the process of coming to this world. After 1 minute of explanation, Sun Wuhan finally understood that the Sun Wukong in front of him was his father from another time and space. He solved the dark man. I see, I wrongly blamed you before, Dad. After learning the truth, Sun Gohan no longer had the will to fight and dispersed the second level of Super Saiyan transformation. It's okay. You gave me a big surprise, Gohan. You have become a warrior who can stand alone. Sun Wukong patted Sun Wuhan on the shoulder and said happily. No, compared to you, Dad, I'm still far behind. Sun Wufan said modestly. Hearing this, Sun Wukong smiled and said nothing. Pride and arrogance will definitely lead to destruction. Being neither arrogant nor impetuous is the right way. Immediately afterwards, Sun Wukong glanced around. Today's underworld is in chaos, and order must be restored as soon as possible. The only way to restore order here is to resurrect King Yama and all the realm kings. This requires the help of Dragon Balls. To be honest, he didn't want to borrow the power of the Dragon Ball. After all, there were examples of evil dragons. Once the Dragon Ball was used too much, it would bring disaster instead of hope. But in front of us, the world is in chaos, and if we want to recover, we must borrow the power of the Dragon Balls. We must restore order here as soon as possible. Sun Wukong had already made a decision in his heart. He turned to look at Sun Wuhan and said, Gohan, you stay in the underworld first. I will go to Namek to borrow some money. The Dragon Balls there. Okay. Sun Wuhan did not refute, because the current underworld was too chaotic and needed one person to suppress it. He is the only person who can suppress the underworld. Soon, Sun Wukong's mind expanded and locked the coordinates of Namek according to his past memories. The powerful perception ability breaks through dimensions and goes deep into the universe, and soon locks on the existence of Namek. But what Sun Wukong didn't expect was that he had correctly locked the exact coordinates of Namek, but he could not feel the aura of a Namekian. This made Sun Wukong feel vaguely uncomfortable. When he reaches this level of power, teleportation will naturally change. He no longer needs to lock his breath to teleport to a target. As long as there are planetary coordinates, a thought is enough. Of course, it would be great to have a familiar aura to lock onto, that way the position would be more accurate. With a thought, he moved and performed it instantly. But in the blink of an eye, he left the underworld, broke through dimensions, and arrived at Namek. The scene in front of him made Sun Wukong stunned. The mountains and plains were filled with the dilapidated corpses of Namekians. The blood dried up and solidified on the ground. The corpses strewn everywhere illustrate a cruel fact. Namek was slaughtered. Chapter 61. Did that guy do this too? Sun Wukong felt strong anger in his heart. Without the Dragon Balls, it means there is no hope, and this world is hopeless. Even as powerful as he is not omnipotent. He can't do things like resurrecting dead people and gods. At this time, Sun Wukong sighed heavily, feeling deeply powerless. Now, what should he do? At this time, Sun Wukong, who suddenly felt something, raised his head thoughtfully and looked at the sky. His intuition told him that someone was observing him from somewhere he didn't know. But who is this person? At the same time, in the world of the god of destruction. Since the god of destruction, Beerus, was implicated by Kaioshin and died together, only the angel Whis and the prophecy fish are left to live in this huge world of the god of destruction. After the death of the god of destruction, the angels who serve as attendants can only stay in the realm of the god of destruction, waiting for the birth of the next god of destruction. Now, Sun Wukong, who came across time and space, attracted his attention. He felt the very powerful destructive power from Sun Wukong's body. Sun Wukong, who comes from a parallel world, actually has the power of destruction in his body. Perhaps he can inherit the vacant position of god of destruction. The world is now in ruins and needs a new god of destruction to restore order. Weiss murmured earnestly. He intends to train this Sun Wukong from other time and space to become the new god of destruction. It just so happens that the body and soul of Sun Wukong in this world have disappeared, and it is just right for him to take his place. It's a good idea to have this idea in his mind, but it's hard to say whether Sun Wukong will agree to become the god of destruction. The scene changes and returns to Sun Wukong. He is trying to trace the location of this special feeling through his thoughts. But somehow, every time he was about to determine the exact location, a special force blocked his thoughts and prevented him from going deeper. It seemed that he was deliberately trying to stop him. Sun Wukong didn't think too much. He withdrew his thoughts and turned his attention to the bones of Namek. Although he couldn't resurrect these Namekians, he could do his part and bury their remains. 5 hours passed. Sun Wukong buries all the dead Namekians on Namek. Now there are no living Namekians on Namek, and there are no Dragon Balls. Everything is in a deadlock, but he will not give up and will use his own methods to put the world back on track. In a flash, Sun Wukong returned to the Earth again. Western Capital. In the dilapidated capsule company manor. Sun Wukong, who had just returned, happened to meet Bulma. Sun Jun, how is the Dragon Ball thing going? Seeing Sun Wukong finally come back, Bulma walked up and asked eagerly. Sun Wukong shook his head and told Bulma everything about the underworld and Namek. After all the Namekians were killed and the underworld was in chaos, Bulma's expression gradually became disappointed, but soon returned to normal. She is used to this kind of thing. Without Dragon Ball, there would be no Dragon Ball. Now that the threat of the Dark Man has been eradicated, they can finally live a stable life. After chatting with Bulma for a few words, Sun Wukong found an open area. Now that he has come to the future world, he will not be able to leave for a while. Once he comes, he will be at ease. He has more important things to do now. He gained a lot of insights from his battle with the god of destruction, Beerus. He needs to let go of the insights he gained during the battle and stabilize his own realm. Sun Wukong sat cross-legged with his legs, slowly floating in the air, and entered meditation again. In the blink of an eye, time passed like water, and 2 days had passed since Sun Wukong killed the Dark Man. In the past 2 days, many changes have occurred in this world. Xiao Wu spreads the news that the Dark Man has been killed. At first, humans didn't believe it, but when no catastrophic vibrations came from the ground, they gradually walked out of the underground with a try. After confirming repeatedly that the Dark Man had been killed, humans once again saw hope. Although their current number is less than 1/10 millionth of what it was back then, as long as they are given enough time, human civilization can be reborn in just a few years. In the dilapidated capsule company manor. At this moment, Sun Wukong entered a special state. The whole body is surrounded by 2 different energies, one is the power of God and the other is the power of blood. After 2 days of deep meditation, Sun Wukong was finally able to use this special power with ease. Now, although his combat effectiveness has not improved much, but the harvest is not small. After absorbing all the experience and stabilizing the new transformation, his realm and use of transformation power have been greatly improved. Sun Wukong, who was still in a deep state of meditation, seemed to feel his eyes at this time and slowly opened his eyes. He looked towards the dilapidated gate of the capsule company in the distance. My breath, and Vegeta and Trunks. Looks like Trunks has returned from the past world. Sun Wukong is looking forward to it. How strong are Vegeta and himself that Trunks brought from the past world? After all, he was asked by Bulma to act as the Dark Man and put a little pressure on Trunks. But how to act is a bit tricky for Sun Wukong. After all, that lunatic guy really can't pretend with his acting skills. By the way, there is this thing. An idea flashed in Sun Wukong's mind, and he took out the time ring from his pocket. With this thing, even if his temperament and clothes change, Trunks will definitely think that he is Black Goku. Sun Wukong, who put on the time ring, smiled slightly, floated into the sky, and flew towards the source of the breath. In front of Capsule Corporation's huge roundhouse. The time machine stays in this dilapidated courtyard. Trunks, the superdimensional Son Goku and Vegeta from the past world arrived in the future. When they arrived, they were immediately shocked by the dilapidated and desolate scene in front of them. Is this world really the Earth they know? Perception enveloped the entire world, and it was discovered that only a few thousand living creatures survived. This is still assuming animals and humans are included. The number of life forms on this Earth today is less than 1/1000th of what it was 20 years ago. Is all this, all done by the Dark People? Super Dimension Sun Wukong felt unbelievable, and boundless anger arose in his heart. The Earth he grew up on was destroyed like this, and he was bound to make the Dark People pay the price. Humph! We agreed first, Kakarot. That guy is mine. Chrono Vegeta crossed his arms and said coldly. Chapter 62. I know Vegeta, I want you to fight the Dark Man first. Super Dimension Sun Wukong said with a helpless expression. Somehow, Vegeta was so keen on beating guys who looked exactly like him. Is he really so annoying in Vegeta's heart? Humph! Vegeta looked cold, with murderous intent surging in his eyes. He learned from Trunks that Bulma in this world was dead. Although it was the future world, no matter which world, Bulma was his wife. The man of darkness must be killed by him. Suddenly, the expressions of Chrono Sun Wukong and Chrono Vegeta changed, and an extremely arrogant and powerful aura entered their perceptions. The two immediately heightened their vigilance. The aura exactly like mine. Super Dimension Sun Wukong raised his vigilance and prepared for battle. It's finally here. Chrono Vegeta's face was solemn, and the power of God in his body was about to come out. Boom! In the dark clouds, a ray of golden light accompanied by lightning suddenly landed on the ground 10 meters away in front of Sun Bei and the others, stirring up thick smoke. Who could come if not Sun Wukong? Dark Man. Seeing the enemy who killed his mother, Trunks couldn't suppress the anger in his heart, and he wanted to kill Sun Wukong in front of him on the spot. He will never forget the revenge of killing his mother. It's just that this silly kid didn't seem to recognize that Black Goku was dead long ago and his mother Bulma was still alive and well. Calm down, Trunks, you are no match for him. Chrono Sun Wukong stopped in front of Trunks. He realized that things were not simple. The guy in front of him who looked exactly like him had an exaggerated aura. Find a safe place to stay, and leave the rest to me. Chrono Vegeta's face was solemn. He took a step forward and looked directly at Sun Wukong. Trunks, is this the helper you brought? Son Goku and Vegeta in the past world, hum. Monkey King smiled devilishly, showing the same evil expression as Black Goku. He is completely absorbed in the drama and his acting skills are impeccable, just like the real Black Goku. This evil expression was caught in Trunks' eyes, making him even more convinced that the person in front of him was none other than Black Goku. Dark Man, you bastard! Sensing the contempt, Trunks couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Seeing Trunks so angry, Vegeta couldn't sit still. This face, no matter how many times I see it, is always so infuriating. Today I can finally give it a legitimate beating. Dark Man, your opponent is me. Chronospace Vegeta said, and the terrifying aura from all over his body spurted out like a tidal wave. The infinitely powerful aura of God exploded, and azure light illuminated the dark world. In the surrounding space, the accompaniment of the sacred voice of God was played. At this moment, Vegeta entered Super Saiyan Blue, as if a true God was alive. Power of God. Looking at Super Blue Vegeta in front of him, Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes slightly. This scene reminded him of Goku Black's transformation into Super Saiyan Pink. These two transformations belong to the same category, they are both Super Saiyan gods, they just differ in color. Dark Man, enjoy the last moments of your life, you will die in my Super Saiyan Blue hands soon. Super Blue Vegeta's mouth curled up, and he made the classic defiant gesture. Is Super Saiyan Blue? Interesting. Sun Wukong didn't panic at all, not caring about Super Blue Vegeta in front of him. If you really want to compare, the Vegeta in front of you is not even as strong as the pink and black Goku who was killed by him 2 days ago. He can handle a mere Super Blue transformation with one hand. The war was about to break out, and the atmosphere in the surrounding space became heavy. Super Blue Vegeta aimed his right hand at Sun Wukong, quickly fought with energy, and shouted loudly, "Big Bang attack!" A dark blue ball of compressed energy attacked Sun Wukong. There was no need to dodge an attack of this magnitude. Son Goku shattered Super Blue Vegeta's big blast attack with just an explosion of aura. Seizing the opportunity, Super Blue Vegeta took the initiative. With an explosion of extreme speed, he rushed towards Sun Wukong as fast as lightning and punched out hard. It would be difficult for ordinary people to react to the sudden attack, but in Sun Wukong's eyes, this speed is too slow. That unstoppable punch was easily caught by Sun Wukong, unable to move forward at all. After failing to succeed in one blow, Super Blue Vegeta quickly changed his strategy, withdrew his fist and attacked Sun Wukong with a more fierce and intensive attack. There is deep and powerful divine power between the fists and feet, and every blow has the power to crack mountains and crack the earth. Attack speed is constant. Speeding up and increasing in strength, Super Blue Vegeta took the wrong direction with his sword and tried his best to suppress Sun Wukong. But the scene before him made him dumbfounded. His attack with fists and kicks could not even touch Sun Wukong, but was blocked by the invisible barrier around him. How is it possible to have such a tough and powerful aura? My attacks couldn't break through his protective aura. Super Blue Vegeta was shocked. He discovered that the power held by Sun Wukong in front of him was completely beyond his imagination. It seems that your Super Saiyan Blue is nothing more than that, Vegeta. A flash of light flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes, and he exerted power instantly. The energy pool of the first level of Super Saiyan was activated, and the golden aura erupted like a volcano. The surge of energy instantly knocked Super Blue Vegeta away. This aura, how is it possible? How could this impostor's power reach such an extent? Super Blue Vegeta's heart trembled, and he stabilized his body after flying upside down for more than 10 meters. Without giving him a chance to react, Super One Sun Wukong burst out with extreme speed and sprinted in front of Super Blue Vegeta in an instant of 0.01 seconds. A fist containing 80% of the power was punched out. At this moment, all the cells in Super Blue Vegeta's body screamed in unison, and he instinctively crossed his arms in a defensive posture. Boom! A thrilling explosion spread. The battle suit on Super Blue Vegeta exploded, and the terrifying energy penetrated Vegeta's fist, raising everything within 10 kilometers behind him to the ground. What a heavy fist! Super Blue Vegeta gritted his teeth and persisted, as if the bones in his arms were broken. Super One Son Goku strikes out again, charging up his power and kicking into the air, hitting Super Blue Vegeta hard on the jaw, sending him high into the air. Ah! Super Blue Vegeta let out a painful cry. This is not over yet. Super One Sun Wukong used super speed movement to catch up with Vegeta, who was flying upside down, and charged up a heavy blow to knock him down from high in the air. Boom! Vegeta fell from the sky and fell to the ground, forming a huge pit 100 meters deep. In the center of the deep pit, Vegeta's divine power collapsed at this moment, completely losing his ability to fight. Chapter 63. How is it possible? How can the gap in strength be so huge? Chrono Vegeta, lying in the deep pit, was severely injured and still conscious. His Super Saiyan Blue completely lost to the first level of Super Saiyan. Outside the battlefield, Chrono Sun Wukong and Trunks were stunned on the spot, with shock on their faces. Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta couldn't even survive a single round. The power of the Dark Man has actually reached this level. How could this happen? Dad's Super Saiyan Blue should be able to easily defeat the Dark Man, this. Trunks was frightened by this scene. Super Saiyan Blue lost all his power. He couldn't think of anyone else in this world whose power could defeat the Dark Man. Trunks, leave here immediately. Super Dimension Sun Wukong frowned, looking at Sun Wukong in the sky with a solemn face. Even Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta was defeated so easily. His strength is about the same as Vegeta's, so I'm afraid the ending will be the same. Unless, use that move. Uncle Wukong, Trunks bit his lips, unwilling to the extreme. He is too weak now. Staying here will not only be unable to help, but will actually hinder him. Reluctant and angry, Trunks left the battlefield. Seeing that Trunks has gone far, Chrono Sun Wukong no longer has any worries. Divine power surged around his body, and he instantly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Super Blue Sun Wukong was prepared and did not act rashly. Seeing this situation, Sun Wukong in midair slowly landed 10 meters in front of Super Blue Sun Wukong. Both of them are Sun Wukong, but they didn't expect that they would meet in this way. With the same form as Vegeta, if your strength is only this level, you are no match for me. Sun Wukong smiled confidently. Nowadays, he has terrifying fighting power. Looking at the whole world, only the God of Destruction can compare with him. Although the Super Blue Sun Wukong in front of him is not weak, he is still far behind him. Of course I know, but Super Saiyan Blue cannot be your opponent. It's obviously very dangerous, but for some reason, I'm so excited to be able to fight against a strong person like you. Super Blue Sun Wukong's eyes were filled with burning fighting spirit. Even though he knew that the gap in strength was huge, Super Blue Sun Wukong had no intention of retreating. As an out-and-out fighting maniac, facing powerful enemies does not frighten him, but makes him more excited. Use all your strength, you can't hide it from my eyes. Sun Wukong asked in a deep voice. The same as Sun Wukong, no one knows himself better than him. Has it been discovered? The trump card was discovered, and Super Blue Sun Wukong's expression gradually became serious. This battle is different from any previous battles. If you are not careful, you may really have to explain it here. Buzz buzz. Bloody evil energy surges around Super Blue Sun Wukong, and the intensity of his divine power is also rising. So that's it, it's Kaio Fist. Sun Wukong saw Super Blue Sun Wukong's trump card at a glance. He also tried to use Super Saiyan level 4 to superimpose Kaioken, but the effect was not ideal. The powerful physique of the 4th level Super Saiyan can withstand 10 or even 20 times the increase in Kaio Fist, but it also brings great consumption and burden. Moreover, as his strength continues to increase, the increase brought by Kaioken will continue to weaken. This move is only suitable for quick battles and will not work for long-term battles. Although I haven't completely mastered it yet, now, I have to use it. Super Blue Sun Wukong looked at his hands firmly. The divine power in his body flows with his thoughts, perfectly matching the operation of Kaio Fist. The aura continued to rise, the sky fell into darkness, and the entire earth trembled because of the sudden increase in divine power. The bloody aura blended perfectly with the blue divine power, and was taken back into Sun Wukong's body. Everything calmed down, as if nothing had happened. But in the next moment, a flash of confusion flashed across Super Blue Sun Wukong's eyes. 10 times. Kaio Fist. Super Blue Sun Wukong roared, and the divine power in his body exploded. Boom! The bloody aura blended perfectly with the blue divine power, and the surging divine power swept across all directions like a tsunami. Feeling the power burst out by Super Blue Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. This powerful power is not much different from the full power of the first level of his Super Saiyan. Successful. After the experience last time, the execution of tenfold Kaio Fist became much smoother. I am not afraid of you now. The surge in strength has greatly increased Super Blue Sun Wukong's self-confidence. You can't sustain it for long if you use the tenfold Kyo fist in this form, right? But I'm also curious, how much of the power you can forcibly improve through Kyokan can you exert? Sun Wukong is gearing up and ready to fight at any time. Take the move. Super Blue Sun Wukong attacked instantly, and a bloody aurora broke through the space and shot straight out. Sun Wukong did not hesitate and rushed out at the same time. Boom! The two collided, and the terrifying destructive power swept across the world. The white light bloomed, and everything it passed was wasteland. The whole earth shook violently under their power. In that white light, the first round of battle between Super Blue Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong began. After Super Blue Sun Wukong used Kyo Fist 10 times, all the statistics improved dramatically. When the two met for the first time, Super Blue Sun Wukong with full power suffered a big loss. The blue stream of light and the blood-colored extreme shadow formed countless brilliant and dazzling nets in the space. That was the energy afterimage left behind when Super Blue Sun Wukong launched his attack. The speed is so fast that it cannot be seen clearly with the naked eye. The power is so great that it can shatter the stars. Hey! Super Blue Sun Wukong roared. In an instant, his powerful fist contained powerful divine power and was swung out. Bang! With this blow, the space trembled, the earth cracked, and Sun Wukong was knocked away. In the next second, Super Blue Sun Wukong followed up with a burst of energy and struck out with all his strength. His explosions are fierce and leave no room for anything, and his moves are full of murderous intent. It is breathtaking, but to Sun Wukong, it is nothing. He made fists with both hands and crossed them in front of his forehead, preventing Super Blue Sun Wukong's fist from moving forward. Is this the only level of your fist? Sun Wukong laughed scornfully and teased. Being underestimated by his opponent made Super Blue Sun Wukong furious. In an instant, fierce fist and kick attacks like a hurricane followed. Chapter 64. How brave and powerful Sun Wukong is with the 10 times Kyo fist and Super Saiyan Blue. His figure is so fast that it is beyond imagination, and he is like a red and blue aurora that quickly surrounds Sun Wukong and launches a fierce attack. Continuous attacks came from all directions of Sun Wukong. Unfortunately, the difference in strength between the two sides was too big. No matter how Super Blue Sun Wukong attacked, they could not do anything to Sun Wukong. After defusing more than 10 attacks from Super Blue Sun Wukong in a row, a sharp cold light flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. In an instant, the counterattack began. The continuous powerful blows poured towards Super Blue Sun Wukong as fast as lightning. Boom, boom, boom. Super Blue Sun Wukong could barely parry at first, but as Sun Wukong's power became stronger and stronger, he was directly blown away by a punch and crashed into a ruins. Sun Wukong, who had the upper hand, was not ready to let go of his other self. With a thought, he instantly moved behind his other self, kicked him hard, caught up with his explosive energy, and launched a fierce offensive. The extremely overbearing attack bombarded Super Blue Sun Wukong's body as fast as lightning. Even with 10 times the increase of Kyo Fist, Super Blue Sun Wukong can only passively defend, and is gradually forced into a desperate situation. His attack was so heavy. Is this the punch Vegeta took? Super Blue Sun Wukong was in trouble and couldn't break free for a while. Staring at the Super Blue Sun Wukong who was fully defending in front of him, the corners of Sun Wukong's mouth were raised, his right fist was clenched, and his strong breath gathered in the fist. A super heavy blow is swung. Boom! The unstoppable punch hit Super Blue Sun Wukong's defensive arms hard. What? Super Blue Sun Wukong's heart trembled. Unrivaled power swept through his body, Super Blue Sun Wukong's defense was instantly broken, and his whole body flew out uncontrollably, barely stopping until he was hundreds of meters away. Looking at his trembling arms, Super Blue Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. Every time he suffered an attack from Sun Wukong, he felt as if his bones were about to break. It seems that this level of fighting is your limit. Then let's finish it. After the words fell, the momentum around Sun Wukong surged again. Blue-white electric arcs exploded around him, and in just a blink of an eye, Sun Wukong advanced from Super 1 to full power to the peak of the second level of Super Saiyan. Feeling the terrifying aura on Sun Wukong's body once again surged, Super Blue Sun Wukong was greatly frightened. In the face of the absolute strength gap, any skills are useless. This guy who looks exactly like me is so strong, it's too exaggerated. When he was shocked, Sun Wukong rushed out again, approaching Super Blue Sun Wukong at super high speed. Damn it! I'm going to risk it. Kaido Fist. 15 times. Gritting his teeth, the desperate Super Blue Sun Wukong once again increased the multiplier of Kaido Fist, maximizing his combat effectiveness. The moment the 15 times Kaido Fist exploded, the powerful energy turned into a torrent of destruction and swept away. The bloody aura broke through the dark clouds, and the scarlet light illuminated the dark world, making it extremely dazzling and gorgeous. At this time, the muscles all over the Super Blue Sun Wukong's body, with veins protruding from the surface, his eyes flashing wildly, explosive energy rushed out, and hit Sun Wukong. Boom! The two collided, and in an instant, the destructive energy expanded rapidly, crushing everything around them. The fierce battle between the two began again, and the speed of both sides reached the extreme. The battlefield between the two continued to change, and they shuttled between heaven and earth at extremely high speeds. After entering into a stalemate for half a minute, Sun Wukong exerted his strength again, and punched out the devastating punch in Super 2 form, hitting Super Blue Sun Wukong firmly in the chest. With just one blow, Super Blue Sun Wukong's divine power collapsed, his body's energy and blood boiled, and he spit out sour water. It hurt so much that he doubted his life. It's over. Sun Wukong pointed at Super Blue Sun Wukong with one hand. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful breath impact hit Super Blue Sun Wukong. Suffering such a heavy blow, Super Blue Sun Wukong flew out uncontrollably and crashed into a dilapidated building. In just an instant, the building collapsed and turned into ruins. After suppressing Super Blue Sun Wukong turned his eyes and looked at Trunks. Just a look of intimidation made Trunks' whole body stiff and unable to move at all. Just when Sun Wukong was about to go find Trunks, the silent power of God surged again, causing Sun Wukong to turn around. Located in the center of the ruins, the Super Blue Sun Wukong stood there, his terrifying divine power surging, causing space to tremble. Unwilling to be suppressed like this, he once again exceeded his own limits and used 20 times the power of the Kaido Fist. Your opponent? It's me. Super Blue Sun Wukong let out an angry roar, and the pressure of God expanded rapidly. With his current physical strength, and with his mastery of Super Saiyan Blue, he has not yet been able to maintain the 20 times Kaido Fist for a long time. So he planned to make a quick decision. His divine power was raised to the extreme, his hands merged, and he quickly accumulated energy. After reaching full power, he teleported and landed in front of Sun Wukong. 20 times the power of the Kaido Fist, Turtle Pi Chi Gong Wave. In the roar of Super Blue Sun Wukong, this contained an explosion of destructive energy containing all his divine power. The dark blue energy beam swallowed Sun Wukong's body, broke through the dark clouds, broke through the atmosphere, and headed straight into the universe. Super Blue Sun Wukong's 20 times Kaido Fist turtle-style Qigong wave lasted for 10 seconds. His physical strength was exhausted, his divine power was greatly reduced, 20 times the Kaido Fist disappeared, his super blue form appeared and disappeared, and he would collapse at any time. Ha, 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 Super Blue Sun Wukong gasped for breath. He stared intently at the smoke in front of him, but soon, his expression changed drastically and he froze in place. In the thick smoke, the golden aura rapidly expanded, carrying the terrifying high temperature. But in an instant, the smoke completely dissipated, and Sun Wukong's wild Super 4 posture came into the eyes of Super Blue Sun Wukong. What is this? Super Blue Sun Wukong's eyes showed a deep look of fear. His body instinctively retreated. And all the blood in his body felt restless at this moment. It seemed that he was suppressed by blood. This is the 4th level of Super Saiyan. Super 4 Sun Wukong said with an evil smile. In fact, he didn't even need to turn into the 4th level of Super Saiyan to resist the 20-fold Kaio Fist Kame style Kigong wave just now. He could resist it with only the 2nd level of Super Saiyan. It's just that on a whim, I wanted to see Super Blue Sun Goku's expression when he saw the 4th level of Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan, Level 4. Super Blue Sun Wukong murmured in disbelief. The next moment, Super 4 Sun Wukong launched an attack. The invisible momentum all over his body turned into tangible fists, sweeping through Super Blue Sun Wukong's body like a hurricane. Chapter 65. In just a few seconds, Super Blue Sun Wukong suffered dozens or hundreds of powerful blows. His entire body was blown away more than 10 meters, and he fell to the ground unconscious and entered a near-death state. Completely instant kill, no suspense. The absolute strength gap is fully revealed at this moment. Son Goku, who is not Super Saiyan Blue, is too weak. But today's Super 4 Sun Wukong has grown to an unimaginable level. Why are you so cruel? The same as Sun Wukong. Of course he will not kill his other self. Instead, he gave his past self a great gift. When he recovers, his combat effectiveness should improve a lot. Then next, it's Trunks. After recovering from his thoughts, Sun Wukong turned his eyes and focused on Trunks. At this time, Trunks had just pulled Chrono Vegeta out of the pit. When Sun Wukong's eyes noticed him, Trunks felt a chill sweep through his body, and the hairs on his body stood up. But in the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong appeared in front of Trunks. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere became strange. Trunks had a look of horror on his face. After a brief shock, Trunks' eyes ignited with angry fire. Even if he is the last person left, he will fight to the end, and even if he dies, he will make the Dark Man pay the price. Dark Man. At this time, Chrono Vegeta had already recovered some of his mobility. When Sun Wukong arrived, he instinctively wanted to protect Trunks in front of him. Don't get in the way, Vegeta. Sun Wukong gave a look, and the invisible impact of his thoughts hit the depths of Vegeta's brain in time and space. In an instant, Vegeta's consciousness collapsed, his eyes were dull, and he passed out. Dead. Dark Man. You are unforgivable. Trunks, furious, transformed into the second peak Super Saiyan level and punched Son Goku. As soon as the fist was swung out, it was blocked by Sun Wukong's invisible aura barrier. Trunks' attack not only failed to touch Sun Wukong at all, but was shocked by the force of the rebound from the invisible barrier, causing his fist to ache. Facing me in this form, do you still have the courage to resist? You didn't disappoint me, Trunks. After all, it would be too boring to kill you like this. Sun Wukong showed an evil smile, and the aura of 1/1000th of the Super 4th form pressed on Trunks' body. Just for a moment, the ground beneath Trunks' feet sunk, his eyes widened, his whole body trembled, and his muscles tensed. He cannot fall, no matter what price he pays, he will never surrender to Sun Wukong. This indomitable will was seen by Sun Wukong, and he gradually increased the pressure of his aura, giving Trunks tremendous pressure. Kaka. The bones in Trunks' body creaked, and the ground beneath his feet had sunk more than 10 meters deep without realizing it. His legs were shaking, as if he had reached the breaking point. Hateful! Why am I so weak? Why am I not as powerful as him? Trunks hated his own weakness. Strength. As long as the power is strong enough to defeat all opponents, the tragedy of the future world will not happen. If he could be stronger, it would not involve his father and uncle Sun Wukong in the past world. Everything is his fault. Everyone is going to die here now. Seeing how tenacious you are, I'll give you another chance to escape. Kill me with your anger and unwillingness, otherwise next time you will end up just like your mother. Ha 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 ha. Son Goku, whose acting skills are online, has directly brought the evil nature of the Scions to the extreme. Coupled with the wildness of his super fourth form, he is simply an out-and-out big devil. Especially his last words deeply hurt Trunks' heart. The death of his mother was a pain that Trunks would never forget throughout his life. Dark man! You deserve to die. The anger gave Trunks even more power. Going beyond his limit, he actually broke through the pressure of Sun Wukong's momentum and waved his fist containing endless anger. Click! Trunks' fist was easily caught by Sun Wukong. With this soft fist, you can't hurt me at all. One finger is enough to deal with you. Super 4 Sun Wukong smiled evilly, pointed his right hand at Trunks' forehead, and flicked his finger. Pound! A muffled sound. The impact of just one finger sent Trunks flying thousands of meters away, and he barely stopped after hitting the dilapidated house. Come down! This blow ripped open Trunks' forehead, causing blood to drip from it. Sun Wukong's control of power has reached an extremely perfect level. This blow to the brain would only cause Trunks some superficial trauma at most, but would not cause him any fatal injuries. At this time, Trunks' eyes were blurred and dull. Sun Wukong almost fainted from the blow. Trunks, who was unconscious, vaguely saw Sun Wukong appearing in front of him again. Dark man! Trunks was immediately awakened, feeling extremely frustrated and unwilling. You look really embarrassed, Trunks. Sun Wukong showed a joking smile and stopped attacking Trunks. At this time, Trunks was heartbroken and had a look of despair on his face. I'm sorry, Uncle Goku, Dad, I caused you trouble. Trunks closed his eyes in despair. Seeing this scene, Sun Wukong knew that his play was almost done. The Super 4 form disappears and returns to normal. This move was noticed by Trunks. He opened his eyes and asked in confusion, what on earth do you want to do? Dark man! Don't get me wrong, Trunks, I'm not letting you go, I'm just not willing to let such a good toy die like this. After all, teasing you is a very interesting thing. It is very enjoyable to drive you into the abyss of despair little by little. With that, Sun Wukong disappeared from Trunks' sight. His words also lingered in Trunks' mind like a magic sound. Toy? Are you just the other person's toy? Asshole! What do you think of life? Forcibly suppressing the pain and anger in his heart, Trunks stood up with his head in severe pain, walked to the unconscious Sun Wukong and Vegeta, and took his father and uncle into the time machine. Flee in embarrassment. Outside the battlefield, Sun Wukong couldn't help scratching his head in embarrassment after watching Trunks leave with his past self and Vegeta. It seems like he went a little too far. But this can't be entirely his fault. Once the battle started, he couldn't hold it back. Chapter 66. I hope you don't blame me, Trunks. Sun Wukong muttered to himself, feeling a little unbearable. This is what Trunks must go through if he wants to successfully protect the world. If it were Vegeta, he would do the same thing, even more ruthlessly than himself. At the same time, on the other side outside the battlefield, Bulma and Xiao Wu, who were hiding in the dark, witnessed the entire battle. The desperate scene of Trunks being ravaged by Sun Wukong made them feel extremely distressed and burst into tears. But even so, you must endure it. This is a test for Trunks. Only by passing this test can you become a warrior who protects the world. Only under the protection of powerful force will the earth usher in new life. Screen transition. Located in thousands of parallel time and space, in a special parallel world, Zamasu, who traveled through time and space through the time ring, repeated his old tricks and forced the sage Zuno to obtain the exact location of the 7 Super Dragon Balls. He also used the time ring to travel between the 6th universe and the 7th universe at the fastest speed. Collected all 7 Super Dragon Balls. At this moment, 7 Super Dragon Balls, which are as big as a planet, are gathered together. Zamasu stood above the starry sky, looking at the 7 Super Dragon Balls, and shouted in the language of God, "Come out, Shenlong, fulfill my wish, I want to make it." The summoning spell is recited, and the 7 Super Dragon Balls are connected to each other. The orange 5-pointed star in the center of the sphere shines with golden light, causing the planets in the surrounding galaxies to rotate. Countless planets were implicated by this mysterious power and became illusory. The huge super dragon appeared and swallowed up thousands of stars together with Zamasu. Within the Super Shenron's body, thousands of galaxies flowed around Zamasu, but he had long been accustomed to all this. Passing through the dazzling star tunnel, we arrived at the core of the super dragon. The super divine dragon's body appeared in front of Zamasu, and its scarlet-colored pupils stared at Zamasu. The language belonging to God comes from the mouth of the super dragon. The time has come to make a wish. At this moment Zamasu fell into deep thought. Originally, his plan was to resurrect Black Goku, who was killed by Sun Wukong, through the Super Dragon Balls. But if you think about it carefully, instead of resurrecting a failed partner, it is better to replace it with a stronger partner. Give me a more powerful partner. His power is enough to kill Sun Wukong in all time and space. Zamasu expressed his wish. Ouch! After getting the answer, the super dragon let out a dragon roar. The scarlet eyes flashed with blood, and a very special power that did not belong to the power of gods or mortals spreading to thousands of time and space. This unknown force spanned thousands of parallel worlds, opened a time and space tunnel, and brought over a being powerful enough to rival the god of destruction. This person wears a dark mask and a dark martial arts uniform, and his hair is exactly the same shape as Sun Wukong. He is Black Wukong, not just any Black Wukong. He is masked Black Goku. So that's it, the source of that special power is the Super Dragon. Did you call me to this world? Masked Black Goku already understood everything the moment he saw Super Shenron. Zamasu's wish was fulfilled, the Super Dragon disappeared, and the 7 Super Dragon Balls returned to the 7th and 6th universes. Everything returns to peace. Masked Black Goku and Zamasu, who came across time and space, looked at each other. I come from another world. The Human Zero plan has been greatly hindered. My original partner has been killed by Sun Wukong. Now I need your help. Please join me to realize our ideal. The first thing to do is to kill Sun Wukong. Zamasu invites masked Black Goku to help him. Kill Sun Wukong. He. Masked Black Wukong's voice was low, and a cruel smile appeared on the face behind the mask. In order to master this body, he traveled across history, across time and space, and killed countless Sun Wukongs. Now he has developed the potential of this body to the extreme. He has done it countless times to kill Sun Wukong. I thought it was something, but it turned out to be just such a trivial matter. Masked Black Goku dismissed this. So, are you sure you can kill Sun Wukong? Zamasu was curious about the strength of his new partner. Humph! Since I took this body, countless Sun Wukongs have died in my hands. Now, I have perfectly mastered this body and become the strongest deity in all time and space. Kill Sun Wukong, yes. As far as I'm concerned, it's an ordinary thing. Masked Black Goku proudly told Zamasu about his glorious achievements. I see, your control over Sun Wukong's body has surpassed that of me. This is great. With your joining, the realization of humanity's Plan Zero will no longer be far away. Zamasu showed a sick smile, very satisfied with the partner summoned by Super Shenron. Staring at Zamasu in front of him, masked Black Goku had a plan in mind. Perhaps he could take this opportunity to improve his strength. Let's go. I'm very curious about how strong Sun Wukong is in this world. Masked Black Wukong urged. Follow me. Zamasu mobilized the power of the time ring and brought Masked Black Goku back to the original time and space. Sun Wukong sighed. After the battle, he came to his former home, Baizai Mountain. The home in this world is empty and deserted. Is this my home in this world? Looking at the deserted and dilapidated house in front of him, Sun Wukong was moved by the scene. Recalling the images of myself and my family living here, there was a sharp contrast with the scene in front of me. Ever since I died in this world, everything has become different. Just as Sun Wukong's thoughts were wandering, directly above him, Zamasu and Masked Black Goku came across time and space. There was an aura appearing in his perception. Sun Wukong noticed it immediately, turned around and looked into the sky. Is it you? And that guy, he's resurrected. No, you're not that guy. Sun Wukong noticed something was wrong. Why did Black Wukong's energy suddenly increase so much? Compared with before, they are completely different. Masked Black Goku and Zamasu fell from the sky and stared at Sun Wukong not far away. Zamasu showed an evil smile and jokingly explained to Sun Wukong, I didn't expect that, Sun Wukong, I have an immortal body, and you can't kill me. Let me introduce to you, the person next to me is me. New partners summoned through Super Dragon Balls. By the way, I would like to remind you that in other parallel worlds, he has killed many Sun Wukongs. Chapter 67. Sun Wukong couldn't help but look surprised when he learned that many of his own people had died in the hands of masked men in other parallel time and space. Is this masked man so powerful? The two looked at each other, and the face behind Masked Black Goku's mask showed an extremely cruel and evil expression. A powerful aura began to be released, a powerful aura formed, and a terrifying aura pressed towards Sun Wukong. As Masked Black Goku's power explodes, countless black clouds appear in the sky, thunder rolls, and lightning flashes. Across history, across time and space, I have challenged Sun Wukong in different time periods. Currently, I have killed 99 Sun Wukongs. And you will be the 100th one. Masked Black Wukong showed his appearance to Sun Wukong extremely arrogantly. This seems to show off to Sun Wukong that his control over this body has reached a level beyond that of his own body. Really? Sun Wukong looked indifferent, his eyes changing again and again. The next second, a ray of light flashed in his eyes, followed closely by an overwhelming aura explosion. Boom! The incomparable aura of terror erupted, the whole earth, no. The entire galaxy has been affected by this powerful force. The world was eclipsed. Sun Wukong's powerful aura instantly overshadowed Masked Black Wukong's aura, turning into an invisible storm sweeping all directions. This momentum. Masked Black Wukong, who was extremely arrogant just now, had a solemn look on his face behind the mask. He has traveled across so many parallel worlds, and this is the first time he has seen Sun Wukong able to emit such a level of aura. Hey, the other me, are you sure you can deal with him? Zamasu was frightened by the overwhelming aura. He began to worry that this other self summoned by the Super Dragon was no longer a match for Sun Wukong. I finally know why he was able to kill the other me. Masked Black Goku showed excitement after a brief shock. The more powerful Sun Wukong is, the deeper his potential for growth is, because he is also Sun Wukong. Not to be outdone, Masked Black Goku also exploded with his own aura. The dark power of God burst out from his body, and a rose-red light flashed. In just an instant, he entered the Super Saiyan Pink state. It's this form again. Sun Wukong murmured to himself. The unfathomable energy pool in his body circulated under his thoughts, and the golden flames were released from the inside out. The auras of the two sides collided, and the invisibly emitted aura caused the surrounding space to distort. In an instant, Masked Black Wukong took the lead in attacking, punching hard with powerful fists. There was an explosion of bang, and this indestructible fist was blocked by Sun Wukong with one hand. In an instant, Sun Wukong's counterattack has arrived, and the devastating fist and kick attacks sweep through masked Black Wukong's body like a hurricane. But masked Black Wukong seems to have special research on Sun Wukong's fighting style. All Sun Wukong's attack methods have been seen through by him. While cleverly avoiding all attacks, he launched a counterattack again. Bang! With a muffled sound, masked Black Wukong's fist hit Sun Wukong hard in the face. Humph! I didn't expect that, Sun Wukong, I know all your moves. Masked Black Wukong shouted. But before he could be happy for 3 seconds, he discovered something was wrong. A chill swept through his body, causing masked Black Goku's expression to change dramatically. You guy! The surprise on his face turned into horror. Masked Black Wukong quickly backed up and distanced himself from Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, who received masked Black Wukong's punch head-on, was as steady as a mountain, with no waves on his face. The blow just now seemed terrifying, but in fact it failed to cause any substantial harm to Sun Wukong. So what if you see through my tricks? This kind of painless attack can't hurt me. After the cold words fell, Sun Wukong's aura surged, and the golden aura swept through his body. In just an instant, he entered the first level of Super Saiyan full power state. The dazzling golden light illuminates the boundless darkness, which is in sharp contrast to the dark power of masked Goku. A bright light that illuminates the darkness and brings hope like the light of dawn. A mysterious dark place with rolling evil spirits, like an evil god dragging the world into darkness. It doesn't hurt or itch. Don't be so proud. Masked Black Wukong's self-esteem couldn't stand this kind of stimulation. Not believing in evil, he sprinted towards Sun Wukong at full speed. Bang! With a loud noise, masked Black Wukong flew upside down and hit a mountain more than 10 miles away. Temporarily defeat masked Black Goku, Son. Goku's cold eyes shifted to the already stunned Zamasu. In less than 0.01 seconds, he teleported in front of Zamasu, reached out his right hand, and pinched Zamasu's neck hard, making the opponent unable to move. Stupid Scion, I've already told you that I'm immortal and you can't kill me. Zamasu didn't panic at all when his throat was grabbed, and even showed a sarcastic smile to Sun Wukong. His immortality is his greatest support. Even if he faces the most powerful king in the world, he is confident that he will not be wiped out by the king with his immortality. But he seems to be too conceited. He is just immortal, so why does the world's best King Chuan need to take action? Any god of destruction alive today can break his immortality. Are you sure I really can't kill you? A smile appeared on Sun Wukong's face, and in a flash, the destructive power in his body was used by him. The deep purple aura gradually replaced the golden aura. At this time, Sun Wukong's golden hair was turned purple by the profound power of destruction. With a Super 1 appearance and purple hair, this form looks like a new form of Super Saiyan. But this is not actually the case. The essence of this form is still the first level of Super Saiyan, but its color has been changed by the power of destruction. The power of the God of Destruction? Are you the candidate God of Destruction appointed by the God of Destruction, Beerus? Zamasu shouted in disbelief. He was still very afraid of the power of the God of Destruction, otherwise he would not have joined forces with his other self to kill all the Kaishin, indirectly leading to the death of the God of Destruction. Now that the power of destruction has reappeared, Zamasu feels a deep crisis. Although he felt guilty in his heart, he had immortality as a trump card. Even if Sun Wukong mastered the power of destruction, he did not think that the other party could destroy him. It seems that you are very afraid of my current power. Speaking of which, this is my first time using it. I don't know if your so-called immortality is really immortal. Sun Wukong didn't waste any time and mobilized his divine power of destruction to destroy Zamasu's body. Chapter 68. As the power of destruction invaded Zamasu's body, the left side of his body began to dissipate, but something even more incredible happened. The invisible power of law is fighting against Sun Wukong's destructive power, restoring part of Zamaisu's destroyed body. Useless Sun Wukong, even if Lord Xuanwang comes, he can't erase my existence. I am immortal! Zamaisu shouted triumphantly. Annoying guy! Sun Wukong was genuinely bored with Zamaisu, the lunatic. In the blink of an eye, his divine power of destruction surged again, and the purple aura floating around him instantly turned purple, destroying Zamaisu's body with even more domineering destructiveness. Under the devastation of this high-intensity destructive power, the immortality restriction granted to Zamaisu by the Super Dragon was completely destroyed, and his body began to turn into nothingness bit by bit. At this moment, Zamaisu clearly felt that his body and soul were gradually disappearing. No! Impossible! I am immortal, how could I die in the hands of a mere mortal? The crisis of death was close at hand. Zamaisu struggled with all his strength, but unfortunately everything was in vain. As the power of destruction continued to deepen, Zamaisu's body and soul completely disappeared. The power of the god of destruction is really easy to use. If I hadn't mastered this power, I might not be able to do anything with his immortality. Looking at the position where Zamaisu disappeared, Sun Wukong murmured to himself. The destructive power around him dissipated, and his cold eyes looked at the dilapidated mountains in the distance. Locking the position of masked Black Wukong, Sun Wukong burst out with explosive energy. Masked Black Goku here! Masked Black Wukong, whose entire body was embedded in the boulder, noticed Sun Wukong rushing toward him. He gritted his teeth and the divine power in his body exploded, shattering the entire mountain. Sun Wukong! With a cry, masked Black Wukong also burst out with energy and rushed towards Sun Wukong at full speed. Boom! The two collided, setting off a shock wave that shook the world. In the center of this shock wave, the second round between Sun Wukong and masked Black Wukong has begun. The two sides switched offense and defense, and the phantom-like fist and kick attacks weaved into a special web in the space, which was extremely dazzling. As a hunter of Sun Wukong in multiple time and space, masked Black Wukong is familiar with all of Sun Wukong's fighting methods. His fighting style was deadly and cruel, all designed to target Sun Wukong's weaknesses. For a moment, he was on par with Sun Wukong at full power. This was the first time Sun Wukong encountered this kind of fighting method that targets himself in all aspects, and he was shocked. If it were Sun Wukong from another time and space, he might really suffer a big loss from masked Black Wukong's unique fighting method. But for the Monkey King in front of him, this fighting method is not unstoppable. After more than 10 rounds of fighting, he had completely seen through masked Black Goku's attack trajectory and moves, and easily eliminated all the opponent's moves. The attack failed to work. Masked Black Wukong used his strength again. The next moment, an even more violent attack attacked Sun Wukong's whole body like a violent storm. The offensive was strengthened again and launched a comprehensive attack on Sun Wukong. It's a pity that this kind of fighting method cannot be effective against Sun Wukong. After defeating masked Black Goku's attacks for more than a dozen times, the impatient Sun Wukong launched a counterattack. The first level of Super Saiyan transforms into the peak of the second level of Super Saiyan. The sudden increase in power greatly increased the pressure on masked Black Goku, and he instinctively put up a defensive posture to protect himself. Boom! The power exploded, and masked Black Wukong was punched away by Sun Wukong. The next second, Sun Wukong followed closely and punched again. What a heavy fist! This Sun Wukong's power has reached this level. Masked Black Wukong crossed his arms to form a defense, struggling to resist the advancement of Sun Wukong's fist. This terrifying physical power is like facing the god of destruction. Without giving masked Black Goku a chance to counterattack, Sun Wukong's attack was like a pear blossom needle in a rainstorm, pouring towards masked Black Goku. At first, masked Black Wukong could barely resist with his understanding of Sun Wukong's fighting methods. But the difference in strength between the two sides was too big. After the fourth round, he was punched by Sun Wukong and flew 10,000 meters into the air. Sun Wukong will not let go of masked Black Wukong, and his breath bursts into the sky. Ha 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 ha. Have fun. Masked Black Wukong laughed wildly after being knocked back. He locked onto the speeding Sun Wukong below, and used his hands to accumulate energy and wave quickly. In an instant, hundreds of energy bullets shot out and attacked Sun Wukong. But this kind of flashy offense has no impact on Sun Yat-sen's success. Wukong had no effect. He turned a blind eye and charged forward arrogantly. After knocking masked Black Wukong away, he launched a continuous offensive again. The overwhelming attack was terrifying to the extreme. Masked Black Goku was beaten so hard that he could only defend passively. Masked Black Goku's breath surged again after being forced to the extreme. Rose's magical power increased dramatically, and he further transformed into Super Saiyan Rose Level 2, and was able to barely escape from Son Goku. Have you transformed again? Sun Wukong was very interested in Mask Black Goku's new transformation. He has also practiced the power of God. In a sense, he can also become Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue independently. Now that Masked Black Goku has displayed the second level of Super Saiyan Pink, he realizes that there is room for improvement in the power of God. Let's start a new round, Sun Wukong. Taking out a new transformation, Masked Black Wukong's confidence surged. He turned from defense to offense and took the initiative to attack Sun Wukong. With the blessing of his new transformation, his speed, strength, reflexes, etc., all aspects have been greatly improved. Super Saiyan Momoko's second-level transformation gave him the confidence to fight against Sun Wukong. He believed that he could force Sun Wukong to use his full strength and even defeat Sun Wukong. Unexpectedly, Sun Wukong's strength was extremely terrifying, and only the second level of Super Saiyan forced him to a desperate situation. He was no match for me in hand-to-hand combat. An energy combat was unable to expose the opponent's weaknesses, which made Masked Black Goku panic. The Sun Wukong in this world is a little too strong, and he is the one who puts the most pressure on him among all the Sun Wukongs. Boom, 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 the battle intensified. Two golden and pink lasers shuttled through the dark night at extremely fast and terrifying speeds. When the battle reached a certain point, the battlefield between the two moved from the Earth to the universe. The two sides stood above the starry sky, looking at each other from a distance of less than 10 meters. Chapter 69. The expressions of the two are completely different. Super 2 Sun Wukong is calm and composed. After experiencing a series of high-intensity battles, he is breathless and calm. On the other hand, Masked Black Goku, the previous rounds of fighting had consumed a lot of his energy, and now he was exhausted and out of breath. After taking away my body, can you only exert this level of fighting power? What a disappointment! Sun Wukong said dismissively. Originally, he had some expectations for Masked Black Goku's strength, but after the actual fight, he realized that this guy was just a facade. Kill 99 of your own lies, and collapse them without any proof. But in fact, this is not the case. The strength of Masked Black Goku in front of him is quite terrifying. Looking at thousands of time and space, he is one of the few beings who can rival the god of destruction. In general, it's not that Masked Black Goku is too weak, but that Sun Wukong is too strong. Ha 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 ha, it's so exciting, Masked Black Goku showed a sickly smile. Immediately afterwards, his divine power sublimated again, and his form changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. With a roar, Masked Black Goku's power surged and his form changed. The sky-high pink hair was extended to the waist, making the whole person look even more evil. Its powerful divine power affects the operation of the seventh universe. Because of his sudden increase in divine power, the mask at the corner of his eyes collapsed, turned into nothingness, and dissipated in space. Is it the same transformation as the third level of Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes slightly, and his attention was attracted by masked Black Goku's new form. Somewhat powerful, but not very strong. This is my true strength. Are you shocked? Sun Wukong, your body has been developed to this level by me, who is a god. As long as I kill you, I will be the strongest in all parallel time and space. Masked Black Goku's confidence is off the charts. With the blessing of the third level of Super Saiyan Pink, he is completely unafraid even when facing the god of destruction. He even has the confidence to kill the god of destruction. Sun Wukong didn't speak. He looked up and down at masked Black Wukong with his solemn eyes. With his keen insight, he discovered that although the fluctuations in masked Black Wukong's divine power in front of him were very strong, his aura was erratic, lacking a sense of calmness and becoming a bit more illusory. I see, your form is not stable, and this power does not belong to you. Sun Wukong discovered the secret of masked Black Wukong. The source of your power is that mask, right? You used this mask to forcibly increase your power and reach this special form. You borrow foreign things to improve yourself, and you have the nerve to say that you have surpassed me. Sun Wukong said with disdain. I never care about the process of gaining power, I only care about the results. Masked Black Goku didn't care about his own face. He took out a special bundle of time scrolls from his waist and threw it into the universe. Come out, evil dragon. As the words fell, the scroll of time opened, and Sun Wukong saw an opponent he was extremely familiar with. Super One-Star Dragon. But at this time, One-Star Dragon was controlled, his eyes were red, and he was completely the tool of masked Black Goku. One-Star Dragon! Sun Wukong exclaimed. He never expected to meet this old rival here. When I was traveling through the world, I accidentally discovered this evil dragon. At that time, he had already destroyed a world. It seems that you in that world also died in his hands. Now that I control him, do you think you have a chance of winning? Sun Wukong. Masked Black Wukong thought he had a chance to win, but he didn't notice that the way Sun Wukong looked at them changed. At this moment, he was sure that the controlled One-Star Dragon was the one who killed him in the first place. And the guy in front of me who took his body and did evil everywhere. The time has come to settle old and new scores together. You'll know soon. After saying this, Sun Wukong activated the power of blood in his body, and the fourth level of Super Saiyan appeared. Super Saiyan level 4? This should be your full strength. Masked Black Goku is no stranger to the Super Saiyan 4 form. Among the Son Gokus he killed, many of them could transform into the fourth level of Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong didn't reply, but in a moment of thought, he moved. In a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Yuxing. Aiming at the One-Star Dragon with one hand, violent energy poured out, engulfing the body of the Super One-Star Dragon. His physical body, including the Origin Dragon Ball, was completely transformed into nothingness by this violent power. The Super One-Star Dragon that just appeared was killed within 5 seconds of its appearance. I don't understand how I died. What? Masked Black Wukong was shocked. The evil dragon he had just summoned died like this? Without giving him a chance to react, Sun Wukong teleported in front of him. Don't underestimate the power of God. Sun Wukong. Masked Black Wukong was furious and punched Sun Wukong with all his strength, but was easily dodged. At this time, Sun Wukong no longer had the mentality to continue playing, and showed some of the strength of the Super 4 form. With just one blow, Masked Black Wukong's mask was damaged, and his consciousness was in a trance. The power of God is nothing more than this. Sun Wukong grabbed Mask Black Wukong's long pink hair and lifted it up. He charged up a kick and flew hundreds of thousands of meters away. At this moment, Sun Wukong quickly accumulated energy, a deep red light flashed in his palm, and the energy was concentrated to the extreme. 20 times the turtle Qigong wave suddenly shot out, swallowing masked black Goku in the dark space. Impossible! Why did my power fail so completely? The ending shouldn't be like this. Masked Black Wukong said in panic. He struggled desperately, but due to the absolute strength gap, he couldn't break away at all. The dark mask connected to his soul was also destroyed by the power of 20 times the turtle Qigong wave. At this point, Masked Black Wukong died. There shouldn't be any more accomplices now, right? If it happens again, I will have no choice but to find the source. Sun Wukong feels that this Black Wukong is really difficult to deal with. He killed one and another. Now that he has killed these two guys, he wonders if a bunch of them will pop up next. If that were the case, he would have no choice but to accept them all and kill them all without leaving anyone behind. Hey! This feeling! Sun Wukong suddenly noticed something, his pupils trembled. And he turned around suddenly to look into the depths of the universe. All the blood and cells in his body were agitated at this moment, as if he had encountered a natural enemy. In the dark depths of the universe, a green light loomed faintly. In that light, a monster with an extremely terrifying aura was sprinting towards his position. Then, that guy is Broly. Sun Wukong could tell who it was through his breath. The legendary warrior of the Scions only appears every 1000 years, the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. Chapter 70. After recognizing Broly, Sun Wukong cheered up. Even though he is very powerful now, he cannot be careless when facing the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, especially since the aura exuding from Broly is extremely powerful. Compared to the masked Black Goku who was defeated by him just now, he was countless times more terrifying. Outside the distant starry sky, the green aurora advanced faster and faster, and stopped advancing until it came directly in front of Sun Wukong. At this time, the green light dissipated, and Broly's wild posture was revealed. At this time, Broly was in the legendary Super Saiyan state. His eyes were red and his aura was constantly expanding. He looked like a crazy beast without consciousness. Sun Wukong looked Broly up and down, and he found that this Broly seemed a little different from the Broly in his memory. Although the appearance is a little different, Sun Wukong can be sure that this is still Broly. Have you completely lost yourself and gone berserk? Even if you lose consciousness, you will follow your body's instinct to find me. There is really nothing you can do. Sun Wukong couldn't help but complain, feeling very helpless about this in his heart. Just because when he was a child, he made a lot of noise and disturbed Broly from sleeping, so he was chased like crazy. He was also helpless. Who would have thought that Broly would hold such a grudge? But what Sun Wukong didn't know was that the Broly in front of him was not the Broly he knew. This is a beast lost in power. At this time, Broly was also sure that the guy in front of him who was extremely attracted to him by blood was his target. Ouch! Roared Broly repeatedly, causing vibrations in the universe. The wild and muscular body rushed towards Sun Wukong quickly. Disgusting guy! Sun Wukong muttered dissatisfiedly, and while avoiding Broly's attack with an explosion of breath, a powerful whip leg landed on Broly's face. Bang! There was a loud noise in the universe, and Broly's wild body turned into a cannonball and flew straight out. Being counterattacked by his prey made Broly, who was already berserk, look even crazier. A vast beam of energy erupted from his mouth and attacked Sun Wukong. Facing the advancement of this energy cannon, Sun Wukong skillfully dodged and quickly sprinted in front of Broly. His fists and kicks attacked Broly's body like a pear blossom needle in a rainstorm. The powerful attack destroyed Broly's body. In just a few seconds, Broly withstood dozens or hundreds of powerful blows, and the front half of his strong body was covered in dense punch marks. What a hard body! After one round of attack, Sun Wukong quickly distanced himself from Broly. He was not merciful in the previous attack with fists and kicks, but he had no choice but to do so. Broly's physical strength was so terrifying that it was no worse than his Super 4 body. If it had been masked Black Goku, he would probably have been wiped out by this continuous attack of fists and kicks. Ouch! The physical pain made Broly roar even more crazily. Without any skills, the strong body pushed forward through the air, and the unstoppable huge fist headed towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong instinctively crossed his arms to block Broly's punch. Boom! The universe exploded. And Super 4 Sun Wukong was instantly knocked away by this punch. This guy's power has actually reached this level. Sun Wukong was shocked in his heart, shocked by the domineering power of Broly's casual attack. This feeling was like a planet hitting him. However, this level of attack was not enough to suppress him. Drink! Sun Wukong let out a muffled roar, bursting out his breath to take back control of his body, and the blood power in his body strengthened again. The bright red evil spirit replaced the golden aura, and red arcs exploded all over the body. In just a blink of an eye, he advanced from the 4th level Super Saiyan with black hair to the 4th level Super Saiyan with red hair and boundary-breaking state. His strength increased again. Sun Wukong took the initiative to attack, rushed towards Broly, waved his fist, and hit Broly with the power of destroying the world. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the space shook. Broly's wild and strong body was knocked away by tyrannical. Taking advantage of the victory, Sun Wukong teleported to catch up with Broly, who was flying upside down, and struck out with all his strength again. But this time, Broly's counterattack began. Although he has no self-awareness, he can rely on his body's instinct to defend himself in a short time. He can hold Sun Wukong's iron fist with one hand and completely defeat him. Beauty cancels out all impact of power. The other hand contains terrifying power. Sun Wukong, who had a premonition that something bad was going to happen, quickly used his breath to draw back his fist, and used his breath to distance himself and dodge Broly's attack. 10 times Turtle Pi Qigong Wave. Condensing energy at the fastest speed, Sun Wukong fired a wave of 10 times Turtle Pi Qigong and killed Broly. Facing the attack of 10 times the Turtle Qigong Wave, Broly showed no fear, and the instinct of the beast made him move forward as if he was blind. Boom! The 10-fold Turtle Sex Qigong Wave bombarded Broly's body head-on, but an unbelievable scene happened. Broly only relied on his strong physical defense to push Sun Wukong's 10 times Turtle-style Qigong Wave forward, and this burly body collided with Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, who had no time to dodge, was knocked over by Broly's wild power. It slid nearly 10,000 meters through space before stopping. What a domineering power! The last person who gave me this feeling was Beerus. The Broly of this world is no worse than Beerus. Sun Wukong exclaimed in disbelief. Since he crossed time and space and came to this world, it was the first time that he had a fighting spirit and felt his blood boiling. The previous battles failed to make him take it seriously, but now, Broly's strength made the warlike element in his body agitated, and he couldn't help but want to fight. While Sun Wukong was amazed, Broly rushed out again and turned into a green comet and hit Sun Wukong again. Well done! Sun Wukong, who was aroused to fight, did not dodge and faced the attack head-on. Boom! The result this time was completely different. Sun Wukong relied on his strong body in the Super 4 form to block Broly's brutal collision. The counterattack has begun. Super 4's savage power exploded in full force. Sun Wukong hit Broly with the strongest blow, teleported to catch up with Broly, and punched him again. 2 consecutive heavy blows hit him. But Broly's body was too strong, and even though he was attacked, he did not suffer fatal damage. Chapter 71. On the contrary, it was the pain on his body that angered him. The furious Broly launched a counterattack, attacking Sun Wukong with a pure beast attack. However, this fighting method looks ferocious and full of murderous intent, but it is actually very easy to crack. As a veteran warrior who has experienced hundreds of battles, Sun Wukong has accumulated a wealth of combat experience. In his opinion, Broly's beast-like attack method is full of flaws. The terrifying fighting ability exploded. While Sun Wukong perfectly neutralized all of Broly's attacks, he also launched a series of devastating blows to Broly. The devastating attacks continued, and no matter how strong Broly's body was, he would still be injured. The pain made Broly more and more crazy, his strength became stronger and stronger, and he constantly launched counterattacks against Sun Wukong, but unfortunately it had no effect. To others, this scene looked like an adult beating a child, a proper dimensionality reduction blow. Broly was nothing more than a human-shaped punching bag. The battle situation turned out to be one-sided. For Broly, Sun Wukong was completely a dimensionality-reducing blow. He was beaten from start to finish and was unable to fight back. But even so, Son Goku in the 4th level Super Saiyan boundary-breaking state alone is not enough to cause fatal damage to Broly. Although the battle situation is one-sided, Broly's power is now far superior to that of Sun Wukong in his current form. It's just that he has no brute force and doesn't know how to control it, which creates the current situation. As the battle continues, Broly's energy increases and his instincts evolve. Sun Wukong's attacks began to fail to suppress him. In an instant, the violent superpower exploded, and just the power of the energy release forced Sun Wukong back. At this moment, Broly's counterattack began. His domineering and brutal attacking methods are all based on instinct, and he is not afraid of any attack, exchanging injuries for injuries, which is extremely terrifying. Feeling the explosive power of Broly's counterattack, Sun Wukong's face became heavy, and all of his body's values increased to the extreme. While dodging Broly's counterattack, Monkey King launched an efficient counterattack. Boom, 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 boom. Thousands of collisions stirred the entire universe, causing chaos in the 7th universe. The trajectory of the stars was changed, and countless planets were shattered to pieces in the terrible aftermath. Without the restraint of angelic power, this universe seems so fragile. If Sun Wukong hadn't deliberately restrained himself, I'm afraid the entire universe would have disappeared at this moment. Broly is getting stronger and stronger, we can't drag it out any longer. Sun Wukong is well aware of the horror of Chuan Chao. The legendary Super Saiyans will continue to grow as the fighting time goes by, and there is almost no limit to their growth. If it drags on any longer and allows Broly to become stronger, if we want to suppress it at that time, it will be impossible without using all our strength. Suddenly, Broly erupted again, letting out a burst of hysterical shouts. Green flames ignited on his huge fist, and he swung out fiercely, containing the power to destroy the world. Sun Wukong. Feeling the terrifying pressure coming towards him, Sun Wukong instinctively crossed his arms in front of him to protect himself, and his breath strengthened his body to form an unbreakable defense. Boom! The universe collapsed in response. In this collapsed space, a strong suction force forcibly pulled Sun Wukong and Broly into another dimension. As the aftermath receded, the shaken 7th universe returned to calm again. Destruction within the realm of gods. The angel Weiss in this world is watching the battle taking place in the lower world. The battle between Sun Wukong and Broly made his eyes light up. Sun Wukong from other worlds, and the Saiyan warriors who are born every 1,000 years. You two are quite powerful. Weiss murmured to himself with a mysterious smile. Whether it is Sun Wukong from other time and space or this irrational Broly, they are both very rare and excellent warriors. Even if the former god of destruction Beerus was still alive, he would probably have to suffer a lot against either of these two people. He originally had the idea to make Sun Wukong the god of destruction in this time and space, but now he has an additional candidate, who is a native creature of the 7th universe. This gave Weiss one more choice. Weiss followed the center of the power explosion and used the power of angels to trace back to the location where Sun Wukong and Broly disappeared. Who will be the final winner of this battle? In the slit of another dimension. Here is a world outside the world. The whole world is filled with a very special light. The surrounding space reflects these special lights like mirrors. Sun Wukong and Broly were too powerful and broke the passage between the universe and the world of another dimension. They also came to this different dimensional world by accident. The world of another dimension, Sun Wukong stood on a mirror, his eyes scanning all directions, his thoughts expanded, covering the entire slit of another dimension. Although this extra-dimensional world is not as strong as the Mukai that he fought with the god of destruction Beerus before, it still allows him to show his true abilities. When he fought with Broly in the universe before, he was worried that his strength would blow up the entire world, so he was timid now. Now, you can get real. At this moment, Broly was on a mirrored platform 10,000 meters away directly in front of him. Being suppressed, all the muscles in Broly's body were squirming, a fierce light appeared in his eyes, and a savage and ferocious aura rapidly expanded. The power of Chuan Chao is still increasing his power. The ever-increasing strength has reached the limit of your body. If you continue to get stronger, you will fall into self-destruction without even needing my hand. I'm afraid that the legendary Super Saiyans who appeared in various eras also ended up like this. Sun Wukong stared at Broly in the distance and muttered to himself. Although he didn't know much about the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly's current situation also made him guess the final ending of the legendary Super Saiyan. As age continues to increase, the power of Chuan Chao will become stronger and stronger, causing the holder to go crazy, vent his power, and turn into a beast that only knows destruction. There is a limit to the energy a person's body can bear, and he is no exception. But the unlimited expansion of the superpower will increase the power to the extreme that the body can bear, until finally, self-destruction. The Broly in front of him is a living example. Click! Click! Sun Wukong moved his body, and the bones in his body made a clicking sound. Chapter 72. At this time, Broly's expression was ferocious. His body expanded again, from a 3-meter-tall little giant to a 3.5-meter-tall beast. The ever-expanding power of Chuan Chao was almost reaching the limit of what his body could bear. Ah! Broly let out a painful cry. The green energy turned into a storm of destruction and swept across all directions, stirring up the world of different dimensions. In this energy storm, countless green energy bombs were released in all directions, bombarding the surrounding space. The world of another dimension shook, and countless mirrors turned into fragments floating in the space. Dozens of energy bullets broke through the space and attacked Sun Wukong, but Sun Wukong easily scattered them. Are you almost out of control? Sun Wukong said solemnly. You have to show your true skills to suppress Broly. Otherwise, not only the world of different dimensions will be destroyed, but also the seventh universe and other universes may be affected. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, the veins on his forehead were slightly raised, and the aura around him changed. The power of blood intensifies, the power of God rises, and two different powers explode. In just an instant, the bright red energy flame changed dramatically. Sun Wukong's aura intensity, energy purity, combat effectiveness, etc., all aspects were greatly improved. The blue divine power blends with the crimson blood power. The blue divine power soaring into the sky penetrates the entire different dimensional world. This scene is as shocking as when chaos first opened. This extra-dimensional mirror world is polarized. Half of it is filled with blue light, divine splendor. The other half was shrouded in green light, infiltrating violently. At this time, Sun Wukong's form changed, and Super 4 Divine Blue arrived. When Sun Wukong exploded with his true power, Broly instinctively felt the threat, and the super power in his body exploded with even more terrifying power, trying to completely engulf Sun Wukong in this energy storm. Humph! A mere energy storm can't hurt me at all. The corners of Sun Wukong's mouth undulated slightly, revealing a confident smile. In a flash of lightning, he rushed out, pushed forward domineeringly, and crashed into the energy storm. Ignoring all the superpowers, he landed in front of Broly. A powerful blow hit Broly head-on. Boom! The dazzling brilliance bloomed in the storm of another dimension. The energy storm formed by the superpower was dispersed by the terrifying power coming from within, and the remaining waves shattered countless spaces in the different dimensional world. Among the countless mirror fragments, Broly's body was flying upside down like a kite with a broken string, and he was wailing in pain. Most of the scarlet light in his eyes dissipated due to pain. Sun Wukong, who was not going to let Broly go just like that, burst out and caught up with him. The power of Super 4 God Blue exploded in full force, launching an all-round attack on Broly. The perfect fusion of divine power and bloodline power, the destructive power that explodes is far greater than 1 + 1, but the ultimate increase. It's time to wake up from your dream, Broly. Sun Wukong sighed, and in an instant, fists and kicks attacked like a storm, pouring down. The destructive power of each move is enough to severely damage Broly's super-powerful body. Broly, who suffered a devastating blow, kept roaring and shouting in pain. The power of transcendence is constantly being consumed by this force. The wild power that controls Broly's body gradually recedes, and the personality that dominates this body is gradually awakening. Boom, 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 boom. The deafening muffled sound continued continuously. In the Super 4 God Blue state, Sun Wukong fully unleashes his firepower and suppresses Broly in all directions. Pain dominated his body's instincts. Broly waved his hands wildly, struggling to resist Sun Wukong's attack, with tears welling up in his eyes. The wild personality in his body gradually receded, and Broly's sense of autonomy gradually emerged. The scarlet light in his eyes receded, and the disappeared pupils gradually appeared. It's over. Broly. With a high-pitched cry, Sun Wukong gathered all his strength and struck with all his strength. Pound. Broly, who had no time to dodge, received a crushing blow head-on. The power was terrifying beyond imagination. The moment he suffered a heavy blow, Broly's consciousness briefly collapsed. Almost in an instant, his entire body was blown away. On the way to flying upside down, countless barriers of different dimensions were smashed, and the distance of flying upside down was incalculable until it disappeared at the end of the world of different dimensions. After flying for an unknown distance, Broly was lying on an extra-dimensional mirror, with human emotions on his face. This means that he is completely being beaten awake. It hurts. It hurts. Where is this place? Why am I here? Broly, with a confused look on his face, stood up despite the pain in his body. The moment he stood up, a huge pain hit him again, almost causing him to stumble. Although he ran away before, he still vaguely knew what happened. The scattered memory fragments in my mind gradually merge into complete memories. I remembered. After I lost control, I seemed to have met a very powerful guy, and he beat me like this. Broly understood what happened to him. Broly. Sun Wukong's voice came from above Broly's head. Broly looked up at the sky and saw that Sun Wukong's hands were condensing a crimson energy that could destroy the world of different dimensions countless times. Deeply feeling the intensity of this energy, Broly's brows jumped wildly and his heart trembled. If he is hit, he will be disabled even if he is not dead. Let's use this trick to end you, lest you continue to bring disaster to this world. 100 times. Sun Wukong was halfway through condensing his moves when Broly's strange obstruction caught his attention. Stop fighting, I'm awake. Broly shouted. Hey! Sun Wukong, sensing that something was wrong, stared at Broly directly below with a suspicious look on his face. What's happening here? The legendary Super Saiyan begged for mercy. Isn't the relationship between Broly and me a life or death affair? Why did you suddenly start begging him for mercy? Stop, I admit defeat, please stop fighting. Broly waved his hands repeatedly to signal Sun Wukong not to attack him. He was really scared. Originally in a violent state, he couldn't feel anything, but he was forcibly awakened by Sun Wukong. If this fight continues, the consequences will be disastrous, and there is a high probability that he will die. Hearing Broly begging for mercy, Sun Wukong looked confused and repeatedly confirmed whether he was hearing hallucinations. This opponent who is fighting to the death is just begging for mercy? Chapter 73. Sun Wukong stared at Broly solemnly. After pondering for a moment, he restrained his momentum and slowly descended in front of Broly. Although I don't know if Broly is pretending to be stupid or if he is really sober. You are Broly, right? Sun Wukong asked doubtfully. He vaguely noticed that the Broly in front of him seemed different from the Broly in his impression. Although he looked coaxing, there was no cruelty or bloodthirsty will in his eyes. You know me? It seems that we have never met, right? Broly and Sun Wukong looked at each other, confusion flashed in his green pupils. In his scattered memory fragments, he and Sun Wukong should have met for the first time. Is it possible that this person has heard his name somewhere? After receiving the answer, Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes slightly, his sharp eyes seeming to be able to see through Broly's heart. What happened to me? Broly asked with confusion on his face. After observing Broly for a while, Sun Wukong determined one thing. The Broly of this world was different from the Broly of his world. After repeated confirmations, Sun Wukong was finally relieved. It's nothing, I just made a mistake. Since you are not the Broly I know well, I can rest assured. Sun Wukong completely put down his guard against Broly. I don't know what happened, but I have to thank you. I have been controlled by this power for a long time. If I hadn't met you, I would probably have gone berserk for a long time, or even never woke up again. Broly said to Sun Wukong from the bottom of his heart. For Broly, Sun Wukong is now his benefactor. If he doesn't wake him up, his life will probably be over. As his power continued to skyrocket, he didn't even know when he would die. It's just a piece of cake, and I also had a lot of fun fighting this battle. This is the first time I've had so much fun fighting since I came to this world. Other than the god of destruction, you are the first person to put so much pressure on me. Sun Wukong smiled and praised Broly's great power. He could feel that there was still more terrifying power in Broly's body that had not yet been activated. Once fully activated, the surge in combat power would even exceed his own Super 4 God Blue state. Come to this world? You are not from this world. Broly grasped the key point. Sun Wukong does not belong to this world. Moreover, the other party has even had contact with himself in another world? Let me explain. Sun Wukong didn't hide anything, and explained the reasons why he misunderstood Broly. The conversation between the two lasted for about 10 minutes. Sun Wukong told Broly in this world about his fight with another Broly in another world. After learning that he had fought against Sun Wukong in other time and space, Broly's eyes widened with shock and disbelief on his face. In other worlds, is there really another self? Moreover, the man himself is a bloodthirsty and warlike lunatic, who treats life like an ant and is an out-and-out destruction machine. Am I in another world, so crazy? Broly couldn't help but take a breath after learning the truth. Completely two different extremes. Although he would go on a rampage and cause destruction, he would never harm any human beings while he was awake. The person he was in another time and space was completely on the other extreme compared to the person he is now. Honestly, when I first met you, I thought you were here for me just like that Broly. Now it seems that I worried too much. People in different time and space have completely different destiny trajectories. With the words beeping, Sun Wukong turned around, mobilized his energy, charged up and struck down with his sword. Phew! There was a sound. In the collapsed space of the different dimensional world, a crack was cut open by this powerful hand knife. At the end of this crack, the seventh universe was connected. Let's talk in another place. Sun Wukong placed his right hand on his forehead like a sword finger, and stretched out his left hand, signaling Broly to catch him. Seeing this, Broly hesitated for a few seconds before reaching out and holding Sun Wukong's palm. Immediately afterwards, Sun Wukong quickly locked the coordinates of the Earth and performed teleportation in a single thought, crossing dimensions and traveling through the universe. On the Earth, Sun Wukong and Broly returned to the dilapidated Earth. Today's Earth is very peaceful, and all things and vitality are recovering bit by bit. However, if we want to return to the grand scale of the past, we must. It takes decades, even hundreds of years, to evolve. We are here. Sun Wukong said. At this time, Broly glanced at the surrounding environment and saw nothing but wasteland. Did I do this? Broly's heart trembled. When he regained consciousness, he had some memories of the rampage. In that incomplete memory, he destroyed countless planets, and the Earth in front of him might have been destroyed by him as well. You are overthinking it. You did not destroy the Earth. There is someone else responsible. And that guy has been killed by me, so you don't have to blame yourself. Sun Wukong explained, signaling Broly not to think too much. Broly secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he learned that it was not his fault that the Earth became so desolate in front of him. But soon, he thought of something again, turned his eyes, looked at Sun Wukong, and said, Sun Wukong, you said you do not belong to this world, then can you return to other worlds in the future? Although there is nothing I can do now, but I will go back one day in the future. But why are you asking? Sun Wukong turned his head and looked at Broly in confusion and asked. If I have the chance, I want to go to your world and fight against the other me. The same is true for Broly. I want to see what the essential difference between him and me is. Broly said firmly, looking at this posture, he couldn't stand what the other Broly did, and planned to beat himself up himself. Seeing Broly's determination, Sun Wukong smiled slightly and said, I'm afraid that won't work. You in that world died decades ago. Ah! The other me is dead. Broly opened his mouth in shock when he learned of the death of his other self. Originally, he wanted to try to cross time and space with Sun Wukong to fight against his other self. But now it seems I don't have that chance. His soul may have been reincarnated by Uncle Yama, and even if he goes back, my world, there will be nothing, Sun Wukong said, feeling guilty and helpless. Chapter 74. Sun Wukong has already guessed the final outcome of his world. The moment the evil dragon was released by masked Black Goku, he knew that there was nothing left in that world, and it was probably similar to the current future world. I hope the underworld in that world is not as disturbed as the underworld in this world. Feeling the sadness revealed in Sun Wukong's words, Broly's expression changed slightly and he felt sorry for this. Let's go, Broly, I'll take you to meet my friends. Sun Wukong adjusted his mood and led Broly towards the direction of Zidu. At the same time, in the God of Destruction world, Whis looked at Sun Wukong and Broly, who emerged from the slit of another dimension with a look of surprise on his face. He originally thought that Sun Wukong and Broly would fight to the death, and the battle would not be completely over until one of the two sides fell. But what he didn't expect was that the two sides actually shook hands and made peace. No, it should be said that Sun Wukong was too cruel and forcibly awakened Broly's independent personality, which led to the current scene. This also made Whis more curious about Sun Wukong's fighting power. Oh, you seem to contain a power that even gods are afraid of. It's really exciting. If you use your full strength, how strong will you be? Whis smiled slightly, the angel's power dissipated, and the light curtain projected on the top of the angel's scepter also disappeared at this moment. Time flies, and a week flies by. Since the end of Sun Wukong's battle with masked Black Goku and Broly, the world has once again ushered in peace. The only remaining humans on the earth, after they were completely sure that the Dark Man had disappeared, walked out of the dark underground one after another and returned to live on the surface again. They are planning their future plans and how to restore the Earth's population next. The scene changes and comes to Sun Wukong and Broly. For this week, Broly has been staying on Earth, following Sun Wukong. Firstly, it was because he was afraid that he would go berserk and lose control again and cause irreparable damage. Secondly, it is because of Sun Wukong's strength. Looking at the entire universe, Sun Wukong is the only person who can stop him from doing whatever he wants. After this period of time together, Sun Wukong and Broly were honest with each other. Sun Wukong knows Broly's past in this life, and Broly also knows what kind of person Sun Wukong is. The relationship between the two became more and more familiar, and they gradually became inseparable friends. It is hard to imagine that Broly, the superhero who desperately chased Sun Wukong in another time and space, actually became Sun Wukong's friend in this time and space. During this week of contact, Sun Wukong discovered Broly's pure and kind nature. After determining that Broly would not pose a threat to the world, Sun Wukong taught Broly some methods of controlling power. When he first started training, Broly was still a little unaccustomed to it, and it was even very difficult to control his power. But as time went by, Broly's terrifying training talent was revealed. He is becoming more and more proficient in controlling power. His aura has gradually become calmer from the original violent and terrifying. Although he is not yet able to control it freely, he is still quite skilled. Such rapid progress made Sun Wukong unable to help but sigh at Broly's monstrous talent. This guy seems to have never done any training since he was born. He relies entirely on his innate strength. The innate advantages are so huge, if he has a good teacher to guide him, his future achievements will be immeasurable. Of course, Sun Wukong has not been idle this week. After a week of accumulation, he had completely stabilized his own realm and became more proficient in controlling and releasing power. Although there is not much increase in combat power, he has been able to exert 100% of the power of the 5th level of Super Saiyan. Western Capital. In front of the dilapidated capsule company gate. A week later, the time machine broke through time and space again and returned to the future world. As the hatch of the time machine opens, Trunks, Chrono Son Goku and Chrono Vegeta return again. I'm back again. This time I must make that damn imposter pay the price. The anger in Chronospace Vegeta's heart couldn't go away. He couldn't forget the scene where his proud Super Saiyan Blue was mercilessly ravaged. Now, after intense training, his strength has improved again, and this time he is bound to take down that guy completely. If we fight alone, with our current strength, we are far from his opponent. This time we must join forces to attack Vegeta. Super Dimension Sun Wukong knew that he was facing the enemy. Fang's strength. The last time I was able to return to the past time and space was entirely because the other party was merciful and deliberately left them alive. If we fail again this time, we will have no chance. Of course I know, Kakarot. Chrono Vegeta looked very unhappy. To be honest, he didn't want to join forces with Sun Wukong, but the current situation forced him to do so. Even if his strength had increased a lot, he really wouldn't be that guy's opponent if they didn't join forces. Maybe my fate will be decided here. The Dark Man. I will definitely defeat you this time. Trunks, who had regained his life, had firm eyes and a solemn expression. His aura and appearance were completely different from the last time he arrived. Obviously, in order to save the future world, he paid a high price and practiced in the past time and space. Today, his strength has increased dramatically, but to what extent he is actually strong is unknown. At this moment, Baizai Mountain. Sun Wukong is teaching Broly some techniques about power control. Just when he was halfway through teaching, his huge mental perception noticed himself in the past world, as well as the arrival of Vegeta and Trunks. After waiting for so long, they are finally here. Sun Wukong's face straightened. This week, he has been waiting for the arrival of these guys. After the lessons of the last failure, I think my past self and Vegeta, including Trunks, must have become stronger. Sun Wukong's expression suddenly changed, which aroused Broly's curiosity and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing, it's just that the person I defeated before returned to this world. By the way, Broly, do you want to test the results of these days of training?" A bold idea came to Sun Wukong's mind, and he took advantage of this opportunity to test how far Broly had mastered power. Hearing this, Broly immediately cheered up. These days have been strength control training, and he feels that he has improved a lot. Now that he has the opportunity to test, how could he let it go? Don't forget, he is also a scion, and fighting is what he desires most. Chapter 75. What should I do? Broly asked excitedly, suppressing the restless emotions in his heart. Soon, Sun Wukong put his head to Broly's ear and told him the next action plan. After receiving the clear instructions, Broly nodded repeatedly and couldn't wait to fight. Then, let's go. After obtaining Broly's consent, Sun Wukong used teleportation and took Broly to the battlefield. Western Capital. After coming out of the time machine, Chrono Sun Wukong, Chrono Vegeta, and Trunks have been waiting for Sun Wukong's arrival. They knew very well that the moment they arrived on Earth, Sun Wukong sensed their arrival. "I just don't know why, it hasn't appeared yet. Where is the Dark Man?" Seeing that the enemy had not appeared for a long time, Trunks became agitated. Since returning to the past world, he has been training with his father in the spiritual time room for 3 years. Now, with his greatly increased strength, he has greater confidence to face Sun Wukong. At this time, Super Dimension Sun Wukong and Super Dimension Vegeta's eyebrows jumped wildly. They vaguely noticed something and looked towards the sky. At some point, Sun Wukong and Broly appeared above them. "I thought you didn't dare to come. It just so happens that I'm bored during this period, so I can take this opportunity to do some exercise." Sun Wukong smiled evilly, looking down at the 3 people below, and slowly descended. Broly beside him also followed Sun Wukong to the ground. Dark. Dark. People. Seeing his enemy again, Trunks' anger rose in his heart. Strong emotional fluctuations stimulated all the energy in his body. The dazzling golden light spurted out with the penetrating divine power. Trunks transformed into the second-level Super Saiyan form, but the power of God filled his body. On the surface, he looks like a second-level Super Saiyan, but in fact, his combat power is far superior to that of an ordinary second-level Super Saiyan. In other words, he is a special state formed by integrating the power of God on the basis of the second level of Super Saiyan. This form is a different kind of Super Saiyan God. Your strength has improved a lot, Trunks. But with this level of fighting power, you can't change anything. Sun Wukong smiled devilishly and pretended to be disdainful. You. Trunks, whose dignity was trampled on and stimulated, subconsciously wanted to take action. Step aside, Trunks. Chrono Vegeta stopped Trunks from doing something stupid. He knew very well that the strength of the person in front of him was far beyond what Trunks could handle. If you are not careful, your life will be lost. Just leave it to us, Trunks. Super Dimension Sun Wukong took a step forward and stared at Sun Wukong firmly. After the last disastrous defeat, he absorbed all the lessons, and after 3 years of hard training in the spiritual time room, his strength became even higher. This time, he was absolutely sure of defeating that guy. I know, although Trunks was unwilling, he still had a good idea of his own strength. Taking rash actions will only lead to your own death. Soon, Trunks left the battlefield and went outside the battlefield. With Trunks leaving, the atmosphere on the field became heavy. Chrono Son Goku and Chrono Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue in a thought to confront Son Goku and Broly. Powerful divine power spreads across the world. Super Blue Sun Wukong and Super Blue Vegeta are like the only light of salvation in this dilapidated world, so brilliant and dazzling. It seems that after the last battle, your strength has improved a lot. Broly, let's deal with each one by one. Remember the power control method I taught you. Don't use too much force and kill them by mistake. After giving instructions to Broly, Sun Wukong entered the first level of Super Saiyan full power state in a single thought. Understood. Broly geared up excitedly, his burly and wild body containing explosive power. Be careful Vegeta, the person next to the Dark Man is not simple. Super Blue Sun Wukong put on a fighting stance, and before the battle started, he gave instructions to Super Blue Vegeta beside him. Humph! So what? I am no longer what I used to be. Super Blue Vegeta was very confident in his own strength and never looked at Broly seriously. While the two were talking, Broly took the first step. In a wild roar, Broly's energy expanded rapidly, and his already strong body seemed even more powerful at this moment. Huge and wild. After 7 days of strength training, although he was unable to transform into a Super Saiyan in the legendary Super Saiyan state as he wished. But he has already been able to initially master the power in ordinary form. The power rapidly expanded, and Broly flew towards Super Blue Vegeta. His wild and huge body was like a super cannonball that escaped from the barrel and crashed into Super Blue Vegeta. Humph! Good time! Super Blue Vegeta snorted coldly, forming an unbreakable defense with his divine power, crossing his arms in front of his chest to protect him. Vegeta, who was full of confidence, thought he could easily suppress Broly, but when the opponent's wild body collided with him, his whole body felt bad. This impact. Super Blue Vegeta's face changed drastically, and his whole body was overturned by Broly's overbearing power, and he flew out like a kite with its string broken. With one successful blow, Broly pursued the victory, his wild body burst out at extreme speed, and caught up with Super Blue Vegeta in less than 0.01 seconds. He grabbed Super Blue Vegeta's ankle with his right hand and used all his strength to move towards it. The ground smashed away. Boom! Under this blow, the earth sunk 1,000 meters, and the area within 100 miles was affected by the power. Super Blue Vegeta suffered a heavy blow, blood boiled in his body, and a mouthful of acid water spurted out from his mouth. The unrelenting Broly brought his wild and domineering fighting style to the extreme. He swung Super Blue Vegeta back and forth like a toy, hitting the ground again and again. Don't look down on me! Super Blue Vegeta, who couldn't bear it anymore, exploded with divine power and broke free from Broly's restraints. He made a fist with his right hand and counterattacked with a powerful blow. Boom! A powerful and heavy blow shook Broly's body and sent him flying into the sky. Without giving Broly a chance to breathe, Vegeta quickly moved his hands closer, gathered energy, and shot out waves of destruction light from his palms, killing Broly in the sky. But a horrifying scene happened. Broly actually carried Vegeta's energy light wave forward and attacked Vegeta again. What? This scene made Super Blue Vegeta's heart sink, feeling something bad.